Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bad at Love by Karina Halle, narrated by Joe Raylan and Cornell Collins. You were the one that could finally fix me. Looking at my history, I'm bad at love. Halsey. Prologue. Marina. 4 years ago. Dream on. Tonight is gonna suck, Naomi grumbles. I give her a withering glance, but quicken the pace as we walk down Pico Boulevard toward the Mint, where our friend Jane is playing tonight. We're already running a bit late, and her band, Magic 8 Ball, is first up. At a place like the Mint, they could have already started and finished their set by now. Or they might not go on for another few hours. It's always up in the air. Not that I've ever seen them perform live before, but I have spent many nights at the Mint during college weekends drinking draft beer, watching bands, and vomiting outside. Ah, the good old days. Which is probably why Naomi thinks it's gonna suck. We're 25 now, not 21, and what passed for good music when you're wasted probably doesn't when you're relatively sober. It's not gonna suck, I assure her. It'll be fun. She rolls her dark eyes. Right, fun. You know, we don't have that kind of fun anymore. Always the grump, I mumble under my breath. I can hear you, she says. I know. I sigh and check my phone again. We're still a few blocks away. I wish I had my own car already, instead of having to rely on the Los Angeles bus system. By the time we get to the venue, I'm going to be an even sweatier mess than usual. It may be October, but fall means nothing in LA. This is about supporting Jane. Just remember that. What has Jane ever done for us? She says. A damn woman slept through last semester. If it hadn't been for me stepping in and practically writing her papers for her, she would have flunked. I don't know. Professor McGill did have it pretty bad for her. I'm sure he would have given her a passing grade. Naomi giggles. We all studied at the University of California in Riverside together, and though our fields and interests are different, we had some classes overlap, and everyone knew that the professor loved Jane. Jane, however gorgeous she is, with her tall, lithe body, killer tattoos, and long pink hair and piercings, was never the type to indulge him. Never mind the fact that he was 30 years older than her, came up to her boobs, and smelled like ham. Finally, we get to the Mint, and the bouncer is already looking the two of us up and down as we try to get ahead of the small line of smokers outside. We tried to dress up from our usual day uniform of jeans and a tank top. I upgraded to ripped jeans and a sequin tank top with a little extra eyeliner. Naomi has me beat, wearing faux leather pants that make a farting sound when she walks. I don't have the heart to tell her. We're on the list. I tell the angry-looking dude with the bald head and beard down to his knees, the prerequisite bouncer uniform for music venues. I'm willing to bet he has a tattoo on him somewhere that says Mom, but I'm not willing to find out. He continues to give us the once-over. Name? Marina Owens and Naomi Harris. He squints at Naomi. The actress? No, she says flatly. It's spelled differently. It wouldn't kill her to smile, because as annoying as it is to have the same name as an actress, she actually looks like said actress, and both of them are extremely beautiful. My friend even more so when she smiles. But Naomi keeps on her grump face, so I have to turn on my smile for the bouncer, which I hate to do because it makes me look like a kid, and I have a lot of teeth. We're guests of Jane, Magic 8 Ball? Who? The band that should be playing right about now. There's a dull, crunchy rock sound coming from inside, but it doesn't sound like they've hit the stage yet, thank God. Let's go. Naomi tugs at my shirt. Jane's on the drums. She's not even gonna notice if we came or not. No, we came all this way. We can't just bail. I protest, but my words sound feeble. It would be so wrong to go back home, but feels so right. My bed is calling me. Comfy socks, fluffy robe. I could have a bath and light some candles and read. I know that I'm young and your mid-20s is about getting out there and partying and meeting guys, but both Naomi and I have accelerated to old lady status really fast. We're like the Golden Girls over at our apartment. Come on, she says, and I'm about to turn around and follow her like the weak woman I am, when a tall, dashing man steps out of the door, digging a cigarette out of his pocket. Okay, I know I just described him as dashing, but my mind is fumbling for the right words to convey what I'm seeing, and I've read far too many historical romances lately. I stare at him. And while Naomi continues to tug at my tank top like a child and the bouncer waits for me to say something, I try to come up with other adjectives to describe this guy standing just to the side of me. Handsome. Yes, he definitely is, but that's boring. He's hot. Very hot. But that's boring, too. He's enigmatic. Yeah. Enigmatic. Mysterious, brooding, sexual. A modern Heathcliff or Mr. Rochester dressed in black jeans, a gray V-neck shirt, arms covered in tattoos. He looks sweaty, thick black hair sticking to his forehead, an eyebrow ring over a low-arched brow, wide jaw, steel-cut chin, full lips. He's currently biting the lower one as he stands there, looking me over as he pulls out his lighter. And then I realize everyone is still looking at me. "Are you in or out, lady?" the bouncer says impatiently. I snap my attention back to him. "Lady?" I repeat while Naomi snorts. He obviously doesn't know me. "You say you're with Magic 8 Ball?" the bouncer goes on. "Yeah," I say. I can feel Naomi's eyes burning into my skull, wanting me to tell him to forget it. But then there's this sexy stranger, and I'm not normally one to fan myself over a hot guy, but this guy is like my kryptonite. And he's got my panties in a twist. Plus, he's watching me with interest now as he lights his cigarette, his dark eyes lit up by the flame. "Because I wasn't told there was anyone on the list," the bouncer adds with some finality. He crosses his arms across his chest for emphasis. "That's okay, we'll just go," Naomi says.
"You're here to see Magic 8 Ball?"
the sexy stranger asks, smoke spilling from his mouth. He has this British accent that makes me want to melt into a puddle right here, right now. Naomi sighs. "Our friend Jane is the drummer."
"You do realize it's just a shitty cover band, right?"
the guy says. I could watch his lips move and hear him talk in that sexy accent all night. He says shitty without pronouncing the T's in the middle. Naomi laughs, and she rarely laughs with strangers. We know it's a cover band. Whether it's shitty or not, that remains to be seen. We haven't seen them play before.
"I'd save you money,"
he says.
"Well, I guess if you're on the list, you could get in for free, if you're a sucker for punishment."
"Not on the list," the bouncer interjects. "That bad, huh?" I joke to the sexy stranger. He shrugs and looks off. He has this caginess to him that only adds to his mystique, like he's too cool for school, but not even trying.
"That singer is a real asshole. Total wanker. I'd stay away from the likes of him. Thinks he's better than David Gahan."
Well, it is a Depeche Mode cover band, so I'll give him a pass on that. I pause, remembering that it's actually Jane's brother who is the singer of the band. I had no idea he was an arse. And anyway, like we said, we're here for Jane, to support her, be a good friend. He nods slowly, looking between the two of us with a look I can't quite figure out.
"Then she's gonna owe you a mad favor."
She's worth it. His expression turns. It's like he's approving of me now. I like it. I want his approval. God knows why. Oh, yeah, the dangerously handsome and edgy thing. His lips twist into a smirk that somehow only turns on the charm.
"What was your name again?"
I never gave it. It's Marina, I tell him and shrug my shoulder back toward Naomi. And that's Naomi. And you are? Naomi asks him pointedly. He grins.
"Just an asshole,"
he says, taking a long drag of his cigarette and looking off down the street at the passing cars, their headlights briefly running over us. Well, it was nice to meet you, arsehole, but Naomi starts to say. Suddenly the door to the venue opens again, the sound of instruments tuning, sound check in progress, ringing out into the night air. A guy with a Magic 8 Ball shirt and red handlebar mustache sticks his head out and waves at Mr. Arsehole. What the fuck are you doing, Laz? We're going on now. Laz? Your name is Laz? Naomi asks. You mean like Jane's brother, Lazarus? Like the singer of the damn band? He manages a tiny smile and takes out the pack, stubbing his cigarette out on it.
I'm coming,
he says to the ginger-mustached man, who makes a huffing sound and disappears back inside. Then Laz taps the bouncer on the shoulder and points at us.
There with me.
The bouncer looks like he's about to ask him who he is, but decides against it. He sighs and turns away, his bald head gleaming in the overhead light. Fine. Laz looks back at us, gestures to the door.
You girls coming or what?
Your name would be Lazarus, I remark. His brows raise, eyebrow ring glinting.
What?
You'd have to pardon her, she says the wrong things, Naomi says, putting her hands on both my shoulders and trying to steer me inside. Hey, he called himself an arsehole, I point out as she pushes me inside the venue. He could have told us he was with the band, or is the band, instead of playing that little game.
I'm with the band,
he corrects me, walking slightly ahead of us, his eyes right on me.
I play guitar, sing, and they aren't even my songs. And you're right, I guess Lazarus is kind of a douchey, pompous rock star name. I like to think it's because my father listened to a lot of Nick Cave, and not that my mother has an obsession with myths.
The room is crowded and very dark, even the closer we get to the stage.
I'd buy you girls a drink, he says, but it will have to wait until after. I'll let Jane know you're here.
And at that, he walks smoothly through the crowd and gets up on the stage, grabbing his guitar from the stand. Break a leg, I call out after him, but my voice is lost in the crowd, and that's a good thing because I sound like an idiot. The Mint is a small place. The stage is barely a few feet above the ground. The lights are low, and everything smells like beer, and it's already too loud in here, and they haven't even started playing. But still, I feel like this night is becoming the beginning of something. What? I don't know. I can't believe that's Jane's brother, Naomi yells at me above the noise. Step-brother, I correct her, watching as he walks across the stage and says something to Jane. I can barely see her behind the drums, just the top of her pink head, until she stands up and waves at us with both hands, enthusiasm turned up. We wave back. Still, she says, I'm surprised we haven't met him already. I'm not. Jane, her brother, and the other two dudes only formed this band 5 months ago. Before then, Laz was apparently studying abroad, though I'm not sure where. England, I'm guessing. Jane hasn't really talked about him much, either, so I assume they aren't really close. I do remember her saying that she was honored that he invited her to play drums, especially since a lot of bands won't give a female drummer the time of day, even those as talented as Jane. Anyway, she has a younger brother, Noah, that she's a lot closer to, so Laz has always had this mysterious air to him, which after meeting him in person I can totally understand. Laz says into the microphone after he gives his guitar a hard strum that fills the room and makes my teeth vibrate.
We're Magic 8 Ball, and we're here for your pleasure.
All the girls in the room erupt into rising waves of giggles and cheers, and it's only then that I'm noticing how many of them are crowding the stage, staring up at him with heart eyes, vying for his attention. But for one moment, when he looks across the room and meets my eyes, I have it. Then the band launches into a rolling, bass-heavy version of Policy of Truth, and our moment is over. If it ever was a moment. You see, I tend to have these moments with guys where I think, hey, maybe he's actually into me. He's been giving me some good eye-fucking. But then it turns out that he actually has something in his eye. For a cover band, they're really good. Color me surprised. Jane is great, of course, and everyone holds down their instruments really well, but Laz steals the show. Not only does he have the swagger, this panther-like domination of the stage, but his voice is amazing and completely on point. Even with the shitty sound system and acoustics in the venue, he brings the songs to another level, like they were always his to begin with. They don't suck, Naomi yells at me as they go into their last song. No, they don't. I'm so glad we don't have to lie to Jane now. We had to come up with our straight faces back at the house, prepared to tell Jane how awesome she was and all that, wrongly assuming they weren't going to be any good. I mean, you know how it is when it comes to your friends and art. You want to encourage them at all costs, even if they're terrible. And while we knew that Jane was talented, you never know how a band will perform as a whole. When the show is over, after a blistering 45-minute set, my ears are ringing and Naomi is telling me we should go say hi to Jane and then leave. I should listen to her. I have to be up early for work tomorrow, and I've only been working at the garden center for a week, so I'm still trying to make a good first impression. But while Jane works her way through the crowd to come and say hello, I'm watching Laz, the girls in front of him parting like Moses parting the Red Sea. "I'm so glad you came," Jane squeals, even though she's not the squealing type. "God, I hope the sound was okay. It wasn't shit, was it? It's so hard to tell from up there." "You were amazing," I tell her, my eyes going to Laz, who has stopped just behind her. "Both of you." "So, I see you all know each other," Jane says, looking between the three of us. "That should cancel out any awkward introductions. You should have seen the awkward introduction we had before you played," I tell her. Laz raises his eyebrows at that, but I plow on. "Anyway, you were both awesome. Band is awesome. Sound was loud. I'm glad we came." "Yes, totally," Naomi adds. "But we really shouldn't stay out so late. You have work in the morning, Marina, remember?" She's given me the let's go look.
"You're not going anywhere. I promised I would buy you both a drink,"
Laz says.
"What are you having?"
I try not to smile as I look at Naomi, silently pleading for her to stay. She sighs, giving me a dirty look before she says to Laz, "A beer, cold."
"I'm not very picky,"
he says.
"I like that. And you, Blondie?"
My smile widens. I've heard that nickname a million times before, but with his accent, it is to die for. "Anything." He cocks his head, considering that, before looking inquisitively at Jane.
"Drink?"
"Vodka soda," she says to him, and as soon as he walks off to the bar, her attention is on me, one brow raised. "What?" "You know he's my brother, right?" Jane says. "Yeah, we got that part," I tell her, hoping she's not going where I think she's going with this. "So," Naomi adds. "So, I'm just saying, don't get any ideas." "What, about Laz?" Naomi says, looking disgusted. "He smokes, Jane. You know I can't stand that." "He's in the process of quitting," she says. "But I was talking to Marina here with her googly eyes." "Googly eyes?" I repeat, but I'm blushing. "Oh, come on. I know he seems like your type," she goes on, totally ignoring me. "And I think you guys would get along well. You've both got a lot in common, and you're kind of, well, odd." "But, Jane," I interrupt her, trying not to be bothered by the odd thing. Actually, I'm more intrigued, now that she called him odd. Like, he's more attainable now. "You're jumping to conclusions. I just met him. He seems nice, and, yeah, he's cute, but he's your stepbrother. That shouldn't gross you out." "Oh, but it does," she says, making a face. She looks over the crowd at him as he gives cash to the bartender. "And anyway, I'm not saying this because I'm protective of him. I'm protective of you." "Why?" I ask. "What's wrong with him?" She rolls her eyes as if to ask, what isn't? Then he's back beside us, holding out 3 drinks with perfect balance.
"Here we are,"
he says as everyone takes their drinks from him.
"Blonde ale for the Blondie,"
he says to me, handing me the beer. "Thank you," I tell him, hyper-aware now of the way I'm acting around him. "Where's your drink?" Jane asks him.
"I'm driving home after,"
he says. "Where's Shannon?" Who is Shannon? Laz gives her a sheepish smile.
"No, Shannon, it's Vanessa."
Who is Vanessa? What happened to Shannon? He gives a slight shake of his head and covers his smile with his beer.
"Shannon was months ago."
"Shannon was at the last show, 2 weeks ago, and you were together then." He shrugs and gives me a mock apologetic look.
"You'll have to excuse my sister here. She lives to give me a hard time."
"Only because you deserve it," she says, but she's smiling, so apparently this is just good old-fashioned sibling ribbing, which is cute and all, but I can't help focusing on the fact that Laz has a girlfriend named Shannon or Vanessa. And of course he does. I mean, look at him. He's dressed like a rock star, has great hair, devious dark eyes, and I've seen a flash of a tongue ring. He's tall, over 6 feet, and he's got some mad thick arms and pecs that are straining against his t-shirt. He's the real fucking deal. Story of my life. I'm picky when it comes to guys, meaning it's so damn rare that I feel a spark of any sort. Naturally, it has to happen with someone I can't have, let alone a friend's brother.
There she is now,
Laz says, waving at someone near the door. I crane my neck to look and see a pretty brunette waving shyly back at him. She's definitely got a sweet face, but she's by no means thin. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm on a cleanse every other week to drop my freshman 40. But for some reason, I expected a tall supermodel.
I'll talk to you later,
He says to Jane and then nods at Naomi and me.
It was nice meeting you guys. You come to the next show, you promise?
Naomi makes a grumbling sound while I nod and say, sure, with another big, stupid smile. Why are you nodding so violently? Naomi asks me as he disappears into the crowd to meet his Vanessa. I'm not, I say, willing my head to stop moving. I clear my throat and look at Jane. So, is that why I should stay away from him? He's a man whore. Actually, no, she says thoughtfully. He's not a man whore. He's a serial monogamist. He doesn't date around, doesn't sleep around. He's just never single. He moves from one relationship to the next. How long was he with this Shannon for? She shrugs. I don't know, a month, maybe 2. There was Sandra before that, then it was Kristen. You get the idea. And that's why the 2 of you would never work. But you just said we'd get along well, I point out. Yeah, maybe as friends, but if you guys dated knowing Laz, you'd be together for a few months at most, then you'd break up, and it would be that awkward Ross and Rachel situation that Naomi and I would have to put up with. No, thank you. Agreed, Naomi says. Now can we go home? I sigh and raise my beer. Bottoms up. We finish our drinks, say goodbye to Jane, and then make our way over to the door. Along the way, I catch Laz talking to Vanessa, listening to her yell in his ear about something. His eyes meet mine. He gives me a megawatt smile I feel all the way to my toes. I know this won't be the last I'll see of him.
Happens all the time. Laz. It's over. We need to break up. I think we should see other people. It's not you. It's me. The funny thing about that last line is that it's the truth. It's almost always me. It's never the girl. To be honest, I'm pretty good at picking them. They have to be pretty, or at least I need to be attracted to them, plus smart, interesting, and have a love or at least tolerance for the music I play. They need to be independent. They have to understand my process, and need to be alone and be creative. They need to be sexually confident, or at least willing to experiment and have fun in bed. Sex is important. And above all, they can't get too serious about me. To borrow a phrase from Trooper, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I know that all seems like a tall order, but in Los Angeles there are a ton of girls who fit my criteria, and with my Instagram account growing after going viral last year, they're popping up everywhere, sliding into my DMs every day. So it's not them, it's me. Sometimes this happens at the 1 month mark, often it's 3. But this time we're just past 5 months. It's hard to predict and I don't try. It's not that I go into these relationships thinking it can't progress into something serious. It's just that it never does. And so now I expect that. Simone, of all my girlfriends, was the least clingy and most supportive of my artistic needs. And that's probably why it lasted as long as it did. But the sad fact is, today is the end of us. As much as I really like Simone, she's so easygoing and we have a great time together, I just don't see it going anywhere. In fact, I know it won't. She's gorgeous and sweet, and I know any normal guy would be lucky to have her by his side. But I'm not a normal guy, and I just don't love her. I like her and respect her, but the love thing isn't happening. To keep it going would be unfair to both of us. So I'm standing outside the door to her apartment in Pasadena, secretly glad this will be the last time I'm stuck on the 134, running through all the things I have to say to her. I know I sound callous about the whole thing, but it's honestly hard and something I don't look forward to. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to make her upset. I can only hope that somehow she knew this was coming, that I was putting out the signals, that it was inevitable. Still, I'm nervous. I hate this. I take in a deep breath and steady myself before knocking on her door. The key to her apartment is in my pocket. She gave it to me a few weeks ago, the biggest commitment we'd made to each other yet. But I'm not about to use it for this. Simone opens the door with a wide smile on her face. It's the kind of smile that usually makes me smile in response, but tonight I just can't manage it.
"What's wrong?" she says immediately. "Bad traffic?"
It's always bad traffic, I tell her, stepping inside before I get cold feet. She gently closes the door behind her and then folds her arms across her chest, her breasts popping out of her low-cut top. Simone has implants and they're always on display. My friend Marina once asked if it bothered me that she walks around guys like that. But I said, hey, if you're going to pay to get that shit done, might as well get your money's worth. I'm not a jealous guy.
"So, what is it?"
she asks. There's an edge to her voice. I gesture to the couch. Why don't you sit down?
"No,"
she says firmly, chin raised.
"I'd rather stand."
Oh, she knows. Look, I tell her, rubbing my hand at the back of my neck. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about for a while, and I'm just going to come out and say it. I glance at her warily. Her features have hardened into stone. She looks formidable, and that easy-going attitude is gone.
"Say it,"
she says. I think we should see other people. Like a Band-Aid, right off. She raises an eyebrow.
"Is that what you think?"
Yes. She shakes her head slightly, then shrugs.
"If that's what you want, I don't mind."
I study her, confused by her answer. You don't mind? She walks over to the couch and sits down, legs together, hands folded in her lap as she stares up at me with a nonplussed expression.
"I'm okay with this, so long as we get to see each other still."
Ah, shit. I rub my lips together and cock my head. Well? Her eyes widen.
"Are you breaking up with me?"
Yes. I guess I didn't say it right, but...
"You're breaking up with me?"
I'm sorry, I really wanted it to work out, Simone. I care about you a lot.
"You're not breaking up with me."
Okay. This isn't going like I thought. Usually the girl is crying by now, not arguing with me. I know it's hard to hear, and believe me, it's hard for me to say.
"Bullshit, Laz,"
she says.
"I think I know you better than you know yourself."
I really don't think that's true. If anything, I'm a guy who holds all his cards close to his chest. Like really fucking close.
"You're not breaking up with me,"
she repeats.
"End of story."
Bloody hell. Look, I tell her, trying to find the right words without being a total ass. Simone, you're one of the longest relationships I've ever had. I care about you. I like you. I like what we had. But that's only because we're quitting at the right time.
"Oh, I ain't quitting."
Right. But the thing is, we need to break up.
"I disagree."
I can't help but laugh. This isn't something we can have a disagreement about. I don't want to be in a relationship with you anymore, okay? I mean, I'm sorry, I really am. It stings to say, but this is it.
"That doesn't mean anything."
I roll my eyes. Simone.
"I'm serious, Laz. You're talking crazy. Things have been perfect. Haven't I been the perfect girlfriend for you?"
You have been perfect, I tell her. Absolutely mint. But I don't always want perfect. Doesn't it mean something that I don't want this anymore? I don't love you. I'm sorry, but you deserve to be with someone who does.
"Shouldn't I get to decide that?"
No. I throw out my arms. No, that's not how this works. If I thought it was something I could work on, I would, but it's not, so I'm out.
"You're not."
Jesus. I am.
Do you realize what you sound like?
What?
A scared little boy. That's what you are. A scared little boy. You know if you gave me time you could fall in love with me. But you're running because that's what you do.
I sigh, running my hand down my face. Fine, that's fine, but this is over, and I'm really sorry it had to be this way. I really am, but it's over. She falls silent, stares at her hands. A part of my heart shrinks, starting to feel bad about it all. She's been so carefree, so it really surprises me that she's so defiant over our breakup. I kind of thought she'd be hurt, yet able to accept it. She glances up at me with tears in her eyes.
Are you going to write a poem about me?
Oh, shit. A poem. This always comes up. I mean, how can it not? Do you want me to write a poem about you?
Will it be a poem about heartbreak? Will breaking up with me ruin you inside? Will this create some of your greatest work? Will I be in your book?
Just run with it, I think. Run with it and get the hell out of here. Yes, of course, I tell her. This hurts me so much to do this to you. Which actually was all true, until she turned a breakup into a debate. She smiles at me, a tear running down her face.
Okay. I'll let you break up with me if you write about us, about me, about how destroyed you are on the inside. I want the world to read your words and know that I did it. I brought you to your knees.
Okay. Then I nod firmly. I will. I don't know how I get out of that place, but I do. It takes a little more convincing on her behalf, both that I am actually breaking up with her and that I will write a poem about her. Finally, I'm able to hug her goodbye, put my key on her counter, and get out before she sucks me back into the vortex of denial. Traffic is clogged on the freeway as usual, so I've got nothing but time to sit in the car and think. There's a bit of a pattern here, and I'm not sure if it's in my head or not. Poetry has never been considered a manly or sexy occupation, or at least it wasn't when I was growing up in Manchester. In fact, I got my arse whooped often for scribbling down poetry and reading Keats when I should have been playing rugby or screwing chicks. The only thing that saved me was always being in a band. Now, though, ever since I started posting my work online, things have changed. Over the last 3 years, my Instagram account and blog have caught on like wildfire, to the point where I officially have my first book deal with a major publishing house. It's all done and being published in 2 months. I know it's absolutely ridiculous to have your fame via Instagram, especially as that fame doesn't tend to leave that space, nor does it necessarily get a lot of respect. When people ask what I do, I just tell them I'm a writer with a book coming out soon. It doesn't take them long to look me up and have it point to my account. A lot of the time, especially with women, they've either heard of me already or are following me. That's what happens when you have 1 million followers. I don't post pictures of myself, nor do I mention that I'm also a musician, but that doesn't stop them from contacting me. The more I think about it, though, like how it all went down with Simone, the more I wonder if girls want to date me because they want me to write about them, either with epic poems or destructive sad poems. That's food for a new piece itself. Which lie do people want from me? I'm so worked up by the time I finally get home to Studio City and find parking on the street that I don't even go into my apartment. I go right across the street to the coffee shop and let out a huge sigh of relief when I see Marina at her usual spot by the front windows, typing away on her laptop, sipping on what I'm going to guess is a matcha latte with coconut milk and a splash of agave syrup. "Hey," she says to me with bright eyes, flashing me that big smile of hers. She's so self-conscious about it, which I think is a bloody shame. No one should ever hold back on their smile. It's like holding back on joy. And Marina's is beautiful and kind. It's the one thing that puts my heart at ease. "Hey," I tell her, slumping down into the seat across from her. "Uh-oh," she says, snapping her laptop shut, the cover adorned with stickers from her company, palm trees and honeybees, and gives me her full attention. "What's wrong?" She's used to this from me. Sometimes, like today, there is actually something wrong, but other times I'm just trapped in my head and being a moody little arse. She's usually the person to get me out of it. Not to say she doesn't give me shit, because she does, but she's a lot more forgiving and intuitive than me other mates. I broke up with Simone.
No,
She says with a harsh gasp.
Why? Why did you do that?
I shrug. I don't love her. Ah! She leans back in her chair and stares dramatically at the ceiling, shaking her head so her long blonde hair goes flying around her face.
You idiot.
I'm not an idiot, I say sharply, feeling defensive. It had to be done.
But why?
She presses her fingers into the table and gives me a hard stare.
Why? It was, 5 months? You guys seem so happy. It seemed like this could be it. How dare you? I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
I frown. Who is we?
No one. It's T. Banks from ANTM.
T-Pain and what?
America's Next Top Model, Laz.
I have no idea what she's going on about. I'm sorry, but I didn't think this would annoy you.
Well, it does,
She says.
Obviously, I'm your friend, and I just want you to be happy. And you seemed happy.
Seemed is the operative word, and I'm quite happier now, believe me. I think Simone was... Well, I don't know. But it turns out she wasn't quite the person I thought she was.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Hey, you're supposed to be supportive.
I am supportive,
She says, picking up a mug and having a sip. Today her nails are holographic pink. Marina doesn't wear a lot of makeup, but she always has her nails done.
But you're 30 years old, and you have to ask yourself, at what point am I going to settle down? Actually put in the legwork and follow through with a relationship. Even Taylor Swift has to grow up someday.
Why on earth are you comparing me to Taylor Swift? A small smile creeps across her lips.
Because you're both a fan of using relationships and breakups for creative material.
Ouch. That's not fair, I tell her. I don't break up with people just so I have something to write about. She just stares at me. I don't, I protest. If anything, it's the other way around. They go after me because they think I'm going to write about them. That same thing just happened with Simone.
They go out with you because you're hot,
she says, then quickly looks away. An adorable flush begins to spread on her cheeks. Did you just call me hot? I goad her, wanting her face to get even redder. She gives half a shrug.
Maybe. And, well, you are, and you know it, and everyone knows it.
When the girls contact me, it's in a DM and they don't know what I look like.
You're lucky. When I get a DM, it's dick pics,
she mumbles. Then she sighs.
And looks aren't always important with women. They fall for you because of your words. Because of the person you are inside. Or the person they think you are.
You just said it's because I'm hot.
It's everything. You're the full package, believe me. There aren't many guys out there that are funny, smart, hot, talented, and deep. Every girl dreams about a guy writing beautiful prose about her. Why do you think historical romances are so popular? They want that Mr. Darcy or Heathcliff whispering sweet nothings or penning out long and emotional love letters. They think that's what you offer them.
I don't really.
I know that, she says. I know you're completely insufferable. But they don't. They're in love with the idea of you.
Well, I don't know how to fix that, and I don't know if I should. After all, I broke up with Simone. It wasn't the other way around.
You could fix it,
she says, and then trails off, her bright eyes caught in some kind of tangent. Part of me wants to press the issue, if not just to hear her opinion. But the other part wants me to push on. There's nothing in my life that needs fixing. Anyway, I tell her, I'm not Taylor Swift, thank you very much. And what happened with Simone was a shame, but what can I do? Would you rather me stick it out with someone just for the sake of sticking it out? If you don't love the person, what's the point? You're just leading them on. She nods, rubbing her lips together.
You're right. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Better luck next time.
She pauses.
Please don't tell me you already have someone else lined up.
Well, last week at Magic 8 Ball's show in Burbank, there was a cute girl who caught my eye, gave me her number. Marina squints.
Don't tell me it's that girl from the show last week.
I raise my palms in defense. I'm telling you nothing. But yeah, maybe it's her. Maybe this fashion blogger or whatever you call them on Instagram. Fashion grammar.
You're unbelievable, she says. Okay, how about for once you just stay single for a week? Just a week. Don't contact either of those girls. Don't contact anyone. Just be you. Alone.
No problem.
You're right,
she says under her breath. She turns her attention to her phone and presses the button so the time flashes on the screen. Her forehead creases and she looks to me with worried eyes.
You don't have any Ativan, do you?
She asks, putting her palm out on the table like I'm a travelling pharmacist. Not on me, why?
I have a date tonight.
I don't know why I hate hearing the word date come from her lips, especially when she dates so often, but I do. What's his name again?
David. David the doctor.
And what date is this? She purses her lips together comically and flutters them.
The 3rd.
I can't help but smile. Poor Marina goes through this song and dance every single time. When she likes a guy, she never seems to get past the 3rd date. When she doesn't like them, it barely goes past 1. I don't understand any of it. Marina is both gorgeous and cute, which is a brilliant combination. She's also smart, has a good figure, excellent tits and ass if I do say so myself, has her own business, albeit an unusual one, and is a lot of fun. My friend Frank says he'd be all over her if she wasn't so damn awkward. But the funny thing is, I think her awkwardness only makes her more endearing. And honestly, I wouldn't let someone like Frank touch her anyway. It probably helps that Marina and I get on like Donkey Kong. I've known her for 4 years now, after meeting through my stepsister Jane, who now lives in Boston. And not only did we bond over a love of music, cult cinema, Police Squad, and Jeff Goldblum, but we get each other when many people don't. It's strange that in a city so big and full of so many different people, finding the right friends is hard. It will be fine, I tell her, though honestly I do feel this twinge of victory every time one of her dates doesn't work out. I know, I'm a terrible friend. Maybe it's just a matter of misery-loving company. I want her happy, but I also feel like it's the two of us against the world. The two of us against everyone else in a happy relationship.
The 3rd date is now becoming larger than life, she says,
and then gulps down the rest of her tea, leaving a faint green almond milk moustache on her lips.
It's do or die.
I smile at the sight of her and lean across the table, reaching out and wiping my thumb along her upper lip. She stills with widened blue eyes as I remove the excess foam and then lick it off my thumb.
Did you seriously just do that? She squeaks.
I shrug. She's blushing again. I guess that was kind of weird, but if I can't be odd around her, who can I be? I push past it. Do you actually like this guy?
Yes,
she says emphatically.
He's cute, he's smart. I think we really have a good thing going.
I want to ask if she slept with him, but I never have the nerve to find out, and she never divulges that information. We may be good friends, but there are still some boundaries between us. Apparently those boundaries don't involve licking foam from her face.
I need an espresso,
she says, getting to her feet. Bumble, you said you needed an Ativan, not coffee. She dismisses me with a wave of her hand.
You stay out of it.
Then she gives me a playful glare when she realizes I called her Bumble. I don't always use her nickname, but it's a good one. Marina loves bees, but she's more of a bumblebee than a honeybee. She doesn't sting, though she'll tell you it's because she's big and fluffy and acts like a bumbling fool. Girls always have a knack for twisting every nickname around. She orders her espresso, slams it back at the counter, and then gets an Americano to go, coming back to the table to gather up her stuff. Marina, I say patiently as I eye her drink, you know how you get when you have too much caffeine. She dismisses me with a smile and a shake of her head, her blonde hair catching the light spilling in from the window.
I need it.
You need something, all right. Anyway, good luck with your date. Lucky number 3 this time.
Thanks,
she says brightly. A little too brightly. The caffeine is hitting her hard. Thankfully, David is a doctor. She slings her messenger bag over her shoulder and leaves. My eyes can't help but rest on her arse as she goes, hips swinging from side to side. She's wearing her butt-exploiting jeans, as she calls them, and they show off every firm curve. For a second, I feel a tiny bit jealous of David, the doctor. Then it passes, as it always does. I get a coffee, take out my phone, and start looking through my Instagram DMs.
A pain that I'm used to. Marina.
What happened to your arms?
David asked me. I look down at my arms, my eyes drifting over the welts. Sometimes I barely even see them, and now I'm realizing how odd it must look. Me sitting across from this dashing doctor in a slinky sleeveless top in a nice restaurant, my arms covered with puffy red marks. I should have worn a cardigan. The girls were a bit cranky this morning, I tell him.
The girls?
My bees, I remind him.
Yes,
he says with a nod.
Now, are these your bees or someone else's? Didn't you say you do live hive removals?
I nod. I also have host hives, where people host the hives in their yard in exchange for some of the honey. I do all of the work, though. I clear my throat, knowing I already talked about this all on the first date. But today was just my own hive acting up. I wanted to take some pictures, and the guard bees weren't having any of it.
Don't you wear a suit?
It depends. Normally just for collecting the honey or taking out the frames and inspecting the comb, but you can still get stung through a suit if you're not careful. They aren't magic force fields.
It doesn't hurt?
I shrug. It hurts less and less over time.
Because your body is building up a resistance to the venom, he says.
Exactly, I tell him with a smile, loving when he goes into doctor mode. I just hate that they die after they sting me. I don't like to lose any of them. He adjusts the glasses on the bridge of his nose and gives me a curious look. I've seen that look before. It's the I'm not sure what to do with this person look. Honestly, I'm a little surprised he's still giving it to me after 2 dates already. He should know who he's dealing with. Maybe calm down and stop talking so fast, I remind myself. All that excess caffeine has not done me any favors. I've been bouncing in my chair and tapping my sandals on the floor for the majority of the steak tartare appetizer.
More wine?
The waiter says, appearing with the bottle. Yes, more, I cry out, immediately holding out my glass. I know that the doctor is giving me yet another one of those looks, but I ignore it. Wine will counteract the racing heart. The waiter fills it up, and I try and pace myself as I have a few gulps. Except I finish the whole glass. It's red wine, too. Not exactly chuggable. David is watching me with mild horror. I've had a rough day, I explain to him, even though it's a lie. I'm not about to tell him that this whole date is making me inexplicably nervous.
Looks like it, he says, staring at my welts.
Right. Well, I guess I'll just blame it all on the bees.
This restaurant has very high ratings on Yelp,
David goes on, clearing his throat. I just smile and catch the eye of the waiter, subtly beckoning him over, and by subtle I mean I'm jerking my head violently.
Something wrong?
David asks. Do you want to split a bottle? I ask him. I think all these glasses of wine are going to add up. He opens his mouth to say something, then closes it and nods.
Sure.
Done. I get a bottle of red and then proceed to drink most of it, David only having a glass and tiny sips. Shit. He doesn't like me. He thinks I'm annoying. He thinks I'm a prude. He thinks I'm a drunk. He doesn't think I'm pretty. All these thoughts start bombarding my head. Hey, I say to him, tell me about the worst breakup you've ever had. He frowns at me.
Is that appropriate conversation for a date?
I shrug and have another swallow of wine. Probably not. Who cares?
Are you all right?
I'll tell you mine, I tell him. I've never actually been dumped. Can you believe it? No, you probably can't.
You're very lucky,
he says, his words measured. Lucky? I laugh. I'm not lucky. It just means I've never actually been in a proper relationship. Can you believe that? I make it to the 3rd date and then guys just ghost. You do know we're on our 3rd date right now, don't you? He clears his throat, looking totally uncomfortable.
I am aware.
Right, so after this, you'll ghost. You'll do what they all do. You won't even tell me that you don't want to see me anymore. He'll just stop returning my calls and texts, and if we finally do speak and I bring up plans, she'll be busy. That's the way it goes. Look, okay, sometimes I've gone on more than 3 dates, but it always ends the same way. He stares at me in such a way that reminds me of my aunt when she was trying to deal with my panic attacks. I think you've had a bit too much to drink. I laugh. I'm fine. Seriously, too much coffee is what it is. I reach for my glass, but he puts his hand out to stop me. Marina, it's okay. We're just having dinner. There's nothing to be nervous about. Nervous? I squeak. Who said I was nervous? Okay, I'm aware I'm starting to slur a bit. I attempt to correct it. I am totally fine. And sober. I say, extra enunciating my words. This is a great date. Then the waiter comes by, putting down our plates of pasta. It's like I've never seen food in my entire life. I start wolfing it down, going through the linguine like I might never eat again. Until... Oh my God. The pasta is not going down. It's stuck in my throat. Oh my God, am I choking? I glance at David with wide eyes. Keep calm. See if you can get through this without anyone knowing. Marina? David asks. I nod, my face going red, cheeks puffing out, trying to swallow down the pasta, but shit, it's not moving. I'm choking. I point at my throat as in, a little help here? Oh my God, David exclaims loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to look at me and erupt into murmurs of good gracious, and I think that girl is choking. At any moment I expect Mrs. Doubtfire to come running across the restaurant to tackle me. But instead it's David, who rather calmly, I might add, comes around the back of the chair, pulls me to my feet, and starts doing the Heimlich. Thanks to his skills, it only takes 2 thrusts of his fist into my abdomen before I'm choking up the linguine all over my shirt. On one hand, yay, I'm alive, and I think my date just saved my life. On the other, everyone is staring at me, expectantly. The entire restaurant is in a hush. I start picking off the linguine like it's lint, and then turn to face everyone with a big smile, because I'm fine. Really, they need to stop staring. Hey, did you know that bees communicate to each other through the waggle dance? I say to the patrons, hoping they find this fascinating. It goes a little bit like this. And then I try and imitate the figure 8 and circular movement of a bee's waggle dance, shaking my butt all over the place. Marina, David says, grabbing my elbow and interrupting me mid-waggle. You should sit down. I grumble and let him put me back down in the chair. The wine is taken away. I drink some water. I don't dare finish my food. Soon the date is over, and David is leading me out of the restaurant and to his car. I'm going to drop you off at home. Do you have anyone there who takes care of you? I realize that aside from superficial talk, I don't think I've really let David on to who I really am. Am I always like this? In my drunkenness, I say, I live alone, aside from my landlord, and she's ancient. You don't know anything about me, do you? He gives me a steady look. Marina, it's only been a few dates. He pauses, opening up the passenger side door. But I hear what you say about ghosting, and only an immature man would do such a thing to you. So I won't ghost. Unfortunately, I don't think there will be a 4th date. Why not? I ask as I get in the car, even though I know the answer. There's someone out there much better suited for you than me, he says with utmost diplomacy. Then he shuts the door, gets behind the wheel, and drives me home. Naomi can't stop laughing. It's not funny, I tell her over the phone, even though it feels good to have her laugh for once, despite being the butt of the joke. I can't remember the last time she sounded even remotely happy. Oh, but it is, she says. Marina, I can't believe you. And yet I can. I mean, I'm glad you didn't choke to death, but did you really have to start dancing? It's the next morning, and I'm lying in my room on the phone, trying to come to grips with what happened last night. The end of me and Dr. David. Well, there goes date number 3, just like I predicted. I'm never going to get a boyfriend. She clears her throat and says soberly, That's not such a bad thing. I sigh. Naomi is still technically a newlywed, having married Robert last year. He seemed like a nice enough guy and had all you needed on paper to be good husband material. A great job as an investment banker, fit body, a great face and smile. Wasn't too uptight, nor did he act like a teenager. Naomi was swept away and under by his charm and fell for him quickly and in a very bad way. I'd never seen the normally grumpy and cynical Naomi so crazy over a guy before. Which explains why they got married after only 4 months of being together. I didn't express any concerns, other than the required, "Are you sure? You haven't known each other that long." But Naomi assured me this was it. She was in love, and that was that. And considering I've never been in love before, I knew I had to take her word for it. She was happy, too. It was amazing, albeit jarring, to see. But now, well, the honeymoon is more than over, and her marriage is starting to crumble. Did Robert end up agreeing to counseling? I ask her gently. She sighs. Yes, but it took a good screaming match to get there. The fool doesn't even get it. Doesn't understand why. I tell him my concerns, that I think he's stepping out, and he's just not budging. He's lying. You know he's lying. I nod, even though she can't see me. So, another fight? A huge one. She sounds so tired. You should have called me, I tell her. You were on a date. I've interrupted your dates before, and I don't want to keep doing that. Naomi, believe me, it's okay. Call me next time, and I'll pick you up. You can stay the night. I pause. Why not come over tonight? Nah, I should be here. He said he would watch a movie with me. Anyway, I'm sorry I laughed at your disaster date. I chuckle. Well, it was a disaster. But hey, that's my life. I'm inherently undateable. Marina, you're not. I am. I should probably start putting out on the first date. Look, honey, I'm not going to tell you how to date because Lord knows it hasn't worked out so well for me, but you do what you feel comfortable with. If you need to sleep with a guy on the first date in order to keep him interested, there's something wrong with him. You do you. But the more I do me, the longer I stay single. I wish I could be like Laz and just get a girl with a snap of my fingers. Girls are just as complicated. You know what I mean. He gets the opposite sex without any effort. He dates them for months, then breaks up with them. He's not getting rejected. He's not getting hurt. Then there's me, who gets so far, and then the guy just vanishes. They all vanish. They can't be bothered getting to know me anymore. Oh, fuck. Sometimes I just want to get laid. There's nothing wrong with that either, she says. I would if I could. You can, I tell her, though I know she won't. She won't let go of her upper hand. When he goes low, I go high, she says, but still, some honest dick wouldn't be a bad thing. I burst out laughing. Honest dick. I like that. Let me know if you find any. After we hang up, I discover a text from Laz.
How was last night?
I respond, shitty. He texts back.
How about we do lunch and go to B&N?
I smile, my heart growing warmer. Man, if he wasn't my friend, Laz would be the perfect boyfriend. Lunch in Studio City usually means scarfing down tasty treats at Umami Burger and then heading across the street to the Barnes & Noble that they repurposed in an old theater. Literally my idea of heaven, and it's become almost a tradition for us after we've had a bad day. Okay, I have to write a blog post and get ready. Pick me up in an hour?
Why can't you pick me up?
Because you're the guy and this is your idea. See you then. My blog post doesn't take too long. Usually I update it every other day or so, while I make it a point to constantly upload to Instagram. My Instagram and social media feeds are the easiest part for me. I have a huge database of micro photographs I've taken of my hives, as well as bees out and about. There's a wealth of information about them I can share, so I usually just post a pic and a few lines about it. Sometimes it's me doing a hive removal and showing followers how insane some of the natural hives can get. Sometimes it's just of the queen, when I find her. Other times I do slow-motion photography of bees. I know it's an odd career to have, but I love it. When I went to university and got my Bachelor of Science, I got a minor in entomology. To be honest, I'm not a fan of bugs in general, and even more so after studying them. But I've been fascinated by bees for a long time. Growing up just outside San Diego, my mother had several hives in our backyard and a huge garden. Every single happy childhood memory came from being in that garden with her. My heart clenches at the thought, and I take a deep breath through my nose, closing my eyes and centering myself. I've been trying to wean myself off of medication lately through breathing exercises, and I'm not quite sure if it's working. I go back to finishing up the blog post, then wonder if there's something else I need to do. I started palm trees and honeybees 2 years ago, not really sure where my focus would be, but I was determined to become a full-time beekeeper. I finally quit my job as a manager of a local garden center a few months ago, when I officially reached my goal. But even so, I need to expand and find new ways of creating revenue aside from educational classes and hive removals. The actual sale of honey, which I do out of the garage of the place I'm renting, doesn't add up to much either. Soon, Laz is pulling up to the house in his vintage Camaro. It was originally a gift from his stepfather, and for various reasons, he didn't want to accept it. Now, thanks to Laz's success as a poet, he's been able to buy the car outright. It's black and sleek, with red leather seats, and it's sexy as hell. I lock up the studio, which is pretty much a guest house, and make my way around the narrow slice of pool, a layer of leaves covering it, that sits between my place and the main house. As I walk through the side gate, the fig leaves brushing against me, I can feel Barbara, my landlord, watching me through the blinds. I give her a wave without even looking at her and hurry across the lawn to the car.
You know, I'd love to meet her one day,
Laz says to me as I climb in the passenger seat, nodding at the windows where the blinds are moving. Barbara? I ask. Good luck with that.
He said she enjoys handsome men,
he says with a waggle of his brows. I roll my eyes. Yes, she did. In the 40s and 50s. She says you scare her. I wave my fingers at him. You know, the piercings and the tattoos and all. With his aviator shades and leather jacket, he looks particularly badass today.
She doesn't know about my dick piercing, does she?
I punch his arm, trying not to think about his dick. It's hard with the pants he wears sometimes, and I will myself to keep my eyes from drifting down to his crotch. Grow up. In July, I'll be at the 2-year mark of living at Barbara Sullivan's place. For those that don't know, Barbara Sullivan was a semi-famous actress from Hollywood's golden age. She's pretty much Gloria Swanson's character from Hollywood Boulevard, all reclusive and living in the past, dressing up in old fancy gowns and piling on the pancake makeup from ye old days. She usually played the woman in B-movies that someone like Clark Gable cast aside for someone else. But despite Barbara's borderline agoraphobia and quirks, we get along really well, and I love living there. The property consists of the main house, the pool, the guest house, and the garage on a half-acre backed onto the dry, craggy hills of Coldwater Canyon. She's owned the house forever, and because of that, the rent I pay is pretty cheap, too. Plus, she gets companionship and honey out of the deal. That's when she feels like talking. Most of the time, she watches old clips of herself and smokes a carton of Camels. After my mother died, I really missed having someone older to talk to on the regular and offer advice. I can't talk to my dad, so Barbara's a pretty good substitute, with some amazing stories to keep you entertained. She has yet to meet Laz, though, or any of my friends. Like I said, she has her quirks.
So, are we gonna talk about it?
Laz asks as we start cruising down the street. It's May, and the jacarandas are in full bloom, one of my favorite times of the year. I roll down the window and hang my head half out, closing my eyes, focusing on the smell of the flowers above all the smog.
I take it that you don't want to talk about it, he says. Well, that's cool.
I bring my head back in and glance at him. It's one of my favorite things to do, just take him all in. My friend, Lazarus Scott, is extremely hot. He was hot when I first laid eyes on him at his band show 4 years ago, and he's even hotter now. I don't know what it is about men, but they honestly only get better with age. And even though Laz is still super young at 30, he just gets more handsome every day I see him. He knows it too, the jerk. He's cocky, but thankfully not in an obnoxious way, and he's quick to point out his faults. But even so, he's got this cool confidence that I wish I could siphon. I sigh and lean my head back against the seat. I wish it was as easy as this.
As what?
You and me, talking. I wish the guys I dated got me the same way that you get me. He grows silent for a moment, and I look over at him. He's frowning, his attention focused on the road.
Maybe you're just dating the wrong guys,
He finally says. You think? I laugh. I thought everything was going fine with David as the night started. He took me to this nice Italian place in Calabasas, and yeah, I was a little jumpy with the caffeine and then a little drunk with the wine, and then oh, well, it doesn't matter. But even before disaster struck, I could tell he thought I was a weirdo.
What the hell are you doing on these dates anyway?
Nothing, I'm just being me. I stare out the window as we cruise down Ventura. But I guess that's the problem.
I refuse to believe that.
I appreciate your loyalty, I tell him as a current of warmth runs through me. It always makes me feel extra good when Laz lays on the compliments. Sure, I get them from Naomi, or when I'm messaging with Jane, but when it comes from a guy, especially an extremely attractive one, it means a lot.
I always have faith in you, Bumble,
he says softly, with just a bit of a smirk to his lips. He loves calling me that. I have no idea why. I think it's because he thinks it bothers me, but honestly, I find it really cute. See, if you were my boyfriend, I'd have nothing to worry about, I tell him. Then I immediately clamp my lips together. God, I have to stop saying the stupidest shit. I mean, look at you. I go on awkwardly. I'm having a hard go, and you're picking me up, taking me out for my favorite food to my favorite bookstore. You'd be perfect if you were my boyfriend, but of course you're not because you're my friend. Bumbling fool. The nickname is apt. Laz doesn't say anything. He steals a glance at me, studying my face. I shrink down in my seat and pull my hair over my eyes and nose, obscuring them from view.
What are you doing?
He asks. Why are you staring at me?
I'm thinking.
A few moments go past, and then I straighten up, getting it together. This is Laz we're talking about. Who cares if I just said he'd be the perfect boyfriend? He knows we're just friends. He knows I didn't mean anything by it.
The thing is,
he begins to say, choosing his words carefully.
You know, I would be a horrible boyfriend.
I was just joking.
I know, but honestly, I would be. We're great together because we're friends and nothing more.
Shit. As much as I know that's true and it shouldn't be any other way, for some reason that really stings. I grimace, trying to hide it from him.
I mean, I can't seem to keep a girl around for longer than 5 months. All my relationships crash and burn, and I'm the one at fault. I'm the one breaking up with them. So, we both kind of suck at this whole dating and love thing.
That's for sure. I don't know where he's going with this, but it's enough that my heart is starting to race. I start playing with my hair in order to calm down. Who needs a fidget spinner when you have a plethora of split ends?
Maybe there's something we could do to help each other.
I look at him sharply. Help each other? Like, be each other's wingman, wing woman, wing person? He considers that with a tilt of his head, the sun catching the ebony strands of his thick hair and making them gleam.
Yeah, that could be part of it. Maybe at the end of it all.
At the end of what? He shrugs with one shoulder, wrist draped casually over the top of the steering wheel. He glances at me over his aviator shades.
Maybe we could date each other.
I swallow hard. Whoa. Whoa. I was not expecting that. Are you high? Did you smoke up with Scooby before you left the house?
No.
He says plainly.
I didn't. I'm serious.
You just said that you would be a horrible boyfriend.
That's true, but I don't want to be. And I don't mean that we would actually date each other. We would just pretend to date each other.
I shake my head, trying to find the words to convey my confusion. But what? That makes no sense.
It does, trust me.
I ain't trusting nothing from you right now. You're crazy. He exhales.
Let's get a burger, and I'll explain. You have low blood sugar and are borderline hangry, so nothing will make sense until you eat.
My stomach growls at the thought, and I narrow my eyes at him. Sometimes I hate how well he knows me. It's not long before we're sitting at the bar at the busy Umami Burger restaurant, and I'm shoving their namesake dish down my throat when Laz starts in again.
Feeling better?
He asks, stealing a French fry and dipping it in wasabi aioli. I swat his hand away. Get your own fries.
Can't. I'm watching my figure.
I growl at him. Laz has the metabolism of a horse. He also works out a lot, so he's incredibly ripped and in shape. Not that I often see it, since he's usually in layers, except for in the most sweltering heat waves. It's probably for the best. It's hard to be friends with someone when you're already aware of how attractive they are. Luckily, I've trained myself to not look at him in that way.
So, let me start again,
he says, adjusting himself on his seat so that he's facing me, his long legs and shit-kicker boots hooked on the bottom rung of my stool.
What if the two of us dated each other? Just for a little while, just as a test.
A test? I asked, try not to choke on the burger.
Yeah, we go on some dates, definitely at least 3, and see what we're doing wrong.
Who says I'm doing anything wrong? I glare at him. I thought we agreed that it's their problem, not mine.
Even so, wouldn't you want to learn?
But it would be your opinion.
And you don't trust my opinion?
I do. He's got the experience that I don't have. So, this whole thing would be about teaching me how to be a better date?
Kind of.
What about you? Like, you're so perfect.
No, I know.
He chews on his lip for a moment.
Maybe then after the 3rd date, we start getting into a relationship.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I say, putting the burger down and wiping my lips with the napkin. A relationship?
A fake one.
How is that going to help? He runs his hand through his hair, pushing it back off his forehead.
I don't know. I'm spitballing.
Maybe you ought to think this all through before you start spitballing. I mean, we're friends, and this seems like it's going to get really complicated, really fast. I need a beer. I wave at the bartender and order one.
We'll have rules in place so it doesn't.
I'm not sleeping with you, I blurt out. He winces.
Not that it was an option, but ouch.
Sorry. And I don't know why I said that. It's something I wouldn't dare let myself entertain for a second. The bartender slides me the beer, eyeing the both of us like we're the most interesting customers he's had all day. I slam back half the beer, let out a burp immediately, cover with my hand, and then give Laz a sheepish look.
Please don't tell me you're burping on your dates,
he says, grinning. I hope not, I tell him. God, what if I am?
This is what I mean,
he goes on.
We'll go out on dates, pretend to be different people, or we'll be strangers to each other, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but while you're judging and schooling me on whatever I'm doing wrong, what will I be doing?
You get to judge me,
he says.
Maybe there are problems I'm not even seeing, problems that might come up later.
And then later, what, it turns into a relationship? How does that even work if it's not real? I mean, what's the difference between that and, well, the fact that we're friends?
I wouldn't see anyone else. Neither would you.
I guess that's fair. I can't even fathom dating anyone for real right now anyway.
And we wouldn't act like friends around each other either.
He adds. There you go with the sex thing again.
Or maybe we'll just go on dates for a few weeks and that's it. I don't know, but it can't hurt.
Are you kidding me? I finish the rest of the beer and push it away. It can hurt everything, Laz. You're one of my best friends. I don't want to mess that up. I don't want to lose you. This is what we have. I appreciate your concern for me and yourself, and obviously I don't want to keep failing at this love game, but it's not worth risking our friendship for, is it? He nods, exhaling through his nose as he looks away. His shoulders slump slightly.
Yeah, you're right, Bumble.
He brings his gaze back to me, looks me dead in the eye.
Forget I said anything.
But I can't forget it. Now that he's brought it up, it's like it's already altered the dynamic between us. After the burger, we go to the bookstore across the street, and though we lapse back into our usual ways on the surface, Laz spending his time flipping through biographies and sifting through poetry books, me in the historical romance and horticulture sections, I know that something has changed. It's the idea of dating Laz. Just that little seed of something tossed into the dirt of my brain. I know he said it would be fake. I know that we wouldn't be dating each other for any reason other than to maybe learn about ourselves and how we are in relationships. I know all that. But even so, I can't help but look at him differently. Not with new eyes, just with a new filter. I'm terrified I might change my mind.
Soothe my soul. Laz. You're a bloody wanker. Not exactly the pep talk I should be having right now, as I literally stare at the wall, dealing with writer's block. But there you have it. I am a bloody wanker. I don't know what I was thinking when I propositioned Marina with that whole dating each other scenario. I guess the girl just has me curious. That's at least partially the reason I brought it up. There's something going on if she can't seem to get past the third date, and I'm really curious to know what it is. The other reason, the better reason, is that I want to help her. She's my friend. And even though I'm not a huge fan of seeing her date around, and I get inexplicably jealous from time to time, I don't like seeing her sad or unhappy. I want to fix her problems for her. It's only fair. Of all my friends, she's the one who is going out of her way to make sure everyone is okay. She's nurturing and loyal to a fault, even to those who may not deserve it, like her father. I sigh and sit back in my chair, tapping my pen against my leg. The notebook is wide open, the page blank. I never write on my laptop. It's either one of a million tattered notebooks I carry around, or it's on my iPhone's note section when I'm in a pinch. But today nothing is flowing. Contrary to what I told Simone the other day, I won't be writing about her because I feel nothing. Not remorse, not sadness, not happiness. I don't feel lost or found. I'm just that bloody blank sheet. Blank. Empty. Empty as a shotgun shell spent and discarded, a vessel for destruction. No, I tell myself, shaking my head. That's total crap. Don't write that down. You can do better. I can do better, I know this. And that's why it makes it even more difficult to write. There are tons of poets out there who are absolutely brilliant, whether it's Charles Bukowski or Rumi. I don't bother comparing myself to them. There's no point. They're them, I'm me. I just compare myself to the work I've done before. And right now, everything that's coming out of me is stilted and forced. I'm trying to force a feeling when there's no feeling at all. My phone flashes with a notification and I pick it up, eager for a distraction. It's a message on Instagram. I open it up and see that same blogger Courtney who messaged me last week about doing a collaboration together. She might be totally sincere, but her message had definitely been on the flirty side. Hey Lazarus, I hate to bother you again. I know you probably get a ton of messages and probably don't check these, especially with your book coming out. Congrats on that. But I was wondering if you wanted to meet up for drinks at some point. I really think our accounts could help each other out and reach different followers. I don't have 1 million of them like you, but I do have half that and it's quickly growing. I'm in the LA area too. Let me know. I hope to hear from you soon. XOXO, Courtney. I've collaborated with bloggers before, but usually it's another poet or writer. This would be the first time I've had a fashion blogger reach out. But she might have a point when it comes to reaching a new audience. I know I have 1 million followers, but the truth is, that million isn't going to buy my book. I know from the publishers what my pre-order stats are. They're happy with them. But if you think every person that follows you and gets your work for free is going to pay up, you're sadly mistaken. The more followers you have, though, the more chances that people will pay. It's a numbers game and one I should probably start taking seriously. There is no point in this business where you can sit back and rest on your laurels. I don't care if you have 1 million followers or book deals. You have to keep improving. You have to keep growing. Which is probably why I'm dealing with the block right now. The pressure is fucking on. I want to say yes to Courtney, but not right away, so I go to her account and her blog and check her out. She's pretty in the way all fashion bloggers are. Really skinny legs, tall, long wavy hair with highlights, it bags on her arms, posing by angel-winged murals in downtown L.A. I don't really have a type, but she fits the bill regardless. I'm not sure if I could be with someone who is that obsessed with selfies and the camera, but I'm willing to give it a shot. After all, Marina has her own successful account, and she's often taking selfies too, and I have no problem with that. But Marina is inherently pure about it. As I said, she doesn't wear a lot of makeup. Her hair is usually a mess, and most of the time she's wearing her beekeeping suit anyway. Not exactly the point of high fashion. But her smile is genuine, and she honestly does it all because of her love of bees, not because she's fishing for likes and compliments. She's come a long way since we first met. I know that all this dating stuff seems out of the blue, but the night I first laid eyes on her, the attraction was instant, more than I thought it would be. Not just because she's insanely pretty, but she was charming in an odd way, blurting out what was on her mind, not acting like girls normally act around me. Something drew me to her already, and all I could think was, shit, if only I was single. If only she wasn't my sister's friend. If only. Now, though, I'm glad that nothing ever came of it. If I had dated Marina, our relationship would have been over in a few weeks, as usual, and it would have made this bloody awkward for Jane. Instead, we became friends. A few weeks after that show at the Mint, I saw her again at a show with her friend Naomi. I'm not even sure which girlfriend I had at the time. She wasn't there, though, so after the show, even after Naomi and Jane left, Marina and I stayed at the bar and talked all the way until closing. After that, we started hanging out more and more. I watched as she started keeping hives at a small farm in the valley, then moved to Avisham's, my nickname for her landlord, and started keeping her own hives on the property. That soon turned into her own business, as she not only harvested and sold honey, but was teaching classes, doing live hive removals. She even has her own hotline. I'm proud of her for living her dream, and I guess that's one reason why we've bonded so well. While she was working hard and her career was rising, the same was happening for me. That, and we've both had to deal with loss. "Hey, man," Scooby says, leaning against the door and munching on a cucumber. Just one long, very phallic-looking cucumber. "Hey," I tell him, "good snack." He shrugs. "Cucumbers are great for rehydrating. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, am I drinking enough water?" I look Scooby over, brows raised. Short and pale, with bug eyes and big teeth, Scooby gets attention wherever he goes, particularly because he's fond of wearing top hats as a daily uniform, and you can often find him riding a penny farthing up and down Venice Beach. Despite living with him for the last 3 years, I still don't know his real name or why people call him Scooby. It might have something to do with him being a major stoner. But he's at least clean, pays the rent on time, and is a great source of entertainment. He also reminds me of Marina in some ways, being this fathomless pit of random information, but less cute and more like the adult version of that kid from Jerry Maguire. "Did you know," he goes on, as if to prove my point, "that there can be a 20-degree difference between the temperature outside and the inside of a cucumber? Hence the expression, cool as a..." I get to my feet. "Tell me more about cucumbers," I ask him wryly. "That's all I got," he says. He munches some more. "I'm surprised to see you home. Thought you'd be at Simone's." "We broke up," I tell him. He guffaws. Crunch, crunch. "You mean you broke up with her?" "Same difference, isn't it?" I tell him, about to leave the room to get a glass of water, thanks to his talks about hydration, when my phone beeps with an incoming text. It's Marina. I breathe out a sigh of relief. I thought that maybe she was avoiding me after what I proposed yesterday. I pick up the phone, Scooby losing interest in me and wandering back down the hall, and read it. "Hey, wondered if you had time to talk." I suck in a breath. Talk? If we were dating, this wouldn't be a good sign. What about? She responds back right away. You know what? Are you already breaking up with me, a text? A joke, but still.
LOL. No, the opposite.
Oh, really? Want to come over, I ask?
Sure, when?
Any time, now.
I'll be there in an hour. Should I bring anything?
Just that gorgeous arse of yours, all right, then quickly erase it. Instead, I send, just you. See you then. I put the phone back on the desk and immediately sit down in the chair, picking up the pen. A rush of euphoria goes through me, just a quick burst. But it's enough for my pen to move. There is a layer of terror under honey so sweet, the barb that always gets you when you plunge your hands in, sticky and raw, with the promise of everything. I sit back and glance at it. Not bad, not great, but it's something.
Hi,
Marina says brightly as I open the door. She's smiling, but it's a bit shaky, like she's already nervous. Not that this would be an unusual state for her. Hey, I say back, opening the door wider and gesturing for her to come in. Damn. Maybe it's in my head, but I swear there's already this bizarre tension between us. Hey, Scooby says to Marina from the kitchen. Somehow he still has a cucumber. I'm guessing there are multiple. Cucumber? He sticks it out toward her in offering. She frowns at him.
No thanks, I already had one.
I can slice it up for you if you'd like.
I'm good,
she says, giving him a quick smile and then looking to me with a bemused expression.
Should we go somewhere private and talk?
Oh, Scooby says loudly. I didn't know you guys need, privacy. Hey, I'll be quiet. Really, I'm going to my room. You cats do whatever you need to do. There are more cucumbers in the fridge if you want. He saunters off down the hall, waving the cucumber around like he's going into battle.
You know, I think with the book deal you'll be able to afford a place without a roommate,
she says to me, keeping her voice low as she watches him disappear around the corner. I know. We'll see how the book does. I don't want to get ahead of myself and make any bad decisions.
You're so adult,
she says.
If I had a book deal, I'd be betting on the ponies.
The only ponies you'd bet on would be of the My Little variety.
100 grand on Applejack.
High roller. I head to the fridge and open it. Want anything? Beer?
Sure,
she says and sits down at the table as I grab 2 Coronas and hand one to her. I sit down across from her, the chair scraping loudly on the tile floor, and shoot her a grin that I hope looks absolutely charming. So, she says, wrapping a strand of hair around her finger.
I've been thinking.
Apparently. She holds up that hair-wrapped finger to signal for me to wait, has a sip of her beer, and then reaches down into her purse that she hooked on the chair, digging for something. I wait patiently while she empties out the entire contents of her hobo bag onto the table.
Where the hell is it?
She mumbles to herself. She pulls out handfuls of receipts, wads of cash, empty packages of gum, 3 pens, a compact, a comb, bottles of Benadryl and salve, hair ties, her phone, mints, lip gloss, a tiny rubber pig. Huh? Her keys, a cigar cutter. Huh? A McDonald's cheeseburger wrapper, a case of coloured pencils, and what looks to be a chunk of honeycomb in a Ziploc bag. Damn it. Dare I ask what you're looking for? I guess I should be glad it doesn't involve a cigar cutter and Benadryl. She takes one of the receipts from CVS that's almost longer than a roll of toilet paper, turns it over, then picks up a pen.
I thought I packed a notebook. I had made a list of rules at home, but I guess we have to start from scratch.
You know I have paper here, right? I tell her, getting to my feet and grabbing a notepad from beside the fridge. I slap it down beside her. And I assume the rules are about...
You won me over, she says.
I'm smiling like crazy. Really? She nods quickly.
Yep. Though at the end of our conversation there yesterday, you did say that I had a point. About the fact that we could ruin what we have.
That's true.
So I figured some hard and fast rules would keep us in line. And the moment it gets a bit weird for us, I think that's the moment we bow out.
Sounds fair. So what are the rules? She clears her throat and sits up straight, pushing the emptied bowels of her purse over to the side.
First, we start with the schedule,
she says matter-of-factly, like we're having a business meeting. Schedule? She writes as she speaks, her hair spilling over her face.
A minimum of 4 dates over the next 2 weeks.
Why the timeline?
Because otherwise we'll lose character. Best to stay in character.
But we're playing ourselves, right? Isn't that the whole point?
But we need to be strangers for a bit. And we're both busy people with lives, so I think we can master 4 dates within that time frame.
So I guess if we're strangers, then we shouldn't see each other as friends during that time.
Correct.
She writes that down too.
Date number 1, you pick me up. We treat it like we met online or through Tinder, so we don't know much about each other. We go somewhere nice. Remember, you're trying to impress me.
And you're trying to impress me. She grins at me, sticking the end of the pen in her mouth.
I haven't impressed you already?
She asks saucily. I don't know if it's her faux seductive expression, the way her shiny wild hair is flowing over her shoulders, or the full swell of her breasts pressing through her low-cut top as she leans forward, but I'm suddenly feeling very hot under my skin. I clear my throat and try to ignore it. This isn't going to help our situation. And date number 2, I ask.
Same thing. Maybe we can do something with the bees.
I cock a brow. Do we have to? She laughs.
No, but I saw this beekeeper in Arizona online, and she has like these date nights where couples come and learn about beekeeping and how it's done, stuff like that. It makes her some extra income, it educates people, and it's a fun experience for the couple.
Providing neither of them have a fear of bees.
Oh, you do not have a fear of bees,
she says with a dismissive wave of her pen.
After all, I've told you about them. Anyway, it would be a fun thing to add to palm trees and honeybees, and we could kind of test it out.
Okay, fine. And then the 3rd date?
I don't know, we'll figure it out. Same goes for the 4th.
Then what happens beyond the 4th?
I guess we just take stock of it, see how we did. Give report cards?
You're pulling my leg.
No one is pulling your leg, she says. Speaking of, we now need to lay down the other rules.
I laugh. Speaking of things the size of your leg?
Don't flatter yourself, she says. And I mean it, no sex, no kissing, no touching.
Well, I simply won't agree to that. She frowns, a flush appearing on her cheeks.
Why not?
Because touching, kissing and sex are all very integral parts of dating, I tell her.
No, they aren't,
she says quietly, looking away. What? Yeah, they are, Marina. To me, anyway.
It's not needed.
She pauses.
And we shouldn't even be discussing it. If anything is going to screw up our relationship, it's that.
I watch her carefully. She seems flustered and embarrassed on a whole other level. It's like she's ashamed. Okay, I say slowly. We don't have to have sex. I agree, that would definitely make things complicated. But I'm sorry, but I am going to kiss you. Her eyes widen as she looks up at me. Bloody hell. She looks so absolutely shocked, it's adorable. I could kiss her right now. And I'm going to touch you, I add. That's part of the game, isn't it? She doesn't say anything to that. I lick my lips in thought, trying to phrase this right. Can I ask you something?
What?
She asks warily. Are you not physical, you know, with the guys you date?
Laz, I'm telling you, it never goes past date 3.
Well, it's not because you've been cursed by an old witch a long time ago. I pause. Is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
So are you physical? I mean, obviously there's a kiss goodnight.
Not on the first date.
My eyes nearly fall out of my head. You don't even kiss on the first date? Marina?
What? She snaps. If I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it.
Are you ever feeling it? She closes her eyes and rests her head in her hands.
I don't want to talk to you about it.
Why not? I'm your friend.
You're a whole bunch of things right now,
she mumbles. Hey, I say softly, leaning in across the table. Talk to me, please. I want to help you.
Help me?
She sighs long and loud and gives me big puppy dog eyes.
I'm just not comfortable with any guys. I don't know what happens, but I just freeze up. If they touch me, all I can think about is what's next. What's coming?
My God. I mean, I know she's awkward as fuck sometimes, but she's gorgeous and so breezy. I just thought... Marina, I say softly, are you a virgin? Her flush deepens. Holy fuck.
This is so embarrassing,
she whispers, looking away. Marina, there is nothing for you to be embarrassed about.
I'm 29, Laz,
she says softly.
It's sad. Sure, I fooled around with guys, especially in college. But when it comes to actually having sex, I don't know. Okay, I guess the technical truth is that I'm not a virgin. My ex, Cody, way back in college, he had the condom on and everything, and, well, I guess I was too tense. He couldn't get it in. It hurt too much, so I made him stop.
She glances at me.
I can't believe I'm telling you this.
I'm glad you are, I say. We should be able to talk about this kind of stuff.
You think I'm pathetic?
You know I would never think that, no matter what you told me. If anything, I'm in awe. You're like a fucking gem. You're smart, pretty, fucking hot. And a virgin. That's rarer than diamonds. Don't be ashamed of it. Be proud of it.
But the thing is, I don't want to be a virgin at all. I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but I like getting off. I want to get laid. I know what I want, and I'm tired of pretending all my vibrators are the real deal. I want that connection. I want that passion, the heat. I need it.
Bloody hell. I'm getting hot under my skin again, and my dick is starting to strain against my jeans. I adjust myself in my seat, trying to ignore it. But fuck. This is making me feel a lot of things I pretend not to feel, or at least I don't often indulge in. I swallow my throat, feeling thick. Uh-huh, I murmur.
It's true, she says. But on these dates, I just start freaking out. And that's why I'm single.
Explain what you mean by freaking out.
I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I mull that over. I can't believe we're doing this. And now with Marina's confession, it's putting things in a whole new light. I've always been protective of her, but now I just want to keep her to myself. I don't want to give her my opinion on what she's doing wrong, have her fix that, and then sleep with the first guy she gets past the third date with. I just want you to know, in case you don't, I tell her, that any guy that has a problem with you not kissing them or putting out isn't worth it. Believe me. The right guy will understand. The right guy knows what he has in his hands. She doesn't look convinced.
You just acted all shocked when I said I wasn't physical with them.
Because for a moment I wrongly assumed that you were like every other woman.
Seriously?
I grin. I know, I won't make that mistake again.
Way to make me feel normal.
I'm joking, Bumble. We can joke with each other, that doesn't change. None of that changes, okay?
You don't think I'm weird?
I'm trying not to smile. God, you look so fucking sweet right now. You're an odd duck, Marina. So am I. That's why we work so well together. But for this? No, I don't think you're weird. I reach out and tap my finger on the notepad. Back to the rules.
You still want to do this?
I give her a look.
I'm still unsure about the rules,
she says. Look, I'm putting the ball in your court. Or my ball's in your court, if you will. She rolls her eyes. You control the ride. I won't touch you. I won't do anything. If you want to touch me, kiss me, that's up to you. That seems to make her feel better. In a way, I wish it wouldn't, but as long as she's comfortable.
Okay, thank you.
So, when is our date?
You're in charge of the first one. You decide.
It's Sunday now, so how about Tuesday night? I'll pick you up at 7. She gives me a shy smile and laughs.
I'm already nervous.
Don't be nervous, it's me. Except it won't be me. My name will be Carl. Carl McNaughty.
It will not,
she says, gathering up all the crap on the table and putting it back in her bag. You have to pick a name too. Think on it.
It'll be better than Carl McNaughty, I'll tell you that much,
she says, getting to her feet and slinging her bag over her shoulder. You leaving already? She gives me an apologetic shrug.
I promised Barbara I'd help her with dinner tonight, which means I'm making her dinner.
You're an angel, you know that? She taps her fingers along her chin.
Maybe that will be my name.
It suits you. She starts toward the door, and I quickly get up, opening it for her before she reaches it.
See you Tuesday,
she says to me as she passes by. I reach out and grab her arm, pulling her closer to me. Her eyes widen. I lean in an inch. She smells amazing, like honey, yet sweeter. You told me something about you just now that I didn't know before, I say, my voice low. That took a lot of guts. I figure I should do the same with you. She stares at my lips for a moment before her eyes meet mine.
If you tell me you're a virgin, she says.
I smile. I'm not a virgin, but I do consult a magic 8-ball when I have to make some major life decisions. She blinks at me, then lets out a short laugh.
What?
It's true. The band's name came from somewhere.
No.
Yes.
So when it came to this whole dating thing, did it decide anything for you?
It said, better not tell you now, I tell her. So we'll see. She shakes her head and steps out of the door.
I don't believe you.
Believe it, Bumble, I say with a wink. She just smiles and walks down the hall.
Sweetest perfection. Marina. Last night I dreamt I was a Manderley again, I say in a dreamy voice. Pardon? Susan asks. I give my therapist an apologetic smile. Sorry, it's from a movie I watched the other night. Yes, I know the film. Hitchcock's Rebecca, she said. Her eyes are kind, as usual, but coaxing, wanting me to get back on track. But we're talking about your dream. You mentioned it at the beginning of the session. I take in a deep breath and relax against the chair, stealing a glimpse of Frodo, her cavalier King Charles spaniel that acts like the resident therapy pet. It was nothing. All dreams are something. You know this. Now, what do you remember about it? It was one of those dreams where I remembered it so well upon waking, but now I don't remember it at all. Just the feeling. Are you still writing in your dream journal? No. Honestly, I stopped doing that years ago. What was the feeling it gave you? Hopelessness, bleakness, despair? I remember just this emptiness, a void where there was no light or color, and I think I was lost in it. I think I was looking for someone, maybe my mother, who knows. I shudder. Even though in the dream I knew I was in a dream, there was the fear that I wouldn't be able to escape. Then when I woke up, the feeling never went away. I still haven't escaped it. It didn't let me. She nods. Do you think it was her? Perhaps your father? You get different feelings from each of them. I start stroking Frodo's ears. I think with my dad, it's usually anger. Like, I'll wake up angry. My mother, I'm usually sad. And what was your mood that day? It was last night or this morning I had the dream, I tell her. And today I've just been blah all day, you know? Like scooped out and sad. But it's that terrible form of sadness, like a sickness that clings to your bones and your heart and you can't shake it. That kind of sad. I'm infected. You know you're going to get days like that. You know that grief doesn't go away. It just manifests itself differently and becomes easier to manage. There will always be steps backward. The best thing you can do is call me. And you did that. Yeah, I say absently. Even heading out into the garden and working with bees didn't do me any good. Usually watching them go about their day, working for the greater good of the hive, being so efficient and cooperative and selfless, put things into perspective for me. How these tiny creatures are capable of so much, more than most of us are beginning to understand. But I couldn't find the peace they usually bring me. So, even though I hadn't been in to see Dr. Bader for a long time, I made the call, and she was able to fit me in. "Are you going through any changes right now?" she asks. "Anything in your life out of the ordinary? Stresses that have popped up?" I shake my head. Not really. I don't want to bring up the whole dating Laz thing, not before we actually go out on a date. We're supposed to go out on our first one tonight. I did tell Laz, my friend, about the fact that I'm more or less a virgin. "Oh, good," she says. "And how did that go?" "Pretty good, I guess." He was amazed. "But supportive, I'm assuming?" "Oh, yes, very supportive. He's one of the good guys, you know." "I do. I always enjoy hearing you talk about him." I swear I'm detecting something knowing in her tone. Then again, she is a therapist. Everything that comes out of her mouth is knowing. "And how did it make you feel to tell him?" "Good. After I realized he wasn't really judging me or making me feel like a freak, yeah, good. It was a huge relief." "Does it make a difference that he's a man? Were you more worried about telling him than, say, your friend Naomi?" "I don't know. Probably. But fuck, I know it did worry me. With Naomi and Jane, they didn't care. They sort of made it their mission to try and find me the right guy to lose my virginity to. Yet another reason why Jane was against Laz and I ever being together. They both gave up after a point and left me to my own devices, but I never felt like I couldn't tell them. With Laz, though, I never wanted to bring it up. I'd rather he go on thinking I am normal like the rest of them. And, I mean, I know I'm not normal. I'm talking about dreams of my dead mother and drunken father with my therapist. I'll probably need another refill of Ativan after this, something I was trying to wean myself off of. And Laz knows all that stuff about me. It took a while for us both to open up to each other about our pasts, but eventually it all came out. I was involved in a horrific car crash when I was 14. My father driving drunk, my mother dying on impact. Laz had his father, also a drunk, walk out on him when he was 14. He was sent off to boarding school, this was in England, and when he came out, his mother had remarried and was living in the States. Nothing bonds people faster than a shared resentment over their fathers. "Well," Susan goes on, bringing my focus back to her, "I can certainly see why you might have a dream like that. This admission to Laz might be freeing, but it also leaves you vulnerable. And, you know, when you get vulnerable, your defenses go up. But you have to look at vulnerability as a strength, Marina, not a weakness. There isn't bleakness or despair in it. There's hope. Take solace in that, and in the fact that this might bring you and Laz closer." I don't know why those last few words caused my stomach to flip, but they do. "We are pretty close already. I'm not sure how much closer we can get," I say rather feebly. Or maybe it's that I'm about to find out. After the therapy session, I'm feeling a little bit better. The sticky fragments of the dream are wearing off, and I'm starting to feel more whole than hollow. It's funny how that can sneak up on me sometimes, even without a bleak dream to kick it all off. Some days I just carry this immeasurable sadness inside, one that makes me feel like everything soft and warm and good inside of me has been removed, scooped out. I know it's all connected to my parents, but lately I've been wondering if it's more about my father than my mother. 14 is an awful age to lose anybody, let alone your mother, who at the time was my best friend. In some ways, she still is. I talk to her often, usually right before I go to sleep or when I'm working the hives. If I see something beautiful like a sunset or a perfectly built comb on the hive frames, something I know she'd appreciate, I tell her about it. It's more my heart speaking out to her than anything I'm thinking, but the feeling is still there. It's communication on another level, something I call heart speak. I was close with my father, too, before the accident. I knew he drank too much, but the image I had back then of someone having a problem was the deadbeat drunk, the one who would hit his family or run down the street in their underwear with a bottle of whiskey in hand, or lose their jobs. My father was always able to keep his drinking under control. He managed to have a great job as a financial consultant. Sure, some days he would work late in the city. Our house was in the hills of Ramona, about a 45-minute drive from San Diego. And he'd come home in the middle of the night, but it was just life. I didn't know any better. My parents were great to me. They seemed happy, therefore I was happy. But eventually the lies caught up with us. We went to my father's Christmas party, and he drove my mother and I home, drunk. We went off the windy highway that takes you through the hills. I still can't remember all the details of the crash, and I don't want to. I remember the swerve, the headlights on a tree, the car tilting down at an unnatural angle, the glass shattering. When I woke up, I was in the hospital with a broken arm, collarbone, concussion. My mother was dead. My father was arrested for drinking and driving. The house was sold, my mother's hives destroyed. I had to move in with my Aunt Margaret in Irvine, who was already a single mother to her 2 young kids. I had to go to a new high school. I became even more withdrawn than before. I had no friends. The only thing that distracted me was studying, so I threw myself into school. Then, after I graduated from university, my father was out of prison, and I began the tenuous task of repairing my relationship with him. I still love him because he's my father, but I basically have to take care of him now. Rehab never seems to work for long, and he's a full-fledged alcoholic, drinking himself to death before getting sober and doing it all over again. An unending cycle. Sometimes I have that horrible, shameful, terrible thought that I want him to die. Sometimes I'm so full of rage at him for driving drunk, for killing my mother, for nearly killing me, that I don't know what to do with myself. It eats me up inside. It makes me hate myself just as much as I hate him. But I don't hate him because I love him. I hate the world. I stare at myself in the mirror, leaning over the sink, my fingers clenching the porcelain edges. I have to remind myself to breathe, to not let these thoughts wrap me up. Think about Laz. Put on your makeup and think about Laz. Concentrate on him, on tonight. It seems to work. I wash my face and start putting on my makeup, carefully, slowly. I have a lot of makeup, but I don't wear much of it. There's no point when you're wearing a beekeeper hat a lot of the time, and I usually don't have the time to play with it. But for tonight, for Laz's sake, I decide to make the effort. Only it's not for Laz's sake, is it? It's for Carl McNaughty. I burst out laughing at the thought, causing my mascara to smear under my eyes. I quickly wipe off the excess with a cotton swab. Honestly, I can't believe this is happening. Like, what are we really going to learn about each other? How can I believe that it's some stranger, some random Tinder date, and not my good friend? What can Laz possibly tell me about how I am on a date? I know it's not going to work, that it's completely silly and pointless. Maybe he knows it too. I think I just want an excuse to go out, to be with him, and be something different to him for once. Careful, a small voice pops up in my head. This is all to help you with other guys, not with him. Your friend is just doing you a favor. I take in a deep breath and steel myself. A favor. A favor, a favor. Actually, I'm doing him a favor, too, I think. When I finished with my makeup, blown out my frizzy hair into sleek strands, and slipped on a pair of skinny jeans and a low-cut Empire waist lacy top, I'm ready. Except when I hear the side gate open and I know it's him, I'm reduced to a fluttery mess. I give myself the once-over in the mirror, satisfied that the bronzy, smoky eye makeup is making my blue eyes pop like never before. I'm even wearing heels, 3-inch stilettos that make me carry my thick thighs and butt better. The knock at my door makes me jump. I try to walk as calmly as possible over to it, heading down the last 2 steps that separate the bedroom area from the living room and front door. My heel slips out from under me. There's a second where I'm thinking, you can regain your balance. But then I'm tumbling to the floor. Splat. Ow, I mumble, face against the faux hardwood. I do a quick once-over in my head, checking every bone and muscle for injury before I start to hoist myself up. Thank God Laz didn't see that.
Marina?
I hear from the other side of the door, panicked, and before I can tell him I'm okay, the door opens. I really need to start locking it when I'm home.
Jesus,
He says, crouching down beside me, hand on my back.
are you hurt?
I wasn't until you stepped in. I grumble, giving him a sheepish look through my hair. And it's only my pride.
Here.
He says, grabbing my arms and pulling me up to my feet like I weigh nothing at all. Well, almost to my feet. One of my shoes is on the step.
Wow,
He says as he looks me over. Hot mess express, right? I say as I hobble over to the stairs and pick up my heel. On second thought, I'm putting on a pair of flats.
Perhaps those shoes do need some more practice, but you're just the hot part, not the mess.
I give him a wry grin as I pull the other heel off of my foot. I immediately feel grounded. Can I just go on the date in bare feet? I mean, it is L.A. Hot? I repeat, secretly tickled pink. He said that. No, tickled red. My face is hot and flushed.
You look
He trails off, still looking me up and down.
gorgeous.
A thrill runs through me. Really? He nods, eyes fixed on my breasts, then my lips. He swallows.
Yes. Do you always look like this on your dates?
Actually, no. A look of surprise comes over his eyes.
So, you did this just for me?
Oh, fuck. I did do this just for him. No, I lie. I did it for Carl McNaughty. He grins his movie star handsome smile, and it hits my heart like an arrow.
Well, you're in luck, baby, because Carl McNaughty is here.
I cross my arms playfully. I don't know. You still look an awful lot like Lazarus Scott, Insta-poet. Okay, he is a little more dressed up than usual. Slim black pants instead of jeans, charcoal gray dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the collar undone. The leather jacket and boots stay the same. His hair is artfully messy, the kind of hair you want to run your hands through. His brows are dark and low, elegantly arched, which always makes him seem moodier than he actually is. He's taken his eyebrow ring out. I point to it. Your ring.
Carl McNaughty wouldn't wear it on a first date. He'd say it was too 90s.
I bite back a smile. Is this how you are on all first dates, or is it just for me? He smirks and offers me his arm.
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
I stare at his arm. You know, it's the first date, and a guy wouldn't be offering his arm like this to a stranger. He gives me a dead stare. How about you go outside and start over again? I say, pushing him toward the door.
Promise me you won't fall.
Shut up. He goes outside, and I shut the door on him and wait. He doesn't knock. Laz? No answer. Carl? No answer. Finally, I pull the door back open. It's empty. Please don't tell me he's going to jump out at me, because I can't handle jumpy scares like that. But then he comes sauntering around the corner from the direction of the pool. He does this double eyebrow waggle combined with a head nod.
You're Marina, aren't you?
Oh my God. Are we role-playing already? Yeah, that's me. And you must be Carl. I pause. Wait a minute, why do you get to be Carl and I have to be myself? I was supposed to have my own name, wasn't I?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Les says smoothly, looking over my shoulder and into the studio.
Nice place. Hey, can I come in?
I give him an odd look. Is this how he is on a first date? He's awfully pushy. No, I tell him. Let's just get going. I quickly reach in and grab my purse before locking the door behind me. Where are we going, anyway?
You said on your Tinder profile that you love to laugh and you have a secret aspirations to be a stand-up comic, so I thought the comedy store would be a great start.
My Tinder profile doesn't say that. But I'm also relieved because that means he hasn't found my actual profile, lest that come under judgment too. I may be using a photo from 5 years ago when I was 20 pounds lighter. Sounds great, I tell him. Actually, it does sound like a lot of fun. Laz and I usually do the same old things out here, and in the valley, we don't venture over the hills as much as we should. So even if this whole experiment doesn't go anywhere, and I still think it won't, this is pushing us out of our comfort zones a bit. I guess even friendships can use a little spice every now and then. Speaking of spice, Laz even smells different. Like cinnamon and something woodsy. It reminds me of fall in Ramona, when the weather finally cools down enough for me and my mother to slip on the sweaters and go apple picking. I shake that memory out of my head and concentrate on Laz. You smell delicious, I tell him. He glances at me over his shoulder as we round the pool and head down the side of Barbara's house.
Thank you. I never did get a hint of what you smell like.
Suddenly, he stops walking and I collide into his back. He turns around and leans in for a moment. Are you smelling me? I ask, meeting his eyes just inches from mine.
Yes,
he says.
Is that weird?
Kind of, I tell him, and I thought I was going to be the weird one here. He nods and keeps walking, opening the gate and stepping through. I glance up at the window of the house briefly to see Barbara peering at me through the blinds. She doesn't bother to hide. She just shakes her bony finger at me, and I know she's warning me to be careful. I may have mentioned my date to her the other night while we were watching Rebecca, and she may have told me it was all a horrible idea. So, what do I smell like, anyway? I ask him.
Honey,
he says. I roll my eyes. Occupational hazard, I suppose. He shrugs.
I've always loved it.
Wait a minute, I tell him as we approach his car. You're not supposed to know what I do. He opens the door for me.
It says so on your Tinder profile.
I wouldn't put that on my Tinder profile.
Yes, it's right below the part where you talk about your aspirations of being a comic,
he says, his eyes begging me to play along. This is dumb, I want to say, but I bite my tongue for once and take in a deep breath, trying to get in the game. Oh, that's right, I say, and then thank him as I get in the passenger seat, and he shuts the door after me, like the perfect gentleman he usually is with me. Laz is a pretty clean guy, but even so I can tell he tidied up in his car. It smells like his spicy scent. I have to wonder if Laz has always smelled so good, and this is the first time I'm really noticing it. Nice car, I comment. I didn't know you were a car guy.
There's a lot you don't know about Carl McNaughty,
he says, starting the engine. Are you Irish? McNaughty sounds Irish.
Yeah, completely,
he says, faking an extremely believable Irish accent.
I come from a long line of McNaughty's just outside of Cork.
I lean my head back against the seat. I'd love to go to Ireland one day, I say dreamily.
Why don't you?
He asks with such concern that I'm not sure if it's Laz asking or Carl. I shrug. I don't have the money, really. Or the time. Every extra buck I get, I'm putting into my business. I don't take days off, and that's okay because I'm young-ish, and I know that this is the time I need to burn the midnight oil. This is the time to work my ass off, to try and establish myself. Work hard while I can, because who knows what the future brings. A beat passes in the air as we cruise down the street and turn onto Coldwater Canyon.
I feel the same way,
he says.
What's worse is that no one takes what I do seriously, so when I'm working all the time, they just don't see it as work.
And you think people take me seriously when I tell them I'm a beekeeper? Especially a full-time one. We're both in the same boat when it comes to that one. The poet and the beekeeper.
Be honest, Marina. Is this what you'd talk about on a first date?
He asks after a few beats, studying my face before turning his attention back to the road. I have to think on that. Though I don't mention my job on my online profiles, it does come up during the first date. Naturally. I mean, what do you do is a classic conversation starter. But I never go into the specifics of the job when it comes to anything remotely emotional or personal. I try to keep the conversation as shallow as possible, though I always try to educate them while I can. I like facts, and will share them as often as I can. Who doesn't like to learn? Did you know, I say, twisting in my seat to face Laz, that every bee in the hive has its own role, and that role is entirely dependent on the age of the bee?
You're starting to sound like Scooby.
I don't know who this Scooby is, but for example, when they are first born, they clean and polish the cells, starting with their own cell they just crawled out of. A few weeks go by, and they move on from cleaning duties to feeding the brood, caring for the queen. They remove debris, handle incoming nectar, build beeswax combs, guard the entrance, and air condition and ventilate the hive. I pause to check if he's listening. He is. They don't leave the hive until their final phase of life. They only have a few weeks after that, either acting as guards or scouts or collecting nectar before they die.
So, then the bees that you see flying around, pollinating flowers.
They've earned it. They've worked their little bee bottoms off their whole lives to have that privilege of smelling the flowers. He bursts out laughing. What? I ask.
You are so fucking cute, you know that? Little bee bottoms. I swear to God, I don't know what to do with you.
I'm beaming inside from that. I guess it's just a good metaphor for life. You know, people see these bees flying around and assume that's just what they do. People don't realize all the jobs they've had, where they started from, and the relentless work they've had to put in to get to that stage. He nods, rubbing his lips together.
You're right. I didn't realize.
No one does. They're always so surprised when I tell them. But like I said, it applies to people, too. Maybe people look at, say, you and assume that you're just coasting along. They don't know the struggle or what you've gone through in the past to get there. They look at this car and they don't know it was a gift from Daryl.
It was never a gift,
he says sharply.
It was a set car, and he got it for me to win favors with my mother, and to pretend he was a good guy. It didn't work. That's why I had to buy it from him. It ate at my soul to drive it around otherwise.
His jaw is tense. Whether the date is fake or not, this is the kind of topic we talk about when we're drunk or tired at 2 a.m. Not before a fun evening. I switch the subject. Did you know that there's a queen and drones and the workers? The drones are the males who make up a very small percentage of the hive, and they have zero purpose except to mate with the queen. They do shit all, and when they're done, the workers, the females, will literally drag them out of the hive and kick them out if they don't leave voluntarily. They kick them out to die.
Is this a metaphor too?
Sometimes.
Is this what you'd actually talk about on a first date?
Yeah? Why? He raises his brows, gives his head a shake as he glances at me.
Are you serious?
Yeah? I repeat, feeling defensive. So, it's interesting.
It's not romantic in the slightest.
Romantic?
Marina, we're on a date. A date means you're interested in someone romantically, hopefully sexually.
I can't talk about the bees, just the birds and the bees.
Cute, but I'm serious. This kind of stuff, as interesting as it is, I don't know.
What else am I going to talk about?
If you don't know, then this is your problem. Damn it, Marina. I think I've figured you out already, and we've barely been on the date.
I cross my arms and huff. Well, gee, we might as well turn this car around and go home because you've just solved all my problems. He sighs.
Come on.
I'm just being myself.
It's a game. The dating world is a game. You can't show all your cards on the first date.
Guys should know who I am and what they're getting into. If they can't be supportive of my bees...
You're scaring a lot of them off, okay? I'm sorry that men can be easily scared like that, but it's a fact. We're the lesser species. If you throw something quirky and scientific their way, that might make you seem like you're a lot of work. And yes, you should be yourself, but on a first date, you talk about other things.
Shallow, boring things?
You're being so stubborn right now.
And you think you're some sort of expert on dating?
You know I'm not.
I give him a steady look.
I'm not,
he repeats.
But I am a man, and you agreed to hear me out. And yes, you're definitely hot enough for guys to overlook your crazy bee thing and other quirks, but being hot only gets you so far, and if the guy doesn't think he has a chance in hell of getting laid, then he's gonna bail.
Everything he's saying is absolutely infuriating. I'm practically grinding my teeth together. My fingers are digging into the seatbelt. You're a pig.
You know that's not bloody true,
he says, voice hard.
But I am a man, and I know how we all think.
The second time we met, the first time that we really hung out, I told you about what I did, and we talked about all sorts of weird and random stuff.
I know we did, but I had a girlfriend at the time, and it was obvious we were just going to be friends. With friends, you can just say weird shit like that.
Why can't you in relationships?
You can.
He exhales loudly, his hands gripping the wheel. Seems like I'm infuriating him, too.
Look, I get what I'm saying bothers you. I get it. It's harsh, but it's the truth, and you deserve to know the truth. No one said it would be easy or fun, but we both decided to figure out what we were doing wrong with love, and this is part of it. The finding of the faults, if you will.
Oh, I can't wait to tear you a new one, I say in a low voice. I'm practically simmering in my seat.
I'm sure I have lots to look forward to. I'm just doing you a favor. You want to know why guys bail? One of the reasons probably has to do with the fact that you come across as a bit of a weirdo.
I've learned to try and not take weirdo as an insult. We both call each other weirdos all the time. But how will I find my flower? I ask quietly.
Find your what?
He asks.
Okay, now you're purposely being weird, aren't you?
Find my flower, I say again, louder. If I'm not myself, how will I find that person who gets me? How will I find the one I'm supposed to be with? Or if you don't believe in fate, how do I find the person who's the right match? You put out what you want to receive. I want someone who won't be blindsided when they get to know me or my past. He falls silent. We're driving over the hill now, the lights of the city spreading as far as the eye can see as dusk approaches, turning the smog a purple-gray.
I don't know,
He says.
All I know is maybe this is one reason why things don't progress. Perhaps if you were sleeping with them.
Oh, and now it's because I'm not putting out?
If you hook a guy physically, he'll be more willing to overlook some things, that's all. If the sex is good, a guy will put up with almost anything.
I know he's trying to help me, but now it's getting to the point where everything he's saying stings.
Hey,
He says softly, reaching out and grabbing my hand, rubbing his thumb gently along the top.
all I'm saying, it's not coming from me. You know I think you're perfect the way you are. I wouldn't change a thing about you.
I can't even look at him right now. Not because I'm still mad, because I low-key am, but because the way his thumb is grazing my skin causes my body to erupt in goosebumps. The rich, low tone of his voice, the sincerity of his sweet words, they're making the hairs at the back of my neck stand up. It's like my body is coming alive. Then why can't I be with you? The thought startles me, shooting into my brain from out of nowhere. I sit up straighter, pulling my hand away, trying to shake the feeling out of me. I don't want to think of Laz like that. I know it's a dark and complicated road that there's no going back from.
I'm sorry,
He says, and for a moment I fear he means that he held my hand.
about what I said. I really am just trying to help. The truth is you should be yourself, because I think you have a point about the flower thing. That's a big metaphor, right? But anyway, the only guys who bail on you are the ones not worth your time. Period.
No, you have a point, I begrudgingly admit. People sometimes make snap judgments they don't mean. Some people scare easy, and it doesn't mean they won't come around later. I probably should stop with the B-talk or whatever else I say or do and just play the game and see where it all goes.
You don't have to play any game,
Laz says. I laugh dryly. I do. That's what we're doing right now, isn't it? Might as well follow through. And you gave me your opinion and advice, and I think you're totally right. Whether I agree with it or not, whether I find it sad or not, I think you've already hit the nail on the head. But now that I've learned lesson number 1, why don't you go on with the rest of the lessons?
This wasn't supposed to be like a lesson, more like an evaluation.
I know, and I flunked. But now that I know what I shouldn't do, I'm at a loss for what I should do. So tonight, when we get to the comedy club, I want you to teach me. He stares at me blankly, then turns his attention back to the road.
Teach you?
Yeah. The art of seduction.
Behind the wheel. Laz. Did Marina just ask me to teach her the art of seduction? Because that's exactly what it sounded like. Of course, I tell her, hoping I sound casual, like this is something she asks me to do every day. But it's not. And considering what I know about Marina now, that she's a virgin, this brings our relationship, our friendship, to a whole new playing field. I did mention the other day that being physical was completely on the table. That is, until it came off the table and entirely into her court. Now she wants me to teach her how to seduce men, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. When you say art of seduction, I tell her as we pull onto the traffic of Sunset Boulevard. What do you mean, exactly? She shrugs, chewing on her bottom lip for a moment, her eyes focused on the passing lights outside. I feel like when we left her house, went over the hill and came down here to the city, she'd gone through a gamut of emotions, from vulnerable to defensive to pissed off, and now, I don't know what she is. But I don't want to take advantage of her right now when she's like this. Over the years, I've learned to recognise certain mental states of hers, and sometimes they require extra consideration.
I want to find the right guy, Laz. I want to stop screwing up. I know now what to stop talking about. What I don't know is what to do instead.
She glances at me with big, heartbreaking eyes.
I want the guys to like me, to want me. I need help.
Fuck me. I feel absolutely rotten now. She doesn't have to change a thing. She shouldn't have to. And yet that's exactly what I've told her to do.
I'm almost 30, she goes on. I'm a virgin. I don't want to be one anymore. I want to find a guy. I want to fall in love. I want a future with someone. Maybe marriage and babies. Maybe right now all I need is to have someone's arms around me as I fall asleep. I want love. I feel its absence in my life every day.
You're breaking my heart, sweet girl. Her words are gutting me right now. Here in my car, Marina is opening up her soul to me in ways she hasn't before, and I'm floored by it. I want her to have all that. I want her to know that... Fuck. I love her. I care for her, as a friend, though. And I know that's not what she's talking about. I clear my throat. Darling, you deserve all of that and more. And you will have that, I promise you. You will find love. You will find that man who will wrap his arms around you as you drift off to sleep. You will find everything you need. I pause. You'll find your flower. She lets out a soft laugh, though sadness still lingers in her eyes.
God, it does sound stupid when you say it out loud.
I'll try and think of something more poetic, I tell her. Wouldn't be much of a poet if I couldn't.
How's that been coming along?
She asks, and I can tell she wants to change the subject.
I mean, I know better by now than to ask you how the writing is going, but...
I give her a wry smile. Damn right you know better.
That bad, huh?
I exhale through my nose, my grip on the wheel tightening slightly. Her writer's block like nothing else. I'm just not inspired. I have zero urge to write. I've got nothing.
Well, you can't rush a thing like that. Nor can you force it. Especially poetry. If you're not feeling it, how can it work?
It doesn't. But that doesn't mean I can just give up. Some days you just have to go out there and hunt down your muse. If she doesn't show up, then you have to make her. It's as simple as that.
So have you been hunting her down? I thought breaking up with Simone would have been great fodder for that.
Again, I say pointedly, giving her a steady look. I didn't break up with Simone in order to get material out of it. You can stop with your Taylor Swift comparisons.
Yeah, I know. You broke up with her because you weren't in love with her. Same old song and dance, blah, blah, blah.
Wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to be on a date here? Our first date? She makes a grumbling noise before blowing a loose strand of hair out of her face.
The date has been modified.
To the art of seduction, right? She doesn't say anything. Well then, before I start giving you lessons on how to seduce a man, which, by the way, I don't think are needed, I think discussions about exes are off the table. Nothing kills a date more than someone talking about their ex.
Lucky for you, I don't have an ex.
That's not true. You said there was that Cody guy in college.
You remember?
She looks surprised. I laugh. Yeah, I remember. Cody is the guy you tried to have sex with and kind of did, but it hurt too much, so you didn't. You don't forget a thing like that. She puts her face in her hands and shakes her head. She looks like a Californian version of Cousin It.
I can't believe I told you that.
Friends tell each other things, I say, wishing she wasn't covering up her face so I could see her reaction. Don't they? She just grumbles again. The Comedy Store is a legendary place in Hollywood where you can find a famous or at least completely legit performer every single night. Last night Dave Chappelle was playing. Tonight we've got tickets to see Norm Macdonald. Both of us are fans of his dry and odd humour, especially the movie Dirty Work, and basically any time he shows up in an Adam Sandler movie.
I haven't been here in years,
she says as we make our way to our table in the main room. The place already busy, excited murmurs filling the air. When did you come before? It wasn't with me. I have to admit it bothers me that she's actually been here before and with someone else. I wanted her first time to be with me. The comedy club, I mean.
It was a date,
she says, breaking into a wide grin.
Went horribly wrong as usual.
Why are you smiling then?
Well, the comedian, he wasn't famous or anything, but he was funny as hell, she says. Actually, I think a comedy club is a great place for a first date. You can have dinner and drinks before the show, and during the show you have something to laugh at if your date has turned into a total douchebag, which mine did. Plus, you can see the type of humor your date has. If they don't have the same kind of humor as you, you're pretty much fucked. And he didn't.
She's got a point there. Lucky for us and our fake date, or whatever the hell this has morphed into, we're always laughing at the exact same things. We sit down at our table, close to the stage, and are soon ordering dinner and drinks. Marina wastes no time in getting down to business.
Okay, so tell me what to do,
she says after she has a sip of her dirty martini. With what?
You know what. If this is our first date, what should I be doing to keep you interested?
I stare at her for a moment, drawing a complete blank. She's assuming I wouldn't be interested in this moment. But of course I am. How could any man not be? She's sitting close to me, close enough that I can smell her sweet honey scent, see the faint freckles across her nose. Her lips look soft and I know they'd be heaven to kiss. Her hair shines golden under these lights, lit up like an angel. Her blue eyes are even more vivid tonight, watching me with so much hope and worry that I'm absolutely captivated by her. I'm already interested, I say, my voice coming out low and hoarse. Any man would be. A flicker of something comes across her eyes, something bright and joyous. Then it's gone.
You're just saying that because you're Laz. What if you didn't know me at all? Remember the game?
I swallow and busy myself with a sip of beer. Right. Well, it's hard for me to be objective here because right now you're asking how to keep a guy interested. And I'm looking at you, darling, and thinking any man who isn't captivated by what I'm looking at isn't worth your time. She stares at me openly, as if she's struggling to accept the compliment. Normally I don't lay it on so thick, and normally I don't think I'm leering at her either. Shit, I hope I'm not leering. I look away, scanning the room, hoping that I wasn't being too much right now. I normally flirt with Marina and she flirts back, but it's always in this joking way and both of us know it comes from a friendly place, nothing more. But for some reason, tonight, everything we say to each other seems to carry more weight. Maybe it's because we're already evaluating what each of us are doing.
Captivated,
she repeats softly.
Are you usually this charming with your dates?
I hope so, I say, looking back at her. Either that or you're just easily charmed. I clear my throat, pushing past the awkwardness that surely must be in my head. So, back to things.
Back to things.
She has another sip of her martini, coughs a little. This is some strong shit. Which reminds me, I tell her, if you need to know how not to act on a date, rule number 1 would be to not get plastered. Her cheeks go tomato red. What? I ask.
That happened with Dr. David,
she admits warily.
I was chugging wine, to counteract all the caffeine I had. Then I choked on linguine. David had to give me the Heimlich maneuver in front of the whole restaurant. Then, after I spat it all up, I proceeded to give everyone a demonstration of the waggle dance. I stare at her, my mind trying to process. The waggle... What? That's what happened on your 3rd date? I ask incredulously. Yeah. Is that what always happens on your 3rd date? Because if so, then we definitely know what the problem is. She glares at me, looking pouty. No, that doesn't always happen. There are often variations. I raise my brows.
Marina? She shrugs, tossing her hair over her shoulder.
I told you I'm not good at this.
Okay. Well, now we have two things we know not to do. Talk about bees and get sloshed. Why are you drinking so much anyway?
I told you,
she says defensively.
I get nervous, and now you know why I get nervous.
Drinking is a delicate topic for the both of us. We do drink, naturally, but we're also very aware of the way our parents are, or at least were, and what that can mean for us. In my case, my father was a drunk and a gambler, which may have been one of the reasons why I left. I still don't know the real reason and probably never will. Maybe it's the same reason why my parents sent me off to boarding school to begin with. As for Marina, her father has always been an alcoholic. He killed her mother in a drunk driving accident when she was young, and the two have had a tense and fragmented relationship ever since. Her father is on and off the wagon often, so sometimes Marina has to take care of him. Sometimes her aunt will help out, but often it comes down to Marina, which in my opinion is highly unfair. It's a stress that she doesn't need to deal with. And considering everything she's gone through, I'm amazed at how positive and selfless she can be. Though I do have to wonder how much of that is a mask. I know she takes medication. I know she sees a therapist. I know that sometimes I see this darkness creep over her, rob her of her light and joy. When that happens, I wish there was something I could do for her. But all I can really do is just be a friend, whether she needs it or not.
You've got that look on your face,
she says in a low voice. What look?
The worried look, the disapproving look. The look that usually precedes a lecture.
No lectures, I tell her. We both know it's a sensitive subject, and I totally get why you're nervous. But drinking too much on a date isn't going to help anyone. So why don't we attack the reasons why you're nervous? Her eyes roll up to the ceiling.
You know why? Do I have to spell it out again?
Because you're a virgin.
Keep your voice down,
she says in a harsh whisper, shrinking in her seat, her eyes flitting around the room.
I don't want it advertised.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Easy for you to say. You're very much not one.
I don't think I appreciate the very much part. I could tell you how many women I've slept with. Do you want to know?
No.
Why not? She opens her mouth to say something, then snaps her mouth shut. Her shoulder lifts up in a half shrug.
No reason.
32.
32?
She exclaims. People turn to look at her. Oh, so I can't talk about your virginity, but you'll go and yell this out loud?
32?
She repeats wide-eyed.
Oh, my God.
You think that's a lot?
Compared with my big fat 0, yeah. You think that's low?
I don't know. I don't think it's low, per se. But I'm not into one-night stands, and a lot of guys are. So if that were the case...
Stop,
she says, showing me her palm.
I don't want to hear it.
Why not? We're just friends.
Well, you definitely would not talk about your number on a date.
Maybe not the first date.
You mean to tell me you've had 32 girlfriends?
She looks off and starts counting on her fingers.
And you're 30, so what, in the last 10 years at least you've had 3.2 girlfriends a year?
See, that's really not much. Anyway, I have had a couple of quick shags, back when I was in Berlin, drunken mistakes, that sort of shit. Let's call them the .2s. But yeah, I guess that's what it equals out to be. She shakes her head, looks away. Hey, I tell her, leaning across the table to catch her eye. What is this? You're mad?
I'm not mad,
she says. You aren't looking at me. She gives me the death glare.
Do I always have to be looking at you?
Yeah, why not? I'm handsome as fuck. She snorts. Again, adorable.
You're also modest.
Exceedingly so. Look, I told you my number, and I know yours, and that's that. This is a no-judgment zone.
Who said I was judging?
Oh, I can tell your face gets all squidgy.
Squidgy?
She repeats, scrunching her nose. See, like that.
Why are we talking about this again?
Honestly, I don't know. Every time I try and get us back on the right track, we just fall into our friendship again. But before this conversation, or another inappropriate one, can continue, the food comes. Filet mignon for me, roast chicken for her, and we're thankfully distracted. We eat, have another drink, then the opening comic comes out, followed by Norm MacDonald. It's not the first time I've seen him live, and even though he's just as abrasive and controversial as before, I find myself spending most of the show watching Marina. Just the way her eyes light up, the sound of her laugh as it shoots across the room. She has a really distinctive laugh, infectious and full of joy, the kind of joy that seems pure. And when you're the one who causes those eyes to sparkle and laughter to spill out of her lips, there's no feeling like it. Not that Norm would care or notice. Everyone in the club is laughing their heads off, including myself. When the show is finally over and we're walking down Sunset back to the car, my ribs are hurting from laughing so hard. I'll have to remember that chickpea joke, Marina says between giggles as we stroll beside each other. I don't know if I have the deadpan delivery, but I can practice. Might I suggest saving that joke for the third date? She grins at me. No promises. Then she turns to the passing traffic and opens her arms at the cars. I love you, L.A. She yells at no one in particular. Someone honks. I grab her arm and pull her along the sidewalk. What was that for? I don't know, she says with a laugh. Nights like this, I just love this city. Where else can you go see a show like that at the last minute? Where else has these palm trees and this warmth and this feeling that you can be anything, do anything, the sky's the limit? It's a city of dreamers, and I get to dream alongside every one of them. And I'm just another dreamer, sweet girl. Sweet girl? Yeah. Where the hell did that come from? It just happened. I can go back to calling you Bumble if you want. You can call me anything tonight. I know you're high on adrenaline from laughing for hours, and I don't want to ruin that, but are you okay with the fact that we haven't really done anything in the... How did you call it again? The art of seduction. I think I've learned enough for tonight, she says, her brows knitting together. There's always date number 2. If you think I've earned another date. It was always a given. I mean, I stopped at 2 martinis, and I didn't mention bees once. You're practically a new woman. We reach the car in the parking lot, and I pause beside the passenger door. Need a ride home, Blondie? As long as you don't try anything foolish, she says. Foolish, I say as I open the door for her and she gets in. I climb in the driver's seat. What would be foolish? Trying to kiss me goodnight, she says. My God, woman, you are a bloody challenge, aren't you? She smiles, sarcastically sweet. How about this, I say, leaning over and opening the glove compartment, bringing out a magic 8-ball. I'll ask the ball and see what it says I should do. Oh, my God, she exclaims, taking the ball out of my hands and turning it around and around. You really do have one? I told you. I thought you were joking. Who the hell carries around a magic 8-ball? I don't carry it around. I snatch it out of her hands. I have one in the car and one in my room. Laz, she says slowly, looking me over like I've suddenly morphed into a circus freak. You know this makes you really weird, right? I'm aware. So, like my whole obsession with bees, which, by the way, is totally justifiable when you consider my career, seems kind of normal by comparison. I mean, you don't have a career in fortune-telling. You could have said professional billiards player. Do you tell your dates about this? I give her a dry look. What do you think? She sighs. Oh, what does it matter? I bet if they did know, they'd still sleep with you. Maybe. I haven't dared to show anyone. So even someone like Simone never knew about this? I laugh. This? You make it sound like I keep locks of hair from all my ex-girlfriends in a shoebox under my bed or something to that nature. She looks horrified. Which I don't, I go on. It's sad that I had to clarify that right now. Anyway, it's just for fun. It keeps the pressure off, and no, I don't blindly do what it says. I'm not that daft. But it helps in a pinch. Her eyes study me intently for a moment, then she nods.
Yeah, it's still weird. I don't care how you justify it.
Then I guess we're just a pair of fucking weirdos, aren't we now?
I stare down at the bowl, then close my eyes and say,
should I kiss Marina good night? I shake the bowl vigorously, open my eyes and take a look. A blue triangle that says LOL floats to the surface. Marina bursts out laughing.
Oh my God, it has a sense of humour. Is it sentient?
Obviously, this is the upgraded version. I have the old-fashioned kind at home. I tell her as I stick the bowl back in the glove compartment and shut it. I know I should probably feel like a bit of a wanker or something for showing her that, let alone actually asking the bloody thing if I should kiss her or not. But I have zero regrets. So far.
Well, sorry to tell you then, but if the 8-ball says it's a laughable idea, it's a laughable idea.
Fine. But if you're willing to accept the answer tonight, you should be willing to accept whatever answer it gives me on our next date.
Since when did dating turn into gambling?
When you agreed to go out with me, Bumble.
Guess I should have seen that coming.
Walking in my shoes. Laz. I wake up feeling inspired. I have to thank my dreams for that. I don't exactly remember them, but I remember the feelings they gave me, imprinted somewhere inside. It was warmth and happiness, followed by self-sabotaging and despair. Something beautiful and wonderful had happened to me, and then I ruined it all, more comfortable being cold and alone. I wear misery like a worn coat, and in my dream it was no different. It sounds slightly morbid, but it's the best kind of dream I can have. You know, from a creative point of view. Emotions at a high, swirling inside me, based on nothing. Nothing in my real life is at stake. Everything is the same, and these feelings are fleeting. Harmless. So I immediately grab my pen and paper beside the bed and start writing. I end up filling 6 pages full of one whole poem, something I can easily break apart later into sections and then parcel it out on Instagram. I've been posting so much old stuff lately that I think people might be getting sick of it. I could actually write more, but my phone rings, and just like that, all the creativity is drained out of me, like it was never here to begin with. I know it's my mother calling. She's the only person I know who doesn't text. I stare at the cell for a moment and rally together the strength to talk to her. It would be so much easier for it to go to voicemail, but I hadn't talked to her in a few weeks now, which I feel guilty about, even though she hadn't called me either. Hi, Mum, I say into the phone.
Lazarus, sweetheart, she says. It wouldn't kill you to call, would it?
More than a decade outside of Manchester, and her accent is as strong as ever. Sorry, Mum, just been busy. How are things?
Oh, you know, the same old. Listen, I have a favour to ask you.
She got to the point fast, as usual.
Noah has been hard to manage lately. You know he won't talk to me, and he absolutely refuses to talk to Darryl. So I was wondering if you'd be able to come by and take him out for ice cream or something.
The way she's talking about Noah, it makes him sound like he's an 8-year-old kid, not 14. Then again, that's the way she always talks about him. I know it isn't easy for step-parents, but my mother has been with Darryl for 13 years now, and it's like Noah and Jane are still Darryl's kids and not her own. Then again, I'm my mother's son, and she sent me off to boarding school for most of my life, so being parent of the year isn't exactly her forte. Noah doesn't mind, I ask. I get along really well with Noah, but I also don't want to stick my nose in where it's not welcome, and considering how volatile he's been this last year, I don't want to encourage any teenage angst if I don't have to.
He's lonely, she says. He needs a friend. I'm not sure he has any good ones.
I automatically pick up on the vibe she's putting out there and already know what Noah's problem is. Or rather, their problem with him. Okay, tell him I'll be by in an hour and a half. I hang up and get ready. My mother, my stepfather Darryl and Noah all live in Santa Clarita, which can take no time at all, or all bloody day, depending on the traffic. With it being a Sunday, I get there a bit early, which gives me a moment to check in with Marina. How are you doing? I text her. I thought she would have already texted me this morning like she usually does, and now I'm paranoid that maybe our whole dynamic has been turned on its head after what happened last night. The date ended on a good note, but even so, the fact that we went out on a date to begin with isn't the norm for us. I wait in the car outside the iron front gates of the Murdoch household, hoping she'll respond right away. She's usually good for a little encouragement before I drive through these gates and into the 9th circle of hell. But this time I'm on my own. I put my phone in my pocket, enter the security code, and the gates part for me. I drive through the long circular driveway and take the parking spot on the opposite side of the pillars. My stepfather, Darrell Murdoch, is a television producer for CBS. He had a lot of big shows in the late 80s and 90s, and though any hits have tapered off for him particularly, he's rolling in the dough. And it shows. The house is massive, a grand white building that you'd more likely see in Louisiana instead of Southern California. The lawn is wide and expansive, framed by tall sycamore and oak, and the gardens are overseen by my mother, who pretends to do all the work but really just hires a gardener instead. I had to live in this house for the first 2 years I was in America, and though it was long ago, it feels like it was just yesterday. At the time, I was 18, fresh out of school and with no idea what my future held. It was when I was in boarding school, hours outside of Manchester, that my father left my mother. I would say he left us, but since I rarely saw them, it doesn't sound right. After that, my mother decided to see what the USA was all about, leaving me behind in England. She met Darrell in L.A., who was recently divorced for the 4th time, and I guess he was blinded by her beauty. My mother's always been a very attractive woman, like someone out of a Gothic Victorian, all dark, wavy hair with delicate features and pale skin. They fell in love, and the rest was history. They actually never married legally, and Darrell blames it on him having been married too many times before. I actually think it's because my mother and father never actually got a divorce. He couldn't be bothered to stick around for that. I parked the Camaro in the guest parking. Yes, the place is big enough for guest parking, and because Darrell does so much networking, he has guests over all the time, and make my way up the front steps to the door. I knock and wait. Even when I lived here, I knocked and I waited. I didn't even have a key. I could tell that Darrell wasn't that fond of having me live with them, and even now that I've been out for 10 years, he's still not fond of me. Like my mother, I got the impression that he never wanted any kids, so I wasn't exactly welcome. But when his ex-wife died, Jane and Noah came to live with him and my mother, which makes for one dysfunctional family. Rosalie, their housekeeper, answers the door and gives me a big smile when she sees it's me.
Lazarus, she says warmly. Come in. So good to see you. Have you gotten taller?
She says this each time. Rosalie is a middle-aged Thai lady who has been employed by Darrell for as long as I can remember. In a stark, white-walled house where everything is put in its place, cold and sterile, Rosalie is the only source of life. Well, her and Noah. I assure you I have not gotten taller, I tell her, giving her a quick hug. I'm actually here for Noah. She nods.
Miss Sarah told me already. She and Mr. Darrell are out at brunch with friends. Noah is just in his room.
How is he? I ask her, lowering my voice. Just between you and me, because I don't think my mother has a good, shall we say, handle on the situation. She nods, her expression turning grim.
He's a good boy. He's just figuring himself out. Back at home, boys are allowed to be who they want. Masculine, feminine, it doesn't matter. In this city, too, people are open-minded. But his parents...
She trails off. She'll never speak ill of her employers, not even around me. But I know how she feels about them. I understand, I tell her. I'll probably take him out to see a movie or something.
You're a good soul,
she tells me, patting me on the arm before she hurries off and is swallowed up by the house. I take in a deep breath and climb the winding staircase to the 2nd floor, heading down the hall past my old bedroom, Jane's old bedroom, until I come to Noah's. Noah, it's Laz, I say, rapping on his door. I wait a few moments, listening. I don't want to walk in uninvited in case he's doing what I was doing all day when I was 14, jerking it until my hand was sore. Noah, I say again, knocking louder. Finally, I hear some shuffling and the door opens. Noah stares up at me with a sullen expression. What? What? I repeat. No, hey, buddy, it's good to see you.
Why are you here? You're here 'cause Sarah told you to be here, right?
I clear my throat. Mum told me I should probably come by, but I'm not here because of her, all right? He rolls his eyes and tries to shut the door. I shove my shoulder between and pry it open. Come on, I tell him. I'll take you to the movies, whatever you want to see, my treat.
I have money, he says, and I can go to the movies by myself. You don't see anyone stopping me.
You really don't want to go? I ask, watching him closely. Fuck, I can't tell what this boy is thinking. Movies, lunch, whatever you want. We can drive to the bloody beach, I don't care.
Not interested.
No, I'm the one rolling me eyes. Been in this house 10 minutes and I'm already reverting. Fine, I tell him. I'll leave you alone. I just thought you needed a friend, someone to talk to. I'll be going. I'm not faking it either. I am leaving. I love Noah, but our relationship goes two ways. Teenager or not, I can't always be chasing him, trying to be the big brother he never had. With Jane out on the East Coast now, I feel he needs me now more than ever, but maybe he doesn't. I go down the hall, down the stairs, as far as the car, about to check my phone to see if Marina has texted back yet when I hear him yell,
Laz!
I look back at the door. Change your mind?
Can we go to Venice?
Sure, I tell him. Maybe we'll see Scooby on his penny farthing while we're down there.
Great, I'll be right back,
he says, and then disappears into the house. He's gone for long enough that I take out my phone and see that Marina responded. I breathe out a sigh of relief.
I'm good. Just finished teaching a class I totally forgot about until this morning. What are you smiling at? Your girlfriend?
Noah teases me as he comes around to the passenger side. I slip the phone in my pocket and get inside. I don't have a girlfriend, I tell him, putting on my seatbelt.
Yeah, right,
he says, adjusting his bright purple backpack adorned with glittering stars between his legs. New backpack? He looks down at it and his features harden, making him look far older than 14. As different as Noah and Darryl are, they do look alike. Both are on the short side with angular features. But Noah is slim and compact. Noah's hair has been a multitude of styles and colours. Now it's long in the front, buzz-cut at the back, like a reverse mullet and neon blue. I like it, I say quickly, though I thought maybe you'd want to match your backpack to your hair. He manages a quiet laugh.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but then I'd have to buy a new backpack every week, and I know Dad's allowance won't stretch that far. Especially over something like this.
Let me guess, he gave you grief over it.
How did you know?
He leans back in his seat.
I know why Mom called you, by the way. We had a fight last night.
What about?
The backpack,
he says, kicking it.
Because Dad said it was gay.
I bite down on my tongue, hard, because there are so many fucking things I would love to get into right now about Darryl. But I have to remember that the guy is still Noah's father, even if he is a grade A wanker. Your father, I begin, choosing my words carefully, isn't exactly open-minded. We both know this. What did you end up telling him?
I didn't tell him anything,
he says defensively.
There's nothing to tell. I just like colors. I don't know. He kept saying he didn't want people to think I was gay, that I was hanging out with the wrong people like Sam. I mean, how could anyone not like Sam? He wouldn't drop it. He just kept picking on every single detail of my life, like he was goading me, like he wanted me to admit it.
Admit what? He shrugs, his face scrunching up.
I don't know. Whatever I am. But, Laz, I don't know what I am.
He looks over at me, face white like he's frightened to death. Suddenly I'm having déjà vu of Marina last night in that very same spot. Noah, you're you. That's all you need to know. That's all that matters right now. You're still figuring yourself out. Fuck, I'm still figuring out myself.
But you like girls, he says. You know that.
I nod. I do. But sexuality is just a part of who we are. It's not everything. And just because you like girls doesn't mean your life is magically easier either, believe me.
I just don't know what I like. Sometimes I like them. There's a girl in my math class, Natalie. She's so pretty. But I don't want to kiss her or get with her or anything like that. I'd just paint her portrait, if I could paint.
He pauses and makes a groaning sound.
I can't believe I'm talking to you about this. If Sarah or Dad knew.
I don't bother reminding him that we have talked about this before, and I still haven't told them and never will. Noah isn't sure where he stands, whether he's gay or bi or ace or queer, and all I can do for him is be a sounding board. He has new friends now, but I'm not sure if he's confided in them or not. I wouldn't blame him for not. The last thing you want when you're in a hoity-toity high school is for rumours to start spreading, even if your friends seem to like you. California is extremely open-minded, but kids will be kids, and kids are often cruel. You know I wouldn't tell them anything, I say. It's between you and them, and if you want to wait until you have it all figured out, I can't blame you. Maybe this is just a confusing time for you. Hell, maybe you already know what you want and you're just catching up. But you know whenever you need to talk about it, you can talk to me.
It's weird, though,
he says. Look, mate, you're my brother. I don't care if it's not through blood, but you are. And you're also my friend. Believe me, I'd do anything for my friends, no matter how weird it gets. My mind floats back to last night. He seems to think that over, and we lapse into silence. I give him control of the radio, and soon we're cruising down toward Venice Beach, listening to an oldies station of all things.
I just don't know what he'd do,
he finally says, while the birds sing on about every season, turn, turn, turn.
Honestly, I think I'm afraid of him. Like, not that I'll just get yelled at or he'll even disown me. That he'd hurt me.
I give Noah a sharp look. If your father ever touches you, you call me. I'm serious, Noah. You call me right away and I'll deal with it. So help me God, I will give him back good what he's given. He nods.
I don't think your mother would do anything. No offense.
I sigh. None taken. God, I hope she would do the bloody right thing. But still, if at any moment you're afraid for whatever reason, you call me and I'll come get you. You can stay with me and Scooby for as long as you want. I'd like to think that Noah is exaggerating in his fears. I mean, what son hasn't imagined his father whooping his arse over something he did wrong? But in this case, Noah hasn't done anything wrong, and Darryl can be a violent son of a bitch. Not only does he have a bad reputation in the industry for berating and bullying colleagues and clients, but I've seen him lose his shit on pretty much everyone in the house, including Rosalie. I haven't seen him hit anyone, but there have been times where I was sure everyone was seconds away from disaster. Darryl also started out as a Marine in a long line of Marines, until a leg injury put him on a different path. Naturally, his daughter ends up being a rocker who goes to the East Coast with the first guy she fell in love with just to escape him, and his teenage son is grappling with his sexuality and the apparent consequences of just being himself.
As soon as I turn 18, I'm right out the door, he says. Jane went to the East Coast when she could no longer stand it. You were here for what, a year before you decided to go to Berlin for school?
2 years, I tell him.
Well, as soon as I can, I'm gone. I might even drop out of school.
You're not dropping out of school, I snap at him. I don't care how bad it gets, you are not doing that. That will fuck over your whole life. You keep going to school. If it gets bad, we'll get you out of that house, I promise. He watches me for a moment, his green eyes narrowed into a squint, as if he's trying to read the truth from my face. Then he sits back in the seat.
You better keep that promise.
I always do, I tell him. When we pull into the parking lot at the beach, Noah opens his backpack and takes out a mascara and a vial of lipstick, pulls down the visor's mirror and starts running the lipstick's wand over his lips, painting them a mauve shade. Where did you get those? I ask.
I didn't steal them off your mother, if that's what you're wondering,
he says, eyes narrowed in concentration as he makes a precise line around his lips before smoothing it out. The kid is like a fucking pro. And where did you learn to do that? He gives me a close-lipped smirk.
It's not hard to put on liquid lipstick, you know. Also, I follow a load of makeup artists on YouTube. I want to master contouring next, but we'll see.
I want to point out that with his angular face, he doesn't need the contouring, but I let it be. Clearly, this makes him happy.
And don't worry, he adds as he swipes on the mascara. I'll take all this off before we go back home. I wish Noah lived in a house where he didn't have to do that, but at this point it's better to be safe than sorry. Ready to go? I ask. He nods, beaming at his appearance. It's the first real smile I've seen on him all day. Ready? We head out to the promenade and do the typical tourist thing that even locals will indulge in every now and then. People watching. Even though the weather in May can be volatile and it's been fairly cold and gloomy as of late, which I love, reminds me of home, the beach is still packed. There's plenty to see. We pass people on rollerblades, break dancers, people playing basketball, dogs pulling wagons filled with smaller dogs, fire breathers, jugglers, and several people on unicycles. I don't see Scooby anywhere, and I wonder if the unicyclists are stepping on his turf. They'd probably have a jousting match to settle it all. Now that would be entertaining. Eventually we get ice cream like my mother had suggested, and when that's done, Noah goes over to talk to an artist who is painting sunsets on tiny canvases with pastels. I finally text back Marina. I'm with Noah. He's been having a hard time, so I took him to Venice for ice cream. Want to come join? She texts back right away. I would, even if I didn't feel like driving all the way down there. But we're not supposed to see each other outside of our dates, remember? Oh, right. So I guess that means you don't want to come to our show tonight in Burbank. Would if I could, but I can't. We're still on for our date on Tuesday, right? The weather should hold up. Why, what are we doing? The bees, remember? Fuck. Right, the bees. You promised. I did. 3 dots appear and then disappear, and I feel my pulse quickening with it. Is she backing out? I mean, I'm not crazy about the idea of donning a bee suit and having them swarm around me, or, God forbid, get trapped in my suit somehow. But I'll do it for her. She texts, We could do something else. No, I want to do the bee thing. I imagine you like Candyman in complete horrifying control of them. I've never been compared to Candyman before. I like it. Your girlfriend again? Noah says, and I look up to see him nodding at my phone, watching me with a wary expression. I told you I don't have a bloody girlfriend. Dude, you always have a girlfriend. Not right now, I don't. Then who do you keep texting and smiling like an idiot? I'm smiling like an idiot? I try and rein it in. It's just Marina. The hot blonde? I give him a look. What? He says. I told you I think girls are hot. I just don't want to stick my tongue down their throat. Well, I don't want to stick my tongue down Marina's throat either, I tell him. We're just friends. But even though what I just said was completely juvenile, it feels like a total lie. And now Noah is looking at me like he doesn't believe a word of it either. We're just friends, I repeat. Friends who are dating each other for fun. But there's no way I'm getting into that with Noah right now. Everything is already starting to feel complicated, and we've only just begun.
Easy, Tiger. Marina. So, what date is this? Naomi asks with a sigh. And yes, I'm doing air quotes when I say the word date. Date number 2, I tell her. I wasn't going to tell Naomi about what Laz and I were doing because she'd think the both of us were out of our minds, and surprise, she thinks Laz and I are out of our minds. I just don't understand any of it, she says. Why are you pretending to date each other? Why not just actually date each other? Because we're friends and only friends, I remind her. Laz doesn't like me that way. I don't like him that way. She muses slowly. You sound like you're in grade school. Because you seem to have a hard time understanding platonic relationships. It's not getting physical, and we're not, falling in love with each other or anything. Yet. I roll my eyes, even though she can't see me. There is no yet. Laz and I are friends just as much as you and I are friends. Right, she says dryly. Naomi, you of all people, I expected to be supportive. You really thought I would be supportive? Oh, let me guess, you haven't told Jane yet. Hell no, she'd disapprove. As do I. Look, you know I have a problem, so why not use Laz to solve that problem? I mean, it makes perfect sense. Doesn't it? Marina, your problem and your only problem is that you haven't met the right guy yet. That's it. There's no magic fix to this. It's the law of averages and the law of luck and the law of putting yourself out there that eventually you're going to find the right guy. I don't think I like all these laws. I know you think Laz is helping you, but honestly, as much as I like the guy, I wouldn't take his advice seriously. Why not? Because, I know this is going to sound crude, but he fucks anything that walks. He does not, I cry out. He has standards. He has girlfriends. He doesn't sleep around. I don't trust this whole serial monogamy thing. I think it's bullshit. I think it's a way for him to be a man whore and a playboy and whatever else you want to call him without being slammed for it. First of all, men don't get slammed for being players. Girls do. And Laz isn't the type of guy who would care what people think either way. He's an odd duck. I'll give him that. But don't kid yourself about him. He's good as a friend, but that's about it. The guy can't hold on a relationship to save his life. There's a reason for that, and one you don't need to find out. Naomi, I whine. We're just friends, and that's it. This isn't actual dating. We aren't sleeping together. God, he hasn't even kissed me yet. Yet, see? Yet. Before you know it, you'll be friends with benefits. That only works if you just meet each other and decide to be fuck buddies. We aren't fuck buddies. It's too late for that. We're just buddies. And I do want his advice because I think he knows what's best for me. Yeah, his dick. I groan. I shouldn't have told you. You're right, you probably shouldn't have. But since we're doing this anyway, let me know what his piercing looks like. Is it the Prince Albert or the Jacob's Ladder or something else entirely? Back when Naomi and I first met Laz, we were intrigued by his supposed dick piercing, which led to many nights at our apartment drinking wine and Googling all the possibilities. Of course, now I've pretty much forgotten all about it. Well, kind of. I know I shouldn't think about his dick at all, but the truth is I often do. I think about how big it is, what piercing he has, what his balls look like, if he hangs to the left or the right. Actually, I know that last one. He hangs to the right. Hey, if he's going to wear those tight rock star jeans at his shows, then I'm going to notice his dick. And honestly, it hasn't really been a problem for me. But now, I don't know. Every single sexual thought I've ever had about Laz suddenly seems completely inappropriate now that we're fake dating each other. Marina, Naomi asks. Yeah, I'm here. God, you're thinking about his penis, aren't you? I'm gonna go now. I pause. And please don't use the word penis. She chuckles. Okay. Well, good luck on your date. Just remember, you're lovely just the way you are. There's no use telling Naomi that Laz pretty much said that exact same thing during our first date, except with Laz's accent. When he says it comes out as lovely. I can't blame her for being cynical, though. Even with her and Robert's couples counseling session tomorrow, she still has an uphill battle when it comes to their relationship. I glance out the window. The gloom we've had for the last while has lifted, and it's a brilliantly hot and sunny day. No breeze either, which is good for the bees. It tends to make them agitated, and the last thing we need on this date is for them to get all hot and bothered. I know Laz hasn't quite come out and said that he's afraid of bees, but it's going to take a lot of convincing to get him in his bee suit. I make myself a cup of tea with some raw honey, courtesy of the girls, then slip on my jeans and a t-shirt and head outside, the grass wonderfully soft on my feet. Barbara has been more than generous, letting me turn the entire backyard beyond the pool area into my own oasis. It can get expensive with all the water bills, but luckily she doesn't care. There's a nice strip of lawn running up to the hives, and the rest of the yard is sand and gravel, evenly split between drought-tolerant plants to keep things eco-friendly, and flowers that attract bees. Since lavender hits both those targets, I've planted lavender absolutely everywhere. I take in a deep breath, letting the sun warm me from above and the ground warm me from below. There's something to be said for walking barefoot, especially on grass. It's actually scientifically proven to help ground you. I make a mental note of it to tell Laz later. Then I stop myself. Today, it's not Laz coming over, but his alter ego, Carl McNaughty, back for date number 2. And if I've learned something from our night at the comedy club, it's that Marina can talk about bees and scientific facts about walking barefoot all she wants with Laz, but she can't with Carl or whatever Joe Blow I'll be dating in the future. Marina should also refrain from talking about herself in the third person. I sigh. This whole thing is both fun and frustrating. The entire date, I kept looking at Laz and wondering why the hell I was doing this with him. Meaning, why did he have to pretend to be someone else? Why did I have to pretend to be someone else? I mean, I may not have had a fake name. I do today, because why should he have all the fun? But I still couldn't act like myself. Why couldn't we just... I don't want to think about it. I keep wanting to think about it. It keeps pressing at the back of my head like it's looking for a way inside, and I keep putting up the internal walls and barricades to stop it. I don't want to indulge that part of me because it's getting trickier and more dangerous by the minute. All the years I've known Laz, I've put my feelings for him to the side until I've convinced myself there were no feelings at all. I've told myself over and over again that whatever things I felt, whether it be jealousy, attraction, and lust, hell, even enough desire that I've brought out my vibrator more than once, that it wasn't based in anything. I've actively worked hard to see Laz as a friend, and just a friend. All the while, it would have been so incredibly easy just to give in and just admit to myself that I want him. Not just as a friend, though. Not even close. That's probably why I'm so all over the place. Part of me wants him to teach me how to seduce men, only just for the chance that I can actually seduce him, or vice versa. The other part of me is terrified of the idea, like him kissing me, touching me, because I think I know the moment he does that, every single thing is going to change. Everything. Oh, Naomi was right. It doesn't make sense for Laz to do this. We don't have to pretend date each other. He could just give me a few pointers. I mean, I learned enough about how I am on a date the first time that there's really zero need for a second one. I think he knows that too. He must. Why else would he be doing this? Because he feels sorry for you, you spaz, I remind myself. Sure, sometimes I think I catch this darkness in Laz's eyes, like he's looking at me with some sort of raw lust. But at this point, I'm pretty sure that's just Laz and how he is. He's brooding, he's in his head a lot. I never know what that guy is thinking, but I'm pretty sure he's not thinking of me sexually whatsoever. Yeah, sometimes he says really sweet things, even romantic at times. But he's a poet. It's pretty much his job. I've seen him charm the pants off the old ladies at the grocery store, too. Which is the way it's supposed to be. Which means I need to get my head on straight and keep doing what I'm doing, filing all those unwarranted feelings away and getting back on the friendship train. A couple of hours later, I have both bee suits out on the lawn and am sitting cross-legged on the grass, inspecting them for any tears or holes, when Laz pokes his head over the side gate. I smile at the sight of him, as I always do. Instant reflex. But these butterflies in my stomach? That's fucking new. And frightening. Get the hell out of here, butterflies.
Hey,
He calls out.
it's Carl McNaughty, from the other night.
The playful tone of his voice causes my stomach to flip like a gymnast. This is not off to a good start. Hi, Carl, I tell him, giving him a quick wave and turning my attention back to the suits. Much safer this way. Come on in. I pretend to concentrate on them way more than I should, so that he's standing above me for a few moments before I finally do look up, squinting into the sun. At least he gave me some time to gather up my wits. Oh, by the way, I tell him, my name is Regina Phalange. He grins, running his fingers down the sexy stubble on his jaw. Sexy? Stop that right now.
Of course your name is Regina Phalange,
He says. He gets my friend's references like no one else does. He gets everything like no one else does. Stop it, you crazy bee lady. I clear my throat, wishing I could dispel the nervous energy that's building up inside me again. So, are you ready for Candyman? He laughs.
It doesn't help that you call it that.
Hey, you started it, I tell him, getting to my knees, and he reaches down to grab my arms and pull me up the rest of the way. I'd like to say I didn't notice the spark of electricity between his palms on my skin, or how large and firm his hands are, but I would be lying. Laz has touched me like that 1,000,000 times before, and I never paid it much attention, but now my body is honing in on everything. Suddenly, I'm extremely grateful for the bee suit. It will keep me safe from the bees and from any accidental arousal. Okay, I say loudly, too loudly, stumbling back a bit from his grasp. So, let's get you suited up. He frowns.
You okay?
Yes. I bend down and grab his suit, thrusting it into his hands. Put it on, Mr. McNaughty. He reluctantly takes it, his eyes resting on my face for just a bit longer before he holds up the voluminous suit, staring at it in disdain.
Are you sure they can't sting through this?
They aren't going to sting you, I reassure him. He glances over at the hives.
Oh, did you have a merry chat with the bees this morning about this?
I did. And by the way, bees know they'll die if they sting you. It's always a last-minute resort in order to protect the hive.
How noble,
he says dryly. It is noble, I tell him. Now suit up. He sighs, shaking his head and mumbling something to himself that I can't quite catch. His expression says it all. This is hell. I stand back and watch him, enjoying this too much. No one is graceful when they put on a bee suit.
So, how come you have a bee suit that fits a guy as tall as me?
He asks almost suspiciously. Lie, I tell myself, lie. It's part of the job. If I'm teaching potential beekeepers, I can't expect them to bring their own. And that is all true. I have 2 suits for kids and 3 for adults so far, and hope to get more. But the reason I have that extra long suit in particular is because I bought it for Laz a long time ago, hoping that maybe one day he'd take interest in it. But I'm not about to admit that to him. I'm already feeling strangely vulnerable today. So I watch as he slips the suit over his boots and pulls it up.
I feel ridiculous.
I smile and drop to a crouch to zip up the bottom of his pants and make sure the elastic is snug. If the bees get agitated, that's one of the first places they'll crawl to because it's dark and snug. Okay, I tell him as I get back up. Almost done. Without thinking, I grab the zipper from down near his crotch and pull it up all the way to his chin. I'm so close to him, I'm not breathing. I pause, wondering if I'm too close, and glance up at him through my lashes. He's staring at me with an intensity that makes my blood run hot.
Now would be the perfect time to kiss you,
he says, his voice low. Shivers cascade down my back like I'm stepping into a warm bath. Holy shit. I swallow hard, unable to find my voice. We're inches apart. Heat is climbing between us. His eyes aren't leaving my lips. I've never seen him look at me like this before, this rawness that makes my thighs clench together, trying to still the pressure building inside me. The tension is fucking unbearable, wrapping around us tighter, hotter. He's gonna kiss me. Don't ruin it. But then I say, don't you have to consult your magic 8-ball about this? I let go of the zipper and take a clumsy step backward. Moment ruined. Laz doesn't look too impressed. I expected him to smile, but he looks vaguely annoyed more than anything.
I can, if you want,
he says evenly. I look away, chiding myself for making it all weird, and pick up the beekeeper hat and veil, shoving it into his hands. Here, put this on. He eyes it.
If this wasn't part of the uniform, I'd think you were trying to tell me something.
Well, he definitely can't kiss me through that thing. Added bonus. Wear it, I tell him as I pick up my jacket and slip it on.
Hey, how come you don't have to wear the full suit?
He says as he awkwardly fumbles with the hat, turning it around and around. He has to zip it to his suit collar, but I don't dare go near him again, even with that veil between us. Because my jeans are good enough protection. I wouldn't wear anything if I trusted you not to lose your shit.
I'm not gonna lose my shit.
He fiddles with the zipper until it finally secures his hat in. Right, I tell him, happy that the weird sexual tension between us is momentarily dissolved. I pull on my hat, which is already attached to the back of the jacket like a hoodie, and drag the veil across my face. He's smiling at me, his face slightly fuzzy because of the mesh. What? I ask.
I just had an image of you on your wedding day.
Oh? My heart stills.
Wearing a dress made out of bee suits with that exact same veil.
Very funny.
It is funny.
He throws out his arms.
Look at us. I feel like we're astronauts in a 50s B movie, or should I say B movie.
I giggle. Like we're in This Island Earth. I agree. One of our favorite movies that Mystery Science Theater 3000 has gotten their hands on. Did you know that actor who plays the main dude, Cal? His name is Rex Reason.
Rex Reason.
He muses.
That should be my next stage name.
Or you could save it for the fourth date.
Fourth date?
He looks at me in surprise.
I didn't know there would be one.
Am I jumping ahead of myself here? Probably. Oh, well, I just figured after date number 3 we could try again with new personas, since eventually we have to tackle what's wrong with you. Aside from the magic 8-ball making all of life's decisions for you.
Don't make me regret telling you that,
he says. Don't make me regret telling you I'm a virgin. I walk over and nudge him with my elbow. Come on, let's get this started. We head across the lawn to the first of the 2 hives, the girls shooting in and out. A few guard bees come out to inspect us as we get closer, and Laz stops dead in his tracks, eyeing one as it buzzes at his veil. They're having a staring contest.
What do I do?
He whispers. Just act calm, I tell him.
They smell fear, don't they?
I roll my eyes. No, she's just checking you out. You should be flattered.
Uh-huh.
I grab his arm and pull him toward the hives. She knows we mean no harm. This is her job. She's a guard bee. Show some respect.
Oh, bloody hell.
He mutters as we're right at the hive now, and the bees are swarming all over us as they go on their way to and from the hive.
This isn't fun. You know that? People actually pay to do this?
He's borderline shrieking. I have to admit, it is fun seeing this big, buff rock and roller with his tattoos and piercings freaking the fuck out over my girls. I'd say I'm surprised we haven't done this more often, but then again, I'm not. Not a lot of people pay, I tell him, placing my fingers on either side of one of the bars. I'm about to lift it up and expose the comb and bees inside, but I wait. I have a feeling it's going to freak him out, and for now, I just want him to listen. But that's what I want to change. This could be a fun and unusual date night for some people.
Cross out fun. It's unusual at best,
he says, breaking off as he raises his arm to swat at a couple more bees who are investigating him. Don't, I tell him, gripping his forearm and holding tight. Don't swat. They don't deserve it.
Jesus, where did you get a kung fu grip from?
He's staring down at my hand, and I tighten my grip even more. No swatting, I warn him, or they will turn on you. I'll make sure of it.
You are the candy man,
he says in a hushed awe. Okay, let's be serious for a second, I say.
You think I haven't been taking any of this seriously?
I give him a look, but I'm not sure he can see it. It's hard with all the bees darting between us. If more people were exposed to hives like this in a safe and controlled environment, then they wouldn't fear bees. If they don't fear bees, they're more likely to respect them. If they respect them, they might learn about them and find out how important they are to the world. I get a ton of calls for live bee removal, but I'd get a lot more if people started respecting bees and wanting the hives to be safely removed. Most people just have a pest control person come and destroy them all. It's devastating. Just thinking of it makes my heart feel weighted, way more than it should, like it's sinking in my chest.
You okay?
Laz says softly after a moment. I exhale and give my head a little shake. Yeah, sorry. Don't know why that bothers me so much.
This isn't really about bees, is it?
He asks. What do you mean?
You told me your mother kept bees when you were younger. After she died, you said that the hives were destroyed.
I rub my lips together, glad he can't get a look at my face. Yeah, I say breathlessly. Gone.
And those hives brought your mother the same kind of joy they bring you now, don't they?
I know what Laz is getting at. I've had this conversation with my therapist a lot. That the bees somehow represent my mother and my relationship with her, that I feel I can keep her alive if I keep the hives alive. But though this insight isn't new to me, it's new to Laz. In the past, I might have shrugged it off, but I don't want to do that anymore. They do, I say quietly. It's how I keep her memory alive. When I see hives destroyed, it just reminds me of everything I lost.
Do you need a hug?
I let out a soft laugh and put my hand out to keep him in his place. No hugging in front of the bees. I'm not sure how they'll take it.
And you want this to be a date night activity?
Okay, so maybe you have a point. I sigh. I still think I can make it work, but maybe it's the kind of thing that really wouldn't take off here. Maybe my efforts are better spent elsewhere. Anyway, I go on. Now that you're somewhat calm and orderly, let me at least give you the rundown of the hive. The hives I have are top bar hives, which looks totally different from what people are used to seeing. The traditional beehives are the ones that are high stacks and have the brood at the bottom and the honey at the top, but the frames are heavy as hell and you have to smoke the bees to keep them calm. With the top bar system, it's horizontal. It's less intrusive, and I don't even have to suit up if I don't want to. I did today, but I'm not even wearing gloves. Are you ready to take a look? I ask him. He takes a small step back and then nods.
Yes.
I grin to myself in anticipation. Okay. I grip the ends of one of the frames with both hands and slowly pull it out of the hive. A very large comb, maybe 2 feet long, hangs off, every inch covered by hundreds of bees, wriggling like one dark beast. It's a gorgeous sight, but Laz is screaming.
Oh my God! He shrieks, fuck this!
He turns around and starts running. I watch him, trying not to laugh as he goes across the lawn, looking like a lunatic in his white suit, like a hazmat worker fleeing the scene from a radioactive monster. Then he slips on the grass and eats shit. Now I'm laughing, and it's shaking the comb, so more bees are coming off of it, mad at me for disturbing them. I'm so sorry, I say to the bees through my laughter, hoping I can put the frame back in before one of them stings my bare hands. Thankfully, I make it, and I go running after Laz, who was lying on his back, spread eagle on the grass. I zip off my veil and hat and stand above him, peering down. Are you okay? I ask, still laughing.
No.
His head rolls to the side until he's looking at me.
Marina, you just had like thousands of bees in your bare hands.
I know. This is part of my job. I do this almost every day.
Bloody hell. I am not cut out for this.
I can see that.
I'll stick to poetry and playing obnoxiously loud music.
And singing. Don't forget singing. You have a hell of a voice. Hey, maybe you can sing to the bees.
Yeah, right. That probably signals for them to attack me.
Believe me, no bee in their right mind would sting you. What's the point when you just run away every time, screaming like a little girl?
I think my ego just took a hit.
It's about time. I was wondering if you'd ever be taken down a peg.
You know, as my friend, you're supposed to keep lifting me up on pegs, not taking me down. And also, could you give me a hand?
I sigh and straddle him, reaching down with both hands to grab his arms. Except he reaches up and grabs me by the elbows instead and pulls me down, so I've fallen in an awkward heap on top of him. I yelp and am about to roll off when his arms wrap around me tight, holding me in place, keeping me pressed against his chest. Let go of me, you beast, I say playfully, both enjoying being this close to him and also wondering what the hell is happening, because Laz and I have never been the touchy-feely kind of friends. We hug, but we don't hold hands, we don't cuddle, we don't have wrestling or tickling matches. He grunts in response and then rolls over so he's on top of me now, elbows planted on either side of my shoulders. Oh, hell. This feels good. The hard and heavy length of his body flush against mine, the weight of him making me feel so small and dainty and captive. I know he expects me to squirm. I know I should. But secretly I'm in heaven.
I need a little help with the veil,
He says, his tone a little too innocent. I narrow my eyes, staring through the mesh. I don't trust you.
Please?
He says. Oh, fine, I say, and reach up, unzipping it from the front of his jacket, and then lifting it up off his head and tossing the hat to the grass.
Thanks,
He says, but he doesn't get off me. He bites his lip and brings one of his hands to my face, fingers pressed against my cheekbone, his dark eyes searching mine. That same intense gaze that he had earlier has come over him again, a look that makes me sink back into the grass for my heart to start beating harder against my ribs.
Remember,
He says, his voice hoarse, his thumb brushing down my cheek along the side of my lips. I don't even think I'm breathing.
when I said it was the perfect time to kiss you? Well, I lied. I think now is the perfect time.
Because I can't run away? I try to joke, but my words come out all garbled. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind here. He smiles softly, but the carnal gaze in his eyes never leaves me. It strips me bare.
Second date, sweet girl.
But, there are so many things to protest. So many things to say to stop this from happening. But I don't want to say any of them. I try and swallow, my chest feeling tight, like there's a vice around my heart. If he kisses me, I might actually die. He closes his eyes and leans in, and I'm suddenly so aware that we're both in bee suits and he's lying on top of me in the middle of the backyard. And then I'm aware of nothing at all. Nothing but his lips as they gently press against mine, soft, warm, and firm all at once. It's so sudden and shocking despite his warning. But then his lips part gently, opening up against my mouth, and my eyes flutter closed as I give in to him. His tongue slides into my mouth, slow, almost painfully slow, this teasing drag along the edge of my tongue that makes my skin run hot and tight. A desperate urge rises up from inside me, the steel of his tongue ring cool and sleek. Fuck. This is happening. And it's still happening. Like any new dance, it starts off tentative, wary, and then morphs, his mouth growing hungrier, our tongues sliding in and out with building urgency. Laz presses his hips into mine, and I can feel how hard he is. For me. All for me. He lets out a low groan into my mouth, and it rumbles through me all the way to my toes, my thighs squeezing together to quell the throbbing. His hands are in my hair, on my jaw, holding my head down against the grass, and my fingers are drifting over his shoulders, feeling his strength. As our kiss deepens and deepens and deepens, it feels so good. So fucking good. Best damn kiss I've ever had. Then he pulls back, just an inch, enough for me to gasp for breath, for my mind and body to be brought back to reality. The sun is glaring above us, but all I do is stare at Laz's gorgeous face and marvel at what we just did. I say, licking my lips that still buzz from the pressure of his. That. He clears his throat, his eyes dancing in a mix of amazement and lust.
I have to say, you, definitely don't need any pointers on how to kiss.
Yeah, I say, breathless. Neither do you. Oh, my God. It's hitting me slowly now. Laz just kissed me. We were just hardcore making out. That wasn't just a first kiss. That wasn't just a joke. It couldn't have been. Could it? I'm watching his expression, not sure what to say. I should play it off because that's what this is, what this always has been. Well, I'm glad I passed your test, I tell him. I smile, but it's shaking, and I'm wide-eyed, and I probably look a little nuts. You still should have consulted the 8-ball before.
Oh, I did,
he says with an easy grin, running his thumb over my lip. I have to fight the urge to kiss it. What has he done to me?
Right before I walked in through that gate.
And what did it say?
It said win,
he says.
And it was fucking right about that.
That's cute. I know the right thing to do would be for the both of us to get to our feet and carry on with ourselves like we usually do. But God, if he wants to kiss me again, I will not stop him. I don't care if we're lying out here under the sun. I don't care that... Marina! A shrill voice rings through the air, and I flinch. I crane my neck back and look at the main house, where I can see the shadow of Barbara's face inside by one of the open windows. Do you need me to call the police? She yells.
Oh, that's just brilliant.
Laz says, quickly getting himself off me and pulling me up to my feet. So much for that. No, I yell back at Barbara. It's just my friend, Laz. He was helping me out of my suit. I bet he was, Barbara says, and then the blinds come back down. Sorry about her, I say as I turn back to face Laz, who was unzipping his suit. His face is flushed, his hair a mess. There's too much distance between us now, and it feels cold and unnatural. Everything that just happened before, his body pressed against mine, our mouths joined, the heat we created, that felt right. That felt more than right. That's the us that should have always been.
I should probably get going,
he says, stepping out of the suit and handing it to me. What? Why? Oh my God, did that ruin everything? That ruined everything, didn't it?
Don't look so worried,
he says to me, smiling. He reaches down and grabs my free hand.
I promised Frank we'd have a rehearsal tonight, and he's all the way out in Long Beach.
Why do you need to rehearse? New songs? I feel better knowing that he's not bailing on account of me, but still, I don't want him to take off after we just had our first kiss, especially when I don't know what it means, if it meant anything.
Well, the show you missed the other night was a bit of a shit show, so yeah, I think we just need to get some more practice and get a new keyboardist. A lot of the songs we always should have been doing, the songs we skipped, are keyboard and moog heavy, so we need someone who knows their shit if we're going that route. People want to dance these days.
He punctuates that with a shrug. So, when are you gonna actually start a real band? I ask him. He stills at that, his dark, arched brows coming together.
A real band?
It's been years of you doing Depeche Mode songs. You're an amazing singer. You can play anything you want, and you know that your poetry would do amazing as lyrics. I mean, what's the difference, really? So why not do your own thing? He's still looking at me like I'm talking complete nonsense. Maybe I am. I don't know much about music other than the fact that it's an important part of my life.
Because,
he says slowly, still holding on to my hand,
this is what we know. This is what we're known for. There's no risk. Other than the occasional shitty show, we can't really fail. There aren't a lot of Depeche Mode cover bands out there because no one can pull it off like we can.
But you can't really move forward if you're always doing the same thing. I don't want to mention he's just coasting along and never really committing to anything because his band is just a hobby and not a career, and it really isn't any of my business. But sometimes I want to point out the similarities between that and his failed relationships.
And that's why we're trying new material.
He gives my hand a squeeze.
I'll see you later.
Do we still have another date, or is this it? I hope I didn't sound desperate just then. He just grins at me.
You better believe we have another date. Date number 3, Bumblebee.
He turns and walks off, leaving me standing on the grass, bee-suit in hand. Sad to see him go, but dangerously giddy at the fact that we have another date. Another chance to pretend. I'm not ready to think about what will happen when we can't pretend anymore.
But not tonight. Laz. I wake up early for once, fueled by my dreams again. I wish I could remember them, but it doesn't matter. The feelings are there, this time brimming with dark sexuality and wild lust along with the usual despair and emotional turmoil. I'm not surprised. I came 3 times last night just thinking about Marina. And it's not that I haven't thought about her while jerking off before, because, believe me, she's been the subject of more than a few fantasies of mine. But this time I didn't have to imagine what it would be like to kiss her. This time I knew. I still can't believe I did that. Ever since our first date, it's all I could think about. Ever since it was put out on the table like an actual possibility. I've tried to push it all behind me and focus on other things, but it keeps being pulled to the forefront. Marina. Her eyes. Her skin. Her lips. Her fucking soul, that pure light that comes from within her, shines through all the darkness that shrouds her. I feel like I'm one step closer to possessing it. Something I never knew I needed. It's dramatic, but everything inside me feels dramatic right now. Larger than life and overpowering. I don't know where the lines started to blur. Maybe it was last week. Maybe they've always been blurring and I've had my head too far up my arse to notice. But yesterday that line was crossed. Just one toe over it. But it was crossed. She tastes like everything I thought she would. Like honey, but surprisingly richer. like her sweetness comes from some place deep. I honestly thought I could drown in it. And the way she kissed me back. I didn't know what to expect, if she'd shove me off of her or tell me to stop. I had hoped she wouldn't, but I couldn't be sure. I can never be sure with her. But the breathless little sounds she made told me I wasn't the only one who was lost to that kiss. I take in a deep breath, my pen shaking in my hand, and stared down at the last thing I've written. I've hungered for too long for that one drop of honey that has hung from that lonely branch, waiting to fall onto my tongue, into my mouth, coating my throat, until I can't breathe any more. But it's okay, because death tastes sweeter than the world without you. I cock my brow and read it over. Romantic, I guess. Definitely morbid. It will do for now. With the writing coming to a close, the muse having left with the last tendrils of sleep, I get up and start making myself breakfast. Scooby is beating me to it at the stove and making French toast. "Morning, mon frere," Scooby says to me, flipping the toast over in the pan. "Care for some French toast?" "Bien sûr," I tell him, grabbing a cup of coffee and sitting down at the kitchen table. "I didn't know you spoke French," he says. "Just a little," I tell him. "When I went to university in Berlin, I picked up some German, too." "You really are a man of the world, aren't you?" I shrug. I wouldn't go that far. I live here, after all. "Yeah, but L.A. is like the world of America." "I think New York is the world of America." "Did you know that L.A. is built on top of the third largest oil field in the country?" he says to me. "In the 20s, it produced a quarter of the world's oil." I grin against the rim of the coffee mug. I fear what would happen if you and Marina ever sat down and had a real conversation with each other. "You think we would be a good match, huh?" he asks, glancing at me over his shoulder with a twinkle in his bug eyes. "Only in the fact that you both love your stupid facts." "Well, sign me up, mon frere. She into short guys who ride bikes?" I actually have to think about that for a moment. Even though we're 2 fake dates in, I have no clue what Marina's type is. I probably should ask her, even though it could sting a bit if her answer is the opposite of me. "I'm not sure," I tell him. "If she is, she's in for a real treat. Tell her I'll make French toast for her every morning. She's in the bees, right? Bet some of her honey will go down real well on this. It's probably extra sweet." I can't tell if he's trying to be clever with innuendo or not. "I always thought that maybe I'd be stepping on your turf," he adds thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Like she's always been yours, you know?" "She's my friend." "I know. You never hold back from telling me that. I think Lazarus doth protest too much." "And I think Scooby doth fallen off his back a few too many times."
That's not how you use doth.
He waves his spatula at me. You think I don't know? Anyway, we are friends, and no, she doesn't belong to me. She isn't mine.
It bothers you, though. I mean, you don't seem like an alpha. But I bet if you had the chance, you'd totally be claiming her.
I exhale noisily and press my fingers into the table. What are you going on about now? Alpha what?
You want to stick your dick in her.
He looks at me with a big grin.
It's obvious, dude.
I do not... I start, but there's no point in lying now, is there? How is it obvious? It's not obvious. I've been very careful about that in case Marina got the wrong idea. Also, I've always had a girlfriend, which made hiding my attraction to her even more imperative. He shrugs and gets plates out of the cupboard.
You look at her in a certain way.
Yes, as a friend. He snorts.
You do not look at me that way. And for that matter, you haven't looked at any of your girlfriends that way either.
I frown, feeling more confused than ever. Scooby is strangely astute for someone who is always high, but I still don't know what exactly he's talking about. How do I look at them? How do I look at her?
Not that you asked,
he says as he slides the toast on the plate and nudges it toward me.
But you look at me like I'm the coolest man you've ever come across, and your mind is blown daily by my infinite wisdom.
I burst out laughing. Okay, man, how high are you right now? He ignores that, passing me a fork, and then sits down across from me.
You look at your girlfriends sort of like they're science experiments.
Science experiments? I repeat through a mouthful of toast, then start coughing from the powdered sugar going up my nose.
Yeah. Let's take that last one, Simone, right? You were very analytical with her, observant, curious. You know, like you're doing math in your head. You know that popular meme of the blonde lady solving a math equation? That's you.
So I looked confused. Do I look like I'm doing math in my head right now? Because I am mad confused.
Okay, so I take it that you're not good at math. My bad. I should have figured, since you're one of them creatives and all. Okay, so you looked at them like you were thinking all the time, trying to figure them out. You were never relaxed. You were always on.
I mull that over. Maybe Scooby is right. Looking back over everyone I dated, I can't remember a single moment I was relaxed. Maybe during sex, but even right afterward, I didn't feel that peace that I should have felt. That comfort I should have had with the girls I had been dating for a long time. In hindsight, it's like they never stopped being strangers to me.
And with the hot blonde beekeeper,
he says, stabbing a piece of toast and letting it hang off the end of his fork as he thinks.
You look at her like I look at this French toast.
He brings the toast right in front of his eyes, as his face contorts into a mix of... Hell, I don't know what that is. He definitely looks hungry, and yet sad about it at the same time. Constipated, I guess.
That will happen later.
I grimace.
But what I'm trying to convey is that you both want her and hate yourself for wanting her. You're both longing and lusting.
He sighs dramatically.
I guess all those acting classes I did haven't really paid off.
That's because you took acting classes across the street, I say, pointing out the window at the building where M Street Coffee is housed. Sure enough, on the other side of the building is the office of Alan M. Feinstein, who taught Scooby a really bizarre version of method acting for a few weeks last year. Every time he came home from class, he was limping. I'm still not sure what went on in there.
Don't change the subject, he says. You wanted to know what I thought. Well, there you have it. Marina is the dessert that you want but can't have because you either think you don't deserve it or you're worried about the calories because you haven't been going to the gym as much lately.
All right, mate, you've lost me now.
It will make sense at some point, he says. Helps if you're high. Speaking of, want to go out tonight? I feel like getting outside, going to a bar. And all this talk about women makes me think I'm due for one. Or at least due for a rejection by one. Any interaction is fine by me.
Can't, I tell him. I have a thing. Rain check? He raises a brow.
I'll hold you to that.
With all the mad talk about Marina being dessert, I'm not about to tell Scooby that tonight is date number 3. But even though I don't mention it, it doesn't mean it's not eating me up inside. I can't remember the last time I've been this nervous over a woman before, and we're not even dating for real. Because you're afraid of what this means. Because a kiss is just a kiss until it means more. Honey coating your throat until you can't breathe. I shake it out of me. I put on some music, Deftones Beauty School, and get ready. Tonight I'm taking Marina out for dinner to Mr. Chow in Beverly Hills. I used Darrell's connections to get me a table, because otherwise I would have no chance in hell. It's mad posh, pricey, and very exclusive. And Marina has no idea. I know our original plan was to have some space between our dates, but this was the only night that we could get. Luckily, Marina didn't object. I slip on a white shirt, slim-fitting black suit, no tie, switching for a sleeker pair of moto boots, take out my eyebrow ring and try to tame my hair. I shave my face, getting rid of the semi-beard I always seem to have. When I'm done, I'm fairly satisfied with the result. I'm not a bum by any means and take pride in my appearance, but it isn't often I go out of my way to dress up. It's certainly better than the bloody bee-suit of yesterday. Heading out, I tell Scooby, grabbing the car keys from the hook, and then leave the apartment before he can comment on the way I look. 8 minutes later, I'm parked outside of Marina's house, and like clockwork, Miss Havisham is peering at me through the blinds. One of these days I'm going to march right up to her door and say hello. But tonight is not one of those days. I walk through the gate at the side of the house and go around the pool, lit up by tiny lanterns at night, even though it's never not covered in a layer of leaves. Obviously neither Marina nor Miss Havisham use it. I take in a deep breath outside of Marina's front door, my pulse quickening in my throat. Take it easy, I tell myself. There's nothing to be nervous about, it's just Marina, your blonde bestie, the crazy bee lady. I knock. I wait. I wonder if I should kiss her hello. Should it be on the cheek? On the lips? I'm afraid if I kiss her on the lips, we might start stumbling backward into her studio. Dinner reservations cancelled. Damn shame. I knock again. I still don't hear anything. I knock again. Marina? Then hear a loud, exaggerated groan. Bloody hell, this isn't a good sign. The door swings open. Marina stares at me in such a way that I'm afraid she's forgotten about tonight. She had texted me back and said yes this morning, didn't she? But then I notice how gorgeous she looks. Her blonde hair is piled high on her head. She has sparkling earrings on and what looks like a short, deep purple dress with a low neckline. Those black heels she had problems with on our first date are on her feet, making her shapely legs look fantastic. I realise I've been staring at her body like a creep, so I smile at her and say, "You look very, very beautiful." I point at her sombre face. Except for this, what's all this? And by this I mean, why do you look like you want to kill me? She closes her eyes, shakes her head, pressing her knuckles into her forehead. Sorry, I just had a really... My aunt called me about my dad. I'm in a mood now. Ah, shit. Do you want to cancel? We can stay in and watch Netflix instead. Unless you want to be alone, of course. Please don't tell me you want to be alone. Please tell me you need me. No, she says quickly. We're going out. I'll get over it. Want to talk about it? Maybe later. Hold on. She disappears back inside and grabs her clutch purse, then comes out and locks the door behind her. The exterior lights catch the glow of her dress and I reach out and touch the material. What is this, velvet? I want to run my hands all over her fucking body and never stop. I know, it's material you'd wear around Christmas, not summer, she says, running her fingers over the bodice. Naturally, I'm staring at her very full breasts that are very much on display. But it fits, and I think it's flattering, isn't it? She glances up at me through darkened lashes and completely catches me ogling her. Sorry, I didn't hear you, I tell her. I was staring at your very lovely breasts. She laughs. Well, I was sort of pointing at them, wasn't I? Now I'm faced with the dilemma of if I should kiss her or not. Fucking man up and do it. But she takes my arm in hers and starts walking off, leading me to the car. Come on, we don't want to be late. I have a feeling Mr. Chow is one of those restaurants that has goons who will grab us by the collars and literally hoist us out onto the streets. You look nice, by the way, she says later when we're in the car and zooming down the 405 toward Beverly Hills. Traffic light for once. It's kind of odd to see you in a suit.
and to see your face.
My face?
You've got one hell of a jaw, you know that?
Should I shave more often? I asked, glancing at myself in the rearview mirror.
Shave, don't shave. Scruffy, not scruffy. I like every single version of you.
I wait for her to yammer on awkwardly, as she sometimes does when she thinks she's paid me too much of a compliment. But she doesn't add to that. I glance at her, and her attention is out the window, watching the passing cars. Something in the car is changing. The space and air between us. There never used to be tension. Now it feels thick enough to choke you. I can't tell if it's just that we're going somewhere fancy, if it's the infamous third date, or that I can still feel her lips crushed against mine. Taste how sweet she is. Or maybe it's all those reasons combined. Whatever it is, it's big and tangible and very real. I'm not sure how to deal with it and what it means, but I know what Marina means to me. So what did your aunt say? I ask. She sighs, slipping further down in her seat as if she can hide from the question.
I wouldn't talk about this on the third date with anyone, that's for sure.
Well, I don't even talk about my own father with any of my girlfriends, so believe me, I get it. She glances at me thoughtfully.
Really, what do you say?
I shrug half-heartedly. Not much. I say my parents split and my mother remarried.
They never ask you about your dad?
No, I never... It just didn't come up. I'm not known for my deep conversations. They'd always badger me about that. Why don't you talk more? You never open up, blah, blah, blah.
But how can you really get to know anyone if you don't open up?
You can't. I give her a pointed look. You don't. She nods slowly, chewing on her lip, getting it. All the girlfriends I've had, no matter how long I was with them, it never progressed to anything deep, because I never let them see any deep parts of me. They got my poetry, and that's about it. Everything else was surface. It was just easier that way. Really, there's no mystery to why I'm bad at love. Most of the time I don't even think I want it. I might not even deserve it.
Then let me say I'm kind of honored that you share that stuff with me, she says, her eyes fixed on me with a wan kind of hopefulness. And I hope you know I want to hear more. I know you still keep a lot of things to yourself, and I totally get it, but I want to know everything, Laz. Even the things you think would scare me.
No, you don't.
Anyway,
she says softly, examining her nails under the wavering freeway lights.
My dad's on another bender. He was doing so well, as you know. The last couple of times I've been to his house, he's looked great. The house was free of booze. It was actually clean. The cat was fat and happy. I know,
She trails off, and when I steal another glance of her, tears are welling up in her eyes.
I shouldn't get my hopes up about these things, and I've been through it so many times. I
reach out and take her hand, squeezing it, rubbing my thumb along her soft skin. God, if I could take her pain from her. There's nothing wrong with having hope, Marina. It's natural, it's needed.
Yeah, well,
she says, wiping her tears away with her other hand.
I have hope, and he just lets me down again. I know it has nothing to do with me. I know that it's not about him not loving me enough to stop. I mean, fuck! He killed my mother, Laz. He killed his wife. I know it wasn't on purpose, but don't you think that would be fucking enough to quit drinking forever?
She takes in a deep, shaking breath. Fuck, I wish I wasn't driving right now, that I could just pull the car over to the shoulder and bring her into my arms.
So she calls me,
she goes on when she's calmed a bit,
just before you came to get me. And she tells me that it's my turn and my responsibility to take care of him again, and I can't. I can't, Laz. I just can't. I know that makes me a terrible fucking daughter, but I'm still so angry at him. For everything. It's not getting better. Every day it gets worse for the both of us. I feel like I'm drowning and there's no one to save me. I can't even save myself.
Your dad, I start to say, then change my mind. First of all, your aunt shouldn't be calling you like this. If she can help out, she should, and not involve you in every step of the way.
But she's my mother's sister, so obviously she's harboring a lot of resentment, too. And what is she going to do? Someone has to take care of him when he's like this. He can't do it by himself. He's drinking himself to death. He won't feed the cat. He won't eat. He won't clean. She closes her eyes and takes in long, deep breaths through her nose. I know she does this when she's trying to ward off a panic attack. I don't say a word. I just keep holding her hand. I want to ask again if I should turn the car around and head back, but I think that will only make her feel guilty. Finally, she opens her eyes again and looks at me. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, I asked. I know, but you don't want to hear my sob story, especially before a date. You know I'll hear all your sob stories any time, anywhere. She swallows, nods slightly, then straightens up in her seat. Tell me something nice. My mouth quirks up into a wan smile. You look gorgeous. Even though I probably have mascara running down my face. You look gorgeous, I repeat, squeezing her hand with each word's beat. Extremely beautiful. She giggles. I fucking love that sound. You better believe it, I add, egging her on, because I believe in you. Oh, stop. I can't. You're just so coming tonight. I might be coming on you afterward. Oh, my God! She shrieks, her face going beet red. You didn't just say that. Don't say it. Leave it. She groans. I know I'm being silly and cheesy as hell, but at least it has her smiling. I'll do anything for that smile. When we get to Mr. Chow, just off Wilshire Boulevard, she's back to her usual good spirits. The valet takes the car gleefully, a fan of vintage Camaros, and I take Marina's hand, holding it tight as we walk into the restaurant. I've never been to this place before, but it's pretty much what I expect. It's busy. The tablecloths and walls are all white. There are lots of people waiting for a table, dressed to the nines, and everyone seems to know each other. Luckily, the man at the front isn't snobby in the slightest, neither are any of the waitstaff. We're seated in a nice corner spot across from someone I recognise as a movie producer with his very young wife or girlfriend. I think I see Jennifer Aniston, Marina whispers over her expensive martini, staring at the entrance. Look at you, all starstruck, even though you've lived in LA for how long now? Hey, if you don't get starstruck by people every now and then, what's the point in living? I'm not going to pretend to be too cool for school. Neither am I. But the people I see in LA are really the ones I care about. All mine are in New York or back in England. That's because all your idols are musicians. If I was ever lucky enough to meet David Gahan or Jimmy Page or Tom Waits or Nick Cave, then yeah, I would be starstruck. I would love to see that, she says, giving me a small smile. See Mr. Cool lose his cool. Mr. Cool, I laugh. You must have short-term memory because yesterday I completely lost my shit. Not one of my finest moments, I must say. I don't know, she says rather coyly. Something good came out of it. My skin feels impossibly warm at that. She didn't regret the kiss. Thank fucking God. Excuse me, a voice says to the right of me. I tear my eyes away from Marina and look up to see a stunning brunette with golden tanned skin and a megawatt smile that she's directing at me, dressed in a chic black dress that shows off her legs. I glance quickly at Marina to see if maybe she recognises her, and actually it seems like she does. She's wide-eyed and curious as she stares at her. Yes, I say to the woman. Are you Lazarus Scott? She asks. Yes, I say again, like it's a question. Sorry to be so nosy, she says, smiling warmly at Marina before turning her attention back to me. I overheard them calling your name for the table. Are you the poet Lazarus Scott, like on Instagram? That's me, I tell her. This is always awkward. Well, okay, it's not normally awkward when a gorgeous woman approaches me like this, but it's awkward now with Marina here. I don't want her to feel left out. Wow, I thought so, she says, brushing her stick-straight hair behind her ear. I didn't know what you looked like, so I hoped it was you. I don't mean to interrupt your date. She glances again at Marina and smiles. It's not a date, Marina blurts out. We're just friends.
Okay, then. In case I was wondering where we stood, there we have it.
Oh, okay, cool, the girl says.
She sticks out her hand to me.
My name is Colleen. It's nice to meet you.
I shake her hand, my grip firm enough to leave an impression. But as hot as she is, and as much as Marina made it clear we are just friends, I'm not interested. Lazarus, nice to meet you. She takes her hand back, that big smile still on her face as she looks between the two of us. She points behind her.
Well, I'm going to go back to my table over there, having a girls' night with a few friends. Sorry for interrupting, and I'm so glad I got to meet you.
And with that and a little wave from her, she walks away to the back of the restaurant. Marina is staring at me with an expression I can't read. Is she impressed?
You know you're getting famous when the famous are coming after you,
she says under her breath before she sips her drink. Famous?
You didn't recognize her?
She asks incredulously. I don't know, she kind of looks like everyone else in L.A.
That's Colleen Quar. She's a big deal. She's like in every movie now.
I'll stand by what I said. She leans across the table slightly.
She wanted you, like, very obviously. You should go over there.
No, I tell her.
No, why not?
I study her carefully. I don't know what she wants. If she's pretending not to be interested in me because she thinks it will scare me, or if she actually isn't interested. So I decide I'm just going to tell her the truth. You say we're just friends, I tell her, but we are on a date, and that means something to me, as did that kiss yesterday. I'm not going to talk to that chick because I'm not interested in her. Right now I'm interested in you. She watches me for a moment as she carefully swallows her drink. I think she's trying not to choke on it. It's not unusual to say what's on my mind, but I've never said anything about her quite like this. Of course, now she's not saying anything in response, so there's probably a reason why I never say shit like this. But I'm just going to fucking own it. Look, Marina, Her phone starts ringing from her clutch on the table, rather loudly. She jumps, spilling a bit of her drink, and then quickly fumbles for it, glancing down at the screen. She frowns and holds up a finger, motioning that she's going to take the call.
Naomi,
she says into the phone.
What's wrong?
I watch Marina and wait. She worries her lip between her teeth, nods at whatever Naomi is saying.
Oh, fuck, Naomi, I'm so sorry. Yes, I know. You did the right thing. No, don't do that. Promise me you won't do that. Okay, look, I'm going to come and get you right now.
Fuck.
No, I'm just with Laz.
Just with Laz. Ow.
But I'll be there in like 45 minutes, okay? You shouldn't be alone right now. No, it's fine, really. Okay, I'll be there soon.
Marina hangs up the phone and gives me an overly apologetic look.
Laz, I am so sorry. It's fine. It's not fine, she says. She just came home and found another woman in bed with Robert.
Jesus, what a piece of shit.
I know. She kicked them out, but she can't be alone.
Marina, I completely understand. I look around for the nearest waiter and signal for him to come over. We haven't even ordered the main courses yet. We can just pay up and go.
But the appetizers,
she protests feebly.
We won't be able to eat them.
It's just food, I tell her. Your friend is more important.
But you're my friend, too.
I nearly snap at her, but I managed to rein it in. I know, and I'm sure if the roles were reversed, you would be coming to my side. You're a sound friend, you know that. No one is going to fault you for always wanting to take care of people. So I get the bill, pay for the drinks and appetizers we didn't get a chance to eat, and then I drive Marina home. She's silent for most of the drive, on the phone texting Naomi, maybe even Jane. By the time I pull up to her house, I'm exhausted by everything all of a sudden.
I am so sorry,
she says to me again, taking off her seatbelt, her features shadowed by the streetlight. Me too. We'll just
do it again,
she says quickly.
Not at Mr. Chow. Let's just watch a movie. Call it date 3.5.
Shouldn't it be date 2.5? she sighs, looking overly forlorn, which I'll admit makes me feel a bit better.
I was really looking forward to this.
I try and brush it off. Yeah, well, shit happens. Before I can finish my sentence, she twists in her seat and leans across the centre console, grabbing my face. She kisses me so hard I feel my heart still with the shock of her impulse, her fingers pressed into my jaw, one hand going through my hair and giving my strands a sharp tug. I moan into her mouth, my tongue sliding in against hers as the kiss deepens. I've been needing this so fucking bad, and now that I have it again, I don't want it to ever stop. My dick is already so hot and hard in my dress pants it's almost painful. Marina, I whisper harshly, impatient, trying to undo my seatbelt so I can kiss her better, harder, messier. I want to throw her back against her seat, get between her legs, feel every inch of that decadent dress and her soft skin underneath. But then she's pulling away and staring at me with huge eyes, her mouth wet from my mouth.
I have to go,
she says quietly. Then she quickly gets out of the car, shuts the door behind her and heads through the gate down the side of the house. Gone. Holy fuck. What the fuck just happened there? And holy fuck. When can that happen again?
World in my eyes. Marina. Where the hell am I? I stare up at a ceiling. It's painted blue, framed by crown moldings. Naomi's place. I lift up my head and look around. I'm on one couch in the living room, and Naomi is on the other. I'm dressed in my velvet dress from last night. Naomi is in her robe and pajamas. A sea of wine bottles and tissues fills the floor between us. Memories of last night come flooding into my brain. Last night was a mess. I felt so horrible for everyone. Horrible that Naomi had to walk in on her husband screwing some random woman in their bedroom. Horrible that I had to bail on Laz in the middle of our third date in one of the nicest restaurants I've ever been to, while Laz was looking so devilishly handsome I could hardly think about anything but him. And then there was that kiss. I don't know what came over me. That never happened during any other third date I've been on. But he looked so disappointed at how the night went, even though he was trying hard not to show it. I wanted to tell him that... Oh, hell. I wanted to show him how much I fucking want him. Because I do. He's all I want. The moment he showed up at my door, he stole my damn breath away. Even though I was still reeling over the phone call with my Aunt Margaret, suddenly he was there like a movie star. A rock star, like that Mr. Mysterious I thought he was the very first night I laid eyes on him. And while I think I prefer him all scruffed up and beardy, as he often is, it was a nice change to see that stunning jawline of his. He's just so fucking beautiful. Even now, I feel the heat flaring up between my legs. Parts of me I thought were dormant are coming alive again, and they're hungry as hell. Naomi groans, bringing me out of my head. Now, if only my body would cooperate. I can't help my friend if I'm tangled up over my feelings for Laz. I get up and check on her. She's back asleep, having rolled over. I grab a throw from her linen closet and put it on top of her, then get some Advil and water and put it on the table next to her. Part of me thinks I should stay with her, but we stayed up until 6 in the morning and she hadn't stopped crying once, so I think she needs a lot more sleep than this. I just hope that Robert isn't that much of an asshole that he'll come back. According to Naomi, though, she grabbed the gun from her closet and threatened to shoot his dick off, so I don't think Robert is coming back here anytime soon. With my phone dead, I have to wait until I'm in my car and halfway home before my phone gets charged, and when it finally is, I have a million texts from Laz and a voicemail. I assume the voicemail is from him. I listen to that first.
Hey, sorry if I'm flat out harassing you at this point. I'm just having trouble sleeping and wondering if you're okay. Hope Naomi is okay too. Okay, sweet girl. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Oh, yeah, call me when you get this.
I don't think Laz has ever left me a voicemail before. I'm beyond touched. He called you sweet girl again, I think to myself, grabbing onto that phrase like it's something I can touch, holding it close to my heart. I'm in over my head here. I should probably head home and have a good think about this before I call him back, get my priorities straight, figure out what's going on between us. Are we still friends? Are we dating now? Are we still learning from each other, or has this whole experiment morphed into something else entirely? I don't have any of the answers. Funnily enough, I don't think Laz has the answers either. We're both in this together, completely clueless. As soon as I'm parked in the driveway and wave hello to Barbara, peering through the blinds, I walk to the backyard to check on the girls and call Laz. My heart is beating hard and fast, the blood whooshing loudly in my head. I'm actually giddy, just placing a simple phone call to one of my friends. What is happening?
Hello?
Laz says, his rich accent coming through and immediately putting me at ease.
You called?
I don't think we've ever spoken on the phone before, I say, and my voice sounds foreign, high-pitched, like it belongs to someone else.
No, we haven't. First time for everything. How are you? I was worried.
I know, I'm sorry. The phone died, and then Naomi started hitting the wine.
How is she?
Horrible. Just horrible. I want to kill Robert for doing that to her. Not that I'm surprised at all, because I knew he was a fuckface like that, but I mean, they just started going to couples therapy for this exact thing.
What a twat.
I laugh softly. Yes, he is a twat. I always forget you have the best insults.
Pity insults are one of England's greatest exports. That and the Spice Girls.
I smile into the phone at that, then start laughing again once I remember all the things he was saying in the car last night on the way to dinner, the bee puns.
So,
he says, clearing his throat.
About last night.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry.
Marina, please stop apologizing. I forbid it. It happened. It's fine. It's more than fine. You did a good thing. But you're also going to have to make up for it.
I swallow hard. Really?
Yes,
he says.
Tonight I'm coming over to your place, and we're going to drink beer, make popcorn, and we're going to sit on that sagging couch of yours and watch something. There may or may not be groping and or kissing involved.
Well, I'm speechless. I didn't think he'd come out and say it, but then again, he surprised me last night when he said he was interested purely in me. Especially after he was hit on by Colleen Croy. I mean, I know I'm not ugly by any means, but next to her, I look like a pig with a blonde wig. I'm basically Miss Piggy. She would wear a velvet dress, too.
I scared you, didn't I?
He says quietly after a moment. I'm not scared. I'm caught off guard. There's a difference. But, yeah, a bit scared.
It's better I tell you now, so that you have time to prepare. Although I suppose that might mean you have time to prepare some kind of defensive system. I'm picturing a wall of bees around you, ready to do your bidding.
Not if you behave, I warn him playfully.
Me behave? If I do recall correctly, it was you who kissed me last night. There was a lot of tongue involved, too.
Perhaps we'll consult your magic 8-ball.
I already did. It says I can do no wrong.
It does not say that. I say just as a beep of call waiting comes through my phone. Hold on, Laz. Got another call. I peer at the screen, expecting to see Naomi's picture on the screen. Instead, it's my aunt. Oh, fuck. Marina? She says as soon as I answer. It's your father. He's in a bad way. I just came by to drop off groceries, and he's lost his mind. I might have to call the police. I can't handle him like this. Fuck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. He can't afford to get in trouble with them again. Where are you? What's he doing? I'm outside the house. I'm leaving. I don't know what to do. I think he might get violent. You know, he's not like that. Well, he's your father, Marina. Come deal with him. Lord knows I've had to deal with everything ever since your mother died. She hangs up. Everything inside me shrinks and shrivels and dies somewhere. Brutal. Aunt Marge, that was brutal. I close my eyes, trying to gather strength to fight back the tears that are coming to me so easily lately. Laz, I whisper into the phone, returning to our call.
What happened?
It's my dad. I have to go.
Where are you right now?
I just got home. I say, barely able to form words. I'm suddenly so weak. The dread of what I have to do and deal with is debilitating. I have to go,
No,
he says firmly.
you're not doing this alone. Stay where you are. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Laz,
I'm serious. You're not fucking going anywhere.
he hangs up. I've never heard him be so harsh with me before, so I don't risk pissing him off again. I quickly go into the studio, take off my dress and slip on jeans and a gray t-shirt, take off last night's makeup with a wipe, and then head back out just in time to see the Camaro pull up. You don't have to do this, I tell him as I open the door and sit in the passenger seat. It's not your problem.
It is my problem,
Laz says. His eyes are both soft and hard at the same time as they peer at me intently, his jaw firm.
Because it's a problem to you, then it's a problem to me. I'm doing this with you, all right?
I'm not convinced. This is a part of my life I'd rather keep from everyone. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another to see it. I don't know what my father will do or what he'll say. I don't know if I'll be weak or strong. I don't think I'm ready to show any of that to Laz.
Marina,
He says, reaching for my face, his fingertips holding my chin until I'm looking at him.
let me in. Let me be here for everything. All the good, all the bad, all your light and all your dark.
I blink, keeping the tears at bay so far. Damn, this man, he's getting in. He's getting under my skin like no one ever has before. Okay, I whisper to him. Let's go. The corner of his mouth quirks in a soft smile. He nods.
Okay.
We drive off, and I program my father's address into his phone so that the Waze app can tell him where to drive. I'm too all over the place right now to be of any help. My father lives in a mobile home in Lancaster. It's not close by any means, and the longer we're on the freeway, the more afraid I get.
So run it by me.
Laz says.
I want to know what to expect, and I think it will do you good to say it out loud.
God, I would kill for a fucking Ativan right now. I'm not sure. My aunt dropped off the groceries, said he was basically belligerent and that she wanted to call the cops.
Shit.
Yeah. I mean, he gets bad, but not that bad. She sounded scared. But my father has never been violent. He's gotten angry and lashed out, but not physically.
Well, I'm even more glad I made you take me now.
Me too. I pause, guilt rushing through me. Just, please don't judge him. He's been through so much, and...
You think I would judge?
He's not himself. When he's sober, he's wonderful. I mean, I love him. But when he's drunk, he's someone else. Something else. A monster. It sounds, I don't know, crazy, but when he's really bad, I don't see him as him anymore. It's like looking right into the devil's eyes. I don't mention that sometimes I'm so filled with rage that I want to hurt him when he's in that state. I want to hit him and shake him and beg for my father to come back. I'm just so fucking angry. It's almost like whatever is infecting him is infecting me.
I get it,
He says.
Believe me, you're not alone.
I thought he would make a bee pun with that, but this isn't funny anymore. This is terrifying. By the time we eventually reach Lancaster, dull desert stretching out as far as the eye can see, I'm a wreck. I can't even speak. I've grown silent as we pull into his neighborhood.
Is this it?
Laz asks, leaning over to get a better look at the house we've stopped outside of. There isn't much to look at. My father's place is on a corner lot, and there's a small patch of brown grass out front. Behind him is a cement wall lined with barbed wire, which separates his place from the junkyard on the other side. The mobile home hasn't been mobile for a long time, and it's one level, the paint faded, the curtains always drawn. At least the curtains are new, though. Gauzy blue ones that I picked up from IKEA a couple of months ago. Slowly, very slowly, I've tried to bring some life to his place. I'd love to have the time to paint the house at some point, maybe a cherry yellow color. Something to make it seem alive. But none of that seems important right now. I don't feel like I'm staring at my father's house, but the dwelling of someone else. A monster I'm afraid of. I know I should stop describing him as such, because he really is a good man at heart, but at times like this, when I know everything good in him is dead and buried under years of horrible, unending guilt, he becomes everything I'm afraid of. In some ways, he's like a zombie. You know why zombie movies are so absolutely terrifying? Because people's loved ones get turned. They get bitten, they get infected, they cease to be human. They turn and become something to fear. And what can you do but kill them? What choice do you have? Otherwise, you'll get killed yourself or become exactly like them.
Take all the time in the world,
Laz says softly. I glance at him, wanting him to be my courage. I feel stronger with him here, yet it's almost made it scarier, knowing he's going to see this world through my eyes. I'm ready. Let's go. Maybe it won't be that bad. We get out of the car, and I notice the nearest neighbor across the street is standing on her front porch, broom in hand, staring at us suspiciously. I give her a wave, letting her know everything is going to be okay, and she doesn't move, doesn't say anything. I have to wonder how loud it's been or what he's been doing, if she's noticing. We head up the steps. The screen door is half off on its hinges. The main door is open a crack. If I didn't know any better, I would say that this looked like the beginning of a crime scene. It makes me pause, I'll give it that. Laz reaches down and holds my hand, squeezing it so tight it almost hurts. I'm not sure if it's more for him or for me. Laz holds open the screen door, and I push the front door in gently. Dad? I call out. It's me, Marina. Your daughter? Silence. I open the door wider. Dust motes float in a lone sunbeam that's made its way through one of the curtains. Other than that, the house is dim. Brown carpet, brown fake wood walls. It stinks like horrible. Vomit, piss, who knows what else. I cover my nose with my hand and take in a few breaths before I say, Dad, again. Laz is behind me, stepping in flush against my back. His hand is now at my waist, his grip firm, letting me know he's here. My rock. Then I hear a moan from the living room. I walk in, my shoes squishing on the wet carpet, and look around the corner. The cat, Pickles, sees us and immediately runs off to the kitchen, disappearing through the cat door. My father is sprawled out on the floor, face down. Vomit beside him in a puddle, in his hair. The back of his pants are stained with shit. I gasp, instinctively turning toward Laz, trying to run. But Laz doesn't move an inch. He's a wall, keeping me in.
He needs help,
he manages to say. I know he does. God, I know he does. I nod, trying to steel myself, and turn back around. Dad? I walk over to him and get down to a crouch, placing my hand on his shoulder.
Who is there?
He mumbles, his muscles stiffening under my touch. Dad, it's Marina. It's me.
Fuck do you want?
So, he's angry. I was hoping that maybe he was so inebriated that he would be easy to deal with, that we could prop him up and clean him off and he'd be as limp and sedate as a rag doll. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I came by to check on you, I say, trying to keep my voice light and steady.
The fuck do you think you are?
He growls and lifts his head to look at me. But it's not my father anymore. A blackness resides in his gaze, coming from a pit inside him, a pit that feels nothing but hate and misery. It's evil. Dad, I say softly, trying to smile. I'm just here to help. Let's get you cleaned up. I grab his arm to help him up, but he shoves me away instead, so I fall backward onto my butt.
Marina,
Laz says, coming to me.
Who are you?
My father asks, glaring at him. He's met Laz a few times. He knows who he is. Laz pauses and then helps me to my feet.
I'm Marina's friend. We're just here to help you with whatever you need.
Help me, my father roars. He rolls over on his side and tries to get to his feet, his darkened eyes never leaving us, his arm waving wildly for the coffee table for support. Who the fuck do you think you are, coming here and helping me? Both of you fucking high and mighty. Just get out. Leave. I've taken a deep breath, but I'm shaking. We'll go once we know you're okay. He gets to his feet, swaying. My father is a big guy, just as tall as Laz and twice as wide. I can feel Laz stiffen beside me. No one wants to deal with a big drunk guy who is unpredictable. Even though I don't fear for my safety, I guess I can understand why my aunt would, why anyone would. God, I miss my father so much, not this stranger that's standing in front of me. You're a fucking witch, aren't you? My father slurs at me, his voice coming out low, almost demonic. You and your fucking too good for this world ways. You think you're so fucking good, huh? Helping your poor old dad. You bitch. Hey, Laz says, coming to my defense, but I immediately elbow him to shut up. You can't provoke this beast. Not now. Dad, I heard Margaret was here. I tell him, ignoring the insult, not letting it hurt. She was going to call the cops. Call the cops, and I don't care. That's what you always wanted, isn't it? Want me locked up for everything I've done, huh, you fucking bitch?
Mr. Owens.
Laz's voice booms.
That's not how you talk to your daughter.
She's not my daughter. She's nothing. She's no one.
He says, his eyes still on me, looking harder and deeper than ever before. Then he blinks and looks at Laz in surprise, like he's just realized it was him talking.
Who the fuck? You get the fuck out.
He stumbles forward to take a swing at Laz, but my father is slow and Laz is fast. Laz ducks backward, and I immediately jump in front of my dad, giving him a hard shove in the chest. Fuck you! I scream at my father. I shove him again. Fuck you, you fucking monster! I scream so loudly it's painful. It's ripped out of me, pulled from somewhere deep, and all the anger and all the rage is now flowing out of me, unchecked and wild and dangerous. I start pounding my fist into my father, into his chest, his arms, his shoulder. I want to hit his face so badly. I want to strike and kick and hurt him. I want to hurt him. Hurt him. Hurt him. Fuck you. I hate you! I scream, tears now coming like a flood. I hate you. I hate you so much! The last words I scream so loudly that I nearly pass out. I can feel my words shaking, my skull vibrating throughout the room. Everyone seems to freeze. My ears ring. I stare at my father as I'm gasping for breath, and he's taken a step backwards, staring at me with an open mouth. I pray, I pray, I pray. I see my father inside somewhere. Just a glimpse, just a flicker, just a hint of the man he was, the father I know he still is. But there's nothing. His eyes are glazed, and they don't belong to him. He stares at me in complete confusion. I break down.
Hey,
Laz says gently, grabbing my arm and pulling me away.
Come on, let's go.
No, I say to him as he leads me out the door and down the path to the car. I can hardly breathe. I'm sobbing so hard it feels like my lungs are being wrung out. No, I need to help him. I try to move back toward the house, but his hold on me is strong.
I will help him, he says. You sit in the car and you stay here.
No, Laz, he'll fight you. You can't. You can't. He opens the car door and gently pushes me down, so I'm in the seat.
He will not fight me. I will not fight him. This isn't like that.
You don't have experience with someone like that. He's not himself.
Marina.
He gives me a long, steady look. He crouches down beside me and holds my hand.
I grew up with my father. They are no different. The only difference is that you still have one. I don't. So let me go take care of him. It's the least I can do.
I swallow. Snot, tears, everything falling down my face. I nod, squeezing his hand as hard as I can. He shuts the door and walks back to the house. I grip the hem of my shirt with both hands, twisting it around and around, trying to dispel the sadness, the hate, the futility of it all. I didn't know that Laz's father was the same. I knew he was a drunk, but Laz never talks about it, so I assumed it was never that bad. But God, even though my father is like this now, he wasn't when I was a child. I'm not sure how I would have fared growing up if he had been. My happy childhood is the only thing that keeps me from being a complete write-off sometimes. I watch the house intently, trying to breathe, waiting to see any signs of distress. I keep thinking that I'll see a chair crash through the glass window, or perhaps Laz being thrown out the front door. I know he meant what he said when he said he wouldn't fight back, which means that if my father gets nasty with him, Laz will take it, and that could lead to some serious damage. So I sit there, and I wait. And I wait. And I wait. And I worry. The sun fades and twilight comes, and the house is still dark. I must have fallen asleep for a while, because suddenly I'm shaking awake and a roaring sound fills my ears. I open my eyes to see orange streetlights coming in through the windows, the car moving. Laz is driving, his eyes on the road. "What happened?" I ask, my voice groggy. I try to sit up. My head is pounding from all the crying and screaming earlier.
"You fell asleep,"
he says simply. I squint at him, trying to see if he's been hurt, if he has a black eye, but he looks fine. "What happened with my father? Is everything okay?" He nods.
"Eventually. It was a rough start."
He doesn't go on. I prod him. "Please, tell me what happened." I tense up, waiting to hear the worst.
"Well, nothing much,"
he says.
"He had a few more insults up his sleeve. He called me a bitch, too, if that makes you feel any better. He shoved me around a few times."
Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I am so ashamed.
"Nah, it was fine. I just didn't want him to hurt himself. He nearly fell on the coffee table at one point. But he tired himself out. Sat back down on the couch, asked if he wanted a beer, and he looked at me like I was the angel of mercy.
Laz.
I went into the kitchen, found an empty can, filled it with water, brought it back to him.
He knew it was water.
I'm not sure. He drank it. I think he was just happy that I was on his side, you know? That's how my mother always got me to deal with my father. His drink of choice was gin, so she'd always have some juniper essence on hand and just add that to a highball glass, along with ice and water. I'd bring it out to him, and my father would immediately calm down. He never caught on that there wasn't any gin. Not at that point. He was too far gone. He saw me as someone he could trust. I was on his side. I figured the same would work with your father, and it did.
Like good cop, bad cop?
More or less. So I just sat with him and talked to him like he was completely sober. He didn't say much, just slurred and mumbled about who knows what, but at least I made him feel like it was normal and I wasn't against him. Eventually, he fell asleep, so I cleaned him up as much as I could.
You did what? Now I'm horrified.
I cleaned him up.
He glances at me.
What's wrong?
I just... Laz, you didn't have to do that. You saw the state he was in?
Oh, yes, I saw it all. But like I said, I've had to do that before, too.
When you were just a child? He nods.
Yup. Another thing my mother had me do.
Jesus Christ. Laz, I want to cry right now. I didn't think I had any tears left in me, but I do. You know you didn't have to do that.
I know I don't have to do anything. But I wanted to, Marina. I wanted to help him. I wanted to help you. I did it for you.
My heart inflates. I can't believe it, that he would do that for me. He can't possibly know what this means. He can't know what...
Please don't cry,
he says softly. And I am crying. Tears spill down my cheeks. I'm just so... I try to say, my chest filling, my heart exploding. I've never felt such love for him before. Love. love. I love you. The feelings should startle me, shock me, but I've never felt more awake, more alive, more anything than right now. The fact that he would do that for me, take care of my father when I couldn't, it's like he's taken my pain for me. He held it, carried it, so I wouldn't have to. Just for a moment. But it was a moment I'll never forget. I am so grateful. So grateful. And so in love with him. I swallow the feeling down, knowing I have to keep it from him, because this isn't how a friend loves a friend. This is how a lover loves a lover. And we aren't even that. Knowing me, we might never be that. Still, when we pull up to my house, I don't want to lose him. I don't want him to go home. Stay with me? I ask him quietly. I don't want to sleep alone tonight. He's stunned.
Are you sure?
I just need a friend right now. I tell him so I won't scare him. He nods, his mouth forming an O.
Of course,
He says after a beat.
Anything you need.
Normally I would be extremely nervous about Laz spending the night. I'm talking popping back some pills, breathing into a paper bag kind of nervous. But at this point, I'm so spent emotionally and physically that I can't be anxious at all. In fact, I'm craving him more than anything. We head into the studio and I flick on the lights. The place is a mess, but I don't care. All I care about is that bed in the corner and the promise of his warm body beside me. Wordlessly, I grab my nightshirt and a pair of pajama pants from the dresser and head straight into the bathroom to change. I look at myself in the mirror and barely recognize the person staring back at me. My eyes are swollen, puffy, bloodshot. I'm pale as a ghost. Dark circles ring my eyes. I don't think I've ever looked worse. But as I step into the bedroom, I don't care. The lights are off, except for the faint bedside lamp. Laz is standing by the bed in his long t-shirt that nearly covers his black boxer briefs. Part of me wishes his shirt was off so I could properly ogle him, and by ogle, I mean get a good look at what kind of heat he's packing. So I have to settle for a brief evaluation of his legs. Men's legs are usually meh, but Laz has some good ones. I know he hits the gym, and he must spend a lot of time on them because his calves are defined and his thigh muscles are thick and taut. I've seen his legs before, obviously, when he's in shorts at the beach. But this time I feel like I can look at him differently. In all the ways I never let myself before.
Which side is yours?
He asks, gesturing to the bed. The left. I walk over, conscious of my breasts swaying under the loose shirt, and then get under the covers. He goes around the other side and does the same. It's the first time we've been in bed together, and I'm shocked at how natural it feels. How good. How right. I love you. I love you. I love you. Good night, I whisper to him as I reach over and flick off the lamp, putting us in darkness.
Good night,
he says. Then he reaches over for me and pulls me back into him as he moves forward, so he's spooning me from behind, pressed hard against my back. My body ignites from the feel of him against me, the flames only tempered by the tenderness in my heart. It would be so easy to tilt my head back, pull his face down to mine, to kiss him, to fall into that kiss from last night, to pick up where we left off. But it would get messy. Fast. It would get wild. And I would lose myself to him when I'm feeling most vulnerable. I feel like my whole soul is an open wound right now, and that if I'm not careful, if I'm not smart, I could do some serious, irreversible damage. So I just let him hold me, and for tonight, it's enough. It's more than enough. I'm by no means a small and dainty person, but he's just so large next to me that it's impossible not to feel safe and protected. His height, his muscles, the breadth of his strong shoulders as his thick arms wrap around me. He's my rock, an anchor, and everything I need him to be right now.
Sweet dreams, sweet girl,
he murmurs to me, kissing the back of my head. My heart flutters, and I melt.
All that's mine. Laz.
So do you think you can make it?
Abigail, my editor, says to me over the phone.
Again, I am so sorry that this is last minute. Things at the publishing house have been crazy lately. Everyone is gearing up for the summer.
I can make it, I tell her.
Great. I'll go ahead and book the flight and email you all the details.
She pauses.
Will you be going alone, or should I try and get 2 seats? If I get 2, then I'm afraid it can't be a business class seat.
I stammer. I don't know yet. I haven't had a chance to process it.
I understand. How about you email me later today and let me know? Don't want to wait too long. The LAX to New York flights are often sold out at such short notice.
I tell her thank you and hang up, dazed. My editor just called to tell me they're having a book launch party in New York for the release of Everything's Ruined, and obviously they want me to attend. It's a month before the actual release of the book, which is why the whole thing has caught me by surprise, but she says it's mainly for the review sites, and there will be a lot of bloggers, press and industry people there, plus advanced review paperbacks to give out. Now my dilemma is whether to go by myself or not. It's been 10 days since that incident with Marina's dad. 10 days since I stayed the night at her house. 10 days since she fell asleep in my arms. 10 days since I realised I'm in so fucking deep with her there's no way out for me. And despite the fact that I kept my hands to myself, that we didn't even kiss, that I showed a fuckload of restraint to not completely devour her, things have changed between us. It was apparent the next morning. The ease we have around one another was gone. Tension replaced it instead. I know Marina was smarting because of what happened with her father. I know she felt ashamed and embarrassed, and I did what I could to let her know her feelings were unwarranted. What happened with her father was rough. There was no doubt about that. But it only made me want her more. To know that I was shown this dark part of her life. It made me feel special. But even with all of that, I wonder if she's feeling what I'm feeling. This shift that grows bigger and bigger each day, like 2 fault lines sliding against each other, inches at first, until over time, you can't bridge the gap. You can only fall into the void between the people you used to be to each other. Marina will never stop being everything to me. She always was. But now, she's becoming more. She's no longer a part of my life. She is my life. Every single waking thought that I have is about her. Every word that yearns to leave my pen, they're about her. The friend I had, the girl I thought I knew, I was only scratching the surface with her before. I had no idea just how perfect for me she could be. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. On paper, we're still friends. We still text and talk, even though we haven't seen each other in the last 10 days because we're so busy. At least I hope that's the case. I've been busy writing, going to the gym, practicing new songs with the band, and auditioning new keyboard players. I'm trying not to think about the book because honestly it's terrifying. But I would shove all of that to the side if it meant being with her. 10 days is a long time to be apart, and even though it was sometimes the norm for us back when we were friends, well, this just shows how much things have changed. But Marina has other plans. She's determined to bring in extra income to her business. So with the whole couple's dating night being a bust, I mean, whoever thought that combining bees and romance together would work has a few screws loose. She's trying to take her classes online and make educational beekeeping videos that people pay for, which means writing out a lot of material for her to go over before she even takes it to camera. I've offered to help her film when it comes time, but until then, she's pushed me to the side, and I can only hope that it has nothing to do with the changes in our relationship. We're on that razor-back ridge between being actual friends and being something more, and I wouldn't blame her if she was too scared to take the first step in either direction. Still, I don't want to go to New York alone. I wouldn't take Scooby or Frank, so Marina is the only one I really want by my side. I decide to call her. Marina picks up on the third ring. "Hey," she says softly, and her voice is like an arrow to my heart. I'm fucked. "Hiya," I say back, smiling as a reflex. Probably like an idiot, and so glad she can't see me. "What are you doing?"
"I'm just outside having a coffee, watching the girls."
She sounds relaxed and happy, which immediately puts my heart at ease. With all the turmoil with her father lately, it's a nice change. How are the online courses coming?
"I'm almost done, thank God. I don't know if it will be complete shit or not, but hey, it is what it is."
It won't be shit, it'll be mint. You know your stuff. Maybe you could incorporate that waggle dance for the camera. She laughs.
"Yeah, right. This big old butt of mine wouldn't even fit on the screen."
Don't underestimate the power of your arse. I pause. Speaking of your arse, how about it coming to New York with me this weekend?
What? What are you talking about?
I guess there was a better way to say that. My publishers are throwing a party for me in New York this weekend. In Manhattan.
But your book doesn't come out for like 6 weeks, right?
You're right. I'm impressed she remembers. Then again, she's always been my biggest cheerleader when it comes to everything's ruined. But they want to get a jump on it. It's more for publicity and connections. I guess they want me to meet people.
Well, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you.
So will you come?
You honestly want me to?
Why wouldn't I? She doesn't say anything for a moment.
I'll have to see about funds. I'm not sure I can swing it right now.
Marina, you'd be covered.
You don't have to do that.
Then she gasps.
Oh, my God. If it's in New York, then obviously Jane is coming, right?
Oh, right. Jane. Well, I suppose I haven't talked to her yet, but...
Of course she's coming. New York is like a few hours by train from Boston. Oh, my God, this will be so cool. Are you sure you can cover me?
Yeah, the publisher said I could take someone. Don't worry, they're paying, not me.
Oh, this is so exciting. I'll have to get a new dress. I'll get to see Jane. I have to invite Naomi, too. Make it a total girls' trip.
Naomi, I repeat. Not that I have anything against my stepsister or Naomi, but this has suddenly morphed into something else entirely. I'd wanted to invite Marina to New York. Just Marina. Show her off as my date. Maybe get a hotel room together. But obviously I'm being a fucking loon right now because that's not on her radar whatsoever. It's gone from a potential romantic weekend away to a bloody girls' trip.
Laz?
Huh?
It's okay if Naomi comes, right? I mean, I know I just invited her and all, and it's cool if you say no. I know for sure you wouldn't have to pay for her. It's just what would happen with Robert, and now they're going through a divorce. I think it would be good for her.
Yeah, don't worry about it. She can come. The more the merrier. Marina practically squeals.
Okay, great. Yay! I'll give her a text and let her know. Do you want to invite Jane yourself, or should I?
Go ahead. It's your girls' weekend right now, I say flatly, wondering if she'll pick up on my tone. She doesn't. The one time she's not overly intuitive.
Okay, I'll do that. And Laz?
What?
I'm so proud of you.
I swallow hard, a strange warmth radiating through my chest as her words sink in. She's the only person I've had in my whole entire life that has told me they're proud of me. I'm not sure I've realized it until just now. Thanks, I whisper, my voice coming out choked. I clear my throat and say, go tell Jane and Naomi the good news. I'll text you the details later.
I will. Bye, Laz.
I hang up and stare at my phone for a few moments, just letting every bloody thing overwhelm me. Usually I run from anything like this, anything deep and complicated. I run by way of my pen. Writing is an outlet, a way to process, a venue for my feelings to live so I don't have to face them myself. But today it feels too new, too unique. This isn't something I'm used to. This sliver of rejection that's working its way through my skin. I'm sure Marina meant nothing by it, and there's absolutely no way that she could have known my plans, my wants. It's not like I came out and said, hey, I was thinking you could come to New York for a romantic weekend. We could share a room. I want you so fucking bad. Perhaps I should have said that, but it's too late now. This is happening, and maybe it's for the best. I'll get to see Jane this way, which is nice since I only saw her briefly 2 years ago when she came here for Christmas. And I'll have a whole entourage with me while I navigate the publishing world, so I don't have to do it alone. But who needs an entourage of people when I only need one? The weekend comes in a flash, and before I know it, I'm picking up Marina from her house to drive us to the airport. I haven't laid eyes on her in 2 weeks, and now the sight of her walking towards me steals the breath from my lungs, causes my blood to turn to mercury. She's a fucking angel. It doesn't hurt that she's wearing a long white sleeveless top over her jeans, her blonde hair billowing out behind her and shining in the sun. I immediately get out of the car to help her with her luggage, a carry-on hard case that's been adorned with a bunch of palm trees and honeybees stickers. I like it. Is this a new logo? I ask, peering at it as I put it in the trunk. It's better I'm staring at the suitcase than her, because then I'll act like a total idiot, and that's the last thing she wants before a girls' trip.
Yeah, I got it made last week. Thought free advertising wouldn't hurt.
She takes a step toward me, opening her arms, her smile wide and free and open.
I haven't seen you in weeks, Laz. Where's my hug?
Jesus, it's really awkward. Normally I would give her a hug without thinking, but now I'm so hyper-aware of everything I'm doing around her. She's still your Marina, still your friend, no matter what you're feeling. I step into her, wrapping my arms around her while hers go tight around me. I close my eyes for a second, breathe her in, feel every nerve in my body spring to life. The longer I hold on to her, the harder I'm going to get. You look beautiful, I say lamely, trying to make it all a joke, because if it becomes a joke, then I don't have to be afraid. She laughs, that gorgeous sound, and smacks my arm. God, is this flirting? Is this just us? When the fuck did I start worrying about everything? This isn't me.
You better keep all those bee pants to yourself this weekend, she says, heading to the passenger door, which I quickly open for her. It's all about you now. Are you nervous?
Yes, I tell her, going around to my door and getting behind the wheel. I twist in my seat to face her, my arms resting on the wheel. I'm nervous. But she doesn't need to know that the book launch and party are the least of my concerns right now. It's she that's making me nervous, making me wonder what I might do around her. I feel like that ridge we were previously tiptoeing across is coming to a blunt end really soon, and we'll have to decide which way we're falling. It's going to be a change either way.
You're going to be fine,
she says, reaching out and putting her hand on my shoulder. I can feel the heat of her palm through my t-shirt. It trips the memory of us after our date, when she grabbed my face, a desperate grip, and kissed me like she'd been starving for me her whole life. My heart starts to skip at the thought, and I'm living it all over again. I lick my lips. Promise?
Promise,
she says, her eyes focusing on my lips for a moment before she blinks. Meets my eyes. Smiles.
Now let's get going. We don't want to miss our flight.
Naomi left for New York yesterday to have some early girl time with Jane, so it's just the two of us on the flight. It's funny how you can know someone for a long time, sit beside them on countless drives, but when you get on a plane with them, it's like entering new territory. I tell her this just as the plane leaves the gate and starts taxiing down the long runways of LAX.
Yeah, you're right, she says. Our relationship just entered a new level. Like you didn't know I need a window seat.
Naturally, when I found out, I gave her the window seat. For now I'm squished between her and this heavy-set guy with big elbows.
And,
she goes on,
I didn't realize you needed so much legroom.
She glances down at my legs, which are almost askew, trying to fit under the seat in front of me. These seats aren't built for anyone over 6 feet tall, I tell her. I side-eye the guy next to me, or anyone over 300 pounds. Hell, I barely fit myself, and I consider myself to be in tip-top shape.
And that you're a nervous flyer,
she goes on. What makes you think I'm a nervous flyer? I ask. She lifts her hand and points subtly at my headphones.
You have headphones at the ready. I saw you take an Ativan earlier, and you've been tapping your fingers incessantly so far, and you're not even listening to music yet.
I'm a musician. That should cover all of that. I won't dare mention that I actually am afraid of flying, and I actually consulted the 8-ball before the flight, asking if the plane was going to crash. It said, meh, which wasn't very comforting.
Right,
she says, leaning in close to me so our faces are inches apart. It would be so easy, so fucking easy, to lean in closer and kiss her. Inappropriate for sure, but easy.
I'll be watching you.
I wouldn't mind that one bit, I murmur to her, my eyes never leaving hers. Don't you fucking see? Don't you know what you're doing to me? And then something comes across her eyes, a spark of enlightenment. But she doesn't bulk from it. She doesn't move. Her eyes remain locked with mine. I'm wondering if my heart might just leap out from my chest, land in her lap. At least then she'd see. Then Mr. Elbowson jabs me in my ribs. Sorry, he mumbles. And of course the moment is ruined. As many moments have been so far. If I was a betting man, I'd wager that the gods have something against the two of us being together. Jane is completely smashed. She's got her arm hooked around Naomi's and is holding her champagne glass high in the air, as if she's making an announcement or a toast. But she's not saying anything. She's just holding it. Her arm must be getting tired. My book launch party is in full swing, heading towards winding down. After Marina and I arrived at JFK, we took a cab to the Dream Hotel in Midtown where the publishers are putting me up, just around the corner, in Manhattan terms, from their office. I thought they'd put me in something stuffy or corporate, but I guess they thought a hipster Instagram poet deserves a hipster hotel. Marina already got herself a room there once she learned where I was staying, and I completely buggered it all up by not asking her to share the room with me. I didn't even have to phrase it in a complicated way. I could just have said, hey, to save money, why not just stay with me in my room? I have 2 beds. Even though I have a king. But we could have sorted that out after she committed herself. And naturally, Jane and Naomi also decided to stay in the hotel too. I guess it's a good thing that Marina isn't sharing a room with them, because I have a feeling if I try and steal her away later, they'll put a stop to it. I've never really been sure if Naomi likes me or not. She's so bloody prickly. And Jane, well, I love her, but she's warned me many a time about never laying a finger on Marina. But as far as I can tell, Jane doesn't suspect a thing between us. Not that there is anything to suspect, though I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate our fake dating thing that eventually led to real making out that might eventually lead to... I try not to get carried away with that thought. I've bucked against it all night, tried desperately to stay in the moment instead of the what-ifs. It's been a hell of a night, too, one I won't soon forget. First, I went to the publisher's office, alone, and met with Abigail and the rest of the team. I have to admit, it was extremely fulfilling to be led around those offices on the Avenue of Americas, seeing all the books of all the authors I admire on shelves, feeling the energy of the rooms. After that, and after signing about 100 ARC paperbacks they'll give away as promotion, I headed back to the hotel for dinner with Marina, Jane and Naomi. Then we headed over to this art gallery for the launch. It's all so surreal still. I've met some bloggers and readers, as well as journalists and other people in the publishing industry, plus most of the team behind the book. People are constantly coming up to me, wanting a selfie, wanting to shake my hand, wanting to meet the man behind the words. And yet the most surreal part of the night is that Marina has been with me every step of the way, always by my side. I'm not sure if she's noticed it or not, but every time I introduced her, I did so as, "This is Marina," and I would put my hand at the small of her back. I didn't mention her being my friend. Naomi yawns and looks around her.
I hate to be a party pooper, but this party is starting to poop.
That was mad eloquent, I tell her, raising my champagne glass and finishing the rest. Jane finally lowers her arm.
Naomi is right, she grumbles. I've been trying to get another drink for fucking ever.
That's what you were doing? I ask.
There's a cool bar by the hotel,
Marina says, staring down at her phone and using Yelp as she always does to find the best of everything.
right next door.
She looks to me, and the effect is extra devastating. I'm not sure if it's the amount of alcohol I've had or what, but her lips are extra pouty and smooth, her lipstick having worn off long ago and leaving a faint pink stain behind. It makes me think about other parts of her, wet and pink. I inhale deeply through my nose, trying to move past it and failing. This isn't the best place to get a raging hard-on.
Laz,
Jane says, and I turn my eyes away from Marina over to her.
Is it rude if we go?
I let out a sigh of relief and shake my head. I don't think so. Most people are leaving now, and everyone else left behind seems pretty goosed.
Goosed?
Marina says with a snort.
I swear you always have a new name for getting drunk.
I have many names for it, I tell her, because that's what we Brits do best. Speaking of, you need another refill. I'm about to reach over and grab a glass, but Jane snatches it from her first.
I've got this,
she says, and then grabs Marina and pulls her along with her. Now it's just me and Naomi. Oh, and Brent, a graphic designer at the publishing house who hasn't said a word the entire time we've been here, just standing beside us and staring at Naomi. Here comes the small talk. So, what do you think of the cover? I ask Naomi, holding up a copy of my book and waving it at her. All of us have a copy to take home, and even though it's an advanced review copy and not the final printed version, which I am told will have embossed font, it felt amazing to hold it in my hands for the first time. But Naomi isn't looking at the cover. She's staring at me, totally unimpressed, which is her go-to expression, I know.
What are you doing, Laz?
What? I glance at Brent, hoping to glean some information off him as to what I'm doing, but he's still staring at her with quiet intensity.
Don't play dumb, she says,
and points her copy of the book at me until the corner of the spine is jabbing me in the chest.
You know what you're doing.
I'm enjoying my book launch.
You're playing with her feelings.
What? I exclaim, a little too loud. Some people look over. Luckily, not Jane and Marina, who are at the bar and chatting to Abigail.
Don't play games.
I show her my palm to her in surrender. Naomi, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not playing with anyone's feelings, nor am I playing any games. Not yet, anyway. I did pack a deck of cards against humanity for later. She presses her lips together, eyes narrow.
I know the likes of you.
I flinch. You do not, I say sharply. You don't know a bloody thing about me.
I've seen your type,
she says. And I've seen yours. Her eyes flare up like my words have invoked the bowels of hell. Maybe they have. Both Brent and I take an instinctive step backward.
And what's my type?
She asks, challenging me to slip up. But I won't. Someone who took a chance on love, who never deserved to get screwed over and who did get screwed over, proving that sometimes even the best intentions and the purest hearts can get fucked over by love. She blinks at me, and I can tell she wants to say something, but doesn't have the words because I've hit the nail on the head. I go on, pressing my luck maybe. And so now you think all guys are the devil.
Not all guys,
she says quickly.
Just guys who play games. I've been through all that, pure heart and whatnot, and now I know what to look for.
You're talking about me and Marina, right?
She rolls her eyes. Yes.
You know we're just friends, right?
No, she says. You aren't. She told me about your dating game. So I told her it was a mistake.
Why? We're both bad at love. Why not fix it?
Because she's not bad at it. She just hasn't found the right guy yet.
And who would the right guy be?
Are we talking about the blonde with the big rack? Brent suddenly says.
We both look at him, look at each other, ignore him.
The right guy, Naomi continues, is someone who knows what he has when he has her. Someone who doesn't kick her to the curb when things get real.
Okay, so what does any of this have to do with me?
Because you're her friend and you're taking advantage of her.
I shake my head, run my hand over my jaw, trying to not lose it on her because she couldn't be more wrong if she tried. Why don't you ask Marina about all of this? I haven't done a thing. She looks over her shoulder at Marina, who is now walking over with Jane. She steps closer and pokes the book into my chest again, leaning in close with hard eyes.
Marina is my best friend. She's yours, too. Leave it that way, please. Because if you fucking hurt her in any way, I will cut your dick off.
Whoa, Brent says. I am out of here. Yeah, whoa, I say to her. And what makes you think we're more than friends? She just shakes her head.
I'm not saying anything else. Just open your fucking eyes, will you, Laz? I got you a drink,
Marina says, appearing at my side. She holds out a cold beer and I take it from her, trying to smile my gratitude, hoping my hand isn't shaking.
I figured you were tired of champagne.
Thank you, I tell her before I gulp back the beer, knowing that Naomi is still watching me. If she wants me to open my eyes, I will.
Hey, don't drink it all,
Jane says, thrusting a glass of champagne out toward me.
We have to do a proper toast. Here's to Lazarus Scott for proving to every little hipster out there that they too can become Instagram famous if they just dream hard enough and use the right hashtags.
Fuck off, I tell her, laughing, and we all clink glasses, finishing the rest of our drinks right there.
Woo!
Jane shouts, twirling around.
Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Amen, grumbles Naomi. I should go say goodbye to Abigail, I tell Marina. Without thinking, I grab her hand and hold it tight. Come with me. She inhales sharply, nods, and I lead her over to my editor, who is sipping from a water bottle and talking to a man in a suit I don't recognize. Thank you so much for everything, I tell Abigail. Really, I couldn't have dreamed of anything better.
I'm so glad you liked it, she says, and that you could make it. I know it was last minute.
She looks to Marina.
Can I just say you're a very lucky woman?
Marina glances at me, wide-eyed, and I know she's seconds from correcting her, so I beat her to the punch. I squeeze her hand and say quickly, I'm the lucky one here. If you're looking for a book on beekeeping for the Instagram age, this is the gal for you.
Oh, really?
Abigail says, and I can see the ideas sparking in her eyes.
You're a beekeeper.
Marina nods, apparently speechless for once. I'm not sure if it's because a New York editor is interested or that I'm pretending we're together. Here, I say, letting go of her hand to fish out my wallet from my back pocket. I pull out one of Marina's business cards, albeit with her old logo, and hand it to Abigail. Look her up, you won't be disappointed. She takes it, looking it over.
Well, isn't this something?
She says.
A power couple on Instagram. The poet and the beekeeper.
We say our goodbyes and then start walking toward Naomi and Jane by the front doors.
I can't believe you did that,
Marina says in a hush as I hold her hand and pull her toward them. What, pimp you out or pretend I was your boyfriend?
Both, actually.
I shot her a cheeky smile. Better believe it. She rolls her eyes, but at least it grounds her again.
God, you guys are slow,
Jane says as we approach. Her eyes trail down to our hands entwined together. I can almost feel the pulse in Marina's palm ticking against mine in preparation for whatever Jane is going to say.
Holding hands,
Jane notes, slurring her words a bit. She tries to raise a brow but ends up frowning instead. It's New York City, Jane, I tell her. You never know who might try and snatch me up on these mean streets. They all start laughing and we head out into the night. I don't let go of Marina's hand. Not for a second. She's not pulling away either. When we walk back to the hotel, the air thick with humidity we just don't feel in L.A., she's right by me, leaning in, her shoulder against my arm. We don't say anything. Everything is so electrically charged already, I don't think words need to be said. Open your eyes, Naomi had said. But my eyes are open. Maybe not always, but they are now. I'm not ending this night alone.
Corrupt. Marina. Laz is holding my hand. He's been holding my hand for the last 30 minutes. I don't know what's going on, but I think my hand is sweating a bit too much for my liking, and I want to pull it away and wipe it off. I'm just afraid if I do, he won't hold it again. It's like I'm 5 years old again with my crush on Billy Drixel, who lived down the street, when Billy held my hand for our entire walk to the playground. That was my first crush. That hand-holding meant the whole world to me. Now it's with Laz. Tall, lean, muscled, tatted, wonderfully talented Laz with the sexiest accent in the world. This man is holding my hand, and it feels like the most natural thing, despite the fact that I'm burning hotter than the sun with every step we take. We're not saying a word to each other. We're not strangers to silence, but this silence is different. It's saying things that haven't been said. I just don't know what he's saying to me. "You guys are so slow," Jane yells at us from the street corner. It's been so nice to see her and be with Naomi and let her hair down a bit, but honestly, at the same time, I just want to keep walking past them and head to somewhere dark and quiet with Laz. I want to tell him all the things I wasn't able to say when we shared a bed. That was 2 weeks ago. I was spooked, I was scared, and it was my own fault, feeling that vulnerable. In those 2 weeks, I did what I could to stay away from him, to stay busy, to put both of us back into that friendship box. It seemed to work at the time. The less I saw Laz, the less I talked to him, the less I thought about him. And I managed to get a lot of work done for the business, too. But the moment I saw him yesterday, all of that friendship shit was thrown out the window. This man is no longer just my friend. He's no longer my Laz in that sense. He's a man that I'm giving my heart over to, whether he knows it or not, whether I want to or not. There's no reasoning, no deciding. It's done. He's a man who's gonna ruin me. And for once, I just want to be ruined, ravaged, claimed. My body has never belonged to anyone before, but I want it to belong to him. In his hands, his capable hands, I trust. I want to feel him again, taste him again, hold him again. I want to see what he can do when we're both free of restraints, free of the lines we've drawn up around each other but never dared to cross. I steal a glance at him. He's so unbelievably beautiful right now. His hair, black as sin, shiny and thick. The dark sparkle in his eyes, the way he keeps chewing on that full bottom lip of his, lips I'd die to kiss again. Maybe it's the lights of the city, the humidity in the air, but he has this glow about him, like he's finally realizing his dreams are coming true, because they are. They're exploding into confetti right in front of us. I've watched him all night long, my heart bursting with pride as he finally held his book in his hands, the book that holds his heart and soul. Now that same book is in my hands, though I'm afraid to read it.
What?
He asks me as we round the corner, Jane farther down the street now with Naomi talking to a bouncer. I was wondering if you'll sign my book later, I tell him. I'm your #1 fan.
I thought you said you don't read my poetry much.
Oops, I forgot I told him that once. Here's a confession. I haven't read many of his poems. I've read some, here and there, if I happen to catch it on Instagram. He has talent, and I'm obviously impressed by how he's able to convey life in such a way. But there's something so intensely intimate about his poetry that makes me feel flushed and anxious, like I'm looking at something I shouldn't. Which is really fucking weird, since he literally has 1 million Instagram followers that read his every word. It can't be that intimate if he's bearing all to so many. Which has me wondering, if he has no problems putting his thoughts and feelings down for the world to see, why does he keep so much of himself hidden? Even from me. I smile. I'm your #1 fan, not Lazarus Scott Instapoet. I'm a fan of you. He stops and studies me for a moment.
You know there's a difference.
Of course I do. Hey, Jane yells. Get your asses over here or we won't be able to get in. She starts waving frantically. Naomi is having a cigarette and smoking it like it's second nature. Who knows when she started smoking or where it came from. She might have a New York persona. I don't blame her. I think I have a New York persona, too. And it only has one thing on her mind. Sex. I glance at Laz and almost ask him if he wants to come back to my room instead of going into the bar. He looks like he wants to say something, too. Laz! Jane yells again. He swallows, reluctantly tearing his eyes away from me, and nods at Jane.
We're coming.
He gives me a smile that borders on apologetic and then starts pulling me toward the bar. The place is called Tanner Smith's and is one of those trendy bars with a prohibition theme. It's packed and dark, and there's a small dance floor by the door, so that when you walk in, you're sucked into a group of people grooving all up in your space. Beyoncé blares from the female DJ in the corner, and everyone is drunk and happy. I approve of the vibe, I say to Laz.
What?
He yells back mockingly over the noise, cupping his ear. Then he leans in, close, very close.
What you having to drink, sweet girl?
His breath is hot on my ear, and I momentarily close my eyes, letting the feeling sink along my skin, down my back, all the way to my toes. Anything, I manage to say. I open my eyes, and his face is still at my neck, lips at my ear.
I had no idea you were so easy to please,
he murmurs, and I swear his lips are grazing my skin. Goosebumps spread, and I'm hot and cold all at once. My throat feels thick as I speak. Only when it comes to drinks. Anything else, you might have to work at it.
Is that so?
He says, pulling back enough to look me in the eye. There's fire inside him. God, how I want to burn. We'll have to see, won't we? I tell him. His languid gaze drops to my lips, his nostrils flaring with impatience. Oh, fuck, do it. Just fucking kiss me. Kiss me. Kiss me. He leans all the way back, gives my hand another squeeze before letting go.
Don't you dare go anywhere.
Bossy, I comment, my stomach somersaulting like crazy.
You have no idea,
he says. Then he winks, a bit of a smile, and heads down to the bar to place the order. I watch him. I watch him, and I watch the girls in the bar watching him, and I know tonight he's mine. I have him. I've never felt so alive before. A swarm of electricity underneath my skin, my heart happy, happy, happy with anticipation. Hey, Jane says, appearing at my side. She's drunk, but she's pretty good at handling herself. I probably should be more drunk than I am, but I'm just so excited that I've been taking it really slow. Hey, where's Naomi? She's talking to some guy over there. She points into the crowd. That was fast. I think she's looking for her rebound tonight. I don't blame her. Me neither. Good for her. She needs to get laid. She's not the only one, Jane says dryly. I glance at her, and she's reaching down into her purse. She pulls out a condom and puts it in the back pocket of my purse. What is that for? For you, she says. In case you lose your V-card to my stepbrother tonight. Dude, I never thought I would say that phrase. What are you talking about? Play dumb. Play dumb. She's on to you. Jane crosses her arms. Naomi told me about your fake dating thing. Oh. How's that going, by the way? I give a faint shrug. It's been fun. I learned a lot about myself. Like you'd rather date my brother than anyone else? Jane, I'm not dating Laz. I know, but you'd like to. What makes you say that? Good grief. Marina, you were giving him come-hither eyes from day one. I sigh and look away. Laz is still down at the bar trying to get the bartender's attention. I don't care, okay? She goes on. Seriously, you're a grown woman and you know what you're doing. I meet her eyes hesitantly. What am I doing? You like him. You more than like him. You're in love with him. I scoff, though the words flame inside me. I love him. The feeling leaves me breathless. I attempt to protest. You can't base that on what you've seen today. Because if she is, then that means I've been acting like a lovesick fool. I'm not. Naomi agrees with me. Naomi is completely against this, or whatever she thinks this is, because she hates men right now. Just let her be. She's worried, too. I was as well, but now I see the way Laz looks at you, and I'm not going to stand in your way. I perk up. What way does he look at me? You know that scene in Pride and Prejudice? The one we've watched over and over? Back in college, Jane and I would literally watch that movie, the one with Keira Knightley, every Friday night, and swoon and cry and wonder when we'd find our Mr. Darcy. Yes, by the lake. The way that he looks at her like he's bewitched body and soul, that's how Laz looks at you. And I know my brother has a terrible reputation when it comes to women and relationships, but I honestly believe he has found something in you that he hasn't been able to find with anyone else. You get a side of him that no one else does. I shake my head. No, I say quietly. He still keeps that from me. Give him time, she says. He'll let you in. How can you be so sure? What if we end up being together and we break up? What if he pulls the same shit with me that he pulls with everyone else? I mean, I don't even know why he does it. We never even got that far in our little dating game experiment before it evolved. I know what's wrong with me, but dude, there's something wrong with everyone. Lazarus isn't so special. People are fucked up and complicated, and sometimes it's just a matter of finding someone else as fucked up and complicated as you. Sometimes it's all you need for love to work. She takes a step back from me and makes a motion of dropping something. Boom, mic drop, Jane out. She turns around and heads to the dance floor, immediately twirling around a bunch of strangers like they're all part of the same group. Need a drink? I turn to see a guy talking to me. He's cute, dark blonde hair, scruffy beard, built like a linebacker. With his flannel shirt, he looks like a lumberjack. Thank you, but I've got a drink coming, I say, pointing at the bar where Laz is taking 2 shots from the bartender. Great, Laz, shots. Just wonder why a pretty girl like you is standing here all alone, the guy says. Didn't seem right. I smile at him, flattered but a bit uncomfortable with the attention. I have no interest in this guy whatsoever, but I don't want to be rude either, since not a lot of men hit on me in general. I'm doing good. I'm here with friends, I tell him. What kind of friends?
Hiya,
Laz says, appearing beside me with the shots. But though his usual greeting is easy, the look in his eyes is not. His gaze is hard and mean and fixed on the lumberjack with precision. Oh, the lumberjack says. I didn't know.
Are you with her? I'm with her,
Laz says, handing me my drink, then slipping his arm possessively around my waist.
She's with me, as in she's mine, if you don't get my meaning.
The lumberjack balks. Jeez, I get it, dude. No harm, no foul. He walks away to talk to the next girl, and my heart is thundering against my ribs so hard I think they might break. I glance up at Laz in awe. Where the fuck did this alpha speak come from? I haven't seen Laz claim anything in his life, and he just fucking claimed me. I think I might need a cold shower already.
It's Jameson,
he says, nodding at the shot. Are we going to completely gloss over what happened? Thanks, I say, my voice coming out in a squeak.
Drink, then we dance.
I don't dance, Laz. You know this, and you're really taking this bossy thing to heart. I take a small sip.
You're too fucking cute,
he says, watching me. He shoots the contents of his glass right back and then nods at mine.
Catch up.
I take in a deep breath because I don't think I've done shots for years, and then slam it back. It burns, but the feeling is nothing compared to the way I've been feeling all night. Actually, it feels nice to have the edge taken off just a bit. I'm wound way too tight. Laz plucks the glass from my hand and places it on the bar, then takes me over to the dance floor. He goes over and says something to the DJ, who nods. The songs have been slow of late, but that still doesn't take away from the fact that I don't dance. I'm clumsy. I have no rhythm. But Laz has all the rhythm in the world, and he's moving up against me like he does when he's doing a show. Only now I'm his stage that he owns, a stage he has complete control over. It isn't until the current song ends, and then a slow, familiar synth beat comes on, that Laz slips his arms around me, pulling me to him, tight. He sways to the sexy swagger of the song and leans in so his mouth is at my neck.
I could corrupt you.
He sings, his deep baritone voice washing over me like warm water.
In a heartbeat.
He presses himself into my hip, and I can feel how long and thick and hard he is. It should make me nervous, scare me off. But it doesn't. It sparks a need in me like never before.
You'll be calling out my name.
He sings again, in time with David Gahan's voice. At the moment, I can't even tell them apart. Both are so rich and dripping with sex that it reaches deep inside of me. Makes me want to take my clothes off right here on the dance floor. The press of his hard cock only seals the deal. I want this man to corrupt me thoroughly. Did you request Depeche Mode? I ask, my voice throaty, like it's already anticipating everything to come.
Maybe.
He murmurs.
Thought maybe I'd add corrupt to the set list.
He pauses and runs his lips down the length of my neck.
Though I'd have a hard time not wanting to fuck you every time I have to sing it.
He pauses.
I'm having the hardest time right now.
I swallow, trying to find my breath while my heart is fluttering inside like a caged bird, desperate to be free. Fucking hell. He finally said it, and it sounded sexier than I ever thought possible. He finally said he wants to fuck me. And I am more than fucking ready. His lips slide down to my shoulder, where he slowly brushes the thin straps of my dress and bra off and starts leaving long, wet kisses. My hands go up, disappearing into his hair. Every muscle inside my body clenches. He pulls back, enough for his hooded eyes to meet mine, raw lust burning behind them. The music and the alcohol and the years of pent-up sexual frustration are combining to make me want to be stripped bare of every single inhibition. I don't know how long our eyes are locked like this. Our bodies are locked like this. Our hearts are locked like this. An eternity passes where all our unsaid words are passed between us like prayers.
Sweet girl,
he whispers to me seconds before his mouth crushes mine. I groan against his lips, his mouth hot and wet and hungry. This is a deep kiss, the kind of kiss you shouldn't have on a public dance floor. It's pulled out from a wild and charged place far inside me, a place I've always kept the bars on, keeping back my primal instincts like you would predators in a zoo. I've never felt this kind of starvation before. You'd think I'd been deprived of him my whole life. And I have been. I've been deprived of everything. These kisses, this touching, so much, but not anymore. Laz, I gasp as I pull back, my heart a jackhammer as my eyes search his. We should get a room. Ask him to your room. Ask him to go to the bathroom with you. Do something.
You've got such perfect lips,
he says, running his thumbs over them before leaning in and taking my bottom lip between his teeth. Sucking, tugging. His breath is ragged. The heat coming off him is staggering. My eyes roll back in my head, my patience a thin line ready to snap.
I could kiss you for days,
he murmurs, his hand sliding down my back to my ass where he grabs hold. I think I would go mad. I gasp, my fingers pressing hard into his taut shoulders. Somehow we're still moving to the beat, yet it's no longer the beat of the song, but the beat of something we've created just between the two of us. An easy rhythm, like our bodies were built to move this way with each other. God, is this what fucking him is like? Is it somehow better? As if he can hear my thoughts, Laz pulls me closer.
By the way, I fuck better than I dance,
he whispers in my ear.
Better than I write, better than I do most things.
He brushes my hair off my shoulder and slowly licks up the side of my neck before his lips come together right behind my ear.
Bet you didn't know that about me. How much I love to fuck and how good I am at it.
Holy shit. I try and swallow, but can't. I'm wordless. I'm on fire. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. That's the thing I would normally say. But that's not happening tonight. I want to be shown. I want to know for once exactly what he thinks of me. Exactly what he wants to do. I press my hand into his chest, pushing him back just enough to look him dead in the eye. Prove it. In your room, Marina. I can't believe I said that. Prove it? Laz's mouth twists into a smile. He bites his lip for a moment, studying me, then kisses me.
I'm taking you to my room,
he says against my mouth. My eyes widen. It's fine. I can do this. Oh, my God. I nod. Okay. His smile widens. Cunning, beautiful. I don't care that he's looking at me like he's going to eat me alive. I want him to eat me alive. Oh, God. Did I even shave? He grabs my hand and leads me out of the bar. The humid air hits us in the face the minute we step out onto the street. Everything in this moment feels more alive than normal, like all my senses are heightened in anticipation of what's about to happen. I'm squeezing Laz's hand so tight, like I might get swept away down the street by an errant breeze, even though the hotel is literally next door. There's just been too many opportunities that have been ruined by fate so far. I'm not chancing it. Should we have told Jane and Naomi? I ask him as we walk through the lobby.
None of their business,
he says, nodding at the front desk as we pass them. He's right. Even though I do have Jane's condom in my purse. I hope he has a bunch, because it would be too weird to use this one. He'd probably wonder why I have a condom to begin with, and then I'd have to explain his stepsister gave it to me because she anticipated he'd fuck my brains out tonight. Oh, my God. He's gonna fuck my brains out. I feel like I need to remind him again that I'm a virgin, and this is my first time, and I don't know how much I'll be able to take, if I'll be any good, But the moment the elevator doors open and he hustles me inside, he's attacking me. Hands, lips, teeth, tongue. I'm pressed back against the mirror, and his fingers wrap around the small of my waist, hoisting me up high. My legs go around his ass, and I'm ready to fucking lose it. Lose everything right here. Then the elevator beeps. The door opens. It's the 8th floor. His floor. We smile at each other, both aware of this moment, that anyone could have been standing there. And he lowers me down to the ground like I'm just a feather. I can barely feel my feet. I can't feel anything except each inch of skin he's touched. He grabs my hand, leads me down the hall. I'm so nervous. Each room we pass by, I think it could be his. I feel like every person inside knows what's happening out here, that my innocence and lack of experience is tangible, the lamb being led to the wolf's den. But Laz isn't a wolf. He may have canines in his smile, he may have a sly, dark look to him at times, but despite it all, it's still Laz. My Laz. A friend beneath all of this animal. And if I stopped him right here in the middle of the hotel hallway and told him I didn't want to do this, he would understand. He stops by his room, fumbles for his key. His hands are shaking. Could he be nervous too? The door opens. I step inside first, inspecting the room like I've never seen it before, which is ridiculous because it looks exactly like my room, only the bed is on the other side. For some reason, that makes my heart trip. The bed. Made up by the maid while we've been out. I can't believe that's where I'll end up tonight. Hell, you might not make it that far, my brain pipes up. He could fuck you against the wall like he almost did in the elevator, maybe on the floor. Laz closes the door behind us with a soft click. The sound brings my attention back to him. I don't think I can feel my feet anymore. I'm surprised I'm still standing. I stare at him. My eyes are big and wide, my jaw wired shut. I'm frozen.
Want something from the minibar?
He asks, walking past me, his hand trailing along my waist as he goes. He crouches down and opens it, pulling out a small bottle of champagne. Are you paying for that, or are the publishers?
Well, someone is,
he says, eyeing the printed sticker on the mini fridge.
Apparently it's one of those things where you're charged the moment you lift it up.
Sneaky devils, I say, my voice sounding unnaturally high. Maybe it's just me. As much as I want to keep him talking to ease us back into the people we usually are to each other, on the other hand, I want him. I want him, and I'm absolutely terrified. Laz gets back up, unscrews the cap of the champagne, and grabs 2 glasses from the desk. He fills one up, hands it to me, fills up his. But he doesn't take a sip right away. He watches me, eyes steady. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. He looks so different here in the room, in this foreign space I'm not used to. All his clothes are black, the bed and walls and furniture are white. The contrast is so stark it's almost surreal.
Marina,
he says softly.
We don't have to do anything.
There is weight to his words. I know his heart. I know he means them. I nod. I know. I want to.
Are you sure?
He asks. He nods at the glass.
You've had some drinks.
I've never felt more sober. I pause, my breath short and shallow, anxious. Do you still want to? He smiles, gives his head a shake.
You have no idea, do you?
About what?
How I feel about you.
Okay, I didn't think that would cause me to sway, but it does. I reach out, put my untouched glass on the desk, and lean on the edge of it. How do you feel about me? I whisper. Do you love me? Please say you love me.
I'll show you,
he says.
I'll prove it. Just as you asked.
He finishes his champagne and comes over to me, and just like that, the little distance between us closes up. The moment we had to retreat into our old roles, it's all over. His mouth is on mine, and his hands are on me, and my heart is with his, and I am drowning on my feet. You'll go slow? I whisper against his lips.
I'll go slow, I'll go fast. I will do whatever you ask.
I smiled against him. That was almost a poem.
Almost,
he says. He cups my face in his hands.
Marina, I've never wanted anyone in this whole bloody world as much as I want you.
I'm choking up. I'm turned on. I'm a mess.
How about I take the pressure off?
He says, his hands dropping away and leaving my skin feeling cold and bare where his warmth once was. He takes a few steps back until his legs hit the edge of the bed. With his eyes burning holes into mine, he starts unbuttoning his white dress shirt. Before I can process what's happening, that he's stripping in front of me, his shirt is undone, pulled off, being discarded on the floor. Holy bejesus. Just with the way I ogled his legs before, I'm soaking every single inch of his upper body. I've seen it before, on the beach. I know where his tattoos are, but I've never had a good look at them. I know he's ripped, but I never allowed myself to drink it all in. Now I can. Now he wants me to look. And why not? Lazarus Scott looks like a sex god. I can say that without even having slept with him, because honestly, this view of his body alone is worth the price of admission. It's always been obvious that he has these amazing, wide, broad shoulders that lead to muscled arms and a trimmed torso. I've admired that since forever, especially when he wears tight, thin t-shirts. But now, shirtless, I can see how firm his chest is. A dusting of chest hair between his pecs, half camouflaged by the tattoos that work their way down and across his body. I wonder about their stories, their histories. The ink looks old. Words and symbols and skulls and a map of England and the Union Jack. His body is a treasure map, something that goes beyond surface symbols. The ridges of his washboard abs, the slim V's of his hips as they disappear into a gray waistband, the flat plane of his belly. I want to run my fingers all over him just to see what those kind of muscles feel like. I managed to drag my attention back up to his eyes. He has the cockiest smile on, tempered only by the heat in his gaze. He starts undoing his belt, then the button of his pants. Then his zipper is pulled down with a sound that echoes throughout the room. His pants fall to his feet. He steps out of them, out of his shoes and socks, and now he's just in his briefs. The outline of his cock is completely visible, long and thick and curving up toward the band, barely contained. Through the thin fabric, I can see everything, including the faint marks of his piercing. Probably not a Prince Albert, I think to myself, and wonder if I'll be telling Naomi later. Maybe. Then he pulls the briefs down, tosses them to the side, and stands there with his cock out, and I'm terrified. It's so oddly alien, even after seeing a million cocks, both wonderful ones from online porn and shitty ones from unsolicited dick pics. It's also massive. I don't have a lot of experience to measure it to, obviously, but either my vibrator is shyly modest or Laz has one fucking huge cock. And right at the end, along the ridge near the swollen dark tip, are two barbells, two rungs of a Jacob's ladder. Am I crazy for being relieved he only has two? I'm not sure my virginity could handle his cock, let alone one lined with metal. That's not gonna fit, I blurt out. He lets out a hoarse laugh.
I'll make sure it does. Now, are you gonna need a bowl of popcorn for the show, or do you want to get naked too?
I grin at him, my heart alternating between tight squeezes and low dips like it's on a roller coaster ride inside my chest. My feelings are all over the place. I'm staring at a very raw, very beautiful, very formidable naked Laz, and now I'm expected to get naked. I barely even look at myself naked in the mirror when I'm at home alone. Just a minute, I tell him, turning around to have the glass of champagne. I gulp it down, the bubbles going up my nose, feeling as fizzy as my brain. Laz has closed the gap between us by the time I've turned around. I can't even react. This big, naked man is right up against me, one hand disappearing into my hair. He kisses me, softly, sweetly, enough so that all my worries and hang-ups start to melt like an ice cream cone in the sun. I'm dripping into his hands, his touch, his lips. While our kiss deepens, our tongues moving harder, yet slower and then faster against each other, his large hands slip to my shoulders, palming them briefly, before running the straps down. They reach around, pushing down the back of my dress, undoing my bra. I know what he's doing, and I couldn't appreciate it more. He's removing my bra without removing my dress. He knows what makes me feel more comfortable. He pulls my bra out, the straps briefly getting tangled before he throws it on the armchair. He kisses every bare inch of skin, neck, collarbone, shoulders, arms, the swells of my breasts. My nipples harden underneath the fabric as his fingers brush past them teasingly. My breath hitches in my throat, needing more from him, wanting more, yet being afraid of getting it. He drops to his knees. My hands go to his hair, wrapping his locks around my fingers and holding tight, because if I don't, I'll fall right over. I peered down at him, stealing a look, watching the muscles in his back move, the tattoos he has back there. I see words I can't read, etched below his shoulder blades. His head goes back as he stares up at me with an open, wanting expression. His hands trail up my calves, up my thighs, going under my dress and rising up, up, up. His palms shooting electricity into my skin. His eyes never leave mine. I'm holding my breath. I don't care. How could anyone breathe through this? I'm afraid if I exhale, everything might blow away, dissolving like a dream. This is Laz, on his knees, looking up at me like I'm his place of worship. No matter what happens, don't forget this. Don't forget this. His fingers keep going up the outside of my thighs, wrapping around the lacy edge of my underwear. He pulls them down, slowly, inch by inch. Even the silky fabric brushing down against my inner thighs makes my body shiver. I lean into him, step out of them, slip off my heels.
Get on the bed,
He says thickly.
on your back.
Okay, I say, my voice so tiny and thin against his. I'm actually glad he's being bossy. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. I go to the bed, lie down on top of the cool covers, lift my head, and watch as Laz comes to the foot of the bed and gets on it, prowling between my legs, which I instinctively open wider for him. He doesn't say a word, but he gives me a look, a hungry one, an amazed one. And that's when I slowly lean my head back onto the bed, close my eyes, my fingers gripping the covers already in preparation for what's to come. Just breathe, I remind myself, but then I'm gasping for breath as he parts my legs with his hands and pulls my dress up to my waist so I'm completely exposed and bare for him. Is this really happening? This is really happening. And that's when I remember I did shave, whether it was just stupid luck or wishful thinking. Thank God. Laz groans, his thumbs slowly dragging across the soft flesh of my inner thighs, spreading them further.
You're beautiful.
His voice is ragged, hushed, low. I feel it in every part of me. I believe it. It's enough that I relax, that I take it all in, relish the feel of his hands as they squeeze my skin, parting me. His head goes between my legs, his stubble scraping like sandpaper against my thighs. His mouth presses against my most sensitive parts. I gasp, then gasp louder as his tongue slowly snakes out and licks down the middle of me, swirling slowly over my clit with the cool, hard press of his tongue ring. Fuck. 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 I've never had a guy go down on me before. I've never met someone who wanted to do it enough to bring it up, and I obviously never would. So everything I'm feeling is only what I've dreamed of, and oh, fuck. It's the only word I have for this. This is better than what I imagined. Good Lord, if this isn't a prerequisite for fucking, it should be. His tongue is wet, warm, firm, then soft, the ball of his tongue ring providing constant pressure as he's licking me up and down, like he's lapping up the most decadent dessert and wants to savor every last bit. And with each pass of his tongue, my body is shocked again and again, firecrackers lighting up along each nerve until I'm ready to explode. Laz moans into me, and that just sends me into overdrive. I grab his hair again, which I've decided is my favorite thing to do, and my thighs gently squeeze the sides of his head, which is now my second favorite thing to do. He responds by deepening his moan, the vibrations rumbling through me, bringing me to the edge. All my nerves are wrapping tighter and tighter and tighter around themselves, ready to snap, dying to unravel. I'm close, I whisper. I tug at his hair hard enough to bring up his head. I'm close, I tell him again. He frowns at me between my legs, his mouth wet from my desire. I'm hit with the fact that for whatever reason, this doesn't seem odd or weird at all. Yes, it's Laz, but this is the Laz that I always should have known.
But this is the start of the evening of 1,000 orgasms, he says. It's not just a clever nickname. I'm gonna make you come in my mouth, and you're gonna come fucking hard.
I swallow hard. Good Lord, his words. But I can be direct, too. I want to come with you inside me.
Jesus,
he says harshly, more to himself.
You can't say things like that, Marina, or I'm gonna lose it.
Come inside me, I say again, finding courage, finding strength, fueled by this urgent need for intimacy, for Laz to have me as no other man has.
Sweet, sweet girl,
he whispers to me as he starts crawling over me.
You're gonna ruin me, aren't you?
Pretty sure you'll ruin me first.
I'll go slow,
he says, running his hands up my sides until they cup my breasts.
Don't worry about the sheets.
But that's not at all what I meant. At all. My vibrators may not be as oversized as Laz is, but I have used them consistently and in many different ways. I'm pretty sure there will be none of the usual hymen blasting signs of sex afterward. I mean, I'm a virgin, but I'm not 16. I have a sex drive, I have fantasies, needs, wants. I'm more than ready. The real question is whether Laz will ruin me in the long run. We've already stepped over that fuzzy gray line that separated friends from lovers. I'll go as far as to say that line was crossed when we went out on our first date. But after this, the biggest lines of all, I don't think there is any going back. I'm not just about to have sex with Laz. I'm about to lose my virginity to him. Something that's been shameful, a burden, like the opposite of a scarlet letter. I'm not a whore, but I'm too far gone on the other side. Too innocent, too good, too perfect. And deep down, too damaged, too fucked up. It's a complicated cross I've had to bear, and unless you're a 29-year-old virgin, then you don't really know how heavy that cross is. And now it's almost all over. Once I give that to Laz, he'll be imprinted in me in more ways than one. In some ways, I should have just fucked someone else a long time ago, because the first time I slept with Laz was going to be heavy anyway. But that moment is long gone. And now I'm giving myself to him, a man I'm in love with, a man I hope will carry my heart with his for as long as he can. If things fall apart after this...
You okay?
Laz asks above me, a lock of dark hair falling across his forehead. His arms are propped on either side of my head, his hips pressed against my thighs, his legs parting my legs. His cock is hard as concrete, pressing down against me. I'm okay, I managed to say, giving him a small smile.
If I'm hurting you...
If I don't like it, I'll make you stop. I pause. Condom? Please don't make me pull out Jane's.
Right,
he says, sounding sheepish. He gets off of me and picks up his pants from the floor, and immediately I feel bereft at his absence. I also feel silly because there I am, pretty much fully clothed on the bed while he's buck naked, his firm, gorgeous ass facing mine. I want to bite it so bad. While his back is turned, I pull my dress over my head, and now I'm completely naked. At least the position is flattering and flattening. He turns around and stops in his tracks once he sees me. I swear I see his cock move, get even harder. I fight the urge to run my hands down between my legs and touch myself, even though I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Maybe another night. What if there isn't another night? That nagging voice pops up in my head. What if this is it? But that voice can shut the fuck up right now.
You're something to write about,
he whispers, voice choked in awe.
Look at you. Look at how absolutely perfect you are.
I give him a shaky smile. You'd write a poem about me? A quiet intensity comes over his eyes.
I've written countless poems about you, but I don't share them. They're all in one tattered notebook at home.
I blink. Oh my God, there's a secret Marina book? They're not even in your published book? He gives his head a tiny shake.
No,
he says softly.
Those words are about us, for us. They're too intimate for anyone else.
My heart is doing that thing again, swelling like a balloon, threatening to burst. All this time. Laz tears the foil packet in his hands, the sound bringing me back to what's about to happen, and I watch with big eyes as he takes the condom and slips it on with the kind of precision I don't want to know about. It goes over his piercings with ease. His piercings. I guess that's something I should think about. Do I, need lube for those? I say to him as he comes over to the bed.
Those?
He asks, brow raised. Your piercings. On your dick? He grins.
Oh, no. You don't have any idea how wet you are, do you?
And at that he brings a hand between my legs, and with his eyes locked on mine, slowly inserts a finger.
You're soaked.
Now 2 fingers. Then 3 fingers. I gasp as I tense up, clenching around him, but it isn't painful in the slightest. Of course, I'd have to multiply 3 by 7 to substitute his cock. He moves over me, grabbing the base of his cock and pressing it softly against my entrance.
If it's too much, I'll fix you up. How about that?
I nod, but he doesn't push inside. Not yet. He runs his hands, palms flat, up the sides of my waist, sliding over my breasts, his thumbs expertly brushing over my nipples.
Look at you,
he whispers, pinching my sensitive skin until I moan.
I wish you could see yourself as I see you. See how unbelievable you are. Every single inch of you is pure poetry.
He drags his lips over my breasts, his tongue flicking and teasing and tasting.
I want to write you with my tongue.
It swirls around my nipple as he sucks it into his mouth.
Sonnets.
His lips trail up, hot, wet, warm to my collarbone.
Stanzas.
To my neck.
Lyrics.
He can write me any way he wants, but I'm getting impatient. My hips buck up toward him, his cock hard and long and thick and so close. Come inside me, I whisper to him, holding the back of his neck that's already damp from sweat. I need you. He moans into my neck. It sounds like a symphony.
I like hearing that.
I run my hands down over the muscles in his firm back, marveling at them, that I can touch him like this, that this is what we're doing. It no longer feels odd or strange. It feels like this is what we were made to do, to be with each other just like this. My hands stop at his ass, and I grab hold, shrugging him into me.
Fuck,
he swears.
Okay.
He adjusts himself slightly, reaches down between my legs to position himself, slowly pushes in. The pressure is intense. I breathe in deep through my nose, treating it like a panic attack, because if I hold my breath, if I don't relax, if I get too tense, this is going to hurt like hell.
You okay?
He whispers, and when I meet his eyes, they're wet with awe. I nod. Keep going. His nostrils flare as he pushes in further, and I will my body to expand, to take him all in. I bite my lip in pain, expecting it to get worse before it gets better. But with myself being so wet and the slow, laborious way he's working his way in, I accept the pain. It starts to dissolve into pleasure.
Jesus,
he whispers hoarsely.
You're so tight.
I know. I try and smile. I also thought this would be weird, the prolonged eye contact, the intimacy, but it's not at all. It's as natural and easy as breathing. Then he's all the way in, and I've never felt so full in my life, like he's filling all my empty, hollow places with starshine and fire. It's just so fucking good.
Fuck, he groans. Your cunt feels better than it tastes.
You have a dirty mouth, I managed to say.
You have no idea,
he says roughly, his lips capturing mine in a deliriously slow kiss that matches the deliriously slow way he's thrusting into me. Everything feels like bliss, the pain now melting into something that makes me wild and thrilled. I dig my hands into his back, my nails leaving marks, and our kiss gets messier, teeth, lips, tongue, mouths completely missing each other. I'm starving for him, starving for years, going mad. I had no idea it could be like this. But I have a feeling it's not like this for everyone. It's like this because it's me and it's Laz. His pace begins to quicken. Hips start slamming into me. His ass bunches and flexes under my grip. His cock slides in and out of me with ease, but it's not effortless. Laz is working as he thrusts inside of me, sweat dripping off of his brow from his own exertion, grunting hoarsely with every deep shove. The headboard slams against the wall. The bed moves. Everything shakes. There must be an energy being created from the two of us together, like sunspots and solar flares. I'm surprised the power isn't flickering. And then his hand slips between my legs, and he slows just enough to expertly slide his fingers over my clit. Oh. I had no idea I was this close to coming until he gave me a helping hand, and fuck. Laz, I moan, but it sounds more like a whimper, like he needs to put me out of this sweet, sweet misery.
I want you to come,
he hisses, his fingers raising my clit until I'm almost bursting at the seams.
Open your eyes.
They fly open, and I'm looking up at him in wild awe, stark determination on his brow, a side of Laz I've never seen, a side I want to keep seeing forever. I want him undone. I want to render him powerless. I want to see what I can do to him, how much ecstasy I can bring him. I've also never needed to come so badly in my life before. I'm shaking, so crazed by lust and want and raw need that I'm scaring myself. Then the explosion comes for me, like a wave that builds, and you have no time to run, and even if you tried, it would still take you down. He holds his hand against me with confidence, with possession, and then I'm weightless. The world around me explodes, and I'm the burning, bursting energy at the center. The Big Bang. This. Gone. Laz, I cry out, my voice strained, my words garbled. Oh, God. This wave has taken me out, but I'm not just trembling, shaking, quivering. I'm drowning in feelings, a million of them pouring over me at once until I can't breathe. Tears rush to my eyes, and I grab onto the tight, sweaty planes of his back as I'm liquefied beneath him. I hold him like I'll never let him go. I'll never let go because I'm not sure I'll exist if I do. I'm just stardust now.
Fuck, Marina.
He grunts roughly, and then his head goes back, his throat exposed, neck muscles corded as he pushes in deeper. The sounds coming out of his mouth as he shudders into me will forever be burned in my heart. The feel of him, the look of him, feral and somehow tamed now. His pumps slow, the sweat pouring off of him, both of us breathing hard, my heart a drum in my ear. I can't believe. My brain can't even come back to my body yet. It's still in orbit somewhere.
You're so gorgeous when you come,
he murmurs to me, kissing my neck.
Just as I thought you'd be.
He pulls back and looks deep into my eyes.
Wild and free and full of light. I want to be a part of that light in your eyes. I want to be the cause of it.
I can only stare at him, my chest heaving, my heart still racing, because I don't have the words to express what I'm feeling, what it just happened. A tear runs from the corner of my eye, and I hope he doesn't notice, but of course he does. He brushes his thumb over it and gives me a kind smile.
I hope that's not from pain.
No, I tell him. I don't know what that's from. It's all.
I know,
he says, kissing my forehead.
I felt it too.
My chest glows. Next time, I say, feeling shy all of a sudden, maybe, don't wear the condom. His brows shoot up.
Really?
If you're clean, of course. It's just I'm on the pill, always have been for other things, and I want to know what it's like when you come inside me. I want to feel you, feel all of you. He nods.
I'm clean. I always use protection. And I get checked.
He reaches down and holds the base of his cock before slowly pulling out.
But I will tell you, things will get messier with that one.
I like messy, I tell him. Mess me up all night long. He laughs softly, getting up to toss the condom in the garbage.
I've created a monster.
And he comes back to bed, pulls back the covers so we both get inside. I think I want more. I also think my body might need some time to recover. But then Laz holds me close to him, nuzzles his mouth into my neck, and I know what I really need is what I have right now.
Stripped. Laz. I wake up with sunlight in my eyes. I pause, my brain foggy from sleep, wondering how the light in my room is reaching me at this angle. Then I remember I'm not at home. I'm in New York, in a hotel room, and Marina is. I slowly turn over in the bed and look beside me. Marina is lying on her side, her cheek on the pillow, blonde hair spilling around her like a halo. Her eyes are open but drowsy, focused on me, a tiny smile on her lips. "Hey," she says softly. Fuck me. For a moment I thought that maybe this had been a dream, that there was no way one of my deepest fantasies could have come true. But here she is. Here she is, looking like an angel. I can hardly believe it. We had sex last night. Her first time. My first time with her. It was... I have no words. This isn't even writer's block. Being so deep inside of her, feeling and tasting every inch, watching her gorgeous face as she came, hard, squeezing me into a new atmosphere. It's indescribable what she was doing to me. I don't think I'm talented enough to even try. It was the best sex I've ever had. It was more than just two bodies reaching for a climax together. It was more than just getting off. It was about the two of us, together, finally. All these years, all these desires coming to a head, a connection taken to another level, one I didn't even anticipate. It was bloody spiritual is what it was, and believe me, I am not a praying man. But I will make this woman my religion if she lets me. I will worship at her altar for another glimpse at the heaven I saw last night. Hi, I say back to her, still so dumbfounded. The sight of Marina on my bed is a hit to the gut. The sun is streaming in through the window, bathing her skin in a diffused glow, and her face is absolutely gorgeous. Peaceful and vibrant all at the same time. She's unreal, and just staring at her, lying beside me in the same bloody bed, makes me feel crazy. She moves something deep inside of me, something I don't think I can ever move back. How did you sleep? I ask, my voice low, as if I might make the moment disappear, as if she's a ghost that might dissolve right in front of me. Like a baby, she says, lifting her arms up with a little stretch. This bed is amazing. I thought maybe it might have been more than just the bed, I say, smiling. A slow grin spreads across her face, and it's another punch to my gut, knocking the wind out of me. Your cock was pretty amazing, too. Fucking hell. As if the sight of her bare, tanned skin against the white sheets, knowing she's naked underneath, wasn't enough to get me hard. Then she has to say the word cock, and it's immediately springing to life, thick and hard as a rebar. I exhale through my nostrils, fighting the urge to jump her. You have to be careful when you use that word, I warn her. It's like an invocation. You'll summon it. She bites on her lip, smiles coyly. What, the word cock? Or just me talking about your cock and how I want to be best friends with it? I laugh, my blood turning molten. You are asking for it. Yeah, she says, her tone anxious, excited. I am. Damn. I thought the Marina being a virgin and all, correction, ex-virgin, thanks to me and my cock she wants to befriend, that things would be a bit awkward, and that she would be shy around sex or talking about sex. But that hasn't been the case at all. I slowly sit up, lift the covers to make room, getting a look at her naked body underneath, and climb over her, the mattress moving beneath my weight. I straddle her, my thighs on either side of hers, my erection thick and hard, bobbing above her stomach. I lean down, bracketing her shoulders between my arms, and slowly run my lips down her forehead, over her nose, until I place them flush on her mouth. She says softly. This isn't a bad way to wake up. It's enough to make me a morning person, I murmur, nibbling on her bottom lip before leaving a trail of kisses from the corner of her mouth to her jaw. She raises her arms, lacing her fingers behind my neck. Can we get room service after? She asks, her voice drowsy. Or are you planning to make me your breakfast? Breakfast of champions, I tell her, pressing myself down against her skin. She lets out a soft gasp as I suck the skin on her neck, my head swimming from her raw taste. God, Laz, she moans, breathy, sweet. I answer to both of those, I tell her against her neck. She takes her hand and places it under the covers, unsure at first, hesitating, and then she's reaching down between us and stroking the tip of my cock. I don't even have to raise my head to know she's got a devilish twist to her lips. A moan falls out of my mouth as her fingers get a better grip, the weight of my body against hers adding crucial pressure. I close my eyes, succumbing to the feeling as I work my mouth down her golden neck and start rocking my body gently against hers. The friction on her soft stomach is incredible, my pre-cum adding just enough slickness. Before I get carried away, I pull back and kiss and suck my way down her body, from her shoulders, across to the soft hollow of her throat, down between her breasts, my hand cupping them perfectly, one at a time. I love teasing around her nipples, love how she arches her back, pushing her breasts up, so ravenous for my lips, for my touch. I want to tease her, make her squirm, prolong it as long as possible, doing long, circular laps with my tongue and then blowing lightly. I watch her skin erupt in shivers, her nipple becoming harder, pinker, and it's torture not to put it between my teeth and give it a sharp tug. "Oh, God," Marina whimpers, her hands running through my hair and tugging on the ends. My eyes close, loving that dose of pain. I want her to do it harder, but right now this is about her. "Tell me what you want, sweet girl," I tell her, my voice rough with lust. "Tell me what you need." She takes in a deep breath, like she's readying herself to tell me, then grabs my head and places my lips on her nipple. "There, harder." She hesitates, her voice lowers and shakes. "Suck." I smile at how brave she's being when I know all of this is so new to her. Then I do as she says, nipping the hardening end and giving it a long, hard suck into my mouth. She yelps, then settles into a low, throaty groan, her vibrations rattling me to my very bones. The rigid ache of my cock is almost unbearable now, and all my thoughts are being stolen, directed to my very need to be inside of her. But I wait. She's bound to be sore after last night. I shuffle backward on the bed until my head is between her legs and then start lapping her up, my tongue sliding over her from cunt to clit, luxuriously slow. The way she tastes, smells, feels. I'm not sure I'll ever get my fill. I'm loving this as much as she is. And I know she is. The longer I lick her, the harder the pressure of my tongue, the louder her moans, the more she bucks her hips up into my mouth. When I finally suck her clit between my lips, sliding a few fingers into her cunt at the same time, she comes hard. "Fuck!" she yelps. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Laz! Laz!" Her voice trails off into moans that shake me to my core. She's so fucking beautiful like this, her body trembling beneath me, throbbing against my tongue. She's becoming undone. But I'm not done yet. I'm only getting started. With borderline desperation, I grab the base of my cock and straighten up, gripping her hips, the covers falling back behind me. Sitting back on my knees, I thrust into her, barely able to control myself. She feels so good. A silky, tight fist that won't let go. She cries out, her eyes widening, but I can't help it. There's no time to do this gently. There is a fire raging inside me, and only she can douse the flames. I take a firm grip of her thighs, my hands sinking into her soft, smooth flesh, and hold her legs back while I pull out, then push myself in again. She's watching my cock slide in and out of her, and I'm watching too, crazed by the raw, primal sight of our bodies giving each other pleasure and how we fit so perfectly. Darkness against all this sunshine. Who would have thought that this moment, this us, could have ever happened? "Does that feel good?" I manage to ask, my voice breaking as the pressure floods over me. "Is this okay?" "Yes," she says softly, staring up at me. There's a quietness in her eyes, a peace that I know too well. The same peace lulled me to sleep last night. "I love the feel of you inside me." Good thing she didn't say cock. I'm not going to last long as it is. I push into her further, slowly moving back out. Slow, slow, warm, slick. This feels so good without a condom, it makes my hair stand on end. Please don't stop, she says. Her voice is raspy, quiet, and so disarmingly beautiful when I'm turning her on. I could do this until my dying day. Just this endless give and take. This exquisite pleasure I get from seeing her features soften. Her body responds to me like she's answering questions I don't know I asked. I don't stop, but I need to change it up if I want to keep going. Lift up, I whisper to her, briefly pulling out and putting my hand behind her left cheek, rolling her until she's on her side. I grab her leg, admiring the soft curves of her thigh as she straightens her leg against my body. With my grip on her thigh, I slowly push myself in and out of her, sliding in even deeper than before. I'm hitting a sweet spot, and her mouth is falling open while her eyes pinch closed. She's soft and aimless as my thrusts become quicker, and I'm reveling in the look of her beneath me. I slip my hand down to her clit, so swollen, pink and wet, and begging for my touch again. Her body tenses, and she lets out a shaking breath as I rub my finger around in taunting, teasing circles, light as air. She begins to buck into me again, wanting more pressure, wanting so badly to come on my cock and my hand. I give in because I'm bloody delirious for her pleasure and because my own thrusts are becoming sharper, quicker, my hips slamming into her at a rate that will make me expire sooner rather than later. So much for taking it easy this morning. But even if I'm being a bit rough, even if she's sore and sensitive, she's moaning in pleasure and I can tell she's close to coming. Her body is shaky with strain, her breath's short and quick. Turn over, I tell her gruffly, pulling out again and flipping her over on her stomach. I scoop my arms around her waist and pull her up until her gorgeous arse is right in front of me. 2 full cheeks I have to prevent myself from biting. That will come later. I wrap my hand around her waist, loving the sight of how small she looks against me, and position myself again. Make me come, Laz, she says softly, her head down and her blonde hair spilling forward over her face. I don't want to let her hide. I reach forward and make a fist in her hair, pulling it back so her neck is arched, the side of her face exposed. I'm working on it, I tell her, tugging back sharply. God! She cries out in a breathy burst of pain and then moans, It's working! With one hand pulling on her hair, I lean forward until my damp chest is pressed against her back, my cock so deep inside that we both suck in our breath. I slide one hand over her throat. I tighten my hold, choking her lightly, and put my lips to her ear. How do I feel? I whisper, licking up the rim. Shivers erupt beneath me and I feel her throat moving against the palm of my hand. Safe, she manages to say. Her answer surprises me. She swallows and I let up the pressure. How do you feel? Needy, she groans. Desperate, mad. I feel like I might lose my mind. I need to come. Please, make me come. I moan, addicted to her own admissions, her own feverish hunger. The way she begs. I circle my hips, my fingers tightening around her neck and hair while my chest slides up and down against her skin. In turn, she thrusts her ass back at me, and all thought and reason and sense of self are obscured by her satiny feel, the tight clench around my cock that threatens to take me to another world. If she's losing her mind, so am I. I'm no longer myself, just an animal. I piston myself into her over and over again, the headboard slamming against the wall. I can see us in the reflection of the painting above the bed, me fucking her raw, deep from behind, my muscles flexing as I push in, fast, hard, our skin blistering from such wild need. My fingers work her clit, harder, faster, so slick and messy, slipping and sliding against her. Then she's coming, and her pulse on her throat is racing into my palm. She cries out again, loud, frenzied, like she's being obliterated in the most perverse way. The way she yells my name pulls the trigger. I'm clutching her throat, her hair, and I'm coming. It's like a dynamite set off deep inside. It blasts right through me, flattening my nerves. Bloody hell! I don't even know where I am right now. I collapse against her, gasping for breath, burying my face in hair that I already feel holds all my whispered words, the words that never make it to paper. Fuck. She holds every fucking part of me in that big, beautiful soul of hers. I can't swallow properly and my breath is slow to return. There's always a moment of clarity after you come, and this one holds an earth-shattering truth. You will lose everything if you lose her. I don't know why my mind is automatically going there, but it is. I blink it away, shake my head, and slowly pull out. I lie down beside her, and she turns her head to face me. Her eyes are glazed, her cheeks bright red. I've left pink finger marks on her neck. She looks thoroughly fucked. A lazy smile spreads across her lips.
Room service?
She asks.
Well, if it isn't famous poet Lazarus Scott,
Jane says dryly as I approach the table,
who apparently has some superhuman ability to not look like a piece of shit after a night of drinking.
I laugh and sit down in the booth next to her, causing her to move over and spill her coffee onto the saucer. Good morning to you too. Too bad we're not related by blood. You could definitely use some English in you to help you deal with this. I wave my fingers over her face.
Very funny,
she says. She does look worse for wear, bleary-eyed and pale, with smudges of old makeup under her eyes. Doesn't help that I think she's in her pyjamas.
Oh, it's nothing to do with being British,
Naomi says, and I look across the table at her. She doesn't look as bad as Jane, and if I'm not mistaken, there might even be a bit of a twinkle in her eyes. I squint at her and smile and have a feeling we're both on the same page right now. As in, we both got lucky last night. Where's Marina? She asks, and now I know for sure she's onto us. She's coming, I tell her with a smirk.
I bet she is,
Naomi says, taking a bite of her eggs. We're in a diner around the corner from the hotel. Jane and Naomi already got a head start on brunch, which is fine because Marina and I had room service earlier. Followed by more sex. Followed by more sex. And suddenly I'm hungry again.
What is she doing?
Jane asks.
She is coming, right? I feel bad I didn't get to see her as much as I should have.
Well then, come down for Christmas this year. Bring your boyfriend. I'm sure your dad would love to meet him. She scoffs and gives me the death look, which is further exaggerated by the fact she kind of looks like death.
Yeah, right. Getting out of that house, leaving L.A., that was the best thing I've ever done.
Well, you could always come and visit me, you know.
And me,
Naomi pipes up.
And me,
Marina says, standing at the end of the table. Naomi looks up at her and scooches over on the bench so she can sit down.
By the way, what are we talking about?
She's smiling, big, all teeth, all joy, looking around the table and pausing at me when she catches my eye. I can't help but smile back. Naomi clears her throat.
We were talking about Jane coming to visit all of us for Christmas and bringing her boyfriend. And it's a maybe, Jane says. Where were you? Me?
Marina points to herself. She blushes.
Oh, I was just doing my makeup. Had to really cake this shit on to cover up my hangover. You weren't even drunk last night, Jane says.
Marina shrugs, a tiny smile on her lips.
Still felt like ass this morning. Must have been the champagne.
I stare at Marina's neck. The reason she was late was because she had to whack on a lot of concealer to cover up the hickeys and marks I left on her neck. So, in a way, she wasn't lying.
Oh, you feel like ass, do you?
Naomi says, looking her up and down. I don't.
Only Jane does.
Wonder why. Jane frowns and then winces, as if the action hurt her brain.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing much, Naomi says. Except you're the only one who didn't get laid last night. Marina stiffens. I laugh. Jane rolls her eyes.
Oh, of course, she says. I should have figured something happened with you two.
She gestures to us with a dismissive wave of her hand before she sips her coffee. You're not mad? I ask. Not that it would matter, but since Naomi gave me a lecture last night and threatened to cut my dick off, I thought Jane would lurch into overprotective friend mode as well.
Mad?
She repeats.
I'm too hungover to be mad. No, listen. This needed to happen, and I'm glad it finally did. If Marina had to lose her virginity to someone, I'm glad it was my stepbrother.
She pauses.
That still sounds so weird.
I'm glad it only sounds weird, I tell her. She looks across at Marina and grins.
I guess it's my fault for giving you that condom.
What? I ask. Condom? Jane gave Marina a condom.
I wanted her to be prepared. I'm not sure if you guys were trying to hide your attraction to each other over these years, but it was pretty obvious last night what was going to happen. Glad you got it over with.
Not the best term to use. We got nothing over with, Jane. Don't be snide.
I'm not being snide,
she says, mimicking my accent.
You know what I mean.
She looks at Naomi.
Let's talk about the guy you screwed last night, then, since you didn't come back into the room until 5 this morning.
I'm grateful for the attention to go to Naomi now and enjoy the fact that we're all looking at her like a bug under a microscope. But Jane's comment has me bothered. As much as I've wanted Marina, as much as I've dreamed about finally being inside of her, feeling her from the inside, I didn't get anything over with. But fuck, what if she did? I look across at Marina. Even though Jane is badgering Naomi about her hookup, Marina is watching me, her expression tentative. Was that what Marina was doing with me? Did she sleep with me to finally get it over with, losing her virginity? Was I just a safe bet? Is that what she meant when she said she felt safe this morning? Marina is frowning at me now, and I'm not sure what expression is showing up on my face. Fear, maybe. I guess that's what happens when you sleep with your best friend and don't have a discussion afterward to what any of it meant. It meant everything to me. It might have just been a stepping stone for her. Oh, fuck. What if this is just part of a lesson to her? The art of seduction. The very thing she asked me to teach her. What if she's going to take what she learned from me and use it on the next guy? After all, according to her, most of her problems came from the fact that she had no real physical experience with men. She was so nervous about having sex with them, she'd freeze up. Now that doesn't stand in her way anymore.
Laz?
She asks quietly. I need to hold it together. My mind is running away from me, and it's not running to a nice spot. I know my own shortcomings, my own habits, and overanalyzing anything right now about our relationship isn't going to be good for anyone. Sorry, I was thinking, I tell her.
I can tell. What about?
The flight home, I lie. I lie because there's no way I'm going to tell her my real fears right now.
Ah,
she says, buying it because I probably do look scared.
Don't worry, we'll get you nice and liquored up at the airport bar. Oh, don't mention liquor right now, I'm going to be sick, Jane says. Lucky for me, I'm taking the Amtrak back to Boston. I'd hate to be crammed on a plane for 5 hours all hungover.
Again, Jane, you're the only one in pain, Naomi points out.
Yeah, she says. But aren't you guys all on the same flight?
Same row, Naomi says. Jane gives a devious grin.
You should take the middle seat between these two. As long as I get a window, Marina says.
Oh, hell no, Naomi protests. I always have to have the window.
No,
Marina says, eyes full of panic.
I like to look out at it and dream.
Yeah, well, I get airsick. Don't you remember when we flew to Chicago? Marina looks at me.
Laz,
she whines. Don't go crying to your boyfriend, Naomi chides her, like a crying kid running to their mother. But I'm stuck on the word boyfriend. Is that what I am? What are we? I look to Marina for the answer. She gives me a small, shy smile. I smile back. Nod. Guess that's what I am.
So much love. Marina. Matcha latte for Martina, the barista calls out. Loudly, right in my ear. It's not like I haven't been standing by the pickup counter for 5 minutes or anything. Normally, I would grumble about the fact that I've been coming to this coffee shop for years now and they still can't get my name right. Normally, I'd complain about how long it takes to make a matcha latte. But I am no longer normal. I am sunshine. I grin at the barista and take my drink from him. Thank you. You're welcome, the guy, Chris, says. See, I can get his name right. You look different. Do I? Yeah. Did you go on vacation or something? You're all glowy. I went to New York over the weekend. I tell him, must be that East Coast sun. He just nods, and I turn away, beaming at the compliment, because I feel different, like I'm a whole new woman. And the cause of that transformation just walked in the door to the coffee shop. Helps that Laz literally lives right across the street.
Hiya,
Laz says to me, smiling broadly, causing those gorgeous crinkles at the corners of his eyes. Hi, I tell him, and even though I'm overjoyed to see him, there's still a sliver of awkwardness between us. I haven't seen him since we got off the plane yesterday. He kissed me goodbye as he dropped me off at my house, and I wanted him to come in so I could fuck him in my own bed, but he had already made plans to head to Long Beach to jam with Frank and the band, and I had a lot of stuff to do at my place. So we made plans to meet here for coffee, like an actual date, and then see what happens next. Honestly, I just want him to drag me across to his apartment, which is why I picked this location to meet. But I also want to keep my hormones in check for one moment and actually talk to him, because we have a lot to talk about. Or at least one important thing, and until we discuss said thing, I'm not sure what I should do right now. Do I go over and kiss him? Here? In public? Is that what we do? Is that acting out of line? I have no idea. So I just stand there, smiling at Laz, and he stands there smiling at me, and then a spot opens up across the crowded cafe. I swear to God, it's always full of everyone in their screenplay in this joint, and I gesture to it with a shake of my head. But he just comes over to me, places his long fingers at the small of my waist, leans in to give me a kiss on the cheek. My heart cranks up, my pulse quickening. It's like my hormones have been conditioned to come to life just from his proximity, from the moment his body heat interacts with mine, when his warm and spicy scent floods my senses.
It's too loud in here,
he says to me as he pulls away, eyes focused warmly on mine.
Let me get a coffee and we'll take a walk along the river.
Sure, I say, but I barely hear it. I watch as he goes to the counter and gets a coffee, black, which thankfully takes no time at all, and take in the sight of him. Today he's wearing his usual getup, though he switched out the boots for burgundy suede skate shoes, dark blue jeans, and a thin black t-shirt that says San Antonio Music Fest in burgundy font that matches his shoes. Actually, the more I stare at him, the more I realize that he's put more effort than normal into what he's wearing. He always looks good, sexy rocker kind of good. Today he looks like he wanted to impress. And I'm impressed. He could wear a paper bag, and I'd be impressed. I'd be most impressed if he were naked, because that man has a body that begs to be shown off. It would be an extremely inappropriate way to go and get your coffee, but hey. I can't believe we've had sex. I think for the millionth time. I can't believe that man, my friend, that sexy British beast, had his dick deep inside of me. I can't believe he made me come over and over. I can't believe I know what that all feels like. He comes back to me, coffee in hand.
Ready?
I nod, wishing my heart would calm down a little. It's just a walk. We're just two friends with their drinks, heading out along the river, about to discuss what all the hot sex between them meant. The Los Angeles River runs pretty much right behind Laz's apartment, with the pedestrian path working its way along the shore. It's a nice little secret this area has. The river has been cleaned up, and at the moment it's full and flowing with birds and foliage, giving it the feel of an oasis in the middle of the city. Sometimes I even see people kayaking down it. We start strolling along the path, and I'm tempted to just ignore the weight that's on my chest and talk about other stuff, like bees.
But then Laz says, "So, you said we needed to talk?"
And at that, he takes my hand in his and grips it firmly. Okay, here we go. I clear my throat. Yeah, I do. So, I glance up at him. He's looking down at me curiously, maybe even nervously. Maybe I'm just imagining that.
So?
Right, okay. This isn't easy for me to say. His hand turns into a vice, clamping hard around mine. I continue. But I just wanted to know where we stand, with each other. Because yesterday, when Naomi said you were my boyfriend, neither of us corrected her, so I was wondering if that's what you are? I mean, no pressure. I know we haven't really discussed what happened after we had all the sex, and I don't know if we're still just friends, if we're friends who are now sleeping together, or if we're something even more than that. Laz doesn't say anything for a moment, comes to a stop, closes his eyes and exhales through his lips. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Did I scare him off? Is he about to break up with me even though we're not together? I stiffen, bracing myself.
What do you want?
He finally says, his voice low. He looks at me openly.
Do you want to be just friends? Do you want to continue sleeping together? Do you want me to be more?
That's so not fair. He just turned the whole question around on me. I'm afraid if I tell you what I want, you might not want the same thing.
Try me.
I nod. Swallow. Okay. I pause, absently watching an egret fly past, because it's easier to focus on that and tell the truth than look at him. I just want you, Laz. I have feelings for you. Big ones. And I can't go back to just being your friend again. I'm sorry, really sorry if that's not what you were wanting from me and that I've ruined it all, but I want more of you. I want more sex. I want this, us walking together, you holding my hand. I want to date you, for real this time. Be with you. Be in a full-on romantic and physical and exclusive relationship with you. I let out a burst of air, shake my shoulders, and prepare to get my heart broken. He grins at me, a big, beautiful smile that melts me into a puddle.
You sweet, sweet girl,
he murmurs, leaning down. I tilt my head back, smile against his lips as they press against mine. So? I ask him softly as he pulls back.
I can't do the friend thing anymore either, he says, even though you're still my best one, and I don't want to just fuck you, though I have to say I love fucking you. I want you to be mine, through and through. Mine and only mine.
You're sure?
Never been so sure of something in all my life,
he says to me.
And it feels bloody good.
Bliss. This is pure bliss. This is sunshine in my veins, sunbursts in my heart. This is everything I've wanted to hear. Almost. But I have no doubt we'll get there. Won't we?
What are you doing later?
He asks me.
I'd invite you over to the apartment right now, but it's like Venice Beach up in there.
Why?
Scooby has a bunch of buskers over. I told him it was fine, as long as the fire breather stayed away from the curtains. I double-checked that we had a fire extinguisher just in case.
Well, I say slowly, actually, I have plans, and I was kind of hoping you'd come with me.
Where?
I wince. Out for lunch with my father and my aunt.
I'm glad to hear he's doing better.
Yeah, supposedly. And I know I can do it on my own, and it's not just about the moral support. I just really want you to meet him when he's sober.
I've met your father before, Marina. He was sober. I know he's a good man. You don't have to try and prove anything to me.
I know, but I trail off. He squeezes my hand.
I'll come, for sure.
Really?
Really.
Did you know that bees, ants, and ravens are the only species other than humans that can communicate time and distance to each other? Laz's brows twitch.
You're nervous.
Because I'm talking about bees?
Yes, it's like a tell of yours. Like if I was a detective interrogating you, that would be one of your tells. I'd ask if it was you that robbed the bank, and you'd tell me that when the worker bees killed a queen, they basically cuddle her to death.
It's also called a murder ball, I tell him, impressed that he remembered that fact. We're sitting in his car, waiting outside P.F. Chang's in a mall parking lot. We're early to meet my father and Margaret, which, yes, has given me plenty of time to be nervous. Do I have any other tells?
Well, I know the ones when you're nervous. I'm not sure if that always means you're lying.
I never lie.
Bullshit.
His mouth curves into a bemused smile.
You lied just then. I saw your tell.
Which is?
You press your lips together afterward, like you're trying not to smile.
He's probably right. When I do lie, I often feel like laughing, like I never think I'll pull it off.
So, what's my tell?
He asks. I study him for a moment. His strong jaw, those lips that bring me to another place, those dark, arched, expressive brows that tell me everything, and the moody, intense eyes underneath. I smile.
What?
He asks, frowning. I just like looking at your face, I say, feeling a rush of love for him flow through me. It's a good face, the best face. But I can't tell your tell. You have to lie about something.
Okay,
He says slowly, thinking it over.
I absolutely do not want to fuck you right here in this car in this parking lot.
I laugh. Fine, I guess that works. I'd say, then, that your tell is that you don't blink when you lie. Your gaze intensifies. He mulls that over, tapping his fingers on his chin as he eyes himself in the rearview mirror. By the way, I'm totally down for some car fucking right now. I tell him, putting my hand behind his neck and pulling him toward me, marveling that, holy shit, I can do this. I can touch him and kiss him and fuck him in his car because he's mine. Or any time, really. He raises a brow.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm, I say as he leans in and kisses me. My heart trips, picks itself up, soars. Like the mere act of his lips pressing against mine can jolt my heart, bring me back to life.
Isn't that your dad?
He asks against my mouth. Not the words I want to hear right now. I open my eyes to see his eyes focused in the distance, then turn in my seat and see my father and my Aunt Margaret walking into the restaurant. Guess we better go, I say, though my throat feels like it's closing up. It's been just over 2 weeks since I last saw my father. After Laz and I went to Lancaster and had to deal with him, I ended up putting on the brakes. I ignored my aunt's phone calls. I ignored his, too. I didn't know what I was going to hear when I finally picked up. But guilt finds me easily, and it wasn't long before I started feeling horrible for shunning him when he needs the most help. He's not my problem, I know this, but I can't seem to separate that from my life. It just is what it is, and I'm always going to feel like I need to do something. So my father called last night when I got home, and I answered, and now we're meeting him and my aunt at P.F. Chang's in Irvine. He's been staying with her for the last week, and when I talked to him on the phone, he sounded completely sober. But who knows? Going to restaurants where alcohol is offered is always a dicey move, and though none of us will have anything stronger than coffee, it's a temptation that's staring him in the face.
It's gonna be fine,
Laz says.
Come on.
We get out of the car and head into the restaurant, the tangy smell of the food wafting over us. My father and Aunt Margaret are at the hostess desk waiting for a table. There's a split second before they'll see us, so I use it to scope out their posture, their faces, their mannerisms. My dad's back is straight and carrying himself stiffly. In a way, that's good. He's probably sober. Probably nervous, too. I told him last night that I might bring Laz, and he must have some idea that Laz took care of him that night. Or maybe he doesn't know at all. Maybe he's nervous for the same reason I'm nervous. My aunt is a skinny, frail-looking woman with a mess of frizzy brown curls and thick glasses, but her tongue is sharp and she's stronger than she looks. She's smiling at my father, though, as if they were talking about something amusing, and she seems relaxed. That's good. Maybe this will be okay. Then my father sees us. His face breaks into a toothy grin, the exact same smile I inherited from him. It's not forced at all. I know he's happy to see me, and it immediately dissolves the hardness around my heart. This is the problem. This has always been the problem. When he's sober, he's my father. He even looks like a different person than the one we saw the other night. "Marina!" he exclaims with open arms. He envelops me in a hug, and without hesitation, I hug him back. If anything, I hug him harder, as if I'm trying to hold on to the person I know he can be. "Hi, Dad," I tell him, smiling against him. And for a quick but weighted moment, I'm 10 years old, running through the house to him after he comes home from work. My mother cooking dinner in the kitchen. It's bittersweet. "Dad," I tell him as I pull away, "you remember Laz?" I watch him carefully as he looks to Laz. There's a faint hesitation in his smile, and when it comes, it's slightly forced. Not in an unfriendly way, but in an embarrassed one. I think he remembers that night, maybe not in detail, and that's for the best, but he remembers Laz was there. But Laz, bless his heart, he just sticks out his hand, shakes my father's, and gives him a big smile and a hearty slap on the back.
"Good to see you, Mr. Owens,"
Laz says.
"Nick," he says. "Please call me Nick."
"And this is my Aunt Margaret," I say, flashing her a smile. Margaret shakes Laz's hand firmly. "Nice to meet you." She's a tough nut to crack, but this is good enough for now. The hostess seats us at the table, and small talk ensues. A lot of it is focused on Laz. They're interested in his poetry, in his music, in England. Aunt Margaret spent a lot of time in England and Scotland when she was younger, so she likes to talk about Manchester and the Mancunian accent, how it differs from so many of the other ones. Laz talks to them with ease. He's not always the most sociable guy. I suppose the stereotype of the quiet, broody, and introverted writer is quite suited to him. But when he does talk to people, he has this way of giving them his utmost attention and keeps the conversation going when it lulls. Eventually, though, the reason for the meeting comes up.
"Marina,"
my father says after we've polished off Kung Pao's chicken,
"I've decided to sell the house."
The term is a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm still surprised. "What? Why?" He and my aunt exchange a look.
I need help, little girl. More help than you or Margaret can give me. It isn't fair to both of you that I can't take care of myself. Especially you. After everything I've put you through, I can't stand to put you through anymore."
"So what does this mean?"
"It means that I'm going to sell the house. I'm going to go to a detox and rehab center for as long as I can. There's one in the hills by our old place in Ramona. Then after that, maybe a group home."
"And then we'll see what happens," Margaret says. "The treatment center is very expensive, so unfortunately selling the house is a must. What's left over, we were thinking about getting him a condo near me." "What about Pickles?" I ask. My dad chuckles.
"Pickles doesn't need to go to rehab. His catnip problem isn't that bad."
"I can take him in," Margaret says, "unless you want to. Do you think he'd be okay with your bees?" I nod. "He'd be fine. I'd have to ask Barbara, but I don't think it would be a problem. I'd love to have that fat cat." After that, it's back to small talk again, and I'm trying not to let the hope shine out of my chest. The fact that my father is taking this step means he's actually serious for once. It's one thing to go because a court orders you or because you had a moment of clarity. It's another thing to sell your house so you can afford to stay in a treatment center. This is a huge step. This is huge for everyone. And like usual, I want to get my hopes up because that's what I do. I open myself up to believing everything will be okay. Which is why my heart is always getting stomped on when I'm eventually let down. Good night, lovers. Marina.
"So, that was some big news,"
Laz says, later after we've said goodbye to my father and Aunt Margaret and are driving away from Irvine toward the coast. "I know," I say softly.
"Good news,"
he adds, as if he wasn't clear.
"I'm guessing a treatment center is a step above rehab."
"Yeah, it's like going to the Betty Ford Clinic. You can stay for months. Sometimes they go to group homes after, where a bunch of recovering addicts live together. He's never taken it this seriously before, even after Mom died.
It's never too late to make things right.
He pauses.
Not that this will bring your mum back, but...
I know. I say just as we come out of the canyon near Laguna. Nothing will. But it can't hurt.
And for you, to not have to deal with this, to go back to being his daughter instead of his caregiver. To not carry this weight and worry in your heart.
He reaches over and takes my hand.
I see it in you, you know. Behind your beautiful smile and kind eyes, you have this darkness within you. I wish more than anything I could banish it.
I give him a gracious smile. You do, Laz. Being with you gives me light. We pull into the parking lot right across the beach at Crystal Cove State Park, and Laz parks the car far away from the only other car in the lot, a truck where rap music blares and clouds of pot waft out of barely cracked windows. Now, this is nice, I tell him, rolling down the window to let the ocean breeze wash over us. The ocean itself is dark as sin, the waves rolling in slowly, their crests catching glints of light off of Highway 1. I breathe in the salt air and feel my muscles immediately loosen.
I often wonder why we don't live by the beach,
He says.
What's the point of living in California if you always forget that this is here?
Why don't we? I repeat. I can tell you why I don't. Because I don't have several millions of dollars, and so far, neither do you.
You're such a dream crusher,
He says, making a tisking sound as he shakes his head.
You're supposed to aim for something in life, aren't you?
I give him a tiny one-shouldered shrug. Yeah, but my goals aren't fancy beach houses.
I didn't say it needed to be fancy, he says. It could be a daggy old shack, and I'd be happy with it. Just as long as I can see the ocean.
Am I in these dreams with you? I wonder. He did say we, after all. He lightly pokes my arm with his finger.
What are your goals, then?
Life goals? I guess just being successful at what I do. Educate the world about bees. Make a difference in the environment and the ecosystem. In people's lives. Make the world a better, happier place. He scoffs, rolling his eyes as his head goes back against the seat rest.
How can I compete with bloody Leonardo DiCaprio?
Did you just call Leonardo DiCaprio Leonardo DiCaprio?
I did.
And why am I Leo?
Because he's trying to save the planet, as are you.
Oh. I pause. I'm just trying to make a difference. Even if I save one bee, it's small, but the smallest changes can lead to the biggest results.
You are unbelievable, you know that?
He rests his head on the side so that he's staring right at me, eyes focused in amazement. There's nothing wrong with wanting a beach house, Laz. I'm sure when you first moved to California, that's where you thought everyone lived, on the beach. He nods slowly.
You're right,
he says thoughtfully.
I thought that everyone lived on the beach, drove convertibles, listened to rap, wore bikinis all day long. I was especially looking forward to that last one.
I reach over and give his knee a violent squeeze so he yelps. Actually, half of those are true.
I also thought they'd all look like you, the quintessential California girl,
he says, his hand drifting down to grab mine.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, gorgeous tan, soft skin. Well, it turns out only you look like you, Marina. Only you are you. Thank God I found you.
I swallow hard, his words tenderizing me. I smile. I'm glad I found you, too. That's the understatement of the year, but it's all I can manage for now. I'm still reeling at the stark simplicity of what he just said. I could feel his heart in it, like he just handed it to me for safekeeping. And yet, I have no idea if he feels the same way about me as I do with him. No idea if he loves me like I love him. And I love him so, so much. Like there's this endless reservoir deep, deep inside me that I've accidentally tapped, and now I'm not sure how to stop it. Or even if I want to. There is so much love in me. And this is a risk, a recipe for pain if things go wrong. There's a chance I could lose Laz forever, a chance I could get severely hurt if my love is a one-way street. But I don't even get to decide anymore whether to indulge the feeling or not. I don't get to decide whether I love him or not. I just do. I just do.
You know,
He says, his focus down on his fingers as they lace with mine. He trails off, rubs his lips together.
I have a secret.
Oh, God.
The night we met,
He says.
it wasn't an accident.
I blink at him. Huh? You mean at the show?
Yeah,
He says.
I told Jane to invite you.
What? I shake my head. But you didn't know me.
I saw your picture on her Facebook, and that was it. I wanted to meet you.
I can't believe this. This is nuts. You told Jane to invite me. She never told me that.
I can't remember what I said. Probably along the lines of, bring that hot blonde friend of yours, and then she probably told me to shut up.
Huh. To think he was looking for me when I first showed up at the Mint. But you had a girlfriend, I point out.
That don't mean anything.
Whoa. My eyes narrow at him. I'm his girlfriend now, so what does that mean?
The truth is,
He goes on.
that night I consulted the 8-ball and asked it if I should break up with my girlfriend and go for you instead.
He laughs to himself.
It told me outlook not so good.
What? I cry out softly. You mean to tell me you would have asked me out if the fucking magic 8-ball would have said yes? He nods.
Pretty much.
Laz, that's crazy. You can't do that.
Do what?
His brows knit together.
I told you that's what I do.
But this is playing with other people. This is playing with me. I mean, my life would be completely different now if I had gone out with you back then.
Different, but not better. Neither of us would have been better off.
He takes off his seatbelt and leans in closer, cupping my face in his hands. His eyes search mine.
Marina, I was an absolute fool until we got together. You would have not wanted to date me back then. Fuck, you wouldn't have wanted to date me a month ago. The time is right, finally, now, for both of us.
He's right. I know he is. The timing would have been off. We would have dated, then broken up because he's such a commitment phobe or whatever his problem is, and then we would have never been friends. We would have never had what we have now. Just promise me you'll stop using that damn 8-ball. I'm a part of your life now. I don't want a toy dictating your fate.
I haven't been, not seriously.
I chew on my lip for a moment, gathering courage to ask him a serious question. Why do you do it? Why the 8-ball? What does it mean to you? He squints off into the distance, looking a tad embarrassed.
Well,
He says in a low voice.
My father had one as a joke.
Oh, he doesn't have to say any more. But he does.
At night, when he had been drinking, he'd get me to play fortune teller. We would do this for hours. It helped calm him down, it calmed me down. Sometimes it didn't work, and he'd throw it across the room, trying to smash it, and smash everything he could lay his hands on. Sometimes that was me.
Oh, shit.
But, you know, that thing never broke. I did, but it didn't.
He glances at me.
Don't worry, it wasn't beating the shit out of me and my mother or anything. But it would hurt me. And what would break was everything inside. You know, that place where love comes from. That's what he'd break.
Your heart? I whisper.
I don't know. You'd think I'd be more eloquent.
He says, his eyes wide, staring blankly at nothing. He shakes his head.
When I came home to visit, right after he left us, the only thing he left behind of his was that magic 8-ball. I still have it. I don't use it, though. It's in a box in the closet. But I use one because it calms me, just to know that you don't have to make decisions, that someone else, something else is making them for you. There's no responsibility. And I like that. I like to think that my father consulted it before he left us, and that the ball made the decision to leave us and never look back. Then it wouldn't be personal.
He pauses, looks at me.
But it's personal.
Laz, I say softly, my heart breaking for him. I am so sorry. He stares at me for a moment, then his gaze falls to my lips. He undoes his seatbelt, shoves his chair back as far as it will go, reaches for me.
Come here,
he says gruffly. There's not a lot of space, but there's enough that I'll fit. I move carefully over the console, balancing myself on his shoulders until I'm straddling him, grateful I'm wearing a miniskirt. He grins at me, his hands trailing up into my hair, my eyes closing from that sensation. I know he's making this physical because he doesn't want to talk about the emotional, and that's okay. One step at a time. Besides, I did say I wanted to fuck him in this car. I adjust myself on his hips, my hand slipping down toward his pants. I shift to undo the top button, bracing myself on his shoulder. I bite my lip as I tug down his zipper. I can feel him hard, bare, and ready beneath me. I'm wet as hell. It's instant now, even just thinking about sex with him. He knows it, too. He puts one hand at the small of my back, the other slipping between my legs, pushing the dress up, shoving my underwear aside. My clit screams in pleasure the moment his fingers slide against me, slick and hard.
You need to stop wearing knickers,
he murmurs, staring at me with shiny eyes.
You're drenched.
You had that effect on me, I say, leaning forward and kissing along his neck, taking in his woodsy, spicy scent that throws me into another wave of lust. I could live my whole life with my face buried here, feeling the pulse along his neck, smelling every ounce of this man, my man.
I'm not complaining, sweet girl,
he says, grabbing my tank top and pulling it up and my bra down so my breasts are exposed.
I want to see those brilliant tits of yours.
Fuck me. Even the way he says tits is nearly enough to make me come. Then again, Laz's voice is especially suited for dirty talk with that deep, warm growl of his. His eyes rake over my chest, hot with desire I can feel. In some ways, this gaze of his feels more intimate, more penetrating than sex. I feel like I've been handed over on a plate for him to savor and enjoy. Then he's leaning over, cupping my breast with large, warm hands, and pulling my nipple into his mouth. My body becomes a Roman candle, fizzing, burning, begging to go off. I moan loudly, grinding myself into his cock, desperate for him.
Slow. We're taking this slow, greedy girl,
he murmurs, sending more shivers along my spine, his tongue lapping at my nipple until it nearly hurts. My other breast is practically aching, needing his touch, and when he moves his wet, hot mouth over, my body shakes in relief. Fuck, I say with a moan, throwing my head and shoulders back, trying to push myself into him, wild, crazy, and desperate for more. I reach down and around, grasping his cock and pulling it out of his pants.
Easy,
he warns, pulling his mouth away from me.
I'm a hair trigger these days,
he says, gazing up at me. And I love that I have that power over him. I grin, bite my lip, and grip him harder. He pinches his eyes shut, his full, luscious mouth dropping open in a moan. God, his sounds completely undo me. A thread being pulled looser and looser until there is nothing holding me together anymore.
You're trying to ruin me again,
he says, cupping my face with his hand while staring feverishly at my lips. He leans in, kissing me lightly, lips brushing lips, until I roll my hand up and down over his thick, wet head. The sound is so loud in the car, and when I look up from watching myself squeeze his shiny tip, the windows are already fogged. Then the kiss deepens, a slow, hard pull that reaches deep inside me, feeding the hunger. Our mouths, lips, and tongues dance like savages with each other, violent and ravenous and wild. He suddenly grabs my waist and hoists me up a few inches, positioning his cock just so, before lowering me. I gasp at the intrusion. My body's so fucking ready yet so unprepared that I have to remember to breathe. If it wanted a break after New York, it's not getting one.
Fuck me,
he mutters against my neck as he deliberately drives his cock upward and into me, my muscles expanding around him as much as they can.
So fucking good, Marina. You feel so fucking good.
I can't even answer him. I'm sucked under a wave, and all I can feel is him pushing, spreading inside me, taking over every thought and feeling. I've never felt so full, so thoroughly complete before. I try my best to pump myself up and down, given how my knees and shins are perched on the seat, but I can't get much lift. Instead, I'm at Laz's mercy, his hands holding onto my waist like I weigh nothing. He lifts me up just an inch while thrusting upwards deeper and deeper until I can't control the sounds that are coming out of my mouth. I'm so close to coming, and so fast, just on his cock alone as he rubs a sweet spot deep inside, and there's a knock at the window. Jesus Christ! I yell, flinching so hard I almost fly off Laz's dick. A flashlight comes through the fog.
It's a rosa,
Laz says, and I don't even have time to wonder what a riser is because I'm quickly, awkwardly climbing off of him and onto my seat, pulling my top up and my skirt down. Laz tucks his dick away, glances at me with wide eyes, a hint of a crazed smile, then rolls down the window a crack.
Can I help you?
Laz says to the flashlight. A face lowers into sight and looks at the both of us. It's a cop, which must be a riser in Manchester speak. The cop clears his throat.
We don't allow cars to be parked here this time of night. You'll have to get moving. Right, didn't know that,
Laz says.
I'm foreign.
Uh-huh, the cop says. Just be on your way now. He turns and walks away, and now I can see his car. Not even a cop, he's a park ranger. But he has a gun, so we probably should listen. Laz rolls the window down further and laughs wildly, starting the car and turning on the air to disperse the condensation.
I can't believe that just bloody happened,
he says, flicking on the headlights. I can, I tell him. I guess it was pretty obvious what we were doing.
Hey, we could have been hotboxing.
For some reason, that's probably not as frowned upon as sex in a public place.
You Americans are a bunch of prudes, I tell you.
Hey, I say, smacking his arm as we drive out of the parking lot and onto Highway 1, heading north. I'm not a prude.
No,
he says, a devilish look coming across his eyes.
You're not.
He glances down quickly at my thighs.
Spread your legs for me.
What?
Do it. Spread your legs. Pull up your skirt.
My mouth drops open. That desire that disappeared from the shock of earlier is back. I'm still wet. I'm still unsatisfied and needy. And I do what he says, flashing him. He gnaws on his lip, eyes darting between the winding curves of Highway 1 and the soft curves of my thighs. Keep your eyes on the road, I warn him, pulling my dress down a bit as a threat.
I will.
He licks his lips and then reaches over, sliding his hand between my legs. Because the car is an old sports car, everything is compact, and he doesn't have to reach far with his long arms. I spread my legs wider, give him easier access. His fingers slide with ease against me. The angle may be a bit awkward, but given how fucking hot this is, him trying to get me off while driving, I'll forgive it. Hell, all he needs to do is just touch me, and if I want to let go, I can.
Touch yourself, he says, your tits.
I gulp and look nervously around. There are no other cars in our direction. The only ones are passing the other way. Even if there was a car in front or behind us, they wouldn't be able to see anything because of our lights in the darkness. I bring my breasts out of my top, my nipples hardening in the cool air, and start squeezing them, teasing them, putting on a show for Laz. Still, I'm wary, nervous. I'm so fucking new at this that even the simple things are big leaps for me, not so much in courage, but in sexuality. I'm coming into my own, learning what I want, what I like, but it's happening so fast. If it wasn't Laz behind the wheel controlling the proverbial ride, I don't think it would happen. But with him, I feel safe, especially after he opened up earlier. The Magic 8-Ball stuff has always been a bit kooky and weird, definitely something an avant-garde artist would do. But now that I know the reason behind it all, it makes sense. I feel that much closer to him now.
Hey, sweet girl,
Laz whispers, sliding his fingers up.
come out of your head. Come onto my hand.
I laugh. Make me. Determination creases his brow. He works me into a frenzy in seconds flat, and then I'm gripping the seatbelt, the seat, my nails digging in as I come. Oh, God, I yell, and it feels so good to let it all out, the wind in my face, the stars in my hair. Laz. It takes a moment to come back down, to realize I wasn't, in fact, flying through the night sky. I was just in my boyfriend's car, being brought to an orgasm. Laz takes his hand away with an arrogant grin, then licks his fingers.
That was just the appetizer, you know.
I know, I say, my grin dazed, my heart happy. Take me home, Laz. I feel you, Marina.
I can't believe I'm at another one of these shows,
Naomi says, taking a tepid sip of her beer, her eyes scanning the crowd.
I'm too old for this shit.
You're supporting your friend, I tell her. She rolls her eyes.
No, I'm supporting your boyfriend.
Tonight is Magic 8-Ball's first show since they got their new keyboardist, the first show since they've made a new set list, and the first show I've seen as Lazarus Scott's girlfriend. It feels pretty good, actually. Well, except for the fact that he has his fucking groupies that keep swarming him, more and more of them filling up the place the closer we get to showtime. It's Saturday night, and we're in a small venue club in Anaheim. People are here to party. It's loud. People are doing the night's special Jell-O shots. It's so not Naomi's scene, nor mine, but this is what you do in a relationship. You support each other, even if you'd rather have them all to yourself back at home. And by all to myself, I mean riding his cock like a fucking joystick. It's been a week since we've become official, and we've basically spent every day having copious amounts of hot, sweaty, monkey sex.
What are you thinking about?
Naomi asks, frowning.
Wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
I give her a smug smile, but stop myself from the sex talk. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to talk to her about it because sex is a brand new and shiny thing to me, and I want to know if certain things are normal, what's good, what's bad. I want to tell the whole world just how damn good it feels. I want to run up and down Ventura with my arms open wide and yell, I'm having sex! But I don't, because Naomi is obviously still grappling with her divorce. Lately, Robert has been coming back and groveling, and Naomi isn't having any of it, which is good. I'm proud of her. I know it must be hard to have to say no and stay strong and push away the person you're still in love with. So I was hoping that tonight there would be some eligible bachelors who would help take her mind off things, but so far, no dice. What about that guy? I ask her, pointing to a bearded fellow in the corner wearing a red shirt that says Bazinga on it.
Are you kidding me?
She says dryly. I shrug and keep looking. I'm not a very good wing woman, though, because the moment my eyes lock with Laz, who is hanging out by the stage and talking with Frank and their keyboardist, I don't see anyone else. He gives me a small, knowing smile. It's a secret smile, just between us. He looks good tonight. Real good. This is no surprise, since he always looks good, but I swear he might have borrowed some of my eyeliner before we left for the venue because his eyes are exceptionally squinty and brooding and dark. He's a bona fide badass rock star, wearing his boots, tight black jeans that accentuate the python he's packing, and a thin black t-shirt that fits him like a glove. And I'm not the only one who thinks so, judging by all those damn groupies. Even now, they're gathered around him, and there's a tall redhead that keeps trying to get his attention. And Laz, being Laz and not being rude, is now talking to her, smiling at something she's saying. Oh, jealousy is a bitch. I've always felt that touch of it when I saw him with his girlfriends, but I was pretty good at ignoring it. Plus, I got used to seeing him with them day in and day out. But now that Laz is mine, it's rearing its ugly head. I watch him, waiting for him to look up and notice me. But he doesn't. Not for a while. And then I catch his eye. I'm waiting for him to say something to the redhead. Something like, "Hey, that's my girlfriend over there," and have them both look my way. But he just goes back to talking and smiling at her. "Who's the ginger?" Naomi asks. "She's getting a little handsy for my liking." She is. She's laughing along with Laz at something and leaning forward, her hand briefly on his chest. If she keeps doing that, I'm heading over there and open up a can of whoop-ass on her white ass. No, I tell her, holding her back because Naomi's anger is feral these days. It's fine, it's just a groupie. Ugh, she says, giving me side-eye. You better keep an eye on that boy. I trust Laz, I tell her. They're not all like Robert, you know? I don't know about that. Laz would never cheat on me. Right? I mean, it's not exactly something I've thought about. It's just been a given. We're exclusive with each other. That means something. And as far as I know, he's never cheated on any of his girlfriends. You don't look so sure, she says, studying me. I look back at Laz. The redhead is doing all the classic flirting moves, flipping her hair over her shoulder, touching his arm. Now he's leaning in close and saying something in her ear. His smile is cocky. She looks pleased. Oh, I feel sick. I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't let this get to me, but it's getting to me. You need to go over there and claim your man, Naomi says, egging me on, before she does. She's right. I should go over there and make my presence known. But before I can, Laz and the band head up on stage, and the redhead takes a spot among the other girls at the front of the stage. Too late. Shake it off, I tell myself. Don't be a crazy girlfriend. I've never really been anyone's girlfriend, so it's not really surprising to find out I am of the crazy variety. I mean, what about me has been normal so far? Nothing. See? Now I'm talking to myself.
Hiya,
Laz says into the microphone, guitar slung on his shoulder.
We're Magic 8 Ball, and we're here for your pleasure.
Even though I'm kind of pissed at myself for being pissed, I still smile at that cheesy opener. I can't believe he still says that. Naomi mumbles into her beer. She looks around, and I can't believe how popular they've gotten. It's Laz's book. Now everyone who knows him for poetry is showing up at these things. And this is why you need to keep an eye on him, she says. He's just gonna get more ginger vixens hanging off of him. Do they have to be ginger? The band starts off with a new keyboardist. I think his name is Hugh, hitting a few notes and samples. Then the drummer comes in. John the Revelator, Laz starts to sing. His deep voice pitch perfect as it soars across the crowd. It's amazing how good he is. How his voice still reaches far inside me and fills up each hollow part. Then the song hits the chorus, the tempo goes up, they get louder somehow, and the whole crowd starts to groove and dance. I guess Les was right. People really do want to be able to dance to their rock music these days.
7 lies multiplied by 7, multiplied by 7 again,
he sings, and the crowd starts to sing along with him. It's pretty incredible. Any angst I had earlier over him and the redhead is gone, and I'm just like everyone else. I'm a fan. His biggest fan. I'm in awe, lost in the throes of his performance, the music, the way his voice makes me want to climb on that stage and fuck his brains out. I can't blame him in the slightest for having groupies because I know exactly what they're feeling. By the time the show is over, an hour later, everyone is happy, sweaty, drunk. I think a lot of people are getting laid tonight, and I'm hoping that includes me. Laz comes off the stage, his shirt damp and sticking to him, ramping up the hotness factor, and the redhead finds him again, grabbing hold of his bicep for a moment. To my surprise, he takes her arm and starts leading her toward me, through the crowd. What the fuckity fuck? Naomi says. Laz and the redhead stop right in front of us.
Marina, I'd like you to meet someone.
Okay. He nudges the redhead, who is even prettier up close.
This is Samantha.
Hiya, the girl says with the same Manchester accent as Laz and gives me her hand.
So nice to meet you. I grew up next door to Laz.
Oh, I say, surprised. I guess that kind of explains why they were a bit more touchy-feely with each other. Nice to meet you. I shake her hand and look at Laz. Did you know she would be here? Nah, Samantha says. He had no idea. I follow him on Instagram and Facebook, and I was in LA with my boyfriend and decided I should go to the show and say hello. Remember me? I immediately relax at the mention of boyfriend, so much so that Laz's brows twitch. Well, I'm glad you managed to come. Are you doing Disneyland and all that? She nods. Yup. My boyfriend is back at the hotel. He's so knackered after being at the park, so I took a chance and came by myself. So glad I did. I was just buzzing to come to one of his shows.
I haven't seen her since I was a teenager,
Laz says.
I even had to babysit her a few times.
She laughs, high-pitched and girly. You were rubbish at it, too. Now that they mention babysitting, I can see that she is, in fact, quite younger than us. Well, I'm going to get a drink, Samantha says. I'll come with you, Naomi says. I'm Naomi, by the way, she says with a head nod. They both walk off.
What's wrong?
Laz asks me as he bends down to give me a quick kiss. Nothing, I say, pasting on a smile. You were so amazing. Really, the more dancey up-tempo songs were the right thing to do. People were so into it.
Good,
he says, still squinting at me. My God, he is wearing my eyeliner.
But something is up. I can read you like a book, you know. If I'd have known any better, you were worried about Samantha.
I give him a dismissive wave. Forget about it.
You look relieved to hear she had a boyfriend.
I give him a sharp look. You really are observant, aren't you?
Marina, come on.
Well, what? I was watching you guys all night, and she was totally hitting on you.
She wasn't. She's like 22, and I practically grew up next door to her. I was surprised to see her, and she's just happy to be here.
I know that now, I tell him, but from far away, it looked like she was getting all handsy with you.
Well, she wasn't.
That was a quick denial to something undeniable. Naomi was going to go over there and kick her butt. He rolls his eyes.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised about that.
He grumbles.
Honestly, I don't think you should listen to her much.
She's my friend. Of course I listen to her.
She's paranoid and thinks all men are scum.
He pauses.
Don't you trust me?
Of course I trust you. I told her I trust you.
So then why get all weird about Samantha?
Because you're, like, so much hotter than me. He bursts out laughing.
You're kidding, right?
No. Now I feel embarrassed. And anyway, she was handsy. I don't care if you knew her growing up. From over here, it looked like she was hitting on you, and you were welcoming it.
This is ridiculous,
he says with a sigh, rubbing his eyes, smudging his eyeliner. Damn it, now he's even hotter. I clear my throat. It's not ridiculous. If that was me and some guy was touching me like that, would you like it? No. Laz doesn't say anything, looks away. You know it would bother you.
I don't get jealous.
Ugh, seriously? Why does he have to be the sane, rational one and I look like the jealous psycho? Yeah, right, I say. He shrugs.
What? I don't. It's not my nature.
I give him an acidic smile. You're full of shit. Remember in the bar in New York, that guy was talking to me, and you came over and was all, she's mine, she's with me, caveman claiming his cave woman, rawr.
That was because I didn't know how you felt about me.
You don't know everything, I think to myself. You don't know how much I love you. I can't believe we're arguing about this.
We're not arguing. You're accusing me of flirting when I wasn't.
I'm not accusing, I tell him. Laz, you're surrounded by hot groupies all the time, whether it's for your writing or your music. Walk in my shoes for a moment.
Then you better get used to it,
he says. I glare at him. I don't like this side of you. Were you like this with all your girlfriends or just me? Because if it was all of them, I can get why they never lasted very long. You are bad at this love shit. He flinches, pales, like I just slapped him in the face. I swallow, feeling guilt's whiplash, and then I'm sticking to my guns and storming off through the crowd toward the bathroom before I say something else impulsive. Usually my lack of filter is borderline endearing, but tonight I realize how damaging it can be to just blurt out whatever you're thinking. You fucked up. You fucked up big time. Crazy bee lady. I'm just about at the bathroom when someone grabs my arm and whirls me around. It's Laz, looking angry as hell, and I can't blame him.
What the fuck was that for?
He yells. A girl coming out of the bathroom gives us a wary glance and hurries along. Don't fucking yell at me, I yell back at him. I don't want to be one of those couples, the fight in public couples. He makes a gruff grunting sound, yanks me toward the bathroom until we're both locked in the small room.
I hate to break it to you,
he says, still holding onto my arm, his eyes flaming as he turns around to face me.
but right now, we are one of those couples. This is part of it.
Is it? Is this what you do to your girlfriends? Yell at them?
No, I didn't,
He says.
This is what you do with your dates, get all jealous.
I have a right to get jealous. I'm your girlfriend now.
But you have no reason. You trust me, don't you?
I do. I said I do. But you have to understand what it looks like. Other girls might think you're leading them on. I take in a deep breath, closing my eyes. This bathroom doesn't smell the best. Laz, it bothered me, okay? If that makes me jealous and crazy, fine. Then you're just gonna have to deal. He sighs, long and heavy, and his grip slips down to my hand, where he holds my fingers.
Then I'll deal. Look.
He rubs his lips together, brushes a strand of hair off my face tenderly.
Maybe I have been flirty with other women in the past, and maybe my girlfriends never called me on it because I never really cared. And maybe I did it because I didn't care. Maybe I didn't yell at them because I didn't care enough to. But I fucking care about you.
He pulls me to him.
I'm sorry I was acting inappropriate. I thought nothing of it, and it meant nothing to me, but I know it means something to you. I promise I'll be better. Oh, I guess this is where my lessons in love come in, don't they?
I stare at him openly. He didn't quite tell me he loves me, but his eyes are wide for a moment, as if he said something he shouldn't have. God, I don't want to wait anymore. Laz, I say to him, gathering my fears. You're not bad at love, because I am absolutely, positively in love with you. He blinks at me in shock. You don't have to say anything in response, I say quickly. I just wanted you to know because it's too much of a burden to keep it to myself. But I love you. I love you. Silence. Then it's like he's an animal unleashed. He's grabbing my face, lips devouring mine, tongue pushing into my mouth, stoking every pent-up desire. I grab him in kind, my hands in his hair, at the back of his neck, while his hands grab my waist, my ass pinching, groping. We grapple together in a frenzy of heat and lust and something unbelievably real. I'm pushed back against the dirty tile wall, pinned there, and I'm his. Completely his. My body operates on pure instinct, throwing myself into him with no inhibitions, no caution. It craves him as much as my mind and soul do. As he presses against me, breathing hard and kissing me messy and wet, I put my hands around his shoulders and relish the lean, taut muscles of his back as I pull him in. One of his hands is lost in my hair, tugging on it the way I like, and I let out a breathless gasp from the sweet pain. The other is lifting up the hem of my dress, shrugging it up around my waist. I stopped wearing underwear these days, and he lets out a deep moan that I feel vibrate through me as he explores me with his fingers.
No knickers,
he murmurs.
Good girl.
He sticks 3 of his large, long fingers inside me, and I clench around them, begging for more. Hurry up and fuck me, I tell him. He laughs, low and rich, reaching down to lift me up so my legs are wrapped around his waist. I reach down between us and frantically try to undo his belt. He stares at my frenzied hand for a moment, clearly enjoying just how much I want him.
Hold on, sweet girl,
he says, pulling down his jeans and briefs until his cock bobs freely, so dark and rigid. I love him like this, so raw, thick, and all for me. He holds himself at my cunt and waits for a few beats. I can feel the heat coming between us, the way his eyes burn into me, until his gaze drops to his cock and he's about to push its stiff length inside me. Before I can urge him in, my fingers tightening their hold on his back. He pushes with one large, powerful thrust. I can't help the cry that escapes from my lips, and then the soft, "Oh," as he slowly, agonizingly pulls himself out, his cock absolutely drenched. He eases himself back in a few inches at a time, his lips brushing over mine.
"I like it when you get jealous, you know that?"
he whispers against my mouth.
"I like it when I'm on stage and I see you watching me with all that lust in your eyes. I like that I can drag you into this bathroom. We can fight and yell and then I can fuck your brains out. I don't just like it. I love it."
My heart catches in my throat. I can't speak, I can only feel, and the intense gaze of his eyes tells me that something is happening. Something new. He didn't say he loved me, but it was pretty damn close. His eyes continue to burn as he pushes himself in and out, pumping steadily. He grabs my chin lightly and holds my face, making sure I can't break eye contact, can't look away. It's nearly embarrassingly intimate, the way his stare feels like he's stripping me bare. Our moans are hushed, our breaths rough and ragged as he moves inside me, his hips circling so he hits each and every tightly wound nerve. It's so fucking good. It's everything. We are joined, connected, and the more he thrusts in, deeper, deeper, the warmer he feels like barely contained fire. A bead of sweat rolls off his nose, and finally his eyes pinch closed as he approaches his climax, his mouth going for the crook of my neck where he bites and sucks and grunts as he pounds me, each thrust getting faster than the last.
"Fuck, fuck, fuck,"
he hisses, inhaling sharply.
"I'm coming."
Before I even have a chance to try and catch up, he lets go of my waist and slides a finger over my clit, petting it twice, and that's all it takes to set me off like dynamite. I explode outwardly until I feel there is nothing left, and he explodes into me. I can feel him inside, hot and potent, as I throb mercilessly around him, my nails digging so hard into his shoulders as I ride him out that I know they're going to leave marks tomorrow. My heart is huge, filled with shooting stars and rainbows. This man, this gorgeous specimen of a man who fucks me with all he has. I want to love this man forever. "Laz," I whisper, "don't ever leave me." He's breathing heavily into my shoulder, and I run my fingers through his hair, loving the feel of it, loving everything he is.
"Don't leave me,"
he whispers to me. I would be crazy to do so, I tell him. He pulls back to look at me.
"You know you call yourself the crazy bee lady, right?"
He's got that look I love in his eyes, the one only I bring to him. Sleepy, relaxed, happy, absolutely satisfied. But there's tenderness brimming underneath, laced with darkness, fear. But I understand that fear because love is scary. I smile shyly, suddenly feeling like it's all so much, too much. The love I have for him is too big for the entire world to handle, let alone me. What happens if he never loves me back? What happens to love when it's never returned? Does it keep coming, keep flowing? Can I love him enough for the both of us? We should get back, I tell him, clearing my throat. He nods, brows knitting together for a moment.
Of course."
He gently lowers me to the ground and then takes some paper towels, running it up the inside of my legs and cleaning me off. We give ourselves a once-over in the mirror. He smooths down my dress. I straighten his shirt. We head back outside into the bar. hand in hand. I think we just survived our first fight. Have had our first makeup sex. I just hope we can survive anything else that's thrown our way. I hate the sharp, niggling feeling deep inside, burrowing in my heart like a worm into an apple, that something horrible is coming.
In chains. Laz. I want to be a part of that light in your eyes. I want to be a part of the fight in your eyes. I want to give you everything I don't know how to give, like blood from a stone. My fingers bleed from trying. It feels like dying, knowing I'll never give you what you need. I stare at the words, lyrics for once, feeling the darkness coming. Clouds that were always there on the horizon. A storm I could ignore if I just turned my back and faced the other way. Faced into the sunshine. Into the light. Marina is that light I faced into. I was happily blinded. "Hey," Scooby says from the doorway, munching on cherry tomatoes straight out of the container. I blink, trying to dispel that horrible, aching, clawing feeling and come back to earth, back to normal. "Let me guess, you have an interesting fact about tomatoes?" "No, just saying hello," he says, popping one in his mouth. "No, wait, I do. Did you know that the scientific name for tomato is Lycopersicum lycopersicum, which means wolf peach?" I stare at him blankly. "How do you remember that? I swear the more pot you smoke, the smarter you get." "I know," he exclaims. "That's what I tried to tell my mother when I was in high school, but she kicked me out of the house instead. So when are you going to the gay pride parade?" That last bit would normally sound odd, but the fact is, today I'm picking up Noah and taking him to the parade in West Hollywood. This year the parade has sort of morphed into a resistance march, so now Marina wants to come too. Of course, all of this will be unbeknownst to my mum and Darryl. I'm telling them I'm just taking Noah to the beach. Then we'll swing by Marina's and pick her up after she's done one of her live hive removals and Noah can get ready for the parade there. He's just a spectator, but he wants to say something by dressing up, whatever that may be. I should probably get going anyway, I say, getting to my feet. I've donned a T-shirt with a rainbow steamroller graphic on it by the oatmeal, out of support.
"So, how is it going with your girlfriend?"
Scooby asks like he's 10 years old. "Good," I tell him. Because it has been good. It's been better than good. We've been together for a few weeks now, and honestly, it's been the best weeks of my life. Ever since New York, I've been living a dream, on a high that never ends, floating over the clouds, basking in the sunshine. I've never, ever had this connection with anyone before. Never been so infatuated, so obsessed. I just want to be with her night and day, inside her bed, inside her, finding myself, my place in this world. Marina has become my sanctuary, a place for my heart to be at rest, sheltered from the elements. And she loves me. She loves me. She hasn't said it much since that night of the show in the bathroom after our fight. I know she's shy about it, tentative, because I have yet to say it back. But it means the world to me that she's given me her heart. I'm finding it harder and harder to not be scared by the whole thing. It's that insidious undercurrent that lurks beneath everything bright and new and happy. I'm scared that what she feels for me, I'll never be able to give back to her. And I'm scared that when she realizes that, she's going to leave me. These are probably normal fears to have. I've just never been so wrapped up in someone before I wouldn't know how normal they are. Is this what it's like in any relationship when you really care about someone? Being friends with Marina before we got together made it so she knows me inside and out, as much as I can give, and is still there for me, by my side. I just don't see how I can deserve someone like her. And yet I have her. I have her big, gorgeous red heart. I have her open and giving soul. I have her mind and body and every little piece of magic that she's put together with. I have her, and yet I feel like I'm barely holding on. She's slipping through my fingers like sand, and she doesn't even know it.
You all right?
Scooby asks warily.
You seem more dark and moody and tortured rider than usual.
I'm fine, I tell him, squeezing past him in the doorway and heading down the hall, grabbing my keys from the hook.
Maybe you need more lycopene in your diet,
he says, waving the tomatoes around. Seriously, I've never met a stoner who ate so many vegetables when he got the munchies. I get in my car and head out to the Murdoch compound. Along the way, my thoughts begin to drift. I think about Marina. I think about what's next for us. I think about what's usually next for me at this point. But there's never been a point like this for me before. All those girls I've dated, none of them mattered in the end, and they didn't matter because I didn't want them to matter. I just wanted the company. I wanted someone by my side, someone who was dependable. That's what my girlfriends became, someone to count on. A warm body in my bed, a presence in my life. Growing up, I never had that. With them, I did. But I kept my heart safe. I never invested. I never opened up. I never shared the real me with them. I never even came close. It was the only way I could not be rejected. That's not saying I was always the one doing the dumping. 2 girls I dated. No, not at the same time. Carly and Jill. They dumped me way before I had a chance to do the same to them. I know that sounds extremely callous, but it's the truth. Only I didn't mind. I didn't mind because I didn't care. I'd pushed them away from me from the start, kept my distance. And some women know when they want more and know when they won't get more. I knew that the sex and company they provided would eventually be taken up by someone else. If you don't invest your heart in someone, you don't get hurt. It worked well for me. It worked well until I fell head over heels for Marina. Now, this was someone I cared about deeply, more than anyone else in my life. This time there was a big, terrible chance that I could get ruined by her, by us. That every fear, every scabbed-over emotional wound would become raw again. I have no playbook anymore. I have no game plan. There is no experiment. I wish I could just let us take it one day at a time and stop thinking about the future. Just enjoy the sex, the company, the intimacy that both soothes and startles me. That's what I've been trying to do, but each day I'm with her, I'm so sunk. Just in her, underneath her, that I can't even see straight. Can't think straight. And those words, those beautiful words, I love you. The more they mean to me, the scarier it gets, the more I want to run. But I can't do that to her. Can't do that to the person I care about most. I won't. Traffic is light, so I get to the house a bit early, heading through the gates and parking in the guest parking spot. I knock on the door, and to my surprise it's answered by my mother, not Rosalie. "Are you the help now?" I ask her, joking. My mother gives me a tight smile in return. Obviously not in the mood for jokes. But when is she ever?
"Come on in,"
she says.
"Rosalie has the day off."
"Wow, you let your help have days off. You're so generous."
"Don't be snide, Lazarus,"
she warns me with a sigh. "Never. Where is Noah?" She points above her to his room.
"In the shower. I'm afraid he just stepped in, so you're looking at a bit of a wait. I don't know why his showers are so long, but I'm going to assume it's normal for a kid his age, right?"
The comment bothers me, not because it's weird to hear her talk about Noah that way, but because she doesn't know what is normal. If she had been a regular mother and not sent me off to boarding school, then maybe she'd have some idea of what teenage boys are like.
"What?"
she says to me, frowning as she closes the door behind us. "Nothing," I tell her. "Just find it funny that you did have a 14-year-old boy at some point, if you remember." She exhales, almost rolling her eyes.
"I don't want to hear it, Laz. I've had a hell of a day. Do you want a cup of brew?"
I nod and follow her into the kitchen. The place is massive and cold and all stainless steel. I sit down at the marble bar top while she puts the kettle on and goes about getting the proper teacups, saucers, spoons. Seriously though, Mum, I say, why did you send me away to boarding school?
Laz,
She says tiredly. Her back is to me as she fishes out orange pekoe, so I can't read her face. But I'm guessing she looks inconvenienced as always.
you always ask this.
I have never asked this, I say, adamant. And if I ever have, maybe because you never give me a straight answer.
Many children go to boarding school. I went to boarding school when I was young and I loved it. You know it's common in England.
Mum, you told me your parents were abusive. She had never gone into details before, but it certainly explained a lot. Such as why she married my father to start with, and why she fell in love with Darryl.
Yes, well, that was normal too. Look, Lazarus, I don't know what you're getting at. So you went to boarding school. You had a great time, didn't you?
I laugh. The sound sour. Great time? Are you kidding me? I made the best out of a bad situation. Mum, I was sent away to live elsewhere for most of my teenage years. I rarely saw you, rarely even heard from you. It's like I ceased to exist. She hesitates as she puts the tea in the cups.
That's the time you should be sent away. That's when you want separation from your parents.
I didn't, I tell her, my voice rising. The anger inside me is taking me by surprise. I didn't want that at all. I wanted to be at home with you. Mum, I just wanted to be loved. Why couldn't you just love me? My words have the same impact as a bomb. It's blasted away whatever pretenses we had around each other, and the silence falls like ash. My mother leans against the counter. Her shoulders rise and fall. And that's when I notice how skinny she has gotten. The vertebrae on her back is practically sticking out of her back.
Please,
she says softly.
I said I had a rough day.
Well, I'm sorry there isn't a good fucking time to talk about this. I have waited my whole entire life to talk about this, about what you guys did to me. Her head snaps around and she glares at me over her shoulder.
You watch your mouth around me, young man. Do you want to know why we sent you to boarding school? Because we didn't know what to do with you. Better yet, I didn't. I was your only parent. Your father never showed up. He was just furniture. Horrible, ugly furniture.
I'm having a hard time swallowing. You didn't know what to do with me, I repeat. Why, I was just a kid.
You were trouble, Lazarus. If you ask me, you haven't grown out of it either.
I honestly don't know what she's talking about. I wasn't trouble.
You stole candy from the store down the street when you were 8 years old. At 11, I caught you drinking your father's gin. At 13, you were taking my razors and making marks up and down your arm.
Fuck. Jesus. She remembers that. A lot of kids do that. It's not right, but it's common. It's a cry for help. Maybe it's what I did in order to deal with the pain.
What pain?
The pain of having a father like mine. He hit you, he hit me, he abused us. Inside and outside, you know he did.
He never did such a thing.
I didn't imagine it, I yelled, getting off my stool. He did it and you know it.
Your father was a drunk.
I know. That was another thing. There were so many things. How could you not understand that as a young kid I didn't know how to deal with it? I still don't, not even in the slightest. I can't deal with people, with relationships, with love. I'm fucked up because of what you put me through. She waves me away with her hand.
You're trying to make me feel guilty for something he did.
I am not. I'm just telling you why these things happened. You can't pretend he didn't leave us, Mum.
He left you, Laz,
she says stiffly, her jaw firm as she looks at me.
You were the reason your father left.
Cold. Inside me there is nothing but cold. A wasteland. Frozen tundra. My heart died the day when I learned it wasn't enough. My heart died the day when love ceased to save me. I don't know why the words are coming in my head right now, but they are. They are, and they're real. I can't believe this is happening. Mum, I managed to say, my stomach churning with the poison in her words. Why would he leave because of me? She looks away, walks over to the kettle which is now boiling over.
He was afraid of you.
Afraid of me? Why?
He was afraid that you would love him. I was afraid of it too. You never should have done such a thing.
I am dumbfounded by this. None of it makes any sense. It sounds like the rantings of a loon. And yet, at the same time, they reach deep inside me. They check all the boxes. I was always there for my father. He would be a piece of shit and I was there, playing with the magic 8-ball. I was there giving him fake gin. I was there cleaning up after him. I did all the things my mother didn't want to do. Good cop, bad cop. I was the good cop. And my father didn't like that. Didn't think he deserved it. Or maybe just didn't want what I was giving. It made him uncomfortable, angry. My love was unwarranted. It was wrong. It chased him away. Everything inside me sinks, like the very fabric of my soul. What I knew about myself is plummeting to its death. My mother just told me my father left us because I loved him when I shouldn't have. What the actual fuck? Lazarus, she says to me, pouring the hot water in the delicate china with so much ease it's like we're not even having this discussion at all.
You wanted the truth, and there you have it. It was easier to send you away than deal with you. Of course I missed you, any mother would. But with the way you were acting, the way you made your father feel, it was for the best that you stay far away from us.
Then why did he leave in the end? I say quietly. Why go when I was never even there? She shrugs, and her expression for once is pained.
I honestly don't know, Laz. I guess he just didn't love you like a good father should. But you know it was for the best, didn't you? It was the best for the both of us.
I didn't know what to believe anymore. This has thrown me for a loop. I feel like everything I know about myself is being rewritten, all my history. And I don't know what kind of person I'll become once it's all been processed. I'm broken. Utterly fucking broken. Hey, Noah says, his voice cautious. I look up to see him hanging awkwardly by the entrance to the kitchen, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, his purple backpack slung over his shoulder, hair wet from the shower and now a bright purple to match the bag. It takes me a few moments to snap back to this reality, the reason I'm here to begin with. Right, Noah, gay pride, Marina. Marina. She sure picked the wrong fucking guy to fall in love with. I clear my throat. Hey, ready to go?
I just made you tea,
my mother protests. I lost me appetite, I tell her with barely a glance in her direction, and I stride past Noah, heading for the door. Once outside, I have this urge to run. Just start running and don't stop until I'm on the ground, panting, wheezing, completely spent. But I don't. Noah holds me back.
What did I just interrupt?
He asks, trailing after me as we head to the car.
Or do I want to know?
You don't want to know, I tell him. And now, more than ever, I'm acutely sorry for Noah. Not only does he have to have Darryl as a father, he has to have my mother as his stepmother. If she's like that with me, her own flesh and blood, I can't imagine what it feels like to not be related.
Are we going to your girlfriend's first? I need to get ready,
he says. Yeah, my voice sounds distant, even in my own head.
Are you sure you're okay, dude?
Noah asks.
You're vampire pale right now.
I managed to swallow. I need to snap out of it. I'm doing this to support Noah. It's supposed to be a fun day as well as an important one. It means something to him. But I'm not sure this is something I can sweep under the rug. The scars are too deep now. It's a feeling, a sharp pain that I can't quite escape. My father didn't love me. My father was afraid of my love. My love scared him. My love wasn't good enough. I'm not good enough. I'll never be good enough for anyone. When I pull up outside of Marina's, I barely even remember driving. 1 minute I was at Noah's, the next I'm parking outside of Havisham's. Speaking of, she's peering through her blinds at me. You'd think after all this time with Marina nearly every day she would be used to me. Does it matter? The thought comes into my head. He won't be here long. And then the thought leaves, leaving me rattled.
Hey, guys.
Marina's clear, beautiful voice comes ringing out, and I look to see her on the other side of the gate, poking her head over and grinning.
Come on in. Hey, Noah, she says to him. Love your hair. Thanks,
he says brightly. We walk through the gate, and instinctively I bend over and kiss Marina on the cheek.
You okay?
She asks me, hand on my chest, peering at me intently.
You look ill.
I'm fine, I tell her, not meeting her eyes. This is not the time for the discussion. Perhaps there will never be a good time for it. Probably for the best. She doesn't have to know that I am, deep down, inherently unlovable. I'm sure she'll figure that out for herself soon enough.
He's being a weirdo,
Noah says.
Well, he's my weirdo,
Marina tells him with a proud smile.
That's why we work so well together. If I have a piece of advice for you, Noah, it's you need to find your weirdo. Once you do, everything else falls into place. I'm not actually on the market for a weirdo,
Noah says smartly.
But I do want to find my own brand of weird. Find your weirdo, embrace your weird,
Marina says.
It's all good. Now let's get you inside and have a little fashion show. How many outfits did you pack?
Noah rolls his eyes.
Only one. I'm not interested in wearing feather boas. I just want to feel a part of something bigger than me. You have a smart brother, Laz,
Marina says to me. But her smile is starting to falter just a bit. I know it's because she's picking up on what I'm putting out there. It takes a lot of strength to return the smile and pretend that everything's fine. But I try. I try for her sake. I try for Noah's. I tell myself that the conversation I just had with my mother didn't mean anything. It wasn't anything that I didn't know deep down. It was just out in the open, and I should be glad, happy even, that the elephant in the room was finally dealt with. It was dealt with by a shotgun blast to the heart. Noah was right when he said he wasn't wearing feather boas. He's wearing a shirt that says, "Save a gay, punch a Nazi," and has tried to fix his purple hair into a mohawk. Without Nox gelatin, though, it's more like floppy spikes. But hey, it's cool. Marina has made rainbow streaks in her hair by dusting different coloured eyeshadows in sections and is wearing a shirt with Rosie the Riveter on it and jeans.
Let's go show some love,
she says excitedly, but there's something off about her tone. Noah wouldn't pick up on it, but I do. I know her so well. My sweet girl. Far too good and sweet for the likes of me. She needs someone who can match her heart, can give back what she gives, who can love without limits, love without conditions. Someone who loves her the very way she deserves to be loved. Because Marina, of all people, is deserving of the biggest love possible. She's deserving of someone who deserves her mind, body, heart, and soul. What I'm realizing today with horrible clarity is that someone is probably not me.
Poison heart. Marina. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath through my nose, counting to 5. I exhale. I open my eyes, look into the camera, smile. Hi there, I say in my most polished voice. My name is Marina Owens, and this is Palm Tree and Honeybees Beekeeping 101. I hope to teach you over the next 2 hours the beginning basics of starting your own hive, whether for honey production, positive environmental impacts, or just pure love for honeybees. I smile until my smile starts to shake a bit, and I feel crazy, and then my eyes dart up to look at Laz behind the camera. That's it, right? He nods, brows furrowed.
I think we got it.
I sigh and adjust the collar of my bee suit. The hives are behind me in the background, and the girls are paying me no attention, but Laz thought being in the suit would make me look more professional. He's also the one who, a couple of weeks ago, thought that if I was going to start filming my own online classes, that I should actually be in the video. That wasn't part of my original plan. It's supposed to be about the bees, not me. I was just going to film everything myself and do a bunch of voiceover work, maybe some shots of me in action, but I would be totally suited up. You wouldn't be able to see me. But Laz was insistent that I show myself off since I'm bloody hot, his words, not mine, and it might attract more people, especially men. I'm not sure I like the whole idea of men being interested in learning about bees because of me, especially as my Instagram always receives a slew of sexist and misogynistic comments from guys every time I post a picture of myself or remind them that I am, in fact, a female beekeeper. But I do need the extra income, and as long as I'm not trying to be sexy and wearing a bikini or something, it's something I'll have to be okay with. Plans change. Now, though, I'm feeling that more than ever. Like I said, it was weeks ago when Laz said he would help film me. But the Laz from then isn't the same Laz as now. I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, actually, I have some idea. It was the moment I told him I loved him. I swear something inside him changed. Something between us changed. I recognized fear in his eyes after we had sex in that bathroom at the show, after we had our first fight. At first, I thought it was just for the magnitude of what we were to each other. The fact that love is scary. Of course it is. It's this force of nature, bigger, more powerful than anything. Greater and stronger than hate. At the same time, it's not tangible. You can't hold it in your hand. What else is there in the world that is worth so much but you can't save or store or sell? Love is the currency of the heart. It exists only in us, powered with every single beat. What I think I'm learning is that love is something you can give, but it comes at a cost. Someone may not want the love you're giving, and the cost is greater than you can imagine. When I love Laz, when I look at him and think about how much this man means to me, how deep he's carved himself in my heart, I know there's a point where the love I give will start to deplete me. Maybe love is only limitless if someone takes it from you. It's when they send it back that it starts to fade. I know I'm thinking about this while staring at Laz as he fiddles with the camera. He's not looking at me. I have a feeling there's nothing interesting about the camera either, that he's reviewing the footage as something to do, not because he has to. He doesn't want to look at me. The last 2 days, he's barely even touched me. We haven't had sex. It bothers me. I mean, not in some greedy way, like I'm some horny teenager who pouts because she can't get her fill, though, yeah, there's some of that. Hey, I just started having sex for the first time. In some ways, I'm closer to a teenager than I would like to admit. It bothers me because he's pulling away. Right now, I'm standing in front of him, and the only time he'll look at me is when he's looking through the lens. It gives him distance. Laz, I say softly, swallowing hard, not wanting to bring anything up, wanting to keep pretending. I've asked him a few times, what's wrong? Is anything wrong? And every time he tells me he's fine, and then he clams up. If I really push it, he snaps at me. Makes me feel like I'm being a psycho girlfriend again. Makes me feel like I'm one of his exes, the ones that would push and push and push at him to get something out of him. I don't want to be them, but I can completely see their point. Laz, I say again louder and come over to him, placing my hand on top of the camera. Talk to me. He glances up, meets my eyes for a moment, and I'm surprised to see there's a new version of him, like someone else is operating his body. I can't see his soul anymore. Maybe you never could. Maybe you saw what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it all looks great,
he says absently. Not what I meant, and you know it. I fold my arms across my chest. You need to cut this bullshit. His head snaps up. Now I have his attention.
I beg your pardon?
I almost laugh at how British he sounds right now. When he's annoyed or when he's fucking me, his accent thickens like mad. Bullshit. This is bullshit. He raises a brow, straightening up. His eyes are hard, jaw firm.
Bullshit? What are you going on about?
Us, I tell him, throwing my arms out. What happened to us? Weeks ago we were fine, and now it's like I don't even know you anymore. We don't even have sex anymore. You barely touch me anymore. He clears his throat, looks off toward the hills.
I'm going through some things.
If you're going through some things, then you need to talk to me about it. You need to communicate with me. This is what couples do, Laz. This is what healthy couples do. He doesn't say anything. His fists ball up and then release. What the fuck is going on with him? Lazarus, I say with deliberation, you need to talk to me. You can't do with me what you did with all your other girlfriends. They didn't deserve it, and I certainly don't either.
You're right,
he says quietly, eyes still avoiding mine.
You don't deserve it. You don't deserve any of this.
Then talk to me, I cry out, smacking his arm. Say something. Tell me what's on your mind. If we can't talk to each other about everything, we have nothing. Do you understand? We have nothing.
Then we have nothing,
he says. What? Everything that's warm and bright inside me comes to fade. He finally brings his dark eyes around to meet mine, and I swear to God they're watering with emotion. Oh my God. Oh my God. My stomach sinks. Laz, I whisper.
You want me to talk to you about what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling?
He says.
The thing I'm going through.
I gulp, hesitating before I nod, because now I'm not so sure.
Oh, fuck,
he says, shaking his head, pressing the tips of his fingers into his forehead.
I can't believe this. I can't.
The way his voice breaks tells me everything I don't want to hear. A warm rush of tears races to my eyes, threatening to spill over. I want to touch him and console him, but at the same time, I'm afraid. I'm afraid if I touch him, I'll break. Please tell me, I whisper anxiously. Please.
Marina,
he says, glancing at me with so much pain and heartbreak in his eyes that I nearly fall backward.
I am so sorry. You deserve so much more than this, than someone like me. I don't want to have to do this. I don't.
I'm starting to choke up. My heart is balanced on the edge of a cliff, wind battering it, ready for the fall. Do what? I managed to say. Do what? My fingers clench at the front of my suit, needing to hold on to something.
This,
he says, wiping his eyes.
Us.
No. Laz, I say, desperation reaching up from inside me like bony hands. I grab onto his arm, his beautiful, wonderful arm, because if I hold on to him like this, he won't do what he's trying to do. He can't. He can't. I suck in a deep breath, trying not to shake. Laz, every couple has their ups and downs. Every relationship gets hard. It's work. It gets scary sometimes, but you just power through it. I try to sound strong and brave and confident, like I can convince him if I try hard enough. Jane said sometimes you just need someone else as complicated and fucked up as you are to make love work. And that's what we are, Laz. We are fucked up and complicated, and we're equals.
No, we aren't,
he says, voice gruff.
You're wrong, Marina. I'm fucked up. I'm complicated, and I'm completely undeserving of your love. I'm not your equal. You are beautiful.
He trails off, pinching his eyes shut, looking away, and I can hear his pain, feel his pain, but it's still eclipsed by my own.
You're beautiful, and you're smart, and you're so good and so pure and so giving, and you need someone who is your equal, who can give what you give. That someone ain't me.
Everything hurts. Everything. I can't let this be the end. I can't let him do this. Don't do this. I warn him, my voice quivering. Don't you dare do this. Don't do this with me, okay? You don't get to decide if I'm deserving or not. You just don't.
But I am deciding it, he says. This can't work.
It does work. I snap at him, trying so hard to keep the waterworks at bay, to not break down, to not lose my mind, to not go crazy. It is working. This is just your insecurities. This is what you always do, and it's a habit, and you're not going to do this. Not today. We are going to work together because I love you, and that's what happens when couples in love fight. They work it through. They talk. They don't run. They don't bail when it gets hard. They don't give up. Okay? You aren't giving up on us.
I'm so sorry,
He says again.
I don't have a choice.
He turns around, head low, his back to me. I'm speechless, dumbfounded. How dare he? How dare he turn his back on me, on this? To not even want to fight. It can work if you just put in the effort. For once, I tell him, my breath shallow now, like I'm losing air, drowning a slow leak. It can work if you want it to.
Maybe I don't want it to. Maybe I don't love you. I don't love you like you love me.
Oh. The world begins to spin. I am dead on my feet. You. I start to say, but I can't go on. I can't. My heart is breaking, sharp shards that obliterate the rest of my body. I'm empty and cold and hollow in seconds. Drained.
I'm sorry,
He says, sniffing. I still can't see his face. It's better that way.
I love you as a friend. But I know that's not what you want from me right now.
A friend, I managed to say. You love me as a friend? Just a friend. After we've been fucking each other for a month, you love me still as a friend. That's all I am to you? My voice is getting higher, shriller with each note. You're a liar. He glances at me with bloodshot eyes, swallowing hard, and shakes his head.
No, Marina, please, don't make me hurt you.
Don't make me hurt you? I yell, grabbing the sides of my head as if that will contain the rage, the hurt. You're telling me you don't love me. You're breaking up with me. Right? That's what this is? You dumping at another girlfriend of yours because that's what you fucking do, you fucking coward.
Hey.
He snaps at me, eyes wild.
This hurts me as much as it hurts you.
Oh my God, did you seriously just say that to me? How fucking dare you? This hurts you, Laz? Then don't do it.
I don't have a choice. I don't fucking love you.
Dying. I am dead on my feet, dying inside. His words have acted like a knife straight to my heart. And now the serrated edges are slicing down, ripping and tearing and shredding everything good inside me. The pain is indescribable. I want to fall to my knees, curl up into a ball and shove something deep inside my chest, reach into the cave it's become, wrap a tourniquet around the wound until I feel whole again.
Marina,
Laz says quietly. I can only stare at him, the tears flowing down my cheeks in rivers. I'm flayed in front of him. He reaches out to touch me. I stumble backward. No, I whisper. Don't.
I didn't want this to happen. I tried.
You did not try. I am seething. I am both indigo pain and white-hot anger. You didn't try, Laz, and you know it. You got scared. You got scared and you ran because that's what you do. My throat starts to close up, but I manage to get the words out. You're right in that you don't deserve my love. The man who deserves my love is someone who gives as much as he takes, who faces the fears head on and moves past them, who has hope, who tries. You, Laz, you're stuck in the past, stuck with what's easy, what's shallow. You sing songs that don't belong to you. You pen poems that you don't let yourself feel. You're a fraud, even to yourself. You don't even know who you are. I've hurt him. I can tell, see it in his eyes. My words are weapons, and he's feeling them. He's feeling them. Good. It's about time he fucking wakes up. Now, if this is it, if this is what you want, to break up with me, to leave me, then go. I point to the gate. Get the fuck out and go. He stares at me. If you don't love me, if you don't even want to try, then go. You are nothing to me anymore. You got it? Not your lover, not your girlfriend, and definitely not your friend. Never your friend. Friends don't play with each other's hearts, but that's exactly what you just did. His mouth opens to say something. I don't care anymore. Go! I scream, the word ripping out of me. His eyes widen. He turns, storms off around the pool, through the gate, and then he's gone. Laz is gone. He's gone. My heart is gone with him. I fall to my knees, crying, then to all fours, then to the grass below. I cry, and I sob, and I scream, and I don't care about anything else right now except the pain inside me. This horrible, sickening pain that eats away at me like I've been doused in acid, burning from the inside. I don't know how long I cry like that. In my bee suit, on the lawn, the hum of bees occasionally going past. I think about Laz. I think about my mother. I think about my father. I think about pain. I've lost my best friend. How will I ever be whole again? How will I ever be me again? The emptiness inside me expands. Sobs shake my body to the blackened core. Pickles, my father's cat, my new cat, comes over to me, rubbing up along my shoulders. Then a shadow looms over me from up above, and for one painless second, I think it's Laz. It's Laz, and he's come back to tell me that he was wrong, that he loves me and was too stupid to realize it. No man is worth this kind of sorrow, sweetheart, Barbara's croaky voice says. I glance up to see her standing in a black silk pajama suit. I'm not sure if I've ever seen her outside in the sunshine like this. It's like she lives in a black and white world. Come on, she says, offering a bony hand covered in shining rhinestones and costume jewelry rings. Get to your feet. Act like a lady. Barbara is thin and ancient, but she's stronger than she looks. She helps me to my feet and then looks me over with what seems like disdain. Her penciled brow is raised, her red-painted mouth pursed, her gaunt face layered with pale foundation. Her ash-blonde hair is pulled back, covered by a red silk head wrap. Sometimes there's nothing a good cup of tea won't fix, she says eventually. She pats me on the cheek, then grabs me by the arm and leads me off to her house. But tea won't fix this. Nothing will. Time has a funny relationship with the heart. After my mother died, there wasn't a day that went by that I didn't think about her, didn't miss her. Not just missing her, but aching for her, the love she gave, the space she filled in my life. My mother was everything to me, and she continued to be everything afterward, even though she was no longer with us. My heart bled and burned with the same kind of intensity as it loved. I honestly never thought I would move past it. I didn't think there would be a day where I wasn't crying, where I wasn't praying for her to come back, calling for her in the middle of the night. I didn't think my future had any peace, any places for my heart to finally be at rest. But slowly, little by little, things changed. The heart adapted. I never got used to the actual pain of losing her, but I got used to the fact that it was a part of my life. It lived with me, became not quite a friend, but a companion. It was dependable, and as time went on, I learned to manage it. It still hasn't gone away, that pain. There's still a place inside me that's carved out and hollow, the space she filled when she was alive. That companion of mine, the pain of loss, lives there, dependable as always. Some days I pay attention to it, some days I don't, but it's always there. I guess that's what people mean when they say the ones you love and lose are always with you, because they are. If not their spirit and soul, then it's the constant reminder that you aren't quite whole. But while I learned to live with that, learned to adapt and cope and somehow come out the other side as a functioning human being, I'm not sure how to deal with the blow Laz has dealt me. I've lost my best friend. And the more that time goes by, the more my heart hurts. The more it weeps for him. The more I feel like this is something I will never get used to, never learn to live with, never look at as a companion. I am angry. I am so fucking angry. I am hurt. I am in pain. I am made of emptiness and sharp objects. I have been swallowed up by an endless void. What makes this loss so different is that Laz isn't dead. He's still out there. He's still alive. He's a life force that's moving along with the time, and the longer time stretches, the further apart we become. Most of all, I'm angry at myself. Because I knew this about Laz. I knew that he was like this. I had seen it with my own eyes over the years. I knew he ran when things got too deep, and things got way too fucking deep, way too fast. I forgot that just because I was feeling something, it didn't mean he was. I assumed, never fucking assume, that when you loved someone like a friend and then you threw in sexual attraction, that it equaled romantic love. I thought it would be as easy for him to fall in love as it was for me because all the basics were already there. Friendship plus sex equals love. But my equation was all wrong. It only added up for me. And I made the biggest mistake by thinking it added up for him. So, in a way, I pushed him away. I scared the ever-living shit out of him. I blindly, boldly told him I loved him because I thought that's what he needed to hear. It wasn't. He ran. I made something fun and easy become something else. It's just... I love him. I love him so fucking much that at times it felt like my heart was big enough for the whole world to live in. I thought that love could save me. Save him. I thought that love was the biggest, most badass force in the universe, capable of doing the impossible. I believed in love. I believed in the impossible. And most of all, I believed in him. So I'm angry at myself because I messed everything up. I came on too strong. I should have kept my feelings to myself because really it was selfish on my behalf anyway. I told him I loved him because it made me feel better. And now I've never felt worse. The pain has had me locked in my bedroom for days, sleeping and crying and screaming. I've been through 1,000,000 boxes of tissue, their crumpled, soggy corpses littering the ground. My voice and chest are raw from bawling. Sometimes Barbara will make the trek across the backyard and come get me or bring me tea. Most times I'm alone. It's been a week since Laz left me with my shredded heart in my hands, and I haven't even told my dad or Margaret. I'm too ashamed. It's embarrassing to tell someone you were dumped, even if it's your family. I did tell Naomi, but only yesterday. Today, she's sitting across from me at a cafe in Santa Monica and staring at me over her cup of coffee. She doesn't look pleased. This is why I waited so long to tell her, because she saw this coming. She was right. And I should have listened to her instead of acting like a love-struck teenager. Again, I say slowly, taking out a jar of my own honey from my purse and spooning it out into my matcha latte. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. She watches my honey operation, brows raised, and then says, I'm your friend, your best friend, especially now as Laz has been ousted from that spot. I know I say things you don't want to hear. I know I've been miserable lately. But believe me, I want to know when these things happen. I want to be that first person you call. I call you. You're my person. I should be yours. I'm sorry. You're forgiven. Lord knows I was doing crazy shit when Robert... Well, anyway. But Laz isn't Robert. No, he's not. And honestly, even though I gave you shit over him, I am still surprised this happened. I look up at her. Really? Marina, I don't care what Laz told you, but that boy, he loves you. As a friend, I say quietly. No, not as a friend. He is in love with you. Please don't say shit like that. Not now. Please don't give me hope. Naomi, I say, my voice measured as I look her dead in the eye. He told me he didn't love me like I love him. Well, she says thoughtfully, maybe that's true. Maybe your love scares him because it's so big and joyful. He's not like you, Marina. You guys are very much opposites in some ways. He's dark and moody. You're bright and sunshine. Yes, you have darkness, and yes, he can be a goofball sometimes, but it's not hard to reason that you might approach love differently. What do you mean? What I just said. You threw yourself at Laz. You slept with him, lost your goddamn virginity, finally, and you launched yourself in that relationship, heart open, not caring or even considering that you could get hurt. You wanted to love him freely because that's how you do. You're giving and you're generous, so why would falling in love be any different for you? I chew on my lip, mulling it over. She's right. There was nothing holding me back. Even when I was scared, I was at the mercy of my heart, and my heart wanted him. Every single part of him. I was a greedy girl, after all. But Laz, she goes on, Laz keeps his cards close to his chest. He doesn't let people in, even his friends, even his best friends. He's guarded, and I'm sure with good reason. He loves you, Marina. He's in love with you. It's plain to see on his face, the way he fucking adores you. Even Robert never looked at me that way, but I looked that way at Robert, and that's how I recognize it. But Laz loves you the way Laz loves you. Tentative, scared, unsure. It's not going to be revealed all at once, and it's not going to hit him all at once. He'll come around. She pauses and gives me a leveling look. The question is, will you be there when he does? I shake my head. I don't even want to think about this. When someone tells you several times they don't love you and they won't even try, as someone with his track record on top of it, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to take their word. Even if he is in love with me and doesn't recognize the feeling, let's say, he still told me he wasn't. He said the words when he didn't have to. That's a big thing. It's a horrible thing. He knew it would crush me. Now I'm so far smashed into the ground, I'm not even sure if I'll ever pick myself up. She sighs. You're right. I don't know why he had to tell you that, and he did. So we can chalk it up to him being extremely immature for his age, for not knowing how to deal with relationships, with feelings. We can chalk it up to a lot of things. But the most important thing is that you will pick yourself up again. It just takes time. Let yourself feel this blow. It's going to hurt whether you run from it or not, so just accept that for the next while you are going to cry randomly throughout the day and want to put holes in the wall. It sucks, but you will get through it. I know Naomi is right, and that she's just gone through it herself. But still, I don't know how to survive. So many times I've wanted to pick up the phone and call Laz. Text him, spy on him on Instagram. I haven't done any of that. I haven't heard a word from him. When he left, he really left. Like he was fleeing the scene of an accident, and I was the flaming wreckage he had to escape. Didn't look back once. He doesn't even care, I say bitterly. He told me he didn't love me, broke up with me, and then moved on. You don't know that. He hasn't even called. Would you want him to call? She asks. If he called you right now, would you even answer it? I shake my head. No, there's nothing to say to him. Then I'm gonna guess he knows that. He could try. He doesn't even know what he wants. He might be too afraid to try. Maybe he's trying to figure himself out first. Have you tried looking on his Instagram? No, I say quickly. And I unfollowed him on Facebook. I unfollowed him a long time ago, she says with a wry smile. Naomi? She shrugs. He was posting too many Bukowski quotes. I fucking hate Bukowski. Yeah, Laz loves him. I say, almost dreamily, and for a split second I'm back in time. I'm thinking of us as still together. The reality... Tears fall from my eyes. Oh, no, Naomi says, getting out of her seat and putting her arms around my shoulders. I didn't think you were a Bukowski fan. It's not Bukowski, I sob. It's Laz. I love him, Naomi, I really do. I still do. I miss him. I want him back. But I need him to love me first. I need him to want to love me. Oh, honey, she says, reaching for a napkin and handing it to me so I can wipe my nose, dab beneath my eyes. I haven't worn makeup in forever for this exact reason. I know. I wanted Robert to want to make it work. I wanted him to want to stop cheating. He never did. I'm full-on sobbing now, tears falling onto her arms. People in the cafe are staring at me, and I have half a mind to get up and demonstrate the waggle dance for them, just like I did on that date with David when I started choking on linguine. Oh, God. That's what I have to look forward to now. I'm going to have to go on dates again. Dates with men that aren't Laz. How do I go on? How do I live knowing I can't have him, won't have him, that no other man will ever measure up? I won't. I will just become an even crazier bee-lady, a spinster. I'll re-virginize myself. Maybe Barbara and Naomi and I can all live together and have an even more bitter version of the Golden Girls. For some reason, that makes me cry even more. We should get going, I finally say, looking around the cafe. Why? Because you're crying in front of these strangers? You're human, Marina. People should know by now that life is hard. She turns around and yells at everyone in the shop. Life is hard. Damn right, someone yells back. Naomi, I whisper, pulling her back around. It's okay. I grab another napkin and blow my nose. But it's not okay. And I don't think I ever will be.
Come back. Laz. I've made a huge mistake. Scooby raises his brows, his forehead crinkling as he has a swig of beer. You don't say. I run my hands down my face, feeling absolutely exhausted. It's the kind of exhaustion that comes from your soul, when you're emotionally spent and don't have anything left to give. I've been grappling with my stupidity for over a week now, and it's not getting any easier. If anything, it's getting harder, because the longer I go without talking to Marina, without touching her, seeing her, the more irreversible I feel the damage is. Like everything we had, everything we were to each other is being erased. Her love was once so clearly imprinted on my heart, now it's fading, dissolving, day by day, until one day I won't remember what that felt like. To have her, body and soul, which is why I want to reach out, I want to say something. I need to do something. I can't lose her, and I know I already have. What do I do? I ask him. Scooby and I are sitting in a very dark and empty bar in Sherman Oaks, drinking beer at 1 in the afternoon. It's a beautiful day outside, sunny and warm. The smog has cleared and there are blue skies. But I can only observe it like I'm looking down from a satellite. That's how I've been observing most things these days, with distance. Like I'm not even here. Just a ghost trying to escape another ghost. The only thing I've been doing is writing. Pages after pages of poems. Poems I won't post, I won't share. My self-loathing over what I did to Marina has opened up old wounds. Wounds I'd rather ignore, that I usually ignore. But I'm not ignoring them this time. I've spent my whole life doing that. I've tackled my father, growing up with him, boarding school, feelings of worthlessness, of being unlovable. I've tackled my relationship with my mother, then my relationships with every girl that crossed my path. I'm dealing with all of it, head on, in words that are just for me. They aren't even beautiful. They don't make much sense. They're words that no one else will ever see. But I'm feeling it. I'm ripping open my heart and dipping in the pen and writing it down in blood. And it all comes back to Marina. The hardest thing to write. That wound is still too fresh. It still hurts too much. And the worst part of it all is that it's my fault. I can clearly see the pattern now that I'm letting myself look at it. I probably should have started seeing a shrink years ago because the pattern is so obvious. I would have been able to work on it right away. If you don't believe you're worthy of love, you'll never know what to do with love when you get it. And I had Marina's love. I had it. I had all of it. Right in my hands. She gave me her love, expecting me to hold it and keep it safe. The same way I felt safe in her arms. How I felt she was my sanctuary. I never wanted to hurt. I never wanted to bail. I wanted to love her. I swear I did. And now it's too late. I broke her trust when I broke her heart, and then I destroyed my own heart in the process. It never even had a chance to know what it was capable of. It never had a chance to fight.
If it makes you feel any better, I think you're an idiot,
Scooby says. I side-eye him. How is that supposed to make me feel better?
Because you are your own worst enemy. You sabotaged yourself. This is all you're doing.
Still not helping, Scooby.
This was all in your hands, bro. You did this.
I don't think I can talk to you anymore. I have a sip of beer. It tastes bitter.
Meaning,
he goes on,
you weren't rejected. You weren't told you weren't worth it. You had her love and you still have it, and that's something.
She hates me, I tell him.
That girl hates no one,
he says.
She loves you. You don't turn that off.
Why are you so adamant?
Hey, I may be a bit weird, but it doesn't mean I haven't found and loved my own weirdos over time.
Weirdos. Find your weirdo. That's what Marina had said to Noah.
You know, the normal people can have each other. That's cool. Good for them. Be normal. That doesn't interest me. But just because I'm an acquired taste who rides a bike down on Venice dressed like Abe Lincoln doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of women who like a guy like me, who wants someone strange and unusual. Anyway, my point is...
What was my point? I have no idea.
Right. Marina. You guys are good together. You're better than good. She's in love with you and you fucked up. Big time. And I know you totally broke her heart and, once again, you're pretty fucking stupid for doing that. But she still loves you. It doesn't dissolve like that.
Love turns to hate pretty quickly, I point out quietly.
I don't think so. I think people say that. I think because love and hate are the strongest emotions, people think that they are interchangeable. And honestly, it's easier to hate than to love. There is no risk in hate, while love is based on risk. We just want to protect ourselves, that's all.
He pauses to finish his beer.
So while Marina might be so hurt and angry that you broke up with her that she feels like she hates you, she doesn't. That's still love, just wearing a different mask. Believe me, lift up the mask and you'll see.
I have to admit, Scooby's words are giving me hope. Hope that maybe she still loves me. That maybe it's not too late and we aren't over.
I think your problem right now,
he says while gesturing to the bartender for another beer,
is that you want her to love you, but you're too afraid of loving her. I think you need to look inside yourself, and then you'll see you shouldn't be afraid to let anything happen, because it already has happened. You already do love her. I bet you have from the start. But if you've never been in love before, if you've actively shied away from it, well, then how would you know? You can put lipstick on a pig and pretend it's a sexy lady. But if you're honest with yourself, you still know it's a pig. I'm sorry, what? Am I getting the analogy wrong? He shrugs and then thanks the bartender as he's passed another beer. Anyway, you get my drift. If you actually want Marina back, you can't just go and do it. You have to know what you want, recognize how you feel, and then, only then, you have to grovel. You have to grovel like a son of a bitch. I exhale, my nerves are light. The groveling I can do. I just don't know if it will work. But she's my best friend. She deserves more than this, and I won't let her go without a fight. I'm going to start fighting for everything now. With a stack of printed-out papers in one hand, I march toward Marina's house, going for the gate. It's 9 at night. The street is dark and quiet, the air humid. I've sent flowers to her house. I've sent gift baskets. More flowers, chocolates. I've texted and emailed and called Marina repeatedly over the last few days, asking to see her, speak with her, even just to know if she's been getting my presents. She's shut me down every time. Well, the one time she answered the phone, she shut me down. She said, "Please stop calling me. I don't ever want to speak to you." And then hung up. Everything else before and after went unanswered. But I'm emboldened by what Scooby said. To grovel like a son of a bitch. To fight for her. To fight to be a part of her life in the very way she deserves. The way we both deserve. So I'm just heading over to her house, unwanted, uninvited, and I'm not backing down. Not until she knows how I feel, until she hears what I have to say. But the gate is locked. I frown, my fingers trying to fiddle with the latch, which is usually so easy to lift. "Can I help you?" A raspy, low voice that definitely belongs to a heavy smoker comes out from the house. I jump and look over at the open window where Miss Havisham is leaning out of, the curtains pushed behind her. Bloody hell, I've never had a good look at her before, only as she was back in the day as a movie star. And it's apparent she still thinks she's said movie star, with all the thick, cakey makeup and red, overlined Joan Crawford lips. Hiya. I remove my hand from the gate lock. I'm here to see Marina. "She's not home," she says. I glance at Marina's VW bug on the street. "Are you sure?" "She's gone out with her friend, the grumpy one. What do you want?" I stare down at the papers. I wanted to give her something. "You can give it to me. I'll give it to her." Well, actually, it's best I give them to her in person. I really need to talk to her. "So you can break her heart again?" Ah, so she knows. No, I say quietly. I'm not going to break her heart again. I don't even have her heart anymore. She rolls her eyes. "You young people don't know a thing about love, do you?" She sighs and cocks her head. "Do you smoke?" "I used to, I admit. Only on occasion now." "Come on in here. Have a cigarette with me and I'll tell you the secrets of the universe." I should probably leave. I know that if I try and go to Marina's, whether she's home or not, I'll get in trouble for it. It is Barbara's property after all, and she's yelled about calling the cops on me before. But curiosity has me by the neck. I walk around to her front door and knock. Wait a moment. And then the door slowly opens, extra dramatic, with wafts of cigarette smoke billowing out toward me. There stands Miss Havisham, though I suppose I should start calling her Barbara now. And unlike the Miss Havisham from Great Expectations, she's not wearing a wedding dress, but a long red satin gown with a lacy white shawl over top. A cigarette dangles from her sticky lips. Her hand holds out another one for me. "Here, welcome," she says, walking over to the fireplace with her gown billowing behind her and grabbing a giant vintage lighter from the mantel. She lights her cigarette first and then lights mine.
peering intently into my eyes as she does so.
"You remind me of Montgomery Clift,"
she says, blowing smoke. I raise my brows. Wasn't he gay? She shrugs.
"Everyone was at some point. But you both have that brooding intensity, that need to embrace the dark. He always played the moody, sensitive, and self-destructive characters because he was the same in real life. I bet you are, too."
I try and shrug it off. It's a bit self-indulgent to refer to yourself as brooding. I'm often thinking and lost in my head.
"And your brows do this,"
she says, sliding a finger down over my forehead, pushing my brows over my eyes. I'm hit with a wave of rose perfume.
"You do that, and you think, and you overthink, and that's what makes you broody."
She makes a flamboyant gesture to the couch.
"Here, sit down."
I do so. I have to admit the nicotine feels good, even if this whole situation is a little weird.
"So what do we have here?"
she asks, nodding at the papers as she takes a seat in an armchair across from me. I absently flip through the pages. They're for Marina.
"But what are they?"
I take a long drag of the cigarette, finding courage. "Poems," I tell her, the smoke falling from my mouth. "The poems I wrote about her over the years. I wanted to give them to her."
"Why?"
she asks hoarsely, coughs. "Because I want her to know how I feel."
"How do you feel?"
"About her?"
"It's a simple question, Lazarus."
She draws out my name.
"How do you feel about her? Do you love her?"
She blows smoke rings out into the air and watches them float to the ceiling. "Yes."
"Are you in love with her?"
I swallow. "Yes." She cocks a thin brow and ashes into a silver dish.
"Well, isn't this interesting?"
"Is it?"
"Love is always interesting," she says. "Love is our biggest adventure."
I don't say anything to that. I'm not sure what there is to say. I suppose being in love does feel like being lost in a big fucking scary jungle somewhere, but I'm not sure what kind of adventure that is.
"I've loved a lot of men, Lazarus. You may not know it, but I was quite the looker in my day. I had them eating out of the palm of my hand. I had many, many lovers. I broke many hearts, and many of them broke my heart. And it was all part of the adventure. That's how you have to look at it, you know. Nothing to be afraid of."
That's easy for you to say. I exhale a cloud of smoke. Did you ever have that one big love that obliterated the rest? Her face crumbles just slightly. I immediately feel bad for saying anything. "Yes," she says, voice low and raspy. "My first husband, Cooper, he died." "I'm so sorry."
"Yes, so am I."
"How did he die?"
"Car accident. Wasn't wearing a seatbelt. The impact killed him instantly."
She pauses, takes a drag, her fingers shaking slightly.
"I had many lovers after him, husbands even. But no one compared to Cooper. It was like we shared the same soul, but it was much bigger and brighter than that. Like we were starmates. Made in the stars. Found each other here on Earth. It was that kind of love. I never had it again, and that's okay. It really is, because I was lucky enough to have it to begin with. My only regret is that it took me too long to realize what he was to me. I was young and dumb, ignored his advances forever until I finally gave in. He died a year into our marriage. I wish we had more time together. But even so, I have zero regrets over loving him. More than that, I'm forever thankful."
She ashes again and fixes her eyes on me, razor sharp.
Which is why, if and when you realize what you have with Marina, you need to hold on and never let go. Because life is short, and love needs to be indulged often. She stands up as those words settle over me. I have something for you. The smoke follows her as she leaves the living area and disappears down the hall. My eyes take in the room in a quick, absent way. Framed movie posters adorn the walls. Old, framed black and white photos and random knickknacks clutter up every available free space. But my mind is reeling over what she just said. It pains me to think I'm realizing everything a little too late. When she comes back in the room, she's carrying a small tin of what looks to be Altoids. I get to my feet and she gives it to me. This is for you. Don't open it now. Don't lose it. Don't show anyone. Think about Marina and what you want and what she means to you. Do all that first, then have a look. This isn't a magic 8-ball, is it? She gives me a look. Don't be foolish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to have to lie down. I stare down at the Altoids and shake the tin, but I don't hear a thing. She's staring at me expectantly, brow raised. You know, to leave. So I do. Is Marina really out with her friend? I ask, pausing at the door. Yes, she really is. She's not home? No. Then can you do me a favour? She narrows her eyes at me, but there's a slight smile to her lips. I thought I just did you one. It will only take a few minutes. Mercy in You. Laz. My phone rings, blasting its way through my dreams until I'm awake. I reach over to the nightstand and fumble for it. Marina. It has to be her. Please, God, let it be her. Even with my brain heavy from sleep, it's the first thing it latches onto. Her. Hope. Hope that maybe, after everything, maybe she's willing to give me another chance. Maybe she can see what an idiot I've been. Maybe she can search through my layers of bullshit, the armour and the masks, and find that part of me that's worth a second chance. Maybe when she came home tonight after her night out, she saw what I did to her house. But when I lift up the phone to my face, my eyes blinking rapidly at the garish light shining in my face, I don't see Marina's name come into view. It's Noah's. And it's past midnight. The boy rarely calls me, and never at this hour. Without even knowing why, my heart is already in my throat. Something is very wrong. I answer it. Noah, I say, my voice craggy. I hear sobbing in response. Noah's crying. Something inside my chest drops. Noah, I say again, is that you? Are you okay? What happened? More sobbing, sniffling. Then someone yelling in the background. I'm going to kill you, you faggot! Daryl's voice strikes through the air, the fear going straight to my heart. Noah, I yell, what's happening? He knows, he manages to say through a pained sob. Laz, I need help. And then the yelling stops. His cries stop. The line goes dead. Holy shit! I stare at the phone, wondering if I should call back. But if Daryl knows... No, there is no but. He does know. He knows, and who knows what he's doing to him. If Noah needs help, he needs my help. And if Daryl laid a finger on him, God help me. I know I should maybe call my mother, but there's no saying what side she would be on or what she knows. I should probably call the police too, but I don't know the situation or what I'm up against. All I have to go on is Noah calling me, crying, asking for help, and Daryl yelling, calling him a faggot. I have a pretty good idea of what's going on, but I don't want to get Noah in trouble either. I get out of bed, slip on my track pants and a t-shirt and sneakers, and I'm out the door, in my car and heading up to Santa Clarita at the speed of light. I have no idea what to expect, and I'm kneading the steering wheel as I drive, going over all the possibilities. For the first time since I broke up with Marina, I'm having to deal with something that hasn't involved me. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be as level-headed as I can be. If Daryl hurt Noah in any way physically,
There will be actual hell to pay. There's far too much pent-up anger and aggression rolling through me that really needs an outlet. Getting a few punches in will feel a fuckload better than penning a few angsty poems. But even so, I need to be careful. I can't let rage get the best of me.
When I pull up to the house, though, and go through the gates, I'm surprised to see all of the lights in the house are off. Surprised and disturbed. You'd think that with the amount of yelling I heard, that lights would be on somewhere. There's no way my mother could have slept through that. She would have to be up. Unless she's out. Unless they're all out now. Who knows where they could be? Maybe Darryl was arrested. Maybe my mother packed herself and Noah up and they fled. Maybe they're all asleep and Noah was overreacting over a basic argument. Maybe I'm about to burst into their house and find out that there's absolutely nothing wrong, and then get Noah in trouble for real. I'm starting to think that the latter might be correct. That is, until I jog up to the front door, ready to knock, and see that it's already ajar. Oh, shit. Not a good sign. I push it open and poke my head in. There's one light on in the kitchen, the one above the stove. "Hello?" I call out, because the last thing I want is for Darryl to bring out his handgun and think I'm an intruder. But even though I hear the shuffle of someone in the kitchen, I don't hear them say anything. Someone is staying silent. Cold dread coats my back. It's almost enough to make me turn around and head back out. But I don't. I keep walking, slowly, my sneakers creeping silently along the tile floors. It's then that I notice things as I pass them. A side table knocked over, picture frames face down, the glass shattered. I tiptoe around the broken glass, keep going. I pause in the archway into the kitchen. My mother and Noah are sitting at the table across from each other. Neither of them are talking. My eyes go to Noah first, and he's staring at me with dried tears on his ruddy face, wearing jeans and a silver long-sleeved shirt. His mouth is smudged red, but it's unnatural, the red from lipstick, not from blood. I feel a hit of relief, the fact that so far he looks completely unharmed, at least physically. Then I look at my mother. My heart stills in my chest. Her eyes purple, crusted blood beneath her nose. Holy fuck. "What?" I start to say, but my mother immediately raises a finger to her lips. I practically sprint toward her, crouching down beside her at the table. "What the fuck happened?" I whisper wildly, looking between the two of them. "Was this Darryl?" My mother doesn't say anything, just looks down, ashamed. The same look she used to have with my father. I look to Noah. "Was this Darryl? Was it your father?" He nods, his eyes nervously darting to the hole. I look over my shoulder, but there's no one there. "Yes," he whispers, his voice raw with shame. I broke the rules. I stayed out late, really late, past curfew. My friend dropped me off, and I thought I would sneak in. He's got his driver's license. It's okay. We were just hanging out at his house. His parents were home and everything. They knew I was there. It was cool. They're really accepting." He pauses, wiping his nose. "And then Dad caught me sneaking in. I was wearing this. I had on makeup. I thought I could get in my room and wash it off before he saw. He lost his shit. He threatened to kill me. He came after me. I ran. I escaped, went around him. I ran through the house." He glances at my mother. Sarah woke up, started yelling at him to leave me alone. He came after me again. She went in front to protect me, and he hit her. Then he threw her to the ground and said he was coming for me. I had to run outside and hide. The anger rising through me, the flames licking, burning me, are like nothing else. "Where is he now?" I managed to say, choked. "Upstairs," my mother says quietly. She looks up. Her eyes meet mine, and I see a tired vulnerability that was never there before. "You need to go, Laz." I shake my head, getting to my feet. Go? I just got here. I'm just getting started."
We'll sort this out on our own, she says.
Have you called the cops?
She shakes her head. No. What will they do? I almost laugh.
Are you serious? Mum, you have to call the cops. This is assault. He fucking hit you. He was going to do the same to Noah. This is abuse. This is something he needs to go to jail for a very long time.
You know he's powerful,
she says meekly, pleading with her eyes.
You know that he has people eating out of the palm of his hand.
If you don't call the police, I will.
Laz, please, don't. Do it for me. Don't ruin Noah's life.
Noah's life, I repeat. You have got to be... I can't believe you.
I'm scared.
She snaps at me, tears filling her eyes.
Okay, I'm bloody scared and I don't know what to do. I just don't, okay? I don't.
She starts to cry, breaking down in front of me like she never has before. Despite everything that has gone wrong between us, I put my hand over hers. Then I look at Noah. You know we have to call the cops.
I know, he says, but I'm afraid that he won't get put away and then he'll hurt me. You know what he said? That I wasn't his son, that I was a disgrace, that I'll never be a proper man and I might as well off myself if that was the case.
Again my blood boils over. Rage seethes and seethes.
He basically told me to kill myself, he cries. My own fucking father.
Noah, my mother says softly, but doesn't add anything more. Fine, I tell them, letting the anger fill me like tar. Black, oozing, sticky. I'll fix it myself.
Laz,
my mother hisses. But I'm already walking off through the kitchen, past the broken frames, up the stairs, down the hallway toward the master bedroom. The lights are off. I can hear Darryl breathing, raspy exhales in the darkness. I'm sent back in time to when I was a child approaching my father. The sleeping bear you never wanted to wake sometimes. I learned to become extremely adept at walking quietly, not making a sound, not existing. But this time, I'm not here to be quiet. I stand at the foot of the bed, eyes focused with laser precision on the figure lying across it. How fucking dare he try to sleep right now after what he did? He should be begging my mother and Noah for mercy. He should be turning himself in. He should be shaking with fear. He's none of that. Get the fuck up, I say, my voice breaking with anger. He stirs and then flips over. I can't see his eyes, but I know he's looking at me. What? He asks. Groggy. He's actually fucking groggy from a deep fucking sleep. I said, get the fuck up, I yell at him. Get the fuck up, you bastard! Laz, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm not myself right now. The Laz I knew leaves my body behind. I go around the side of the bed and reach down, grabbing him by the shirt and yanking him out of bed. Darryl's not a tall guy, but he is big and stocky and built like a bull, and yet I'm able to get him out of bed, to his feet. I don't know what my plan is. I don't have time to think about what my plan is. Who do you think you are? Darryl is saying, pushing me back. Get the fuck out of my house. I'm pushing him back, one hard shove that sends him back into the wall. You fucking hurt my mother. You're going to pay for that. Like you suddenly give a shit, he growls back. Your mother provoked me. She got in my way. You were going to hit your son. He is not my son, he yells, louder, as if he wants Noah to hear him. He is nothing to me. No son of mine dresses like a girl, wears makeup. It's disgusting, and he should know better. Have more respect than to do something like that. I'm his father. He owes me. No one owes their father anything. Oh, fuck off, Laz, he snarls, and in the dark I can see the beady glint of his eyes. What would you know about having a father anyway? I know he left you. Can't say I fucking blame him. I don't think. I just swing. Hit Darryl right in the jaw. My fist cries out in pain. He goes flying back against the wall, bumping into the bedside table and knocking over yet another picture frame that shatters into thick shards when it smashes against the tiles. I'm tense, ready for what he's going to do next. He comes at me, but he goes low, tackling me at the waist. He brings me down to the floor in a heap, the back of my head smacking the tiles. Stars explode behind my eyes. A fistfight ensues. I throw punches up, he throws them down. We're both fighting dirty, both bloody. I'm fueled by decades of rage and resentment over my father. I'm fueled by a protectiveness over Noah and my mother. He's fueled by nothing but fear and loss of pride. Fear that he will lose everything when this fight is over, because I will make sure he does. Loss of pride because it's shameful to lose face in front of his stepson and wife. I think I might just win. With a loud roar, I flip over and start pounding him in the face. His hands go up to protect himself from the blows. I can't feel anything anymore. I can only hear my heart in my ears, a constant heavy thud. I am a monster, just like my father. It's enough to make me pause, and during that pause, Darryl gets me with an uppercut, hard enough to make me fly back onto the floor again. Then there is screaming. My mother is screaming for us to stop. Noah yelling that the cops are on the way. The light comes on and I can barely see through my swollen eyes. The room starts to spin. Darryl is on the floor beside me, in blooded pyjama pants, ready to come at me and keep fighting. He's picked up a shard of broken glass, wielding it like a knife, not caring that blood is pouring from his palm. I need to get up, but everything is working so slowly, my limbs like they're stuck in quicksand. Noah picks up a vase from the dresser, and with a blood-curdling scream, comes running across the bedroom, slams the vase down on Darryl's head, shattering it. My mother screams again. Darryl staggers and then collapses, passing out cold. Holy shit.
I'm so sorry,
Noah cries out, hands to his mouth.
Oh my God, did I kill him? I killed him. I'm so sorry.
You didn't kill him, I managed to say, my mouth tasting like blood. I get on my knees and crawl over to Darryl just as my mother takes Noah back by the shoulders, pulling him away. I feel for a pulse. He has one. It's strong. His back rises and falls, breathing deeply. I glance up at Noah and wince. You didn't kill him. He's just knocked out. He'll wake up with a wicked headache and probably need stitches for that hand, but that's about it.
He'll wake up in jail,
my mother says flatly, and I can't tell if she's forlorn by that or not. You're right, I say, staring at her. He will wake up in jail. I might be in jail with him.
You were only defending yourself,
Noah says. Technically, I was defending Noah, but I did punch Darryl first. When he comes to, there's no doubt he'll tell them what I did. I am not innocent here.
You're not going to jail, Laz, my mother says. I'll tell the cops what he did to us. I'll tell them you defended us.
I know I shouldn't be surprised that my mother is taking my side over Darryl's, but I am.
I'm even more surprised to hear it from myself later when the cops are questioning us in the kitchen. Darryl woke up just in time and was placed in handcuffs before being hauled to the hospital. The same medics that worked on him did a quick once-over on me. My lip is split and I'll have a black eye, but other than that, I came out of it okay. Thanks, I tell my mother after they leave, for that. She nods, rubbing her frail hands together.
I should have done that a long time ago with your father.
She looks so alone. My heart pinches. I get up from my chair and walk over to her, pulling her into a hug. It's never too late to start again. She wraps her arms around me and quietly cries. I don't know how long we stand there like that. Our relationship will always be damaged, always tainted by our past. But maybe, just maybe, there can be another phase of it, where we are better versions of our past selves.
Laz,
Noah says. Still holding on to my mother, I look over at him in the doorway. Yeah? A tiny smile tugs at his lips.
Your ride is here.
I frown. My ride? No, I have a car.
And you aren't driving in your condition,
my mother says. Then I'll stay overnight here, sleep in my old room, I tell her.
But your ride is here,
Noah says again. Then he jerks his head toward the front door. What the fuck is going on? I let go of my mother and walk through the kitchen all the way through the foyer to the front door. I open it. A yellow VW Bug with a B decal on the side is parked in the driveway, engine running. Bloody hell. I look behind at Noah. Why is she here?
I called her,
he says, now with a bit of a smirk. Why?
because she's your best friend, isn't she? And your best friend should be there for you. I told her what happened, and she said she was coming right over.
I have a hard time believing that, and yet here she is. My heart starts to skip. Noah.
Hey, don't get all mushy with me. Go home.
You did the right thing in calling me, you know.
I know. Now go. We'll be okay.
I don't want to leave you both. He pushes at my shoulder.
We'll be okay. I'll take care of Sarah.
You shouldn't be alone.
We aren't. We have each other. Got it?
I nod reluctantly. I'll come by tomorrow.
Okay. Can you bring some in and out?
I smile. Of course. Then I gather up my courage and head down the steps to the car.
Never let me down again. Marina. The moment I got the call from Noah, I knew I could no longer pretend that Laz didn't matter to me. I couldn't pretend he didn't mean anything. In fact, all my stubbornness and conviction over ignoring him had disintegrated the moment I came home from the movies with Naomi and saw what he had done to my place. It scared the shit out of me at first. I thought that maybe some crazy serial killer had broken into my studio and left psycho letters all over my walls. You know, ones that say the same word over and over again. Or perhaps photos of me taken with zoom lenses, my eyes scratched out, that sort of thing. It doesn't help that the movie I saw with Naomi was a thriller. But when I flicked on the lights and had a good look, I realized it was the opposite of something scary. It was Laz. It was Laz over every single inch of my walls. Poem after poem after poem, printed out on sheets of paper taped to the walls. Some poems were short and sweet, describing the subject as honey. Others were long and tortured, filled with darkness. And others still were brimming with pain and beauty, both intermingling at once like snakes wrapping around a caduceus. I took every single one off the walls and read them. I read them all until I realized that every single one was about me. This was his book of Marina poems, printed out for me to read. I sat on my bed and held the poems to my chest, and I cried. I cried because he was showing me his heart the only way he knew how. I cried because I love him more than anything, and his heart is all I've ever wanted. I cried because I don't know what it means, how we can find our way back to each other, the way we were before. I don't know if it's possible to go back. But I want to try. I really do. I just hope he wants to, too. That this isn't just lip service. That the numerous flowers and teddy bears and gift baskets he sent my way weren't empty gestures. That this, us, is something he won't run from again. I'm not sure I'd survive it again. Then the phone call came from Noah, totally catching me off guard since it was so late, and though we exchanged numbers after Pride, he's never called me before. When he told me that Laz was involved in a fight with Daryl, that Daryl was arrested and Laz was hurt, I dropped the poems, grabbed my purse, and ran out the door. There was no hesitation. Now I'm sitting in the driver's seat, picking him up for once, and he's opening the door and peering at me in disbelief. I gasped, tears springing to my eyes. He looks awful. Eye purple and swollen, lip bloodied, bruises on his jaw.
Hiya,
he says to me. Oh, God. Oh, God. His voice, his everything. Hold it together, I tell myself. Keep a clear head and get him home first. Laz, I whisper to him. Even his name sounds wonderful on my lips, no longer foreign, no longer bringing me pain.
I didn't know you were coming,
he says, still leaning against the door. I nod. I came right away. Get in.
You sure?
Please. His eyes brighten at that, and he gets in the passenger seat, closing the door. I drive off, nervous, excited, scared. One moment I fear I'll never see him again. The next, he's in my car. His energy is so powerful, so large, it crackles between us, takes over the space. At least I know that being friends with him is definitely not an option. I can't even occupy the same space as him without my heart and hormones melting. Stay strong. What happened? I ask. Do you need to go to the hospital?
Nah, they already checked me out.
Then he tells me step by step what went down tonight. By the time it's all over, I'm in awe. Not just over what happened. To Noah, to his poor mother. Laz had often talked about Daryl being a tyrant. I just never knew it was that bad. Even Jane was always reluctant to talk about him and more than happy to leave him and this town behind. Laz said that the physical violence, hadn't happened before with them, but I guess all you need is that one time. It sounds like if Laz hadn't gone over there to talk to them, it might have gone unchecked. It might have gotten worse and escalated over time. But what I'm really in awe about is Laz. The fact that he would drop everything to go there, that he would actually fight Daryl over his family. I just never saw Laz as the fighting type, and it probably shouldn't impress me, but it does. I keep that to myself, though. I need to try and keep everything to myself. He's always so good at hiding his feelings. For once, I need to be good at hiding mine. The rest of the car ride, though, is made in silence. Laz actually sleeps for some of it, or at least appears to be sleeping. I guess it's easier than small talk. There can be no small talk between us. Everything is large right now. Everything between us has weight. I love you, I want to say. I love you and I want you to love me. I need you to love me. I need every single one of those words you wrote to be real. I want you to fight for me like you'd fight for your family. I keep it inside until it's choking me, a hand at my throat, a vice at my heart. But when I head down Fulton Avenue toward his apartment, he sits up and says,
"Can we go to your place?"
I swallow, surprised. Why? What is this? What are we? What happens next?
"I need to talk to you,"
he says.
"I'd rather do it there, in privacy."
I could tell him no. I could tell him that I just came because he was a friend, an ex-friend, in need, and that we're broken up and I'm still hurting and it's best we go our separate ways. But I don't. Because I want him. I miss him. I need him with every vein in my body. Okay, I tell him. I park the car in front of Barbara's, and I am not at all surprised to see a shadow moving behind the blinds. I know that I left my suite locked, and that Laz would have had to have a key to access it. I knew that Barbara let him in, shifty dame that she is. We head through the gate, and I unlock the door. The poems are scattered everywhere, dropped when I left in a hurry.
"So, you got them?"
he says, looking around. I did, I tell him. Laz, he moves so fast. One minute he's staring at the poems, the next he's grabbing my waist, my face, kissing me. I gasp, completely caught off guard, ready to push him away, even as his tongue causes my heart to ignite. But then he stops, pulls back, cups my face between two large hands.
"Marina,"
he whispers to me, eyes pained and wild as they search my face.
"I don't know if I'll ever be able to tell you how sorry I am for what I did. I've tried, and I know it's not enough. I know it will never be enough. I know that it pales in comparison to how I made you feel. I wish I could go back and take it all away from you. That pain I gave you, but I can't. I can't."
He closes his eyes and leans his forehead against mine.
"The thing I can do, that I can try to do, is tell you the truth. Give you my soul. Show you my heart. These poems, Marina, they're all for you. You're my inspiration, my true muse. You're the one who makes my heart beat. And my heart is all yours."
I close my eyes, trying not to cry. He takes in a deep, shaking breath.
"I love you, I've always loved you, and I am absolutely brilliantly in love with you. I was just too blind, too scared, and too inexperienced to see it, to let myself feel it, because I didn't think I deserved to feel that good.
I open my eyes and find him staring deep into every part of me, his eyes burning with truth.
You're like moonshine on the darkest night. You shine a light on who I am and make me want to be a better person. And you've made me realize that I too deserve love. I never thought I did. My whole life I thought I didn't. And now, because of you, I do.
He pauses.
Because of you, I love.
My heart bursts at his words. I grab him hard, my fingers digging into his back, and pull him to me, tucking my head into his chest and holding on for dear life. I love you still, I tell him. I love you always.
I am so sorry,
he says, choking up.
I know I deserve love, but I don't know if you can find it in your heart to give me a second chance. I know I'm new at this, but I don't want to be bad at this. I want to learn. I want to learn with you, together.
I just nod, tears starting to fall. His embrace tightens. He kisses the top of my head.
Marina, if you give me another chance, I promise I'll make it up to you. I promise I won't leave. I promise I'll love you forever, to give you everything you need. I know I'm moody and I'm in my head a lot, and I know I've been just a horrible idiot of late. I know all this. But please, I need another chance. I need another chance at this and another chance at us. Please.
I swallow thickly, trying to breathe. If I was a more bitter person, if I let my anger dictate things, then I would probably push him away, tell him it couldn't work, that I was too hurt, that we were both too fucked up and complicated. If I was someone like Naomi and he was someone like Robert, then I would. But we aren't them. Not even close. He's Laz. I'm Marina. And this is the us that we've always been. We love in our own ways, we grow in our own ways, but we're better if we're loving and growing together. So I don't push him away. I keep him close. Because I love him. I love you, Laz, I whisper.
I love you, too,
he whispers back.
I love you so bloody much.
He reaches down, grabs my chin and kisses me. Long, hard, full of life, full of love. We stumble backward to the bed. Our clothes come off in a dance of hands and mouths. Our bodies come together with a meeting of the hearts. Poetry at our feet. Shine, Marina.
Hiya, we're Magic 8 Ball, and we're here for your pleasure,
Laz says into the microphone. The crowd goes wild. Well, they were already a little wild. Magic 8 Ball is playing a small stage at the FYF Fest, or the Fuck Yeah Festival Fest, which makes the name a little redundant, and are playing right in the middle of the day at Exposition Park. It's hot, bright, crowded, and sweaty. I'm pretty sure everyone is high on a multitude of drugs, and they've been woo-wooing nonstop. This is a big deal for Laz and Magic 8 Ball, though. For one, they've never played a show this big. For two, it's been a few months now that Laz and Frank have started writing their own material, and half of their set list is now all original songs. That's right. Shortly after Laz and I got back together, he threw himself headfirst into writing original songs for the band. He says I'm his muse, that I inspired him. He inspires me every day to love harder, to work harder. We're head over heels in love with each other. It's not fading. It's growing stronger and stronger every day. This is so cool, Noah whispers to me in awe. Is that Trent Reznor? Where? I ask, whipping my head around, hoping to see one of my heroes. I catch a glimpse of a guy with short, dark hair heading down the stairs at the back of the stage. Maybe. We're on the side of the stage at the show with other musicians and VIPs, and because big acts play the stage later in the day and night, it's huge, and the festival crowd spreading out in front of the stage is even bigger. I know they aren't all here to see Magic 8 Ball, probably the band afterward, Chromeo, but it doesn't matter. I can feel their energy. So can the band. Laz whips into their first song, one he wrote, A Friend for the End of the World, and I've never seen them play with such confidence and vibrancy before. It blows me away. And the lyrics? Laz's lyrics sink even deeper, hearing them live.
I don't want to save the world. I just want to be with you when the world ends. My arms around you, my heart around you. Anything to make you know that you were the only thing that mattered, my friend. My friend for the end of the world.
He's sharing them with the world, but they're meant for me. I'm still his friend, his best one. Best friends in love with each other, which is the way that love should be. I think I'm going to be a rock star now, Noah yells at me over the music. I quickly wipe away a tear and nod. Are you crying? He yells again. I smile at him. I'm fine. It's just that the music, his words, his voice, it reaches deep into my soul, always stirring up so many emotions. But they're happy ones. I'm just so fucking happy. I keep grinning at Noah. He looks happy too. Daryl, his stepfather, ended up in jail for domestic abuse, even though he was posted out on bail soon after. That's what big bucks buys you. But he's not allowed to come near the house, Noah or Laz's mother, so for now they're safe and figuring out their next moves, one of which includes putting the McMansion up for sale. Noah's doing fine with it. It's been tough, obviously, because Daryl is still his father after all. Jane has flown back twice already in the last 2 months just to spend time with Noah and help him transition, to keep the family together. They've been through so much already in their life, but I know they're strong enough to get through it. And now, Noah feels he can finally embrace who he is. Right now, he's a teenager who hasn't quite figured it out, but at least he's free to discover it. No more judgment, no more fear. It's also helped Laz's mother, Sarah, and Noah repair their relationship, or at least start over. Even she and Laz have grown closer since the incident. Do you think I should play bass or guitar? Noah yells up at me. Or drums? Drums! You can get all your aggression out, and it's a good workout. He nods and grins, pushing his long pink hair off his face. He looks so much like Jane used to at this moment, it's uncanny. Magic 8 Ball plays a blistering hour-long set, and by the time they do their encore, a boisterous, bass-heavy cover of Depeche Mode's Should Be Higher. The audience looks like they're blown away, and definitely higher than they were at the start. While my heart skips every time Laz hits the high note while singing Love Is All I Want. He's so fucking good in his element. And all mine. Then it's over. The crowd cheers. Laz and the band are a sweaty mess. I haven't stopped smiling once.
How was it?
Laz asks, handing his guitar to a tech and coming over to us. I grin up at him. He's wide-eyed, his dark hair sticking to his damp forehead, his dark gray shirt clinging to him in sweaty patches. He looks thoroughly worn out and high on adrenaline at the same time. A rock god. You were amazing, I say, grabbing onto his arm like a groupie. He puts his arm around me, squeezes me close to him.
What did you think?
He asks Noah. You're the next Jim Morrison, he says, but without the crazy. Oh, he's got a bit of crazy in him. Don't kid yourself, I tell Noah. Okay, without the naked Indian.
Noah, do you only know who Jim Morrison is because of Wayne's World 2?
Laz asks with a wry smile. Noah shrugs, and Laz looks to me, brows raised in disbelief, shaking his head.
Kids these days,
he mumbles. I reach up and kiss him softly.
Careful, I'm a sweaty mess,
he says against my lips. The messier the better. Can you guys just not? I'm right here, Noah whines. I ignore him. I want you, I whisper to Laz. Now? He asks with a grin. He has no idea how turned on I've been watching him for the last hour. But I'm about to show him.
We'll be right back, Noah,
Laz says to him, putting his hands on his shoulders and pushing him toward Frank, who is drinking a bottle of water by the bass stand. Here, Frank, watch Noah for a bit, will ya? Then Laz takes my hand and leads me off the back of the stage and down the stairs. Where are you going? Frank yells. Laz just turns around and grins at him. I actually don't know where we're going. There are some tents back here, but they're full of people and food. There's no place for privacy. Except the porta potties, which, thankfully, because we're backstage on the grounds, they have fancy trailers instead for all the musicians and VIPs. We head up the stairs into one trailer and find it empty. Laz locks the door and then presses me against it. I bite my lip and wrap my hand around his neck as he presses against me, the hardness in his jeans digging into my hip. He groans quietly, lips at my neck, pushing me further into the door. The handle hurts my back, but it's a good kind of hurt. All the pain you get from sex only heightens the experience, especially with Laz. He puts his hands on my thighs and slowly skims his palms up the hem of my yellow crochet sundress, lifting with them. They leave trails of sweat and heat, then pause at my hips. He lets out a heavy exhale against my neck.
Still no knickers,
he murmurs.
What did I do to deserve a woman like you again?
I swallow, my heart pinching. You just had to be yourself.
Was that it?
I shut my eyes. It's hot as hell in here, humid and stuffy. Less talking, I tell him, my hand slipping to his jeans and undoing his fly. More screwing. He pulls back and stares at me, one hand dipping down between my legs, the other cupping my cheek. His lips are wet, parted, so entirely suckable. His eyes fraught with adrenaline from the show, from what's about to happen. Even though we've been having constant sex, especially after he moved into my studio, don't worry, Scooby has a girlfriend now and is thrilled by the situation. It still feels so damn new and exciting every single time.
I'm not sure I like you making the rules,
he says thickly. Deal with it, Lazarus, Scott, I tell him, moaning softly as his fingers slide along my wetness. My hand finds the stiff, hot length of his cock, and I pull it out of his jeans. By the way, you're not wearing underwear either. He closes his eyes and hisses softly as I wrap my fingers around him.
You're rubbing off on me, sweet girl,
he says, voice rich and raspy. More like you're rubbing off on me, I manage to say as he dips a finger inside me. My body seems to exhale from his touch, as if I need him in order to breathe. Everything aches for him, and I clench around his finger greedily, wanting more, needing more. And what did I say about no more talking? He lets out a raspy laugh. I slide my hand over his cock, dragging the silk of his pre-cum down his rigid, heated length. I love to unravel him. I love to bring him to his knees. I love more than anything to undo this man and leave him the way he's always leaving me, like a string pulled and a top spinning over and over again, tighter and tighter, until it becomes the sun, until I shine. His head goes back, mouth open. He lets out an illicit moan, the cords of his neck and the thick lines of his shoulders straining. Good God, watching him succumb to pleasure makes me happier and crazier than he would ever know. Or maybe he does know by now. I want to give him more. My hand works him expertly, knowing now just where to grip, where to twist, and judging by his quick breaths, I'm sure he's close to coming. But he finally raises his head, his eyes unfocused as they roam over my face, fighting through a haze.
Turn around, sweet girl,
he says, his voice so hoarse that it's barely audible. I do as he asks. He pushes up my dress so it's bunched up at my waist and my ass is exposed, and I bend over, pushing my palms against the door for support. His hands skirt my sides, over my hips and down my thighs. I feel him crouch behind me, his fingers gripping my ass, and I try to sneak a look over my shoulder. He's down on his knees, and I can just see the top of his dark head beneath me. I'm about to ask him what he has planned, but then I feel his face sink into me from behind, his hot mouth closing over me, his bottom lip sliding up over my clit, his tongue ring hitting all the right places. Holy shit. Going down on me from behind? This is a new one, and I am not complaining. He groans into me, and I can feel the vibrations in my bones. I swell between his lips, and he sucks me in his mouth like I'm candy. I let out a loud gasp, my nails digging into the door. It nearly knocks me off my feet. "You should play shows like this more often," I manage to say, my voice hoarse as I push back into his mouth.
Fuck,
he whispers huskily, pulling away slightly. My skin prickles, knowing how he must be looking at me. His tongue trails up the curve of my ass, my body exploding with a shower of sparks.
So bloody sweet.
My mouth opens to say something, probably like honey, but he dives his face back into me and I let out a low guttural noise, like it's being torn from my throat. I push my hips back into his mouth, a wild, uncontrollable need burning through me. "Deeper," I plead, so desperate for my release, my cheek pressed against the door. His tongue snakes inside me, then a finger, then two, and I'm thrusting back into him like a fucking animal. I'm so close to coming. I'm on that ridge, the fall inevitable. Then he pulls back and I actually whimper in disappointment.
"You want more?"
he asks gruffly, holding onto my ass.
"Tell me what you want. Where do you want me? How do you want me to make you come?"
So many questions. I whine, breathless and insatiable. "About all of them?"
"Done."
He spreads my legs wider and pushes his face back in, his tongue, fingers, and mouth absolutely everywhere. I come instantly, and my body a hair trigger. I'm a writhing, moaning, bucking mess of scattered nerves, my limbs dissolving like honey. I'm barely conscious, and I don't know how I'm still upright. He gets to his feet, runs his slick hands down my spine, and then grips my hips as he positions himself. And with one long, slow push, he eases inside me. I'm so wet and ready that he glides right in. But oh, when he pulls back out, that slow drag and piercings hitting just the right spot somehow, I'm groaning for him all over again. "Don't stop," I hiss as he plunges back inside, deeper this time, coaxing another unrestrained noise out of my throat. "Never stop with me."
"Fuck,"
he swears gravelly and low.
"I'd do this until my dying day if you let me, Marina."
Then he moves faster, small stabs of his hips pushing deeper and deeper while his skin slaps my skin louder and louder. The smell of sex, sweat, and musk fills the room. I'm completely overwhelmed. It's too perfect. It's everything. Everything. He's everything. Everything. I close my eyes and imagine what we'd look like to someone else if they were to peek into one of the windows. They'd see the ropey muscles of his forearms as he digs his fingers into my hips, the raw, uninhibited fucking in this empty room. The sight of his thick cock sliding into me from behind over and over again, merciless. I'm pretty sure the whole trailer is starting to shake. He leans forward, his fingers sliding down and finding the smooth, swollen face of my clit. He always wants me to come with him, so I know he's about to unload at any moment. But for some reason I hold back as hard as I can, wanting to pay attention to his beautiful release without losing myself at the same time. Drops of his sweat fall on my back. He continues pounding me, his hips changing the angle until it makes me gasp for air, my back arching. His breathing is shaky and his muscles are trembling from the strain, but he keeps going and going. I think this trailer might just tip over now. There's a moment, a sharp intake of air, then the room fills with the sounds of his harsh grunts, the sound of him coming, a sound I love so much that it pushes me over the edge. It's the signal of his undoing, and his fingers press so hard into my skin that I'm afraid I might break in two. I am breaking in two. I am stretched thin, a pane of fragile glass, and I am breaking into bliss. I can barely hang on, supporting myself on the door. My palms are slipping and sliding. I'm sliding inside, my heart, my soul, moving closer to the edge. Wave after wave of emotion slams through me, filling the blank spaces, the cracks, the parts of me that have shattered off into space. I can barely breathe. My whole body is aching for him.
"Sweet girl,"
Laz whispers hoarsely, leaning forward against my sweaty back.
My sunshine.
He rests his cheek on my shoulder blades, and his ragged breaths rise and fall against me.
That was even better than the show.
I smile, my cheek pressed against the door. He straightens up, lifts himself off of me, and with a hand on my hip, pulls himself out. I take a moment to run my fingers under my eyes before turning around to face him, knowing my mascara is probably smudged. Laz stands there, pants at his ankles, damp shirt bunched up, showing off his ink and glorious six-pack. Somehow he's even sweatier than he was before. Peace resides in his eyes. He pulls up his pants, comes over to me, and pulls me into a wet, passionate kiss, his lips pressing hard against mine, his tongue tasting like me, like salt, like sweat, like love. He holds my face with one hand, running his thumb over my lips, gazing at me deeply.
I'm sorry if that was a bit rough.
I break into a wide grin, still weightless and full of light. I like it when you're rough. I pause and gently nip his thumb between my teeth for a moment. I like it when you're wild. I like it when you're slow and gentle and whispering my name. I love everything you give me, Laz. He smiles softly and kisses me again.
I love you. Even more now than I did 5 minutes ago. I'll love you even more 5 minutes from now. I will love you and love you and love you more and more and more until the end of the world.
My heart swells, pops. Confetti in my soul. I blink back tears. Promise? I ask him.
Promise,
he says.
Nah, let's go get Noah. Poor kid is probably traumatized talking to Frank.
I don't know, I say. He wants to be a rock star now.
Well, who bloody doesn't?
Laz asks with a roll of his eyes.
At least he has the hair for it.
Yeah, I told him to take up the drums.
I'm sure my mum is gonna love that.
He laughs.
First Jane, now Noah.
He opens the door. We step out into the light.
Epilogue. Laz. 1 year later. To have and to hold.
Did you know that the worker bees can make a queen bee by taking any larvae and feeding it exclusively royal jelly?
Marina says.
Actually, I did know that,
Scooby says smugly.
Did you know that honey is the only food that contains all the substances necessary to sustain life, including water?
Yes, Marina says.
Everyone knows that.
Naomi puts up her hand and then raises the hand of Steve, the guy she's currently dating and super into crazy PDA with.
Actually, we didn't know that. In fact, I never know what the fuck you guys are always going on about.
Hey, watch your language in front of the child, I tell them, covering Noah's ears. Noah pulls away from me.
Stop it, you're embarrassing me.
Stop it, you're embarrassing me. I mimic him.
Guys,
Jane says.
Behave.
Behave, you mean? I say and wag my brows at Marina. But despite the ever-persistent bee joke that I'm always dropping in her presence, I'm actually nervous as fuck. Today is a celebration. Noah, me, Jane, who was visiting for a few weeks at my request, her boyfriend Ryan, Naomi, Steve, Scooby and Marina are all gathered on Venice Beach, blankets and towels and coolers spread out in the sand. We're here to celebrate Marina's new book. That's right, I'm no longer the only writer in the house. After I mentioned Marina and her beekeeping business to my editor, Abigail, she started Instagram stalking her. Once Marina's online bee courses started taking off, then she ended up grabbing the attention of another publisher who wanted to capitalize on it. Naturally, with one book out with me, and another on the way, Abigail wanted to keep the power couple in the family. She outbid the other publisher, and Marina's book, Palm Trees and Honeybees, A Girl's Guide to Beekeeping, is coming out next week. It hasn't been without some challenges. For one, Marina hates the title and insists that the book is meant for everyone, and that girls don't beekeep any differently than men. But it's gimmicky and catching people's attention. And since Marina's long-term goals are for bees to take over the world, then whatever gets people interested in keeping them and saving them is good enough for her. Later we'll head over to Irvine and have a smaller party over at Marina's Aunt Margaret's. Her father has been more or less sober for a year now and has his own apartment right down the street. He even has pickles with him again. I say more or less sober, because even after 3 months at the treatment centre and 4 months living in a group home with other recovering addicts, Mr. Owen still had a slip-up and fell off the wagon. We all know it happens. Luckily it wasn't anything big, just a few beers when he shouldn't have. And ever since then he's been doing brilliant. Which makes Marina happy. And honestly, that's all that matters. But I'm about to see if things could somehow get even better. Because things can always get better. You see, the whole book celebration on the beach was my idea. It was my idea to fly Jane out here. It was my idea to bring Noah. I would have brought my mother too, but ever since she left Darryl and is applying to adopt Noah, she's been working around the clock at her new job. There's a reason we're all gathered here together, and it's not just to celebrate the book. It's to hopefully, celebrate something else. I clear my throat and poke Marina in the shoulder. Hey, you know what people don't know about? I ask her. Your waggle dance. She laughs.
It's not my waggle dance. It's how the bees communicate time and distance to each other.
This ought to be good, Naomi says under her breath.
Always heard about this infamous dance.
Why don't you do it? I tell her. Give us a show.
What? Why?
Because I'm curious. You've never shown it to me. This is not true, but I don't think she cares. She sighs, but she's smiling.
Okay.
She gets up to her feet and tugs down at the hems of her jean shorts before she claps her hands together and addresses her friends.
So, the waggle dance is a dance that all bees do to communicate where nectar and water sources are. It's basically a figure-8 pattern, except when they cross over the middle of the two circles or curves, they waggle back and forth. The longer the waggle in the middle, the greater the distance it is to the food source. It also takes in the angle of the sun. In this way, the bees are able to tell each other where... Just get on with it, Jane says. I thought we'd escape this party without any more bee shit. Fine.
So she starts doing the waggle dance. It's epically cute, especially the waggle part where she's waving her butt in circles, her smile big and joyous, not caring what she looks like, her blonde hair flying around. When she comes to a stop, she's breathless, gorgeous, in her element, which is right where I want her. She takes a bow and everyone claps. And I crawl over to her on my knees and reach up with my hand to grab hers. Marina, I say to her, smiling, though my tone is serious. She stares down at me, grinning, looking a bit confused.
What? You asked me to.
I know, I tell her. But I just wanted to see you smile, that's all.
Aw,
Noah says. I also wanted you to get to your feet, so I could be on my knees. Someone gasps. Jane, I think. I prop one leg up so I'm down on just one knee now, holding onto her hand. My heart is beating a mile a minute in my chest. I reach into the pocket of my cargo shorts and my hands close around something cold and small. The contents of the Altoids tin that Barbara gave me a year ago. I ended up opening it the next morning after I woke up in Marina's bed. She was in a deep sleep and her floor was covered with my poetry about her. I knew then what I'd always known. It was her. It was always her. My kind of weirdo. And I wanted to be with her for the rest of my life. I had opened the tin and saw an engagement ring inside, gold with emeralds and diamonds in the shape of a sun. Of course, I had to visit Barbara after that because I didn't want to take her engagement ring. She insisted I keep it and proposed to Marina when I was ready. She also told me it wasn't Cooper's ring, but from one of her other husbands that didn't work out, so I shouldn't feel bad about taking it. She said it would do much better the second time around. I fucking hope so. And now I'm ready. I've been ready for a while, But with Marina's book coming out and the fact that we just put money down on a fixer-upper beach house outside of Laguna, I was waiting for everything to calm down. I was waiting for now.
Marina, I say, holding her hand tighter as I stare up at her. A long time ago you told me that all you wanted was love, that you wanted someone to fall asleep with at night, that you wanted marriage and babies and everything that came with it. You told me you wanted to find your flower. Oh, my God, she says softly, her big blue eyes brimming with tears already. Marina, my bumblebee, my sweet girl, I'm that flower, and you're mine. I'm your weirdo, and you're mine. I'm messed up and complicated, and you're messed up and complicated, and together we're better than we ever are alone. I take in a deep breath. I know it's been a long, strange journey for us, but I wouldn't have it any other way, because it's led to this moment right here. It's led to a whole new chapter in a whole new story. At least it will, if you say yes. She gasps. I open my fist and take the ring and I hold it out in front of her ring finger, choking back on tears. Marina, will you do me the honour of becoming my wife? She blinks, tears falling, stares. Then she says, Don't you mean becoming your wife? She laughs at her own joke. Yes, yes, yes! Joy. This is joy. My hands are trembling as I slip on the ring, and then I'm getting to my feet and I'm holding her face in my hands and I'm kissing her and she's kissing me, and I couldn't ever ask for anything more than this. This. My woman. My person. My future. My everything. Everyone else gets to their feet, clapping and cheering, and then Scooby comes in and embraces the both of us. And then Noah does the same. And then everyone else comes over to the huddle, and pretty soon Marina and I are enveloped in the middle of a rather suffocating group hug. Is this what it's like to be in a murder ball? I ask Marina, my mouth against hers. Or is it cuddle death? She laughs. I'm fine with either one. What's a murder ball? Noah asks from somewhere in this ball of people. Don't get her started, Jane yells, muffled. You're so lucky, Marina whispers to me, pulling back as much as she's able to, her nose brushing against mine. You get to hear about this stuff for the rest of your life. I wouldn't have it any other way, I tell her. Then pause. You better believe it. Someone groans. Someone laughs. My heart, it sings. This concludes Bad at Love by Karina Halle. Narrated by Joe Raylan and Cornell Collins. Copyright 2017 by Karina Halle. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Karina Halle, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.